Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was the Legend of Korra in Avatar movie. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1. 4-year-old Korra was rolling around on her bedroom floor as she went through the tedious task of waiting for her mother to call out to her and alert her that the Order of the White Lotus had arrived. Mid-roll, she paused with her blue eyes and turned to her silent friend. Naruto! She crept over and snatched the book from her friend, looking at it oddly. What are you reading? After having the book ripped from his hands, Naruto tried to take it back from the girl. Give it back, Korra, I was reading it! Korra burst out laughing as she trotted off with Naruto hot on her heels. Naya! Come and get it! Come and get it! Shaking a little, Naruto turned around, grabbing the snow from the open window and slamming it against Korra. Korra! Letting out a scream, Korra fell and got up, shaking off the snow with a grunt and threw the snow back at Naruto. Hiya! Naruto was unprepared. He sailed back and crashed into the wall of the igloo, sliding down. Korra froze as she rushed to inspect her friend. Naruto! Naruto poked his little head out of the snowdrift with a bit of dizziness in his eyes. And then, Korra! With a small twitch and a small frown directed at Korra, Naruto looked down at his friend. Don't do that again. Korra let out a small smile and nodded, letting her friend go. I can't promise that. White Lotus has honored my family by coming, Tonrak said as he stood in front of his friend's door, lantern in hand. Thank you? Opening the door, he saw his wife Senna sweeping. Senna paused in her sweep, brushed back her hair, and bowed. Welcome. At that moment, a shield fell and rolled to the ground. She gave a mental sigh. She loved her daughter, but she didn't have to make a fuss, though she wondered what that blow earlier had meant. We've investigated many allegations. The leader of the 3 White Lotus members began to write down. Here and in the northern tribe, they all turned out to be false. Senna held her broom with a slight smile as her husband walked over and placed his hand on her small shoulder. The two shared a look and smiled. Then you should be happy to know your quest has come to an end, another father affirmed this. It was getting a little old. What makes you so sure your daughter is the one? Of course, when he finished, he made sure to give a slightly sarcastic look. Turning slightly, Senna faced the wall and placed a hand to the side of her mouth to amplify her request. Korra! Please come here! Korra looked away from her friend and then back at Naruto. Yay! Go on, remember what we practiced. Naruto gave her a small smile as he watched his friend get into position. Korra kicked through the wall, causing a pop, a whir, and a boom. I am the Avatar! She stood there in a typical horse stance, her right hand level with her waist as she slightly twisted her body facing upwards while holding her left hand in a sort of pose before looking into the confident eyes of the members. You've got to deal with it! Naruto peeked behind his friend with a curious look in his eyes, to check on her. Turning, he saw Korra jump with her head tilted to the left. A push with her right hand, a small stream of fire erupted, lighting up the area for a quick flash. A spinning jump turned into a fire roundhouse kick, bending the house as she landed in another stance in front of the members. Her right leg bent as her left was directly behind her, bending the stone of the floor towards the one she considered to be the number 1 fat member before taking another leap, sending a small fireball towards him, causing him to stumble backwards, and then a small spray of water to put it out. The 3 members were stunned before looking at the 4-year-old. Korra was once again in a horse stance, scooping up water from a puddle and dropping it before picking up another rock and pushing it to the right. Landing, she dashed forward and sent out a blast of fire, and when she finished, she stood there proudly. Tonrak and Senna were called aside to speak with the Lotus members. It seems she is indeed the Avatar, the group's leader said, stroking his beard. Yes. Korra ran over to Naruto to hug him, and Naruto smiled brightly and hugged her back. The White Lotus was looking at a strange boy, having never seen a boy with sunny blonde hair before. Looking slightly at the parents before asking, Is this boy your son too? No, Master Katara raised him, but we see him as our own. Senna began as she looked towards her daughter, and the boy she had been raising as well, almost like a second son. She then looked back at Lotus and explained how Katara had found Naruto. Right outside her house, the members looked at each other, That's an interesting story. The boy comes out of nowhere but lands right in front of Katara's house, right where the Avatar lives. Does it have any interesting or unusual curves? We all know he doesn't bend right now. Maybe he could be a late bloomer. Tonrak gestured with his left hand. But Master Katara said that your chi level is high for someone young. Senna said. The leading member stroked his beard and nodded. Very well. We'll take you two with us. For training. The two parents looked at each other, and then at the little children. Okay. It was later that night. Korra and Naruto sat together on Korra's bed, the two of them talking, mostly Korra talking. We can go together! Korra smiled and raised her arms, enjoying the fact that she was the Avatar, and it was now official. Yes. Naruto nodded happily, saying that he and Korra could stay and train together. Well, hopefully she'd be able to bend it. The rest was chorus. Korra looked at her friend before placing her small hands in his. Naruto! She met curious eyes. Naruto, can you promise me that no matter what happens you will always stay by my side and never leave me? She added worriedly, frowning. Asking her only friend. A bright smile appeared on Naruto's face as he nodded. It's a lifelong promise, Korra. Even if I can't bend, then I'll grow strong without bending. Even if the world goes against us, we'll be united, believe that. Korra raised her pinky finger towards Naruto. Pinky promise, as Naruto raised his own pinky finger and intertwined it with her pinky. Chapter 2. Suseki, said a boy with blonde hair and red eyes wearing an orange jumpsuit. But he is surrounded by a red blanket of bubbles that is shaped like a fox. In his blue sphere he is carrying in his right hand. Naruto, said the gray boy with black hair, his eyes are red with a black comma around each of his eyes. Wearing blue shorts and white shorts. He got these demon hand shapes coming out of his back and are depicted as wings. Also his left hand was cracking with electricity. With an unannounced signal, both chargers call out to each other their final attack. Rasengan, Chidori, both attachments collided and there was a white flash. With that, Naruto woke up sweating. It's that dream again, he thought. He's been having these strange dreams ever since he first met the Kyuubi in the spirit world. Naruto got up, got dressed, and looked in the mirror to see how things have changed over the years. Standing over 6 feet tall with an Olympian build that conveyed strength and speed. His hair still maintained its spiky, sunny blonde, eyes still blue as the ocean. He still wore his green jeweled necklace. He dressed in his water tribe outfit and went outside to see Korra firebending. Korra, firebending, today, oh shit! Naruto, now 17, yelled, running through the compound towards the training grounds. Over the years, not much has changed for the friends. They were still as close as ever, meaning Naruto didn't get to see Korra. As her firebending test ended, he was sure he'd get his ear to the ground. But that doesn't mean everything was the same, because Korra wasn't the only one who acquired her abilities, as Naruto also learned that his chi is the same as Korra's. But for the life of him, he still can't bend. Yes, he can bend. Kyuubi tells him this. The way he met the Kyuubi was purely accidental. Katara recommended that he meditate so he could control his chi and be able to bend. But unfortunately it took him somewhere else. Memory. In Naruto's room, we see a 13-year-old Naruto sitting on his bed with his legs crossed and eyes closed, wearing only his green jeweled necklace and blue shorts. Naruto trying to meditate but staying still for more than 2 minutes was a challenge for him. But he won't give in. He needs to be strong not for himself but to protect his precious people. When he gives up on this and goes to try again tomorrow. Open your eyes. I wasn't in the room. I was beautiful, she said, seeing the entire wonderful field of grass, flowers, and trees that goes on and on and on. She wished she could take Korra to see this. It is, said an unknown figure. Naruto turned around and looked for that voice, but couldn't find it. Who are you? Why am I here? Why can't I see you? Naruto said quickly, asking. Because I am me. I am an old but powerful spirit. I cannot give you my name because you have not earned it. But for now, you may call me by my title, Kyuubi. Kyuubi said now. Appearing behind Naruto, Naruto sensed a lively presence and turned around when he saw it. He saw a 120-meter tall fox with 9 lazy tails waving behind him. Kyubi, Naruto thought. For some, seeing a 120-meter tall fox is a first instinct, like running away kicking and screaming. But for Naruto, for some unknown reason, seeing the fox he knows feels safe. That title also brings a familiar sound, like hearing it from somewhere, and a small tear running down his right eye. He may not remember yet, but he feels it deep down, thought Kyubi or Kurama smiling happily. Fortunately, that Naruto, the old Naruto, is still there. Soon, partner, rubbing his tear. Wow, you're really great, Kyubi, said Naruto. Of course, I'm big. I'm the most powerful Kyubi in both the spirit world and the mortal world. A single flick of my tail can cause an earthquake, or a tsunami. No one can rival my power, Kurama boasted. So, Kyubi, can you explain where I am and how I get back? Naruto asked. Well, Kit, we're in the world of alcohol and I brought you here, Kyubi said. Why did you bring me here? Naruto asked. The reason I brought you here is so you can learn how to control chi, but also so you can bend the elements, and there's also something important we need to discuss about Naruto. Wait, you said elemental bending like all elements. Just like the Avatar? Yes, like your little girlfriend. Korra is not my girlfriend, Naruto shouted, blushing on his cheeks. Ha ha! Roared the Kyubi. I haven't laughed like that in a long time, explained Kyubi. Anyway, I'm bringing you here to train you so you can learn to harness your chi and become the second avatar. Shocked, Naruto asked. Second avatar, but why? There was supposed to be one avatar to keep the world in balance. 2 avatars will disrupt the balance? Naruto asked. Naruto, the world has been unbalanced for a while. The world is growing too big for just one avatar. That's why it's time for you to become the second avatar, said the Kyubi. But why me specifically? I can't even bow. I'm not strong enough to protect Korra or anyone. I'm no one special, Naruto said dejectedly. That's why I'm here, Kit. I'm here to train you to be the second avatar. Then, you can not only protect the world but your precious people as well. The reason I chose you is because you have a heart, kid. Someday, the world will need that. You're a special, Kit. There's something I'll have to tell you, but I'm not ready yet. Now your body is not physically ready to bend. So the only way to do it is to train. When you return to the mortal world, physically train your body to the limits, learn martial arts. Also train with the avatar to learn the art of each bend. Finally, at night you come meet with me to train your chi and bend. Okay, Naruto was excited. Now go Naruto and rest. Tomorrow begins a new day for the second avatar, Kyubi said. I can't wait for this, Korra, Naruto said. Don't do it, Naruto. Why not? It's hard to tell someone that you're your second avatar without showing any inclination. You won't show the result until later. Secondly, it's not the right time to show the world yet, Kyubi explains. Well, okay, I understand, Naruto said, a little depressed that he couldn't tell anyone. Yet, back of the flask. Over the years, Naruto had trained his body to the max, learning the arts with Korra and chi with the Kyubi. For example, his ability to focus chi into his legs to increase his speed, or his first for a devastating impact, something he was very happy about when he managed to arrive at the training camp just as Korra had started her exam. Glad to see you didn't miss it, Katara joked. No joke, Korra would kill me if I did, Naruto said, ignoring the disapproving looks from the older members of the White Lotus. Unfortunately, one thing that hadn't changed was the Order's disapproval of Naruto's friendship with the Avatar. Of course, it would take a lot more than a few stuffy old men to separate them. Fire was a beautiful and deadly thing, Naruto noticed as he watched Korra leap into the air, kicking her left leg first then her right as beautiful flames shot out. Korra's training partner glared at the incoming 7-year-old teenage girl as he quickly did an X block in front of her face to block the flames, which in the end resulted in him being pathetically thrown backwards. Ugh! He hit the training ground and then flew out of the ring. Korra landed, her knees slightly bent as she had a good amount of space in her stance, turning so her torso faced her 2 new opponents, and raised her arms to be level with her chest. HN! The next 2 saving partners extended their arms, sending 2 fireballs that joined Korra, surrounding her person. Korra had dissipated the fire. Her arms were spinning in a full circle, Her posture was straight, but her head was tilted slightly down. The top left corner of her mouth was twitched into a small smile, or a grimace depending on your view, and when the fire was gone she got into a boxing stance. Heh! The two training partners grunted in annoyance. The one on the left struck out first, the left fist shot out flames, the right fist followed next with a fireball. Korra dodged the first blow. Stepping back she caught the second blow and threw it back at high speed like a ball. Ho! She spun sideways, arching her leg up as flames shot from her foot towards the training partner, landing and launched herself at them as they charged with their shooting attacks. She then dove to the ground, using her heel to trip a training partner in midair. Guh! He spun in the air, eyes wide as he did a sort of cartwheel before crashing to the ground with a grunt and quickly dropping to his knees. Korra looked back with an "oh damn stay down" expression before looking at the other bender who fired a fireball at her. She caught and stopped it, kicking her right leg to slam into the male, sending it flying before turning her attention back to the other, throwing back a fire whip. The first three missed, but the fourth blast found its mark, followed by a quick sixth one. The master ran behind her, sending two more blasts of fire only for Korra to dodge. In the third, Korra quickly raised her right arm in a bent angle, blocking the fire that had left small sparks and embers flying above her head. Getting into a side horse stance, Korra took a breath in and let it out as she pulled her right arm back her torso a bit as she released with her left hand a long blast of bright orange and yellow flames that then had a small circular arc around her and her person. Ha! She then turned and brought her leg up to block another blast before throwing a fireball. She then raised her arms in a quick X in front of her face at the hot blast of fire. Korra rolled free of the blast, swinging her arms back once more, elbows bent and leveled on either side of her, her hair shifting to the right, her eyes staying focused. One leg swung back and she stood on her toes, the other prologue and bent down, standing at attention. Hoff! Arms raised and prologue, two twin blasts of fire shot out and sent the last sparring partner flying and smoking directly over the roof area of the watching elders. She's strong. Katara spoke, her gaze fixed on Korra, but her eyes held a small twinkle. She lacks restraint, the bald and bearded old man said as he looked towards Katara. Unlike Naruto, who shows it when necessary. Looking at Naruto, out of the two of us, I need to be more special if I'm going up against any kind of bender. He started looking out of the corner of his eyes, pointed out. Katara let out a small laugh. She had a feeling Naruto wanted to say something else. As the White Lotus and Katara watched Korra face off against the three firebenders, Naruto recalls how he and Korra, his new friend, were. Flashback. Under sunny skies covered by tall, thin clouds, in a collection of tents and igloos, an elderly woman named Katara stood before a 6-year-old Korra. The old woman has her eyes closed in concentration as she calmly bends some of the ice at her feet, creating a stream of water that moves around her. Korra looks at Katara, imitating her posture, while from the doorway of her house, her parents along with Naruto, and her 6-year-old son, a tall boy for his age with spiky blonde hair and ocean blue eyes, dressed in the traditional costume of the water tribe. Now look at me, Korra, Katara said. Waterbending is all about slow, calm movements. Korra turns to face her master. Standing at attention, she smiles proudly, throwing her fists out in front of her, effortlessly bending a wave of snow to her side. Naruto only has a moment to watch the snow fall on top of him, and he falls to the ground. As the snow buries Naruto once again, Korra gazes at her handiwork with wide, enthusiastic eyes and a broad smile, her fists on her hips. Pretty good, huh? Not again, Tonrak said in alarm, rushing to the young man's aid. I'm so sorry, Naruto, Senna said, her face filled with remorse. Korra doesn't seem to know her own strength. Aunt Senna, it's fine. Naruto laughed, dusting the last bits of snow off him. She'll learn to control her power in time. Korra, that was too harsh, Tonrak said, kneeling beside Korra, placing a hand on her shoulder. You could have really hurt Naruto. I didn't mean to, Korra said, approaching the young man. I'm sorry, Naruto. It's okay, Korra. It was just snow, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his neck as he turned his head toward the horizon. Under thick, darkening clouds, the distant mountains, usually white with ice and snow, have turned a sensual gray. It looks like this training will be cut short. A storm is heading our way, Tonrek said, noticing the look of disappointment on Korra's face. Moments later, Katara and Korra greet each other as the former walks home. The howl of a polar bear dog sounds across the frozen tundra. Polar bear dogs, Tonrek noted. Sounds like a whole pack. It was then that the two little boys howled in imitation of the sound. Dad, can we go play with them? Korra asked. You can't, honey. Polar bear dogs are wild animals, Tonrek explained. They'd devour you in one bite. They don't scare me, Korra said. They can't stand up to Naruto and me. That night, a sleeping Naruto lay in his bed. Later, he was shaken by Korra as she could hear the same polar bear dog howl in the distance. Want to go on an adventure? Korra said. Naruto nodded excitedly. Dressed in their coats, the two sneaked out of the house and headed out onto the tundra. The two of them mimicked the sounds again, making their way through the snow until the two children came across a puppy. I think I might be lost, Naruto said. The pup remains wary, but Korra has thought ahead. We're not going to hurt you, she said, taking some dried fish out of her pocket. Do you like jerky? The polar bear dog comes closer, sniffing the fish before eating it, much to the amusement of the two friends. You're not that scared, you're just hungry, Naruto pointed out, before Korra dropped to her knees, jumping in the snow on all fours, circling the animal, who just stared at her. Come on, join me, Naruto, Korra said, but he just laughed. Looking around, she saw the storm gathering. Korra, do you know the way home? She asked. Fear not, Korra said, as she began bending the water. For I am the Avatar. She kicks the snow up over her head and violently slams it down again, creating a carelessly constructed igloo. Although Korra is happy with her work, the pup doesn't seem convinced in the least. Come on, follow me, Korra said, taking Naruto's hand and dragging him into the igloo. They both crawl inside, and the polar bear dog curls up into a ball, while Korra and Naruto shiver. I know what will warm us up, Korra said, trying to make a small flame in the palm of her hand. A little fire! But it produces a gust that scares both her and the pup. Instead, the two children and the polar bear dog huddled together as the girl pulled up her hood, frightened by her own abilities. I'm sorry. I'm not a very good firebender yet, she said. Master Katara says I have to be good at waterbending before I can learn the other elements. I thought being the Avatar would be fun, but it's just a lot of rules. I think you're going to be a great Avatar, Naruto said confidently. You're only 6 and you can already bend 3 of the 4 elements. This caused a laugh from the girl next to him, who soon began to fall asleep. The next morning, the two children woke up when the igloo opened, revealing their worried parents and Katara looking down at them. Korra, Naruto! Get out of there! Tonrek said, as the two children left the makeshift igloo. Do you know how worried we were? I can't believe you two spent the night in a storm alone, Senna said. But we weren't alone. Naga was with us, Naruto said, to the parents' surprise. That's what we call her, Korra explained. She lost her pack, so now she needs a new family. Can I keep her? Tonrek and Senna look at each other in puzzlement and say simultaneously. Ask your mother, ask your father. It's okay, Naga, Korra said once they let go. I'll see Dad soon. Dad? Naruto asked. Yes, Naga is our adopted daughter, Korra said. I'm her mom and you're her dad. As if to emphasize this point, Naga jumps up and licks Naruto's face. The two children laugh, before Naga returns to the ground, leading the worried parents along as Korra and Naruto play in the snow with Naga. You know, all the avatars have had animal guides in the past. Perhaps Korra discovered hers, Katara said. We'll see, Tonrek said. End of flashback. Turning to Korra, she began to sprint towards the last person she noticed wouldn't stay down and was currently setting her on fire, so of course she plastered on a smile as she ran. Footsteps her own she could hear were quick. She felt a familiar heat and her skin began to glow from the firelight. Placing her hands outwards, palms up forward, she launched herself into the flames. Pushing her hands back to dissipate it, she appeared in the partner's line of sight, her own hands in between his. She too ignored his shocked yell. She kicked out her knee, then her chest, and flipped over her head. She was currently upside down in the air. With a slight adjustment of her body, she balanced with her left arm in the air, left leg slightly behind her as she spun with a roundhouse kick in the air with her right, flames shooting out of her foot. The male sparring blocked, eyes closed tightly. Korra frowned as she twisted completely upright in the air, moving as if she were sitting, her legs spread just the right amount. She held both hands in front of her, balling them into fists, and shot out a giant fireball that turned into a stream of fire when it landed, causing the male to faint, completely failing her fire-bending course. "Hey, what's all the gloom and doom, people?" she called, taking off her helmet, smiling. "We should be celebrating. 3 elements down, 1 to go." Her blue eyes danced towards Naruto, and her smile lit up like the sun. Unbidden, she felt a blush creep up the back of her neck. "You're getting ahead of yourself as always, Korra." One of the White Lotus sighed. "We haven't even decided if you've passed your fire-bending test yet." Naruto resolutely tuned out the ensuing argument between her and the White Lotus. It wasn't until Katara answered for her that he finally paid attention once more, and why Korra was coming here. Oh, he didn't like that look in her eyes. It was all too familiar. Come on! Any thoughts he may have had vanished when Korra took his hand and shot forward, dragging him from the stands after her. Soon enough, she was running, forcing him to sprint just to keep up. It was no surprise when she led him to Naga's kennel and, after an enthusiastic greeting from said polar bear dog, slung a saddle over her back. It was only when she tied him up and tried to pull him along that Naruto found the strength to protest. Reluctantly, he pulled his hand from hers. "Shouldn't you change out of that?" "About what?" Naruto gestured weakly toward his fire-bending outfit, almost forgotten in his haste. "I doubt that'll keep you very warm, firebender or not." Right. In a blur, she dismounted, much to Naga's disgruntled groan. Her blue eyes searched for a small bag tossed haphazardly in the corner, just outside the door. "I'm pretty sure I left a change of clothes around here somewhere." "Ah, here they are." And then, to his disbelief, she began to undress. At first, he thought his eyes were playing some kind of devious tricks on him. Korra was just unzipping the guards, peeling off the lightweight, fire-retardant red bodysuit, then the armor beneath it, leaving her dressed in her usual skins once more. Naruto could feel the blood rushing down his face. She cut a fierce figure, all curves and soft lines, with only a hint of muscle visible. "Gah, I stink," he muttered, sniffing. "Better change these two dash." He wanted to kick himself for it, but he couldn't just stand there, even as she began to lift her shirt. For a moment, just a sweet, glorious moment, he had a view of that dark ebony skin, the slender curve of her waist, the soft line of her back. "Korra!" The poor girl jumped as if struck by lightning, but to her dismay, she didn't pull down her shirt. Instead, it hung there, offering a tantalizing glimpse of her perky stomach. "What? You've seen me naked before, when we were kids!" Dear sweet spurt, his nose was bleeding. "And that was in the bathroom." He saw the wires cross in her head, the realization. The slow blush on her face was possibly the most adorable thing he'd ever seen. "Then close your eyes, idiot!" He did so reluctantly. He didn't show up either. Okay, maybe a little. A few days later, at dusk, Katara, Korra, and Naruto watched as a sky bison landed in the courtyard. As they approached, they could hear Tenzin's youngest daughter, Ikki, repeatedly asking if they were there yet. And oddly enough, there was a child chewing on the man's head. With Tenzin announcing that they had indeed arrived, Ikki and his older sister, Jinora, happily rode along the bison's tail on air scooters while he simply chose to calmly ride down. "Hello, mother!" Tenzin greets, his daughter on either side of him, while his son, Milo, has gone from biting his head to pulling his ears. "I can't tell you how happy I am to see you. Please help me." Laughing at her son's desperate plea, Katara happily lifts Milo off his father's shoulders. Not recognizing the woman, he begins to squirm, demanding that the strange woman let him go until Tenzin informs him that Katara was actually his grandmother. In a startling display, Milo nimbly pushes himself out of his grandmother's arms and over his head before running off to play in the snow. "It's so good to see you all," Katara said, smiling lovingly. Gran, I've been reading all about your old adventures," Jinora said in amazement. "I've been dying to ask, what happened to Zuko's mom?" "Well, Jinora, it's an amazing story." To her surprise, Katara found herself interrupted by a bouncing Ikki, talking a mile a minute, asking a series of questions. But Katara wasn't entirely sure what her youngest granddaughter was saying anymore, leaving Jinora to hang her head in shame. While his daughters were occupied with their mother, Tenzin noticed his pregnant wife, Pema, sliding down their bison's tail and rushed to her aid. "Tenzin, stop doting on me. I'm not helpless, I'm just pregnant," Pema chided. But Tenzin insisted on staying close, lovingly placing his hand along with Pema's on her prominent bump. Approaching her daughter-in-law, Katara gave her a welcoming hug, remarking that the baby was strong, much to the couple's delight. Though Pema was slightly less happy to hear that the baby was likely another airbender, as if making her point, Milo chose that moment to showcase his snow bending through the air by throwing snow in his mother's face. Were Tenzin and his siblings that crazy when they were kids? With a nostalgic look, Katara replied that Bumi and Kia were actually quite boisterous as children, while Tenzin was quite serious. "Mother, please," she pouted, but her mood brightened once she noticed Korra and Naruto waiting patiently. Calling them over, she was pleased to see they had grown strong and healthy. "Look at you two, you've really grown. Not so bad yourself, Tenzin." Naruto smiled. "Master Tenzin, I'm so glad you're here. I can't wait to get started," Korra said excitedly. But from the frown on Tenzin's face, Naruto had a feeling he had bad news. "Yeah, well," Tenzin began nervously, not wanting to disappoint the girl. "You're going to have to tell him at some point," Pema insisted. "Tell me what?" Korra asked sadly. But it was Katara who put it together. "You're not staying, are you?" he asked, although he already knew the answer. "I'm afraid not," Tenzin sighed, hating to disappoint his mother. "We're just visiting for the night. Then I have to get back to Republic City." "But no, you're supposed to move here. You're supposed to teach me," Korra said disappointedly. "Sorry, Korra. Your airbending training will have to wait." Korra was determined to go to Republic City. Tenzin's visit, which Naruto had found wonderfully amusing, had fired her up. His refusal to teach her, to train her, until the situation there stabilized didn't sit well with her or with him. Having known her for so long, it was easy to guess what she would do next. Korra, most of all, hated being told what to do. She had been looking forward to her airbending training for months, and to have that taken away from her it made perfect sense for her to disobey the White Lotus. Sure enough, he found her knocking on his door at night, grabbing her purse and opening the door. "I'm ready to go, Korra," Naruto said. "What? How was I going to ask you?" Korra said in surprise. "Korra, I've been with you since day one. We also promised to never leave each other behind, no matter what." She smiled brightly at Naruto. Korra felt so happy that her best friend was willing to go with her, but she also remembered that promise. It brought this feeling to her chest and a blush to her cheeks. Then a squeal of pleasure forced itself between his lips, and he found himself caught in a crushing embrace. "Yeah, Korra! I can't breathe. Oh, right. Sorry." Then realized his proximity and colored again. "We should all go, right?" Naruto spluttered. "Yes, sure, excellent, let's do that." They turned to make their preparations, trying to hide their faces for what they thought were completely different reasons. Surprisingly, they shared a thought. "Well, that wasn't awkward at all." "Nice night for a getaway, huh?" Katara asked timidly. "I have to go. I have to find my own path as the Avatar," Korra explained, hoping Katara would understand. "I know you do. Aang's time has passed. My brother and many of my friends are gone. It's time for you and your generation to take on the responsibility of maintaining peace and balance in the world." Katara stepped forward and hugged them. "I think you're going to make a great Avatar, Korra. And be sure to look after her, my little fox." With Katara's blessing, Naga tunneled them out of the compound. Stopping only for Korra to say goodbye to her parents, they headed to the port where they boarded a ship to Republic City. Chapter 3. Erosanin, how long are we staying on this training trip? "Well, Gaki, he'll be gone for almost 3 years. I'm going to teach you how to be a true shinobi." "Okay, I'll be strong, so bring Susan back and be the next Hokage." The next morning, Korra awoke to the sound of moving metal signaling her arrival. "We're here," she said excitedly, waking Naga up, but Naruto was a heavy sleeper. Rolling her eyes, Korra gave him a swift kick in the butt, forcing the blonde to wake up. "Ow, seriously, Korra?" Naruto groaned, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Don't whine. We're here. With matching smiles, the friends mounted Naga and shot off the ship, knocking over several dock workers on their way to the city. Without having left the South Pole, Naruto and Korra quickly switched to tourist mode, looking at everything in awe, from the tall skyscrapers to the countless number of Satomobiles. But what truly left them speechless was their first sighting of Avatar Aang's memorial, a giant statue on an island in the middle of the bay. That must be Air Temple Island, Naruto said, pointing to a small island not far from the memorial island. That's where Tenzin lives. Ready for a little bath, kiddo? Korra asked Naga. But the polar bear dog seemed to have something else on her mind as she busily sniffed the air before bounding off down the street in search of the fountain. All right. Food first, then the air temple. It was all they could do to hold on as Naga ran through the streets, narrowly avoiding the incoming trucks. Sorry! Korra apologized after Naga crashed into a Satomobile, nearly flipping it over. Sorry, we're new in town. Eventually, the polar bear dog entered a town square lined with various shops and stalls. Following her nose, Naga approached a small food stand, poked her head inside, and startled the owner. Entering the stall, Naruto and Korra saw that the stall was selling different types of meat, solving the mystery of why Naga went berserk. With Naruto leading the polar bear dog outside, Korra asked if she could buy some kebabs. Unfortunately, either of them had a cent to their name, forcing them to look for other ways to find food. It wasn't a difficult feat once they found a local park with a pond stocked with fish. With Naga and Naruto spearing the fish and Korra cooking it, they quickly found themselves enjoying a delicious lunch. Something a local homeless man seemed to agree with when he popped out of a nearby bush and surprised the teens. Say, do you think I can get one of those smelly fish? He asked, practically drooling at the sight of the food. Yeah, sure, Naruto replied, tossing the man a fried fish. He and Korra were shocked to see how quickly the man could eat as their guest ferociously tore into the fish. And what's your name? My name is Gama, friend. He introduced and took a moment to pause in his meal. So, you live in that bush? Korra asked awkwardly. But Gama didn't seem to have a problem with that, informing them that not only was the bush their current home, but the park they were in was popular with all the homeless people. So, there are a lot of you here. I thought everyone in this town was living it up. You have a lot to learn, newcomers. Welcome to Republic City. Well, that certainly ruined their idealistic views of city life. They didn't have any more time to reflect on this when the sound of a whistle alerted them to the approach of a rather angry-looking police officer. Apparently, fishing wasn't allowed in the park. With Gama retreating into his bush, Korra and Naruto jumped on Naga and escaped. It wasn't difficult to shake off the policeman, and they soon found themselves wandering around the park, completely and utterly lost. Do you have any idea where to go? Korra asked Naruto, but the blonde was short on ideas. They wandered aimlessly until they noticed a crowd of people gathered in front of a man with a megaphone, a poster of a masked man taped to a board behind him. Are you tired of living under the tyranny of benders? Then join the Equalists, the protester joined in. For too long, the bending elite of this city has forced non-benders to live as lower-class citizens. Join them on, and together we will overthrow the bending system. What are you talking about? Korra questioned. How could anyone hate bending? Bending is the coolest thing in the world. The protester wasn't impressed. Oh yeah? Let me guess, they're dubbers. She is. I'm not, Naruto corrected. The protester certainly wasn't expecting that, and his obvious friendliness wasn't making him look good. Yeah, well, I bet your bender friend would love to throw me off this platform with a little water. I'm seriously considering it, Korra said, buying the man's provocation. You see, this is what's wrong with this city. Benders like this girl only use their power to oppress us. The man's ploy had succeeded in whipping the crowd into a frenzy, and things weren't looking good for Korra. Hey! Naruto shouted over the crowd. She's not oppressing anyone. You're just trying to provoke her. Arg, get out of here, traitor! The crowd shouted. An example of a non-bender and a bender getting along wouldn't be enough for these people. Seeing that they weren't going to get through to them, Naga left, taking Korra and Naruto with her. After leaving the park, Naruto and Korra decided to give Naga a break from carrying them and started walking down the street on their own. But they still had no idea where Temple Island was. Hey, maybe we could ask them for directions, Naruto suggested, pointing to a young man and an old woman sitting in front of a store. They agreed it was a good idea and approached the pair. Thankfully, the old woman was happy to help them. But she soon grew fearful when a red automobile pulled up. You two should get moving. It's not safe, the old woman warned, leaving them to seek cover. As they pulled up in front of a phonograph shop, 3 tough-looking gangsters got out of the car and approached the clearly frightened shop owner. Mr. Chung, please tell me you have my money. The leader, a man dressed in a blue suit, said sarcastically. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I can protect your fine establishment. To prove his point, the gangster signaled his companion. A man in a black leather jacket and a red scarf stepped forward, lighting a fire in his hand. Sorry, business has been slow. Please take one of my phonographs. Unfortunately, they only wanted their money, and the firebender made that clear when he quickly destroyed the phonograph with the fire kick. My friend here isn't a music lover. Give me the money or else. Or what else, bully? Korra interrupted, drawing his attention to her and Naruto. Seriously, bully, Naruto commented jokingly. Since you're obviously fresh off the boat, let me explain a few things to you. The gang leader condescended. You're in triple threat territory, and we're about to take you to the hospital. You're the only ones who are going to need a hospital, Korra said confidently, and for your sake, I hope there's one nearby. Naruto finished. Enraged by their casual attitude, the gangster leader launched a water bullet at the duo, which Korra not only easily caught with one hand, but redirected back at him, freezing her when the water made contact with her head. Blinded by the block of ice, the waterbender criminal staggered into Korra's roundhouse kick, sending him crashing headfirst into the hood of his car, knocking him unconscious on the ground. Angered that anyone would dare challenge them, the earth-wielding bully of the group moved to attack Korra only to be caught off guard by a high-speed fist to the face from Naruto. The latter criminal launched a stream of fire attempting to sear Naruto's back, but Korra came to his aid, deflecting the blast. She leaps forward grabbing the man's hands and does a quick toss in the air towards Naruto, landing on top of him with a glowing sphere of spiraling energy in her hand. Upon contact, the energy sphere sent the bully careening to the ground, creating a small crater upon impact. Looks like you've perfected your Rasengan, Korra said, impressed by the attack. It's Rasengan, Naruto corrected. Yeah, well, naming attacks is silly anyway, the Avatar argued. Hey, I'm not a bender. My powers deserve names too. Their playful discussion was interrupted by the appearance of a large police blimp. Naruto and Korra were amazed to see the metal-bending police force use metal cables to descend from the craft, arresting the triple threat members. The proud smiles on their faces quickly fell when the officers announced that they too were under arrest, citing the destruction caused by their efforts. Not exactly spending their first night in Republic City in a prison, they quickly jumped on Naga and fled. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, they were captured and taken to police headquarters for interrogation. Well, Korra was being interrogated. Naruto, on the other hand, was left in a holding cell. Let me out of here, the blonde asked, pounding on his cell door. Realizing no one was coming, Naruto decided it was time to act. Forming his Rasengan, he was seconds away from using the energy sphere to blast through the cell when, to his surprise, the door suddenly swung open. Stopping at the last second, the blonde found himself staring into the eyes of a very furious Tenzin, faintly hearing Korra laughing in the background. I'm sure you weren't about to do anything foolish, Tenzin said sternly, looking at the Rasengan still in Naruto's hand. Of course, not Tenzin, Naruto said timidly, dispersing the attack. Deciding not to say more, Tenzin turned his attention to an older woman in metal armor, the insignia on her chest identifying her as Police Chief Lin Beifong. Thanks, Lin. I'll make sure to cover the damages. Just get them out of my city, Chief Beifong ordered, looking at the Avatar as they left, something that Korra didn't hesitate to return. I guess you didn't make a good impression, Naruto commented. He's decided he totally hates me, Korra said. And Tenzin's sending us back to the South Pole. What? But Grandma supported us completely. Don't bring my mother into this, Tenzin snapped after listening to them. Dejected, the pair fell silent. After collecting Naga, they all headed to Air Temple Island, where a White Lotus ship was waiting for them. As they prepared to board the ship, they were surprised by the arrival of Tenzin's children gliding towards them. "Are you going to live with us?" Ikki asked excitedly. "I'm not sorry, but we're going home," Korra replied sadly. As Tenzin watched his children bow their heads in disappointment like Naruto and Korra, he couldn't help but remember the young Avatar's conviction that Republic City needed her there. Seeing his father's memorial, Tenzin had made his decision. "I did my best to guide Republic City toward the dream my father had, but you're right, Korra. It's become unbalanced since he passed away. I thought I should postpone your training to uphold his legacy. But you are his legacy. You can stay and train here with me. Republic City needs its avatar once more. And yes, Naruto, you can stay too. I'm sure he couldn't keep you away anyway." "Yes!" they cheered, Korra quickly pulling them all into a group hug. Things were finally looking up. The next day, Korra was forced to announce her avatar identity at a press conference. Thankfully, her status was only enough to distract from any questions about her friend's strange abilities, something Tenzin said Naruto would have to be more discreet about. He didn't mind them being in the big city now that nothing could go wrong, and please review all the criticisms I've received again. I accept the good, the bad, and the ugly. Chapter 4. Naruto opened his eyes and sat up in bed. "Why am I having these dreams?" he asked himself. Rubbing his eyes of tears, not understanding why he was crying, he only felt a great loss. He's been having strange dreams, visions, or whatever. He'd lived through it. He tried to talk it over with Kyubi, but was told he wasn't ready for the truth yet. Truth? Truth about what? He's just a kid who grew up in the Southern Water Tribe. He's nothing special, well, besides training to become the second avatar and help keep the world in balance. He watched the sun rise and went out to start his morning exercise routine. Naruto changed into a blue sleeveless t-shirt and gray sweatpants and left the room quietly, making sure not to disturb anyone's sleep, especially Korra. Morning with passion. He walked toward the training area in the Air Temple. He started warming up. Later, he'll do his basic exercise routines. Later that morning, before Naruto reaches the dining hall, he eats breakfast. He decides he's tried to contact the Kyubi. So, Naruto walks out to the open field, sits with his leg crossed, and his knuckles touch. He takes a deep breath. He clears his mind. He feels the air around him change. He then opens his eyes to see that he's back in the spirit world. He turns his head to see the large fox. But sadly, he doesn't see it. He decides to try his luck. He spends the last 20 minutes calling and searching for the Kyubi. "Kyubi, Kyubi, where are you? You grew so well, young Naruto," he said to an unfamiliar voice. Naruto turned around as this old man was giving him a grandfatherly smile. Wearing a white haori with a full-length red kimono that is tied with a white sash. The top of his head has this red diamond-shaped hat on, while the front has strange writing that he doesn't understand. He waits for his fire, he thought. Afterward, he said his head started to hurt. He sees flashes go through his head. He first saw this old man in the forest and offered him fish and soup. Later, he tried to take care of him when he was younger, and lastly, for his funeral. "Gigi-chan," Naruto said as his tears continued to fall. I'm glad you remember me," Hiruzen said. "Please, Naruto, have my tea. There's something we need to discuss." "Yes, I do. Gigi, how are you here and where is the Kyubi?" "I tried to contact him. The Kyubi is busy right now and no, I won't tell you where or what it's doing because I don't know what it's doing." "Gigi, can you tell me about these dreams I've been having? Why do I feel this connection with each one? Like I actually lived them. The last dream I had, it was a man's name, Puri Sage, and I was him. A 13-year-old boy. Talking about the hatred in the world. These aren't young Naruto's dreams. These are your memories of your past life." "My past life?" asks Naruto. "Yes, your past life as Naruto Uzumaki. So you're saying I'm reincarnated as the Avatar. So who am I really? Naruto Uzumaki or Naruto who was born in the Southern Water Tribe?" Naruto asked, confused and worried. I can't answer that for you. You have to make that decision yourself, but I think you'll find the answer you're looking for. You really believe it? Yes, Naruto, no matter who they are. In my eyes, I always see a boy who is going to do great things in his life. Thanks, Gigi, said Naruto as his body began to disappear, a sign that he had been here for a long time in the world of alcohol. So that boy. Will he become the savior of the world? An unknown voice asked Hiruzen. Yes, Iroh, but he's not an expert yet. There's still a part of him missing. If he can't find himself, I fear the worst, but I do believe that he can conquer anything the world throws at him. Because no matter what happens, Naruto doesn't give up, Hiruzen said with a smile. Come have some tea in my shop. You haven't said how Naruto stole that scroll from you, Iroh said. Naruto opens his eyes and begins to think about the conversation he had with Gigi. But it still opens up more questions that need answering. Rumble after eating his belly. Air Temple dining room. And in the final round, the Buzzard Wasps won by a decisive knockout, Korra said excitedly as she read the morning paper. What do you say, Naruto, and I can go to the arena tonight, watch some pro bending matches? That sport is a mockery of the noble tradition of bending, Tenzin said disdainfully. Oh, come on, Tenzin! We've dreamed of seeing a pro bending match ever since we were kids, Korra argued, gesturing to the arena across the bay. And now we're just a short ferry ride away. Korra, you're not here to watch that nonsense. You're here to finish your avatar training. So, for now, I want you to stay on the island. Is that why you keep the White Lotus sentries around to watch my every move? He asked, pointing to several guards stationed around the dining room. Yes, to learn airbending. I think you need calm and… Hey, did you happen to see Naruto this morning? He wasn't in his room when I tried to bring him in for breakfast? Korra asked worriedly, cutting him off. At that point, Naruto entered the living room to get some food after the morning rush. Korra was about to call him over to join them for breakfast. Holy crap, she thought. She'd never seen him without his Water Tribe clothes during their return home to the south. But right now, he's wearing a light blue tank top that clearly shows off a proper workout. His arms weren't too big, not too small. His muscles fit in all the right places. Was he always this guy? She thought as she tried to cover her face with a newspaper in her hand. She checked to see if he saw her or not, which she did, and approached right now, ready to greet them. Good morning, Korra, Tenzin, Naruto said as he left his food on the table and devoured his breakfast, completely eating Miss Korra's blushing face. And good morning, Naruto, Korra stuttered, trying to keep her blush down. Good morning, Naruto. How was your training? It was okay. I have a couple of questions for Tenzin, Naruto asked. Sure, Naruto asked him to leave, Tenzin said, sparking his and Korra's interest. Is it possible for you or Jinora to learn airbending arts with you? May I ask why learn to airbend? Well, although I can't bend at all, I learned the arts of water, fire, and earth bending with training from Korra, to help me adapt to my own fighting style and be able to defend myself, Naruto said. I don't see any problem with that. If I'm not busy with other things, I'm sure Jinora will teach you, Tenzin said. And what's your other question? Am I restricted to the island like Korra is? No, Naruto, you're free to come and go as you please. What? Korra snapped. That's not fair. She quickly turned her gaze to her best friend. Korra, I'm not going to probe arena without you. You don't need to worry about that. I'm actually thinking about getting a job here in Republic City. Why? Both Korra and Tenzin asked. I want to make some money while I'm here and save up until we have to travel again. But we have the White Lotus here to help us, especially with the money problem, Korra said. That's true, and I agreed with you, Korra. But we came here alone at first. We had no money, no White Lotus to help us, and I don't want to ask Tenzin or Pema for help, Naruto said. Ah, that makes sense, Korra said, realizing the problem. Reflect on your thoughts. I see where you're coming from, Naruto, and I applaud you for being mature. I don't see a problem with all of that. But don't let it hinder you in your training. Thank you, Tenzin. Air Temple Training Camp. It wasn't long before they saw Tenzin and Korra approaching the training grounds. Korra's going to airbend! Korra's going to airbend! Ikki cheered, jumping up and down with excitement. What is that contraption? Korra asked, pointing to a circle of wooden doors, all facing different directions. A traditional tool that teaches the most fundamental aspect of airbending, Tenzin said. Jinora, would you like to explain this exercise? The goal is to make your way through the doors and get to the other side without touching them. Jinora explained, a textbook answer. Seems easy enough, Korra said confidently. Jinora forgot to say, you have to go through while the doors are rotating, Ikki added. Stepping forward, Tenzin released a gust of wind, causing the doors to spin. The key is to be like the leaf, he lectured, sending a leaf through the device to illustrate. Flow with the movements of the doors. Jinora will demonstrate. As Jinora skillfully maneuvered through the doors, Tenzin continued his lecture. Airbending is all about spiraling movements. When you encounter resistance, you must be able to change direction at any time. As she stepped out of the gates, Jinora sent another blast of air to make the gates spin again. Let's do this, Korra said with determination. Sadly, determination alone wasn't enough to get through the doors. Naruto laughed as Korra's head-first mentality caused her to turn into a human pinball before she was thrown out of the circle. He only laughed harder when Korra tried to rush in a second time. Don't force your way, Jinora advised. Dance. Dance like the wind, said Ikki. Be the leaf, said Milo. But the Airbender children's advice didn't help much, as a completely bruised avatar was once again thrown out the doors. Are you okay? Naruto asked, doing his best to hide the amusement in his tone. But he didn't try hard enough when Korra narrowed her eyes in annoyance. Let's see you try, she challenged. Shrugging, Naruto stepped forward and signaled for Jinora to start the gates. Korra and the others could hardly believe their eyes as Naruto sprinted through the gates, changing directions with ease. Piece of cake, Naruto grinned as he finished the doors. While Jinora was thinking, teaching him how to bend air won't be that hard. Her smile quickly fell when an irritated Korra sent the blonde flying through a column of dirt. Korra! Tenzin could only sigh as the disgruntled avatar walked away. Later that night, Korra was doing her best to produce even a single breath of air, sadly to no avail. Arg, what's wrong with me? She yelled in frustration. Korra asked herself as she tried once more. Airbend, she said as if trying to force the event to happen only for it to produce no results once again. With a growl of anger, Korra let out all her frustration by shooting a fireball at the newspaper, turning it to ash. With a sigh, Korra turned her attention from the ashes to Naga, who had been lying behind her master. Maybe I'm just not cut out for airbending, huh, Naga? Korra asked her partner. Aang didn't become a full avatar in a day, Naruto commented, approaching them. Naga gave Naruto a few kisses. What a good girl, Naruto said and turned his attention back to Korra. You know you don't have to be mad at me. Sorry, what are you doing here? She asked him. Just seeing how you're doing, Naruto replied sincerely. I want to get something off your chest. Yeah, well, you didn't have to brag. Oh, sure, Korra felt bad for taking her frustration out on Naruto. But right now, she was too busy feeling jealous of how easily he found the doors. Honestly, I surprised myself when I walked through the doors. Because I thought it was the same deal as you. Naruto laughed. But you don't need to be jealous easily, Korra. No, I am not jealous. She shook her head unconvincingly. Why does he have to know me so well? Korra thought, relaxed. So, how's the job search going? I got a job on the port side. They're hiring porters, and I'll start in the morning, Naruto said. They both remained silent until Naruto spoke. Come on, I have something to cheer you up. Korra was surprised to find a radio facility broadcasting a sounding match that evening. The duo listened eagerly as the announcer relayed the events of a fast-paced match. The match was nearing its climax when Tenzin entered and unplugged the radio. Hey! Naruto complained. You turn it off at the best part. Korra added. I thought I'd made myself clear. I don't want you listening to this distracting nonsense, Tenzin said authoritatively. Actually, you said I couldn't watch a game. You didn't say anything about listening to one, Korra argued. You know what I meant. Anyway, shouldn't you two be in bed? With a gust of air, Tenzin flipped his cloak as he turned and left, taking the radio with him. The couple of days. At the docks, we saw Naruto working his day off. The job was very simple. He needed to load or unload crates to their destination. He'd been doing this all day. He was about to inform his boss, Mr. Chang, that his shift was over and complete his task. Naruto was thinking about that some time before dark. Then, he decided to sight the city for a moment, since he's here. As he walked aimlessly through the city, his nose picks up this strange envoy. This envoy was either familiar to him, or is his past life. He frowns when he talks about his past life. He still doesn't know what he did or did in his past life, he only gets pieces here and there. He's still struggling with whether this is really him, or this is Naruto Uzumaki. He doesn't want to become his past life. He wants to become his own person. The boy who grew up in the South Pole with his friend Korra, great-grand Katara, Aunt Senna, and Uncle Tonrek. He doesn't want to be replaced. After that long thought, he finally reached his destination. It was a small stand that held 6 stools. Then, Naruto walked in. The chef saw him. "Hello, customer, please come into Ichiraku Ramen," said the chef. Naruto sat down on the middle stool. "Look around this little shop. That name sounds so familiar. So, what are you going to eat today, young man?" "I don't know, sir. This is my first time here. So I'll take whatever you recommend." "Ah, I see. For the first time I would recommend the miso chashu pork ramen." "Okay, then let it go," Naruto said. He didn't have to wait that long for his food to be served. "Here you go. Oh, I forgot to mention that for the first time he is in the house." "Thank you very much," Naruto said as he took chopsticks and stared at the ramen for a few minutes. It was starting to feel a bit thin. He took the first bite, and it was the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. He ate it with gusto. He can't put into words how delicious it is. It feels like he's been missing something his whole life, and now he's found it. "Ah, that hit the spot," Naruto said, rubbing his belly in satisfaction. "You, sir, have found a loyal customer." After he left the podium, he started walking around the city again to see what else sparked his interest. He's still surprised by how modern everything is or how tall the buildings are. It's a shame he wasn't paying attention while crossing the street. Wham! "Ouch, that hit me," Naruto said, trying to get up. But he can't get it because he saw that one was on top of him. A woman did feel those mounds on his chest. "Oh no, I'm so sorry I missed you," the female voice said as she got off him. Don't worry about it, it was my FA." His voice trailed off, and a blush spread across his face when he saw her taking off her helmet to show him that beautiful young woman with long, jet-black hair and green eyes. She ran over, helping him up. "Beautiful," he said clearly, as his eyes widened in realization. He didn't want to say it out loud and embarrassed himself. I'm sorry I was rude. I didn't mean to." No, I mean, you're beautiful, and now I'm going to shut up," Naruto said, clearly embarrassed, rubbing his head back with a full blush on his face. "Haha, that's thanks, I'm more of a flatterer," she said. "I'm Asami Sato." Naruto took her hand to shake it. "I'm Naruto." "Well, Naruto, it's a pleasure to meet you. So for letting you do this. We could have dinner 3 days now, let's say 7, at the Laquian restaurant." "Okay, I'll see you there then." "Perfect, then it's a date," she said as she hopped on her bike and rode off. Naruto, meanwhile, decided to head straight back to the air temple. After not being able to breathe again, she crouched down again and kept herself locked in this temple. "I need a break from all this," Korra said, staring lonely at the career arena. "Hey Naruto, when are you going back to work?" "Not until the next 2 days in the morning shift." "Why?" "Oh," he said, looking at where she was looking. "I'm ready to go, Korra." "Great, let him go," she said, and they both made an escape plan. Flexion sand. "We finally made it?" Korra asked, using the water spout to lift them to an open window. "Yeah, we did it. One thing to check off the bucket list," Naruto said. Slipping inside, the couple found themselves in a push-up gym. While they looked at the various workout equipment with interest, they didn't notice someone walking behind them. "Hey!" Turning around in surprise, Naruto and Korra saw a white-haired, middle-aged man with a towel around his neck. "What are you doing in my gym? We got lost along the way," Naruto said, confusing both the man and Korra. Before the man could even try to make sense of what the blonde man said, another person called from the hallway. Hey guys, said a boy with combed black hair and dressed in a professional uniform. It's okay, Toza, you're with me. Luckily, Toza bought it and let them go on their way. Following the boy who introduced himself as Bolin, they were led to a booth overlooking the entire arena. This is amazing, Korra said in awe. Yes, said an equally impressed Naruto. So, are you two together? Bolin asked awkwardly. What? The now red-faced duo yelled in shock. Him, her, and I. We're just friends. Not that she isn't cool and all, but I've known him, her my whole life. That would be so weird. But no, we're not together. Unless you mean we came here together because we totally did together. Finishing their rant, Naruto and Korra laughed awkwardly, asking for a distraction. Bolin, on the other hand, was only focused on the fact that they weren't dating and Korra was available. Fortunately, before things could get even more awkward, another pair of professional benders entered the booth, one of whom bore a family resemblance to Bolin. Bolin! The Bolin look-alike called, summoning the boy to his side. I told you, you need to stop bringing your crazy fangirls before games. This one even brought a date. Get them out of here, he whispered. Come on, Mako. Bolin sighed. Look, I promised them they could stay. Besides, they're not together. Well, they're together because they're friends and they came here together. But they're not together. And man, I have a good feeling about that girl. There's something special about her. I know it. Turning to Korra, Bolin grabs her and drags her over to Mako, sighing as Naruto follows soon after. I want you to meet my brother Mako. Mako? Wow, we heard you on the radio, Korra said, offering her hand. But Mako simply ignored her and told Bolin to hurry up since it was his turn to play. Yeah, sorry. My brother is getting real, being a real idiot. Naruto chimes in, clearly not happy with Bolin's brother's attitude. No, he just gets really focused before a game, Bolin defended. Okay, I have to go. Wish me luck. Not that I need to. Anyway, Naruto and Korra wished Bolin luck and stayed to watch the match. Despite himself, Naruto had to be impressed with Mako's performance. After both Bolin and his third teammate were eliminated from the field, the firebender managed to single-handedly knock out the entire opposing team and win the game. Woohoo! Yeah! Bolin cheered, stepping into the booth. One more win and we're in the championship. So what did you think, Korra? Bolin's got some moves, huh? What did I think? What did I think? That was amazing! Doesn't she realize he's flirting with her? Naruto wondered. And why does that bother me? A lot. You guys were amazing out there, Korra praised. Especially you, Mr. Hat Trick. Oh, you're still here, Mako said coldly, walking past the avatar. Yeah, the game's over and he's still an idiot, Naruto commented, and Korra and Bolin chuckled. Still high from watching her first bending match, Korra asked Bolin to show her some moves, something the boy was happy to do, though Mako was annoyed by the idea. Yeah, I could show you the basics, Bolin said. I'm not sure how my earthbending would translate to your waterbending, but we'll figure it out. It won't be a problem. I'm actually an earthbender, Korra said slyly. She could hear Naruto struggling not to laugh behind her. Sorry, no. I didn't mean to assume. Because I was just thinking with your water tribe outfit that you're a water tribe gal. No, you're right. I'm a waterbender and a firebender. I'm very confused right now, Bolin said, causing Naruto to burst into uncontrollable laughter. While his brother may have been confused, Mako was able to put the pieces together. You're the avatar and I'm an idiot. Both are true, Korra said mockingly. Yes, she's the avatar, Naruto said, cutting in as Bolin looked like he was going to have a breakdown. Moving to the gym, Naruto and, surprisingly, Mako watched as Bolin demonstrated the pro-bending style of earthbending to Korra. As expected, she picked it up fairly quickly. So you're friends with the avatar, Mako said, starting a conversation. Yeah, we grew up together, Naruto confirmed. Damn, this guy is tense. Not bad, the firebender commented on Korra's last attack. What does it take to impress this guy? He asked Bolin. But Naruto was starting to get a better idea of what kind of person Mako was. I think he actually meant it as a compliment, the blonde said, looking at Mako for confirmation. Well, at least someone understands me, Mako smiled, confirming that she really wasn't the type of person to waste words. I'm going to bed. Nice to meet you, Avatar Korra, Naruto. Yeah, it's been a real pleasure, Korra said sarcastically. See you upstairs, brother, Bolin said. Do you live here? Naruto asked, surprised by this. Yeah. Upstairs, nothing fancy, but we have a great view. Turning his attention back to folding, Naruto was content to watch Korra learn from Bolin that the brothers weren't that bad, even though Mako was still a bit of a jerk. But she reminds him of someone. The following night, Naruto and Korra once again snuck into the arena to watch Bolin and Mako's team, the Fire Ferrets, play. Though the Avatar was noticeably grumpy due to another failed attempt to breach the gates, which resulted in a huge fight with Tenzin over the matter. You know Tenzin wouldn't have been so upset if you hadn't destroyed the gates, Naruto pointed out. He quickly regretted it when Korra gave him a glare so cold it left him shivering. I'll keep quiet now, that would be nice. Korra smiled. She knew he was right, but honestly, sometimes Naruto could pick the worst moments to point out her mistakes. Entering the cabin, they were surprised to see Mako and Bolin looking depressed. We didn't miss your match, did we? Looks like you've already lost? Korra asked. We might as well have, Bolin said. What happened? Naruto asked. Hasuke is no good, he's not showing up. Mako grunted. At that moment, the referee entered, informing the brothers that if they didn't find a replacement within 2 minutes, they would be disqualified. Well, there goes our chance in the tournament, and our winnings. Can't you ask those guys to fill in? Naruto suggested, pointing to the other pros in the room. The rules say you can only compete on one team, Bolin said depressed. Well, then what about me? Korra offered. I'm a top-notch waterbender if I do say so myself. But you're the Avatar, isn't that a trap? It's not cheating if I only waterbend. He's right, Naruto said in support of the idea. No way. I'd rather lose and then look like a fool, Mako said angrily. Wow, thanks for the vote of confidence, Korra replied sarcastically. Time's up. Are you in or out? The referee asked. They were in, Korra said before anyone Mako could refuse. Are we? The firebender asked, surprised by what was happening. Yes, Bolin cheered. Hey, I didn't agree to this, Mako argued. Forget it. Once Korra gets an idea in her head, there's no stopping her, Naruto said, obviously speaking from experience. What he said? Korra smiled before running off to put on her uniform. This girl is crazy, Mako said clearly. Watching from the booth, Naruto witnessed his friend's pro-bending debut. Sadly, it didn't look like it was going to be a good first game for Korra, as they had both forgotten one very important detail. Either of them knew the actual pro-bending rules. This, of course, meant that when she wasn't following the other team, Korra was busy struggling to stay in the ring while the opposing team singled her out as an obvious novice. Naruto had to flinch when Korra's frustration led her to earthbend, revealing herself as the Avatar. Sure, the referees allowed her to continue as long as she only waterbent, but what really bothered the blonde was the fact that the announcer had told the listeners who Korra was. Well, maybe Tenzin didn't hear it. I hope so, Naruto. The blonde flinched as he turned around to come face to face with an angry-looking Tenzin. Hey, Tenzin, Naruto said, embarrassed. Enjoying the game? I told you I didn't want Korra distracted by this nonsense, the airbending master said sternly. Naruto was about to defend his actions when he noticed something happening on the arena floor. Tenzin, I think you need to see this. How about that? Tenzin muttered as they watched Korra circle around her opponent's attacks like an airbender. Naruto had a big grin on his face as the Fire Ferrets capitalized on their now exhausted opponents and took the victory. Woohoo! Tenzin clapped, then cleared his throat as he remembered Naruto was watching him. Air Temple Island. After returning to the island, Korra felt there was something she needed to do and quickly sought out Tenzin, finding him overseeing the repair of the training gates. I'm so sorry for everything I said, Korra said sincerely. I was really frustrated with myself, and I took it out on you. I think I owe you an apology too, Tenzin said. I was trying to teach you patience, but I lost mine. No hard feelings? Of course not. By the way, you were good tonight. You moved like an airbender. Wow, you really stayed. I didn't believe it when Naruto told me. I did. Probending turned out to be the perfect teaching tool for you. Korra and Tenzin exchanged smiles before the avatar ran off, promising to get up early for airbending practice. Oh, and he informed her that he had permanently joined the fire ferrets. Climbing to the roof of the temple, Korra found Naruto lying on his back, staring at the stars. Without a word, she lay down to join him. So, how did he take you to joining the team? The blonde asked. Oh, pretty good, he just sighed instead of moaning. The avatar replied playfully. Hey, I'm sorry I was jealous earlier. Don't worry about water under the bridge. After all, you're the avatar and I have to deal with it. Naruto laughed, embarrassing Korra with his childhood catchphrase. Oh, you can, Naruto. But the blonde kept laughing, and eventually, despite herself, so did Korra. Chapter 5. Korra wondered, not for the first time, what spirit must have angered one of her many past lives for her to experience this kind of torture. As stated before, if Korra wasn't one thing, she was a morning person. Yet the young avatar found herself in the pro-bending arena, just one day after officially joining the team, before even having breakfast and training with the other members of her team. What's the big idea, making me train so early in the morning? An irritated Korra asked. Morning's bad. We're the rookies, so we have the worst gym schedule, Bolin said, answering the avatar's question. And you're the newest of all of us. So we have to catch up if we want to survive the tournament. Do it, Mako added, roughly tossing the ball to Korra. Take care of it, he countered, throwing it at the firebender with enough force to knock him back a few feet. They are my hard-working little street urchins, said a well-dressed man in a top hat, entering the gym. He approached the group and placed a hand on Korra's shoulder. It's an honor to finally meet you, Avatar. And you are? Korra asked, feeling uncomfortable with the stranger in her personal space. Butaka. The man introduced himself with a bow. I run this whole pro-bending thing. Here's your win from the last match, he said, handing a stack of money to a smiling Mako. But that smile soon fell as Butaka collected fees for Korra's pro-bending equipment, the gym equipment, the apartment rent, and finally, Bolin secretly borrowed money for the purchase, leaving them with very little pay. Then, to make matters worse, they had to somehow pay the tournament's 30,000 yuan entry fee. You wouldn't happen to have a secret avatar bank account brimming with gold, would you? Bolin asked Korra once the tournament director had left. I don't have anything, she said, pulling out her pockets for emphasis. I've never really needed money. I've always had people looking out for me, Korra said with a hint of mirth. Then I wouldn't say you have nothing, Mako said bitterly, putting the medicine ball in her gym bag. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. No, it's okay, Bolin said, cutting off Korra's apology. It's just since we lost our parents, we've been on our own. I'm so sorry. I didn't know, Korra said sympathetically. So anyway, how are we going to get the money? Mako asked the group, wanting to put the painful memories behind them. What about Naruto? Bolin asked. Naruto working at the docks as a loader. But I don't think he made that kind of money. Korra replies. Oh, I got it. I got it, Bolin said excitedly, holding up his fire ferret. I've been training Pabu to do circus tricks. Now people would pay good money to see that. Come on, Bolin. We need some serious ideas, the firebender said irritably. I meant it, the earthbender muttered sadly. Don't worry about it. I'll find something. I always do, Mako said as she walked out of the gym, Air Temple Island. Later that night, Korra skillfully made her way through the airbending gates, while Jinora and Ikki watched from the sidelines. Okay, light on your feet, Jinora instructed, watching the avatar finish the exercise. As Korra took a breath, Jinora and Ikki spotted Mako approaching the girls. Oh, he's cute. Korra, is that the handsome firebender you're crazy about? Does he drive you crazy in a bad way, or does he drive you crazy the way you like? Ikki asked mockingly. Ooh, Naruto knows you like him? He'll be really sad. What? I don't like it like this, Korra denied before catching the rest of what Ikki said. And why would Naruto be sad? Because he obviously likes you, Jinora said, joining her sister in teasing the avatar. What? No, it doesn't, Korra said, feeling strangely annoyed. Tired of the airbender sisters' teasing, Korra dismissed them with a plume of dirt. Landing some distance away, Jinora and Ikki laughed at their friend's forgetfulness. Oh, hi Mako. Korra greeted awkwardly, choosing to forget about her conversation with Ikki and Jinora. Have you seen Bolin? Mako asked bluntly. Nice to see you too. And no, I haven't seen him since practice. Do you think something's wrong? I don't know. Bolin has a knack for getting into stupid situations. Mako sighed, turning to walk away. See you later. Wait, Korra said, walking over to him. I could help you look for him. Nah. Got it. Hey cool guy, let me help you. I'll grab Naga. Who's Naga? Mako asked, surprised by the girl's insistence on helping him. My best friend and a great tracker. Korra smiled, running to find them. Streets of Republic City. Your best friend is a polar bear dog. Somehow that makes perfect sense. Mako commented, riding behind Korra on Naga. I'll take that as a compliment, city boy. Korra said cheekily. Well, this is their usual hangout. Mako said, dismounting Naga, with Korra following behind him. Do you think they might know something? Korra suggested, pointing to a group of children. Mako apparently knew the children, as she easily approached them and asked about her brother. Maybe, but my memory is a little fuzzy. Maybe you could help clear it up. A boy in a hat said mischievously, holding out his hand. You're good, Scoochie, I'll grant you that, Mako said, handing the boy a couple of bills. A true professional. Yes, I saw it, said Scoochie. When? Around noon. What was I doing? I was performing some kind of monkey rat circus and then… Scoochie paused and reached for another payment. Mako rolled his eyes and handed his payment to his little informant. And then what? Why did he leave? Shady Shin showed up and flashed some cash. Bo took off with him in his hot rod. The Triple Threat, the Red Monsoons, and the Agni Kais, all the triads are gearing up for something really big. Now that's all you're getting out of me, Scoochie said before gathering his friends and taking off. Looks like there's a turf war brewing, and Bolin's about to get caught in the middle of it, Mako said. Once they returned to Naga, the group hurried to the Triad headquarters when Naga began chasing after a certain fire ferret. Whoa, Naga! Korra yelled, pulling on the reins. That's Pabu! Mako exclaimed, pointing at the small animal currently finding refuge on top of a street sign. No, Naga, Pabu is a friend, not a snack, the Avatar scolded him. Seeing that he was safe, Pabu ran down the sign and climbed onto Mako's shoulder. We have to hurry, the firebender said anxiously. Upon bursting into the Triad headquarters, they were surprised to find the place completely deserted. Something's not right, Mako said, moving carefully toward the front door, shifting from side to side until he reached the door and tried to get a look inside. There are usually thugs stationed out front. We better be careful, he whispered to Korra. Korra decided to kick the door down. While Mako might have wanted to glare at Korra for being so reckless in entering a known gang's base, he was too busy inspecting the room to pay much attention. The room looked, for lack of a better word, wrecked. The room was completely devoid of people, with broken and overturned furniture. Despite what his eyes were telling him, Mako kept looking around for Bolin, hoping to find his brother there. Bolin? Are you here? He asked hopefully, despite how small, almost non-existent, the chances were. The roar of an engine behind the building caught Korra and Mako's attention. Exiting the building through the back, Korra once again kicked the door open. The duo saw a group of men wearing dark clothing and masks covering their faces. The men were riding motorcycles and closing the doors on the back of a truck. Just before the doors could fully close, they caught a glimpse of Bolin bound and gagged from behind, along with several other men. Bolin! Mako shouted, running toward the truck. Suddenly, two of the masked men threw a canister at the group's feet, releasing gas to cover their escape. With Naruto a few hours earlier, Naruto did his best not to be disturbed by the uncomfortable clothing he was currently wearing. He was wearing a black and gray suit. The first time he told Pema what happened to him, everyone demanded he go to the tailor's to choose a suit to eat at one of the city's fancy restaurants. Sorry I'm late, a female voice asked gently. Looking at the person coming towards him, Naruto found a young woman he met not long ago. She had long, wavy black hair, some strands falling in front of her shoulders, A light touch of makeup that accentuated her beauty with prominent red lipstick and light green eyes that looked at Naruto with no small amount of amusement, and something like that. She wore a dark red dress, which if she stood up fell almost to the floor, accented in gold near the front that hugged her curves perfectly. "Wow," he said. "Well, thank you, you look very handsome in that suit," said Asami. "Why are you so nervous? This is my first time in a place like this," Naruto replied with a frown. "Why do you mean?" she asked. "This is my first time at a high-end restaurant. Honestly, I'm glad I asked a friend what kind of restaurant. Might it be embarrassing if it was normal and close?" "Haha," said nervous Naruto. She laughed at that. They both walked inside. "Greeting, Ms. Sato, we'll set up your table," the waiter said. "Wow, so you must come here often. Well, I own the place." "Oh, I forgot. Don't worry about paying for everything in the house." "Oh, thanks, but let me pay the tip then. Tell me about yourself, Naruto," Asami said after they finished ordering the food. "Well, not much, honestly. I grew up in the South my whole life, until I recently moved in with a friend in the Air Temple to finish her training. I'm working at the docks part-time. I like to train in martial arts. And that's a summary of my life so far." Before I could answer, the food arrives. "Well, I work at my dad's company, hoping to take it over someday. I recently graduated from college. I've loved engineering and mechanics since I was young. I take self-defense classes. Maybe someday we can train." "I would like that. So what's she like?" Asami asked curiously. "What are you talking about?" "Naruto. You know who I'm talking about," Asami answered without the slightest hesitation. "Korra? The Avatar. What does she look like?" the young woman asked. "I am elated. Come on, that was quite a deduction." Naruto hummed thoughtfully for a second before answering. "Korra is an interesting person," he said. "Interesting?" Asami deadpanned. "Want to be a little more specific?" she persisted. Naruto gave Asami a wide smile before letting out a sigh and running his hand through his hair and answering. "She's stubborn," Naruto finally began. "Once Korra has her mind made up on something, she refuses to listen to anyone and doesn't let anyone stop her. She's also reckless, doesn't think things through. She doesn't think about the trouble her actions could get her into, though it's usually fun to see what kind of trouble she gets into." He finished with a mischievous laugh. "Just now," Asami mused with a smile on her face. He nodded. "That must be nice." Asami agreed, gently patting Naruto's shoulder. "I heard Korra joined a pro-bending team. The Fire Ferrets? How's that going?" She asked him to stop thinking about where he was currently. A little brightness returned to Naruto's smile as he thought about Korra's performance during their first match and how they celebrated afterward. Asami was happy to see Naruto cheer up, though she felt a pang of something she couldn't quite place as she realized Naruto was thinking about Korra. However, the frown that had momentarily appeared on Asami's face disappeared just as quickly. "Well, she's excited and thrilled," Naruto said. "Don't say it," Asami mused. "So, from the looks of it, it won't be long before she's playing like a pro." The brunette congratulated him. Naruto hummed in agreement before focusing fully on Asami. "So what's up with you?" he asked her. Asami looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. "You mean since we met?" she said good-naturedly before shrugging slightly. "You know the usual. Studying to take over my father's company someday, taking my self-defense classes, spending a couple of hours shopping, riding my moped." For the rest of the dinner, the two friends traded barbs, laughed at jokes, and plotted a future fight, which Asami would love to learn something from the blonde. After they leave the restaurant, Naruto offers to walk her, but Asami tells him the car is waiting for her. Then Naruto did a gentleman thing by walking toward her car. Before leaving, Asami asked, "Naruto, are those whiskers birthmarks or tattoos?" "They're actually birthmarks," he said. "Can I touch them?" Before she could, Asami had managed to stroke Naruto's cheek once before the blonde could pull her hand away, before she could start purring like a cat, and looked around frantically to see if anyone saw what Asami had done. "Please don't do to anyone what you saw." "Oh no, but they're going to be my laughing matter," she laughed. Before she got in the car, she looked at him. "I'd do this again." "Well, you know, find me at." After their date, Naruto decides to head to the Air Temple. Meeting Asami was a pleasant experience for him. He thinks she's a good friend to have around. Maybe he should introduce Asami to Korra. Korra. Every time he said that name, his heartbeat got faster. He knows he had a crush on him, afraid of acting on those feelings. Afraid of rejection. Afraid his friendship with her will be ruined. Maybe he should ask Pema about this. He stopped walking at the red light, waiting for it to turn green. Ah, to think she made such a mess of me, he thought. What's next? He's going to see Korra's image everywhere he goes. Laughing at the thought. Until he saw him 3 cycles later being chased by a polar dog. Well, shit, he said, beginning to pump chi into his legs to catch up. When he finally reached them, he finally saw what made his blood boil. He saw Naga on the ground with her legs tied together. Korra was struggling against her opponents with one arm. Her struggle was slow. Naga, come! Korra called, leaping onto the polar bear dog as she and Mako hopped off the throttle in search of their friend. Upon reaching the truck, they found the vehicle now had an escort of 3 motorcycles, whose passengers had noticed them following. Upon reaching an open area, the riders turned and threw a bowling ball at Naga's feet, causing her to stumble and sending Korra and Mako flying off her back, landing somewhat painfully on the ground. Be careful! Naruto cried, alerting his friends that they weren't alone as they found themselves boxed in by the masked people. With no time to check on her, she found herself on the defensive as she dodged the masked man's swift strikes. Blocking a kick, Naruto countered with a jab only for the masked man to knock it away. Jumping back to get some breathing room, the blonde stood his ground as the man rushed at him using an impressive display of acrobatics to trip him up. But Naruto had a few moves of his own, surprising his opponent when a Rasengan formed in his hand. Shocked by the strange power, the masked man was left wide open when the blonde appeared in front of him in a burst of speed and thrust the spiraling energy sphere into his stomach, sending him flying into a lamppost. With his opponent taken care of, Naruto turned to see that both Korra and Mako had been defeated, the remaining masked pair just moments away from finishing them off. Step back! Mako was surprised when she heard Naruto order the masked pair to move away from him and Korra. Are you okay? Naruto asked, helping Korra to her feet. Thanks. The avatar smiled before looking curiously at her hands. Throwing her fist forward, Korra was horrified to discover that it couldn't bend. Ugh, I can't bend. I can't bend. Calm down, he's leaving, Mako said. Those guys were chi blockers. They're Amon's henchmen. That anti-bending guy with the mask? Naruto asked. Yes, he's the leader of the Equalists. Thanks for the help. How did you find us? Mako asked. Well, I was coming home from work. I saw you guys were in Naga and they were chasing you. Right now we have to find Bolin. Mako fully agrees as the group resumes their search for the kidnapped earthbender. Sadly, even after searching all night, they haven't found a single clue. They were beginning to lose hope when Korra suddenly has an idea. After leaving Mako, the duo is returning the air temple to their own room. Korra finally realizes what her friend is wearing. Why are you wearing a suit? I made a new couple of friends that day, and she asked me out, he said, closing the door behind him. If he looked behind him, he'd see Korra's surprised face. Day after, Republic City Park. When we first arrived in town, we ran into an equality protester, Korra explained, pointing to a section of the park. Oh yeah, Naruto said, remembering that day. I was an idiot. And you think they'll know where Bolin is? Mako asked skeptically. It's our only lead right now, Korra replied. Seeing as they were in for a long wait, the teens decided to lie down against Naga in the shade. It wasn't long before Korra started to feel restless and tried to start a conversation with Mako because she was embarrassed to ask Naruto about a new friend. So why is Bolin hanging around with the triple threat triad anyway? Well, we used to do some work for them back in the day, Mako confessed uncomfortably. Wait, are you some kind of criminal? No, the firebender denied heatedly. So what did you do? Naruto asked curiously. I just gave them the numbers and stuff. We were orphans on the streets. I did what I had to do, to survive and protect my little brother. I'm sorry. That must have been very difficult, Korra said sympathetically. May I ask what happened to your parents? They were attacked by a firebender. He cut them down right in front of me. I was 8. Mako paused and covered her mouth with the red bandana, as if to shield herself from the memory. Bolin is the only family I have left. If anything were to happen to him, we'll find him, Naruto assured. Yes, we will, the firebender asked the blonde. Several hours later, the three of them ended up sleeping against Naga, the exhaustion of being out all night finally catching up with them. Mako was the first to start stirring, nearby screams waking him from his sleep. Glancing over at his companions, an amused smile crossed his features once he registered the fact that Korra was now sleeping with her head resting on Naruto's chest, and that at some point Naruto had wrapped his arm around Korra's waist. The little scene didn't last long as Korra soon began to stir as well. Well, you two don't look comfortable, Mako commented as Korra's eyes began to widen. Korra looked over her shoulder at Mako, her eyes still heavy with sleep, still not understanding what he was saying. Dismissing whatever it was as unimportant, Korra turned over to go back to sleep, resting her head on Naruto's shoulder. It took a couple of seconds, Mako momentarily wondering if the avatar had actually managed to fall back asleep, before Korra's eyes flew open and she finally realized what, or rather, who she was resting on. With a squeal, Korra rolled off of Naruto. What? What is it? Naruto asked, startled as he woke up before letting out a loud yawn. What's wrong? And nothing, Korra responded hastily, her cheeks turning red as she stood up and looked away from Naruto. Naruto looked at Korra strangely, wondering why she was acting so odd, looking over at Mako only to find the firebender barely able to contain his laughter. The airbender scratched the back of his head in confusion, trying to understand what was wrong with everyone that morning, before finally realizing that the person Korra had mentioned wasn't that far away, shouting into a megaphone. Equality now! Equality now! We want equality now! Hey, there's the protester, we should talk to him, Korra said quickly, wanting to get out of this awkward situation. Sounds good, Naruto said, still a little blushing. Mako just shook his head in amusement as they marched toward the protester. No benders of Republic City! Amon calls you to action! Take back your city! It's time to... The protester gasped, recognizing Naruto and Korra. It's you again! Yeah, that's us. Look, we just want to ask you. Naruto was interrupted when the protester started yelling at them through his megaphone. You can't silence me, Avatar! Not a fan of having a megaphone shoved in his face, Naruto knocks it out of the protester's hands, shattering it as it hits the ground. Shut up and listen! Our friend was kidnapped by chi blockers. Where did they take him? Naruto demanded, grabbing the man by the neck. I have no idea what you're talking about, traitor, the uncooperative protester said. Oh, I think so. The blonde grinned sadistically. And I think you should tell us what you know. Naruto then whistled, signaling Naga to come closer. Armoring the man, Naruto then held the protester's head over the polar bear dog's gaping maw. Or I'll feed you to my girl right here. I'd do what he says, Korra said, easily falling into the good cop/bad cop routine. He's a crazy person. Now you're going to talk to me or the inside of Naga's stomach. The posters. They said to hand out the posters, he shouted. There's a map on the back, thanks, Naruto replied, tossing the man into the nearby lake. Grabbing some pamphlets, the teens waited on Naga's back and left, though Mako couldn't help but wonder about something. Seriously, you weren't going to let Naga kill him, were you? Mako was surprised when her question made Naruto and Korra laugh. Oh man, I can't believe you bought that, Naruto laughed. Please, have you never heard of a good cop or a bad cop? Naga doesn't even like biting people, Korra said, unable to stop her own giggles. Sure, she'd probably punch someone who was threatening us, but that's about it. That was a hoax, Mako said, clearly impressed. Following the map, the teens were led to the city's industrial district. Standing in the shadow of a building, they could see a group of people entering an old, abandoned building. This is the place, Mako said, looking at the map on the back of the posters. We'll have to go in quietly, Korra suggests, sending a meaningful look to an offended Naruto. Hey, you don't always sneak around either, the blonde replies, to the avatar's annoyance, as she's forced to admit Naruto was right. Donning disguises, the teens infiltrated the building and were surprised by the overwhelming number of Equalist sympathizers. I knew a lot of people hated benders, but I'd never seen so many in one place, Mako said. Keep your eyes open for Bolin. As they moved through the crowd, an announcement came through, silencing the audience. Please welcome your hero. Your savior. Amon! The crowd roared as Amon and his guards took their place on the stage. So that's him, Naruto said, an ominous feeling growing in the pit of his stomach. Amon, walking up to the microphone on stage, the Equalist leader cleared his throat and began addressing the audience. My quest for equality began many years ago. When I was a child, my family and I lived on a small farm. We weren't wealthy, and none of us were benders. This made us very easy targets for the firebender my father extorted. One day, my father confronted this man, but when he did, that firebender took my family from me. Then, he took my face. Ever since then, I've been forced to hide behind a mask. Amon paused to allow the crowd a moment to process his story and get their attention. As you know, the Avatar has recently arrived in Republic City. And if she were here, she would tell you that bending brings balance to the world. But she is wrong. The only thing bending has ever brought to the world is suffering. It has been the cause of every war throughout the ages. But that is about to change. I know you've been asking yourself, what is revelation? You are about to receive your answer. Since the beginning of time, the spirits have acted as guardians of our world, and they have spoken to me. They say that the Avatar has failed humanity. That is why the spirits have chosen me to usher in a new age of balance. They have granted me a power that will make equality a reality. The power to remove a person's inclination permanently. That's impossible. No way, Korra denied. This guy is crazy, Mako muttered. So this is wanting, you mean QB? He thought. Yes, Kit, QB said through the mental connection. QB, where have you been? I've been trying to get in touch with you for a while. Sorry I was busy, but we'll talk more about it tomorrow. Don't do anything stupid now, said the QB, cutting the connection. Fine, he said, not bothering to ask how she was talking to him. Now his attention is back on Amon. Now for a demonstration, Amon said, regaining control of the crowd as he signaled his men to bring in one of their hostages. Please welcome Lightning Bolt Zolt, leader of the Triple Threat Triad and one of Republic City's most notorious criminals. The crowd booed as the gangster was brought to the front of the stage. Ah, boo yourself, the Triad leader shouted. The stage's backlighting flickered on, revealing chi blockers surrounding four other benders, one of whom turned out to be Bolin. There's Bolin, Korra said. She was about to run forward until Naruto grabbed her shoulder. I thought you wanted to play it quietly. The blonde smiled, enjoying the embarrassed look on the Avatar's face as he had forgotten his own orders. Okay. Do you have any ideas? Zolt has amassed a fortune extorting and abusing non-benders. But his reign of terror is about to end. Now, in the interest of justice. Taking up her question, Amon's second in command, the lieutenant, a man with a handlebar mustache dressed in black rubber, goggles, and a power generator with Kali sticks strapped to his back, stepped forward and removed the ropes binding the Triad leader. I will give Zolt a fighting chance to maintain his control. What happened next was an impressive display of skill as Amon effortlessly dodged Zolt's fire blasts. With no wasted movement, the Equalist leader ended the battle, if it could even be called that, quickly as he pressed his thumb against Zolt's forehead and pushed the firebender to the ground. Finding himself completely out of energy, Zolt tried to get up and tried to throw a fireball at Amon, but nothing happened. What did you do to me? Your firebending is gone forever, Amon told the now former firebender. As the gangster was led away, Amon turned to redress the audience. The age of bending is over. A new age of equality has begun. The crowd cheered wildly as one by one the Triad members were stripped of their control. We need a distraction of some kind, Naruto decided. Something we can use to cover ourselves from retrieving Bolin and then getting out of here. Yeah, I got it. Korra, check out those machines, Mako said, pointing to a series of pipes on one side of the wall. They run on water and steam. If you can create some cover, we can grab Bolin without anyone seeing him, then we'll get out of here. Mako told them the plan. Works for me, Korra said as she started walking that way. Good luck, guys. You too, Naruto replied. And be careful. Please, there's nothing to worry about, Korra said confidently. It took a couple of minutes, at which point Bolin broke free and stood in front of Amon, before a massive amount of steam began to rise, covering everything and everyone. Reacting immediately, Naruto charged the stage, knocking the Equalists onto their backs. Jumping onto the stage, Mako prevented an Equalist from attacking Bolin from behind and threw him off the stage. Bolin! Are you okay? Mako asked his brother. Yes. Bolin responded ecstatically. Mako! I love you! He proclaimed, reaching out for a hug from his brother. How about we save the embarrassing displays of affection for later? Naruto said, appearing at his brother's side, keeping an eye out for enemies. And get out of here now. I don't know what you are, but I'm sure Amon would be very interested in finding out. The lieutenant threatened, pulling out his electrified Kali sticks. As for you, masters, you must understand that there is no place in the world for you anymore. As Naruto was about to prepare for a fight, suddenly a rock pillar shoots out from underneath the lieutenant, sending him crashing into the side of the building. I wouldn't count us out just yet. Korra smiled as the Equalist collapsed. Fine, then let's go, Naruto said disdainfully as more Equalists entered the alley. Naga! Immediately, the polar bear dog came to the rescue, quickly passing the chi blockers and providing the perfect getaway ride. The Avatar. It's her, the lieutenant announced, causing his forces to go after her. Let her go, Amon orders, seeing this as an opportunity. She's the perfect messenger to tell the city of my power. As for your friend, I want to know exactly who and what she is. Air Temple Island. That night, after dropping Mako and Bolin off at home, Korra and Naruto walked silently through the temple halls where they were found by Tenzin and some white lout sentries. Thank God, the airbending master sighed in relief. I was just about to send out a search party. Are you both okay? Far from it, Tenzin, Naruto replied miserably. Did you find your friend? Yeah, we did. But we were at an Equalist rally. We saw Amon. He can make people bend forever, Korra reported. That's impossible. Only the Avatar has possessed that ability, Tenzin argued. Tenzin, we wouldn't make this up, Naruto said, begging them to believe him. Tenzin could see it in his eyes. They were telling the truth. I believe you. I don't know how Amon has achieved this power, but this means the revolution is more dangerous than ever. No bender is safe. Chapter 6. At night, Korra's sleeping form lies in her room on Air Temple Island. She quickly shoots up in her bed, alarmed. Shortly after, an Equalist chi blocker flies through the window, while two more come through the door. Korra leaps out of her bed and sends a fiery arc down through the air. She throws another arc through the air at them. The chi blockers dodge it and attack her, but Korra fires 2 fire shots to keep them at bay. The chi blocker avoids its attacks, while one leaps into the air while spinning like a top to kick Korra's head. But Korra blocks the blow with her arm and fires several fire fists. As Korra distracted herself from holding off 2 chi blockers, it was more chi blockers attacking her back. Before kicking her to the ground on her knees as she released the pain, Korra sees Amon walking towards her. After I take away your bow, you'll be nothing, Amon said, reaching out to Korra's face as she looked at him in fear. Ah! Korra screamed, waking up from her nightmare in a cold sweat. A second later, her door was kicked open as Naruto charged into the room, scanning for potential threats. Korra, are you okay? Naruto asked, now sure that there was no danger. Yeah, just a nightmare, he said with a weak laugh as he tried to act brave. Are you sure? I mean, you still look a little scared, Naruto said worriedly. I'm fine, Naruto, Korra said aggressively, surprising the blonde. Hey, I'm just worried about you, Naruto yelled back. Well, you didn't either because I'm fine. Fine. But remember I'm here for you, Naruto said, leaving Korra alone in the darkness. That afternoon, Naruto asked to join Tenzin in caring for the sky bison. Though surprised by the offer of help, Tenzin agreed, feeling the blonde had another reason for wanting to be alone with him. His suspicions proved true when Naruto mentioned his concerns about Korra. I don't know what your deal is, Tenzin, Naruto said as he helped the airbending master feed the sky bison. Don't worry about Korra, Naruto, Tenzin said. I'm sure she'll talk to you when she's ready, but she's scared now. I can see it in her eyes, she's putting on a brave front. Tenzin turned to Naruto and placed a comforting hand on the young man's shoulder. Naruto, for now, do what you've always done. Be his friend and be there when he needs you most. Very well, Tenzin, but I had already left my work this morning. I had a feeling something big was going to happen and it was going to need my full attention. Naruto sighed. Unfortunately, there was something else Tenzin needed to talk to the boy about. Tarlok, the Northern Water Tribe Council representative, has formed a task force to deal with Amon. I suspect he'll be looking for Korra to join. No way! Korra's going crazy over that crazy guy. She can't join a task force now. I agree with you, Naruto. It would be best if she stayed away from the Equalist situation right now. Especially since this task force will only make things more tense between benders and non-benders. We see Naruto meditating in training, finally going to talk to the Kyuubi. Upon entering the spirit world, he sees the fox waiting for him. Nothing has changed since the last time he saw it. It's still as big as ever. He laughs at the thought. Where have you been, Fox? Naruto asked. I've been around that. He got very busy in the alcohol world. What was your last memory that you saw? It was me fighting the pain. You went bucking crazy. You met Dad and talked to Nagato. That's a dream I had a couple of days ago. You've almost recovered all of your memories. So far, in the process of recovering your memories, I've been able to establish a connection with you. Now we can finally speak through your mind instead of reaching the spirit world. But I feel like there's something wrong with you, Naruto? Kyuubi said worriedly. Guess nothing gets away from you, huh? Naruto said with a deep sigh. He let out all his fears about what will become of him when he gains all his memories. Will it be different with the people he's meant to meet and care for? Can he really become the second avatar in that world Korra counts on? The last one is love. Can he tell Korra how he really feels? Those are the questions you have to figure out on your own, especially in your love life. Figures, Naruto sighed. But he was happy to have gotten it all out. It was a huge relief to finally tell someone about his fears. Come, Naruto, I gave it to you, Kyuubi said, handing him the gift. Naruto receives the gift. As he says thank you, he opens the gift to see what's inside, and his eyes widen. No bucking way, he said in surprise. That night everyone gathered around the table for dinner as Tenzin began to bless the food. We are grateful for this delicious food, for the happiness, compassion, and… I'm not going to interrupt, am I? A nasty voice interrupted. Turning their attention to the door, they saw that their uninvited guest was a man of Water Tribe descent, dressed in expensive clothing and sporting 3 prominently long ponytails. This is my house, Tarlok, Tenzin said, identifying the man. We're about to have dinner. Good, because I'm absolutely ravenous. Tenzin just watched as the man feigned ignorance. Seeing that he was reaching for the airbending master, Tarlok decided to tease the man. Airbenders never turn away a hungry guest, do they? I guess. Tenzin sighed, shrugging at his wife's glare. Ah, you must be the famous Avatar Korra. It's a true honor. I am Councilman Tarlok, representative of the Northern Water Tribe. He introduced himself, bowing respectfully. Nice to meet you, Korra said, returning the gesture before returning to the table. Tenzin is right, I just have a bad feeling about this guy, Naruto thought to himself, as Tarlok sat down next to Korra. Why do you have 3 ponytails? And how come you smell like a lady? You're weird, Ikki questioned in his typical way. Well, aren't you precocious? Tarlok said, dismissing the now dazzling airbender to return her attention to Korra. So, I've been reading all about your adventures in the newspapers. Infiltrating Amon's rally now, that took some real initiative. Oh, thank you. I think you're the first authority figure in the city who's happy to be here, Korra said honestly. Republic City is much better now that you've arrived. Enough with the flattery, Tarlok, Tenzin snapped. What do you want with Korra? Patience, Tenzin. I'm getting there. As you may have heard, I'm assembling a task force that will strike at the heart of the revolution, and I want you to join me. Really? Korra asked in surprise. Naruto looked at the councilman, while flattering him further in hopes of convincing the Avatar. I need someone to help me attack Amon directly, someone who isn't afraid of danger. And that someone is you. I can't. Korra refused, much to the surprise of Tarlok and Tenzin. Naruto just breathed a sigh of relief. He'd feared Korra's pride would see her jump at the chance to fight rather than admit her fear of Amon. I must admit I'm rather surprised, Tarlok confessed. I thought you'd jump at the chance to help me lead the charge against Amon. Me too, Tenzin murmured. I came to Republic City to finish my avatar training with Tenzin. Right now, I just need to focus on that, Korra replied. That's why this opportunity is perfect. You'll get work experience while performing your avatar duties for the city, the councilman said somewhat desperately. Korra gave you her answer. Then, would you be kind enough to leave? Naruto said harshly, daring the man to refuse. In fact, Tarlok, I demand that you leave now, Tenzin said, lending his support to Naruto. Very well, but I'm not giving up on you yet. You'll hear from me soon, the councilman said, rising to leave. It's been a pleasure, Avatar Korra. Bye, Ponytail, Ikki said as he said goodbye to Tarlok. The next day, Bolin paid a visit to Air Temple Island, where he found Korra and Naruto lounging with Naga. Hello, teammate and non-teammate, the Earthbender greeted, as he walked with Paba on his shoulder and an arm behind his back. Hey Bolin, Korra greeted as she gave Naga a much-appreciated bully massage. How are you? Naruto said, adding his own greeting. I'm fine, Bolin replied before turning to Korra. I missed you at practice this week. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, alright. We're probably out of the tournament anyway. Unless some money miraculously falls from the sky by tomorrow. Naruto frowned at this. Bolin was usually such an optimistic guy that he didn't like seeing the Earthbender give up. Anyway, the reason I came was to give you this, Tada. Bolin then handed Korra a rose and a wrapped cupcake. Wow, thank you, Korra said, confused, accepting the gifts. But what's this for? Bolin then adopted a thinking pose. Oh, I can't remember now. Oh yeah, I remember now. You saved me from Amon. Oh, that's it. It was no big deal, he said disdainfully. Where's my cupcake? I'll help too, the blonde asked, honestly thinking the cake looked delicious. Don't worry, my friend. Naruto and Korra raised an eyebrow at that, but both decided to let Bolin's little problem go as the Earthbender continued. Pabu the Magnificent has a special show for you. Grabbing his tail, the little fire ferret jumped off Bolin's shoulder and began pacing back and forth on his front legs. While Bolin, thanks, Naruto said, unsure how to feel about the display. Seeing his distress, Korra decided to split her cupcake between them, silently apologizing for exploding at him the other night. Delivery for Avatar Korra, said an elderly woman's voice, prompting the teens to turn around to see an old woman carrying a large gift basket. Tarlok sends his compliments and urges you to reconsider your offer. Tell her I haven't changed my mind, Korra replied, bowing as the old woman left. Who's this Tarlok guy? Is he bothering you? Because I could talk to him, Bolin said, slamming his palm threateningly. Wait, if this guy's bothering Korra, why aren't you doing anything, Naruto? Because he's a counselor and Tenzin said I can't hit him. Oh well, that certainly changed Bolin's plans to talk to him. The next night, Naruto and Korra were hanging around the temple when Tarlok's help arrived for another visit. Avatar Korra, the old woman called. Wow, this guy must be desperate, Naruto said. Annoyed by the constant pestering, Korra stood in front of the woman to make her point. No matter how many gifts Tarlok gives me, she said, using earthbending to flip the woman over and kick her in the butt. I will not join your task force. It's not a gift, the woman said urgently, holding up a letter. It's an invitation. What for? Korra asked, accepting the envelope. Tarlok is hosting a gala in your honor. Every agent in Republic City will be there. The councilman humbly requests your attendance. Not much attention, Naruto remarked, to which Korra simply shrugged, as she also didn't understand the reasoning behind such a late invitation. Regardless, after taking the invitation to Tenzin, it was decided that they would attend the party. The gala. Tenzin's family entered the gala in formal nomadic attire and followed Korra and Naruto, who had been raised in the Southern Water Tribe, dressed as such. Though the blonde felt somewhat uncomfortable being so dressed up. Again, the partygoers applauded Korra as she entered the room, overwhelming the avatar with the grand welcome. I can't believe all this is for me, she said, amazed by all the lights and people. I guess this is how they celebrate big city style, Naruto said, also impressed with the decor. I'm not sure what Tarlok is up to, but keep your guard up. It's not like him to throw a party just for the fun of it, Tenzin warned. I'm glad you could make it, Avatar Korra, Tarlok said, approaching the group. If you'll excuse us, the city awaits its hero, the councilman said, leading her toward the crowd. With Tenzin distracted by Milo's antics, Naruto decided to move on to Korra, much to Tarlok's annoyance. Korra was getting nervous with this. She wanted to have some fun. Naruto saw this and offered her something to drink to calm her nerves. She nodded gratefully. Then, Naruto left her side for a moment. Korra, it is my pleasure to introduce Republic City's most famous industrialist, Hiroshi Sato. Hiroshi was a well-dressed, middle-aged man with a slightly plump build and what was called a mustache and beard combo. Nice to meet you, Korra said. You too, we all expect great things from you, said Hiroshi. Good. Greatness, Korra said. Fortunately for Korra, before things could get any more awkward for her, an unexpected voice called out to her. Hey, Korra, Mako said, approaching with a beautiful, dark-haired girl on his arm. Korra frowns and narrows her eyes as she notices this small detail as well. This is my daughter Asami, Hiroshi said, pointing at Mako's date. Nice to meet you, Asami greeted. So how did you two meet? Korra asked. Let me guess, he hit you with his moped? Coming up behind Korra was Naruto, handing her the drink, which she gratefully accepted. Naruto! Asami said, embarrassed but also happy to be able to see him again. She hugged the blonde man. What got so many people to react? Mako frowned at her hug. Mr. Sato and Bolin saw this as fun. But Korra was staring at them. But mostly at Asami. And why is she hugging Naruto's arm? Wow, Kit, that's great. I didn't know you had it in you, said the fox, watching the show through the link they have. Naruto tried to ignore the fox. So I guess you knew each other, Korra said sarcastically, frowning at the girl still holding Naruto like an arm. I can feel the jealousy from here in the spirit world, the fox said amusedly. Yeah, remember I came here a couple of days ago. That's the one I was talking about, Korra remembered. But she couldn't believe it was this girl. That beautiful girl. Naruto told me a lot about you, the Sato heiress revealed. I hope he said good things. So Mr. Sato has agreed to sponsor our team. We're back in the tournament, the firebender cheerfully informed them. Changing the subject. Isn't that great? Bolin said excitedly. Yeah, it's amazing, Korra said, equally excited. Tarlok, who had long since grown tired of the conversation the young adults were having, saw someone walking past them and beckoned. Chief Beifong, I believe you and Avatar Korra have already met, Tarlok said, interrupting the teen's conversation as he called Lin over. Lin remembered her last encounter with the Avatar and didn't hesitate to confront her. Just because the city is throwing a big task at you, don't think you're anything special, she said harshly, pausing to look at a glaring Naruto. You've done absolutely nothing to deserve this. Sharing a look between them, Korra silently urged Naruto to follow Lin to find out what the look she gave him meant. He reluctantly left, hoping Mako and Bolin could keep Korra occupied long enough for him to return before Tarlok could do anything. For the next few hours, Korra felt a little uncomfortable with this gala and Tarlok introducing her to all the upper-class citizens. Until she heard a voice behind her. May I have this dance, my lady? He turned around to see who it was. Naruto! He smiled. He always does this. Saving her. Do you know how to dance, Naruto? He said as he took her hand and walked away from Tarlok. Korra, you should know by now that I'm a man of many talents, Naruto said, taking Korra's right hand and his other arm around her hip. The music started, and he led the dance. Nothing was said between them. Korra, I have to tell you, you look beautiful in that dress, Naruto said with an honest smile. Korra blushed at the comment. People have comments about her dress. But hearing him say it made her heart beat faster. Wondering why he was the only one who made her feel this way. Thank you, you look very handsome, Korra said. They were so absorbed in each other. They didn't care about their surroundings. Right now, there are just the two of them. Korra is just being a normal girl who doesn't have a big responsibility to save the world. For Naruto, the happiest boy, right? He got to dance with his best friend, the only one he loves. Asami found herself having a better night. She enjoyed the time she spent with Mako and was having fun. But in the end, it was only a few moments before her attention returned to Naruto and Korra. She couldn't explain or pinpoint why, but the two of them dancing together made her feel that way. Was it jealousy? Korra, can you listen? I have to tell you. She nodded, curious about what he had to say. Korra remembers our promise as children. Yes, I do. Why do you mention that? Wondering why he mentioned it. I still intend to keep that promise. Your worries become mine. What I'm trying to say is, you don't need to carry everything on your shoulders. I'll even fight the entire world just to keep myself safe, he said with such conviction in his voice. She looked into his eyes to see this raw passion she'd never seen before. Why, you care so much about me? She asked, her two arms around his neck. Because I dash. Ah, Korra, there you come. The press needs to talk to you. Before he could finish his confession, he was interrupted by Tarlok snatching Korra away from him. Cockblocker, said the QB. Naruto tried to get her back, but lost them in a crowd of people when he heard what sounded like the Avatar speaking into a microphone. Leaning over the edge of the balcony, he frowned as Tenzin's suspicions were confirmed, while Korra stood in front of the reporters, asking him why he hadn't joined Tarlok's task force. And of course, said Councilman was standing in the corner with a smug smirk on his face. When one of the reporters asked if she was afraid of Amon, Naruto knew it was over as she was pressured into joining Tarlok's task force. Not willing to take this lying down, the blonde quickly tracked down Tarlok. You can't take no for an answer, can you? Naruto demanded, keeping his anger just below the surface. The Avatar has a duty to this city, the councilman replied smugly, but she's not responsible for feeding your ego. It took every ounce of control Naruto had to keep from punching the smug sneer in Tarlok's face. Don't worry, Naruto, Tarlok said mockingly. I'll be sure to take good care of your playmate. Before he could even register what had happened, Naruto had a cold, hateful look in his eyes that for a moment he could have sworn would turn from their usual blue to red with slitted pupils. I'm warning you, Tarlok. If anything happens to her, you'll answer to me, Naruto promised, his eyes returning to their normal blue as his temper was brought back under control. To his credit, Tarlok managed to maintain that annoying smile as Naruto left to find Korra and the others. However, once the blonde was gone, the councilman dropped the facade and broke out in a cold sweat as he recognized that something about the boy had scared him. But despite this moment of fear, Tarlok found himself contemplating the possible role Naruto could play as he worked to gain control over the Avatar. Honestly, I should have just killed him and be done with it, said the QB seeing this through Naruto, Air Temple Island, 2 weeks later. And so, Korra and Naruto were part of the task force. Thankfully, Korra had Naruto with her. Tarlok kept her so busy that she didn't have time for anything else. And as the days passed, Naruto couldn't help but notice that with each Equalist safehouse, the task force managed to bring out the worst in Korra when it came to dealing with her fears, as she knew that each battle could put her right in front of Amon himself. Naruto's fears were realized, as at a press conference that same day, Korra had publicly challenged Amon. The conditions were that they would fight one-on-one without any outside interference. Of course, he wasn't about to let her do something so stupid, at least not without a fight. Are you crazy? Naruto raged. You can't fight Amon alone. Look at me! Korra challenged, pushing the blonde out of her way as she marched toward the docks. You only know because you're afraid. I told you I'm not scared! The Avatar cried in denial, turning to glare at her best friend. They stood there glaring at each other. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, but instead walked away, seeing no point in arguing further. Arriving at the docks, Korra began preparing a boat with the help of Tarlok and the task force members when Tenzin arrived on his glider. Korra, this is crazy, the airbending master said, hoping to reason with the girl. Don't try to stop me and don't follow me. Naruto already tried, Korra said determinedly, pushing aside her guilt over the fight with her best friend. This is all you're doing, Tenzin shouted, turning to Tarlok. I tried to convince her not to do it too, but her mind's made up, the counselor said. Though he found it odd that Naruto wasn't at the docks given how close he was to the Avatar. Avatar-ing Memorial Island. It was past midnight, The designated time for the meeting with Amon had passed, and Korra was still impatiently waiting for the Equalist leader. I take it you're a no-show, Amon? Korra yawned. Who's scared now? Tired of waiting, she started toward the docks when suddenly, a ball was thrown at her feet, catching her as she was dragged inside the monument. Upon reaching the center of the memorial chamber, Korra finds herself surrounded by 20 chi blockers. Freeing her legs, she spins on her hands, unleashing a ring of fire in an attempt to ward off her attackers. However, this proves unsuccessful, as she is quickly overpowered and her chi blocked. With her chi blocked, Korra doesn't have the strength to resist as a pair of chi blockers hold her arms, clearing a path as Amon walks toward her. I received your invitation, young avatar, the Equalist leader said, his voice sending a shiver of fear down Korra's spine. When Amon's hand moves closer to her face, Korra can't hide the fear in her eyes as she waits for the moment the madman will bend her. Naruto, help me! Korra said, praying for an answer. Her prayer was answered when a portion of the ceiling fell on Amon and Korra. Amon and his chi blocker moved away. Korra was too injured to move from the chi blocker, and closed her eyes to let the pain come. But the pain never came. All the roaring around them caused smoke to form. Soon the smoke began to clear to see a figure standing in front of Korra. This figure had its back to Amon and his chi blocker. He was tall with blonde hair, wearing a red haori with black flames at the bottom. Wearing his usual water tribe attire. Korra, sorry I'm late, the figure said. Korra's eyes widened as she heard the voice she unexpectedly heard. Naru, she said wearily, tears welling up in her eyes. You really did your best, huh? He said, lowering himself to Korra's knee. She raised her right hand, wiping the tears from her face. Naruto gave her a smile that said everything was going to be okay. Naruto fully stood. Now then, you laid a hand on the person I held dear above all else. Naruto turned his head over his shoulder, his blue eyes narrowed completely at Amon. You've prepared yourself, haven't you, Amon? Seeing Korra looking so weak and defenseless broke something in Naruto. His body practically shook with anger, and then he felt a terrible power awakening within him. Driven by a single desire, nothing else mattered as the chi began to overwhelm all his other senses. Naruto's eyes narrowed. What are you doing? Amon demanded, practically tasting the bloodlust in the air. The chi blocker turned his full attention to the Naruto in front of them. I'll ask you again. What are you? Your death. Naruto charged, his movements blurring as his chi-covered fist punched through the hole in the chi blockers as he stood protectively in front of Korra. Who's next? He said, signaling that whoever comes will meet their end. One of the chi blockers in the brace did aerial acrobatics to Naruto. Naruto's side braced himself for the chi blocker to completely miss his target. At the same time Naruto rolled out of the way, he grabbed the chi blocker's face with his hand and drove him straight to the ground. Hard. 1-19 to go, he thought. 2 chi blockers charged at him. Chi blocker 2 threw a right punch, but Naruto countered with his left arm and delivered a right hook, causing the chi blocker to come down. Naruto sided with the defense as chi blocker 3 delivered furious punches. As Naruto defended, he read his opponent's movement, and saw an opening that gave him a right hook that left the chi blocker high in the air. Another chi blocker came up to Naruto's blind side to punch him, only to miss his punch and see Naruto land a kick to the head, knocking him out. 3-16 to go. Naruto, when defended against the chi blocker, grabbed his arm twisted and held it. The chi blocker was the pain of his twisted arm. He tries to kick Naruto, which he easily counters. Without mercy, Naruto punched the man repeatedly in the face. Naruto feels another chi blocker is going to attack him. Naruto kicks the man he was grabbed down. Naruto rolls on top of the chi blocker who kicks. You heard a crunch as Naruto flipped, dodging the kick from the chi blocker behind him, while Naruto quickly got up as another chi blocker came at him for a front kick. Naruto effortlessly caught him, dragged him towards him, causing the chi blocker to spill out. To Naruto's right side he sees another chi blocker trying to high kick Naruto. Only Naruto saw it coming, and used his right leg to break the man's unprotected leg. Still holding on to the other man's leg, he set about infusing his chi into his hand once again. Break the chi blocking leg. With the small fry taken care of, Naruto turned his attention to the surprisingly still present Amon, and few chi blockers left. Amon quickly threw a flash bomb, the resulting explosion blinding the boy long enough for the Equalist leader to escape and his men to flee. With the threat over, Naruto's aura also dissipated, his features returning to normal, though he quickly cleared up as he rushed to check on the still weakened Korra. "Korra, are you okay?" he asked gently. To Naruto's surprise, Korra suddenly hugged him as she burst into tears. "Hey, everything's going to be okay," she said as she took off her Haori and wrapped it protectively around her. "I'm sorry," Korra sobbed. "I'm sorry. You were right, I'd been scared this whole time. I was so terrified, I felt so helpless. It's okay. You know I've always been here, I'll never leave you," Naruto said sincerely. He was leading Korra on a leash. He started to walk out of the chamber. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry," she repeated, allowing herself to cry into Naruto's chest. "It's okay, Korra. Relax. I'm here now. You can rest now," he said with a kiss to her forehead. As this calmed her, and she let sleep take over, she felt absolutely safe in his arms, snuggling against his chest for warmth. This was the scene Tenzin came to, amidst the mangled and bleeding bodies of Amon's men, the Avatar asleep and comforted in Naruto's arms. And though she planned to talk to Naruto later about what happened, she felt it was best to let it wait, while Korra finally began the first step towards overcoming her fears. Chapter 7. Back to the Air Temple. "Thanks, Tenzin, for the ride," Naruto said, letting out a sigh of relief as he sat on Tenzin's bison saddle. He still held a sleeping Korra on his chest. Korra unconsciously snuggled deeper into Naruto's chest. "You're welcome, Naruto. Thanks for saving Korra well, considering how much you care about Korra. And what's that supposed to mean?" Naruto asked suspiciously. Never in his wildest dreams would he expect Tenzin to say something like that. "You know what I'm talking about. All I'm saying is that it's very clear that Korra means a lot to you, maybe more than a friend." Tenzin muttered the last part, but Naruto managed to hear him. Naruto sighed at being caught. "Was it that obvious? All I'm saying is if you have feelings for Korra, you shouldn't be afraid to express them," Tenzin said uncomfortably. "Did Pema put you up to this?" It really wasn't hard for Naruto to make the connection. After all, Tenzin was the last person in the world to mention something like this. "Yes," Tenzin admitted with a sigh. "I'm scared to tell Korra my true feelings, Tenzin. I'm afraid if I tell her she'll reject me and ruin our friendship. I can't accept that," Naruto said with a frown, holding Korra closer, afraid that she would disappear. Naruto explains. "Anyway, I think Korra doesn't see me as a boyfriend. Even though it hurts, I had to accept that I'll never be more than a friend to her," Naruto said with a heavy heart. Then Naruto becomes the one who changes his mood instantly. "Tenzin, can you promise me?" Naruto said with a serious face. "Yes, Naruto, what is it?" Tenzin asked, curious as to why Naruto is in a bad mood. "Can you promise me that you'll take care of Korra when something happens to me?" he said seriously to Tenzin. Tenzin was surprised and turned around. "What do you mean by that?" Tenzin said worriedly, trying to think why the blonde would even say that. "Tenzin, I have a feeling something's going to happen to me. When that day comes, I want you and your family to take care of her. She'll need someone to help her." Tenzin couldn't say anything but frown at the blonde, but he nodded to keep his promise to Naruto. But he also promised himself that he'd keep an eye on Naruto. For Korra's sake. Air Temple Island. After the close call with Amon, Korra had taken a leave of absence from Tarlok's task force, something the councilman was obviously not happy about. But more importantly, with her duties on the task force completed, the Avatar was free to return to the Fire Ferrets, and they've been on fire lately and are prepared for the tournament. As for Naruto, he's having a light fight with Asami this morning. After dodging a swift kick from the dark-haired man, his mind wandered to how this all came to be. Memory. In the room we see Korra. She was lying in bed, alone thinking about the events that happened yesterday. Until she hears a knock on her door. "Korra, if me, Mako and Bolin can come in," said Asami from the other side door. It was a surprise to Korra that she had company. After getting up to walk to the door, she was welcomed by them to her room. They have asked her how she is doing and she felt against Amon. She then explained how it was. Asami listened to Korra's story and couldn't help but tease her. Looks like Korra has her own shiny white knight armor, she said with a mocking smile that spread even further when she saw Korra blush at the comment and try to justify herself. Speaking of shining armor, where is it? I need to ask you for something, Asami said. This caused a confused look from the group, wondering why she's looking for Naruto. He's at the training grounds, I can take you to see him, Korra said. Korra then led the group to the training grounds. When they finally arrived at the training grounds, they could see Naruto sitting in his mediator pose. He was surrounded by Naga resting his head on Naruto's lap, a bird perched on his head ready to make Naruto's head like a nest. Finally, a lemur resting on his shoulder. I don't know how to do something? Bolin spoke quietly to Korra for fear of waking the animals. To which Korra shook herself negatively, her crime waking these adorable animals. So, the group decides to wait. Which wasn't long before Naruto opened his eyes and looked down to see Naga resting her head in his lap. He began to pet her to wake her up. Naga lifted Naruto's head to give him kisses, which he happily accepted. Naga looks over Naruto's side and sees his mistress and begins to walk over to Korra and give her kisses. So here you are, girl, you with daddy, Korra said as she petted Naga's head. Naga hummed if that answered. Yes, daddy? Mako said with an amused smile to Korra. At this, she began to blush at the young lady slipping away. But, in general, she explained her unique relationship with the polar dog. Finally, Naruto approached them. Hey, what brings you here? Oh, we came to check on Korra and then Asami was looking for you, Bolin said. Naruto nodded and looked at Asami to see what she was going to ask him. Asami felt like she had been put on the spot and suddenly started to feel shy. She took a breath to calm her nerves and looked at Naruto with determination in her eyes. I was hoping to ask if you could help me with my fighting skills, he said, shocking everyone. But Mako frowned and asked Asami. Asami, you could ask me for help, Mako said, wondering why she wouldn't ask him. I know, but you have professional bending matches coming up, so I don't want to distract you. Besides, Naruto has more experience in hand-to-hand combat than anyone else here, Asami explains to Mako. Because he understands that he can't refute that logic. But that doesn't mean he likes it. She looked back at Naruto with a small smile. So I guess that's that spar we talked about, huh? As she got into a fighting stance. I guess so. He offered a small smile, as he got into a fighting stance. Flash black extremes. This lasted almost 2 weeks. Asami would come in the morning to train with him, and then have the rest of the day to herself. With the time they spent together, they had grown closer. Closer as friends. Just as he thought the process had stopped, he saw the left hook coming toward him. He leaned back slightly, causing her to miss completely, Naruto about to grab his arm. But unfortunately for him, she wasn't done. She followed up with a swift roundhouse kick aimed at his head. Instinct kicked in, and he fell to the ground. He saw her kick him, slamming the dummy's head hard into his shoulder. As if the spirits had blessed him. The timer ran out, meaning the training session was over for today. Naruto looked at the headless dummy. Then he paled. Oh, spirits, if I don't dodge right there, that'll be my head on the ground. He looked at his training partner to see what set her off. He looked at her. He could clearly see something was bothering her. He could see the frustration on her face. He didn't know if that frustration was his lack of kick or something. He prayed it was something else. Is my okay? He said worriedly as he handed her some water and a towel, accepting the water and towel. Thanks, but yes, Naruto, I'm fine. Why did you ask? She's curious as to how he knows something's up with her. He raised his index finger. 1. The way you fought today was really aggressive than before. He raised his second finger. 2. The way you kicked the dummy. You were frustrated. The poor dummy is suffering from your wrath, he said with a light joke, hoping it would lighten the dummy's mood. To which he chuckled. And lastly, I'm also your friend, said the smiling Naruto. Asami sighs at this. Well, the truth is, she explains that her relationship with Mako isn't going so well. It's not like they're arguing or anything. Yes, she still likes Mako a little, but the passion they had before has slowly diminished with each passing day. After hearing her concern, he asks, "Do you think it'll be the next tournament?" He concludes, "I was thinking that, but honestly, I think it was something else. I feel like he's not interested in us," she said as she and Naruto left the training grounds and headed toward the boat. "You should talk to him about your feelings. I want to do it, I just don't want him to get distracted by it. This tournament is big for him, and not just him, but for Korra and Bolin as well," she said with a tired sigh. "I'll be honest with you, I have no experience with relationships. But I think you should tell Mako how you feel." "Listen to her answer," he said sincerely. "What if I don't like the answer you gave me?" he asked uncertainly. Looking down at his feet, he seemed to be more interesting at the moment. "Then move on," he said. She looked at him with wide eyes. He continued, "Asami, life's too short. If things aren't working out, then it's not meant to be," he said, remembering his past life, how he was hung up on Sakura for so long that there were other opportunities. "Just keep going? Just like that?" she asked. He nodded and he continued, "Yes, it won't be easy. It'll take time, that's for sure. But you're a smart, funny young woman, you've got a great head on your shoulder. Plus, you're a beautiful young woman. You'll find someone soon," he said honestly and kept walking. Not knowing what impact he left on the girl, Asami stood still, stunned by what she heard. "He calls me beautiful," she thought, a blush spreading across her cheeks, wondering why he had said that to her with such shock. Shaking off those thoughts, she caught up with Naruto, walking in silence, snatching a few glances at him. Soon, they came across their destination, the boats. "Well, that's all. I was hoping this chat had given you some advice," he said. But she surprised him with a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you for listening to me," she said, blushing. She left to board the ship and set sail for Republic City. Now it was Naruto's turn to stand frozen by what was happening. And some pregnant women saw it all. Later that night, on the other side of the island, Korra was busy helping Jinora and Ikki fill the feeders for the island's lemurs. "So how are things going between you and Mako?" Jinora asked. Pema wasn't the only one interested in their relationship. Unfortunately, Ikki ruined his sister's attempt at subtlety when he started jumping up and down with a giddy expression on his face. "Yeah, tell us about the epic romance." Jinora simply rolled her eyes at Ikki's behavior, doubting they'd learn anything with such a crude approach. Korra was certainly surprised by Ikki's outburst. "What are you guys talking about? There's nothing between Mako and me," she denied, though it wasn't convincing. "I mean, yeah, he's my teammate, but there's no epic romance. And you and Naruto then?" Jinora asked. "What do you mean?" "Naruto and I are best friends," she denied again. But with the blush on her face, it wasn't convincing. Ikki and Jinora simply shared a look as if to say, "Yeah, we don't buy it." Taking the initiative, Jinora stepped forward, hoping the Avatar would see what was right in front of her. "Korra, Naruto obviously likes you." "No, she doesn't. I'm just her friend," Korra said somewhat sadly, something the airbenders didn't fail to notice. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Pema's voice said. She turned the girls to see the pregnant woman standing there, a knowing smile on her face. "Oh, hi Pema, how long were you standing there?" the Avatar asked uncomfortably. "Long enough," she said, walking over to Pema and placing her hands on Korra's shoulders, offering the teenager support. "Korra, you need to be honest about your feelings. I don't know what to feel, honestly. I'm so confused about what to do," she explains. Pema has the kids go inside and talk to Korra privately. After Pema leads the kids inside, Pema turns to the girl, takes her hand, and walks over to her bench. They have a heart-to-heart. "Korra, talk to me," Pema asked gently. "Pema, I really don't know what to feel. I think I like Mako, so I'll get jealous when he's with Asami," Korra said in a sigh. Korra took another breath, then spoke again. "Then there's Naruto. He's been my best friend since day one. But after he saved me from Amon, I see him in a completely different light. I'm scared to act on this feeling, and him rejecting me ruins our friendship," she said, almost bringing tears to her eyes. Pema looks at the poor girl and gives her a hug. "Korra, let me ask you something." Korra looked at Pema as she wiped her eyes. "When you see Mako and Asami together, Are you jealous because they're in a relationship, or are you saying you're into Mako? He said, confusing the girl. What do you mean by that? Said the confused Korra, not understanding the question. What I mean is, being in a relationship. Pema explains. I don't know, I've never thought about that before. Korra realized what Pema was trying to say. Honestly, she never thought about it like that before, but it still opens up more questions. Does she like Mako, or is she jealous of her single relationship? Now, Korra, here's the real question for you, and this one you need to answer from the bottom of your heart, Pema said in a serious voice. Because of what Tenzin had told her this morning about Naruto's feelings for the Avatar, Korra was pleasantly surprised by the question. To be honest, she's nervous about what she's going to say to Pema. She doesn't trust her voice. So she nodded. How do you feel if Naruto dates someone else? She asked, watching Korra's reaction. Korra was feeling the emotions of that question the whole time. From sadness to hurt to anger to jealousy to possessiveness. Then her eyes widened in realization. Base your reaction and find the answer, Pema said, smiling. Then Korra explains to Pema how she did it. And if she rejected her, has Naruto ever left your side? The answer, of course, was no. From growing up together at the South Pole to the crazy Amon, nothing would stop Naruto from being there for her. It's not like I've always deserved it, Korra thought miserably, recalling her less than favorable moments when she would take her frustrations out on the blonde. But of course, Naruto always seemed to be able to say what was really bothering her and find a way to make her feel better. And of course, she couldn't forget how safe she'd felt crying in his arms after he'd rescued her from Amon. No, he's always been there for me, Korra said, blushing. But what if this is too much? I haven't always been the perfect person, Korra. Every relationship has its ups and downs. The key is to never give up, and I think Naruto has proven beyond doubt that he's not going anywhere, Pema assured her. Besides, we all saw the way you two looked at each other at the prom, Pema said. Or the way he carried you in his arms, she said with an amused smile, seeing different shades of red on Korra's face after each statement. Just tell him how you feel. You won't be happy until you trust me. You might be pleasantly surprised, Pema said as she went to sleep. She turns Korra once more. I really meant how someone is willing to take Naruto away from you, Pema said, leaving shocking Korra in the center. Then raw determination flashed in her eyes, and she thought, who is this person? I won't let anyone take Naruto away from me, Proflexing Sand. The crowd cheered as Future Industries Fire Ferrets entered the ring via an extendable platform. As she waved to the excited crowd, Korra couldn't find Naruto, wondering where he was. She remembered what her relationship with Pema was like. It had been almost a week since she realized she loved Naruto. There were always distractions that got in the way. But not tonight. She would find him and ask him out. Hey Korra, is it possible I could talk to you privately? After the game, Mako said. Oh, come on, Gur, whatever he wants, talk about it, hope it's quick, she thought irritably. Oh, okay, the Avatar said uncertainly, wondering why he wants to talk to her in private. After their flawless victory, Korra and Mako walk out of the arena. During their walk, Korra wondered why Mako wanted to talk to her and where the blonde man was. They stopped at the end of the boardwalk. Mako's golden brown eyes stared into Korra's bluer ones. Hey Korra, look here, we really connected and I was thinking that we should spend time with each other. We spend a lot of time together, Korra said uncertainly about whether she was going along with this conversation. I mean the two of them outside the gym, he said, waiting. Aren't you with Asami? Korra said uncomfortably. Look, Asami and I have been separating for a while. Every time I'm with her, I think about you. I always like you, Mako replied. For Korra, she's really frustrated right now. She's more flattered that Mako thought of her. But she'd said that a couple of weeks ago. Then she'd be jumping for joy. That wasn't the case anymore. Pema was right. She doesn't feel anything about Mako's confession at all. Her heart belongs to someone. It belongs to Naruto. Before she could gently deny him, Korra froze at his sudden act of passion. Mako felt her resist her kiss, then Korra finally pushed him away. He was then knocked down in the stomach before anything could happen. They heard Bolin sobbing behind them with tears in his eyes. Bolin ran off with Pabu running after him. Damn it, Mako! Why the hell did you do that? Korra exclaimed. She felt angry that he kissed her. Mako said nothing. He felt guilt weighing on his heart. Bolin had always been there for him, and now he was ruining his friendship with Korra. He already saw Korra use her water to bend it to send it towards Air Temple Island. I'm so sorry, Bolin, he whispered to himself as he ran toward Bolin. What no one missed was a certain black beauty with tears streaming down her face. I hope I made it in time. He thought about Naruto arriving late to his friend's game. If he did, he'd suffer the Avatar's wrath. He paled at the thought. He finally reached the arena. As Naruto climbed the stairs, he saw Asami crying on the stairs. He ran over to her. Asami, what happened to you? Are you okay? Are you hurt? He said worriedly. Wondering what happened to her, Asami looked up to see the familiar voices. She saw it was Naruto. Without wasting any time, she clung to him, continuing to cry into his chest. Naruto didn't know what to do in such situations, so he let her continue crying, rubbing her back to let her know it was okay to let it all go. After the crying subsided, he looked at her again. Asami, you can tell me what he wants. I was going to Mako, then I saw. Sniff, Mako kiss, sniff, Korra, sniff. Dot. He said with his eyes starting to water. I see, Naruto said, understanding. Asami needed his help now. So he took Asami's hand and led her somewhere to cheer her up. Naruto, where are we going? Asami asked curiously, wiping away the tears that remained. Well, I found this great noodle place. Trust me, this will cheer you up. Asami laughed at this. There was one thing Naruto was known for, his love of noodles. They finally stopped at a simple-looking stand, the sign at the top reading Ichiraku. Hey, old Tsuchi, your loyal customer is here, Naruto said to the chef. Naruto, boy, how have you been? We haven't seen you in a while, said the restaurant owner, a middle-aged man named Tsuchi. I thought you'd forgotten about us. They both laughed. Until Tsuchi saw that Naruto wasn't coming alone. Who's this Naruto? I didn't know you were bringing a girlfriend. Tsuchi laughed at the blushing faces of the young men. To Naruto, it was just an old man embarrassing him in front of his friend. However, Asami blushed when she was called Naruto's girlfriend. After eating, they started walking towards Asami's house. Not long after walking, Asami's heel broke, causing her to sprain her foot. Naruto decided to give her a piggyback ride. Asami couldn't help but feel a blush forming on her cheeks as she felt Naruto's muscles against her back. As for Naruto, he couldn't help but blush when he felt Asami's chest against his back. Finally, they made their way to their destination. Wow, that's a big mansion right there, Naruto said, as he walked towards the door. Why, thank you, he said, as he got off Naruto. He unlocked the door. Well, Asami, good night. He was about to walk away until she grabbed his arm. How about you stay in our guest room? It's late. And I'm sorry to treat you and walk you home, she explains. He sighed, knowing he wasn't going to win this. Okay, thanks for inviting me, he said, which brought a smile to Asami's face. She led him to a guest room near her bedroom in case he needed anything. After saying goodnight, Naruto was in the room. He took off his clothes, leaving him in his boxers. He made his way to her bed and settled down to sleep. Unfortunately, someone has other plans. Upon opening the door, a figure appeared entering Naruto's room. Walking softly inside, making sure Naruto was asleep. The figure walks to the edge of Naruto's bed, crawling up to Naruto's sleeping form. The figure had taken to its destination. The figure's hand reaches Naruto's face, rubbing gently, earning soft purrs from Naruto. However, this woke Naruto up. Naruto's eyes widen as he sees an unknown figure above him. Who are you? It's me, Naruto, he said, now revealing Asami's voice. Asami? As he says her name, the moonlight showed through the window, revealing Asami. He calmed down after Asami revealed herself. He then asked her why she was here. Only her voice died in her throat and a blush filled her face. The reason for her voice stopping was Asami's sleepwear. Wearing a black tank top that showed how big her assets really were, the shirt she was wearing stopped briefly on her stomach, showing Naruto how toned she was. Lastly, she had on red shorts that showed off her long legs. Naruto wasn't the only one staring at each other. Asami stared at Naruto's outfit, or the lack thereof. She couldn't help but blush at her muscles. She always knew how fit Naruto was during their training. But seeing this powerful man beneath her, she unconsciously licked her lips. Looking back at Naruto's blushing face, she couldn't help but be happy that she had shocked him. "Why are you in the room?" Naruto said, trying to look for something other than Asami. Asami lay on top of Naruto, resting her head on his chest to listen to his heartbeat. "After tonight, I don't want to be alone." Naruto said nothing, understanding what she meant. Naruto tried to sleep. He really did. But having a beautiful woman like Asami on top of him, his thoughts were cut off by Asami's voice. "Naruto, can I ask you something?" He means yes. "Did you really mean what you said at the air temple?" she asked curiously. Naruto wondered why she mentioned this. "Yes, I do." "Why?" He stopped mid-sentence, eyes opening to see Asami crawling up to his face, kissing him full on the lips. He was completely frozen. Her lips were so soft, warm, and made him want more. It made him addicted. For Asami, the kiss was unique to her. To compare to her ex. This spark of light inside her. Wanting more of this. Her lips were surprisingly soft to the touch. Tastes like roast. She laughed at that. Asami released the kiss. "Asami, I see." He was interrupted again by her placing her finger on his lips and looking into his eyes with complete determination. "I know you like Korra. Hell, everyone knows it. The only person who doesn't is her," Asami said. "Please let me enjoy this night," he confesses. It's surprising that someone like Bella wants to lie on top of him, her head resting on his chest once more. Just hearing her heartbeat is like a lullaby lulling him to sleep. Naruto stares at the ceiling, thinking about the crazy night he'd had. Chapter 8. Sunlight shone through the guest room and hit Asami's face. Like it's telling her it's time to wake up. She didn't want to wake up from this warm body pillow she's sleeping on. Rubbing her eyes, she gets up stretching until she hears a familiar pop. She turns around to see Naruto still sleeping. Muttering, "Korra ramen." She thought it was cute. But sadly, it was time to get up. But Asami had a naughty idea how to wake Naruto up. Asami crawled on top of Naruto, started placing butterfly kisses from his chest to his face, then kissed him fully on his lips. Happily, he started kissing back. Naruto dream. We see Naruto wearing his water tribe attire, which consists of a light blue sleeveless shirt and navy blue sweatpants. He's also wearing his red haroi. He's sitting at what looks like a 5-seat dinner table, finishing his gutful of ramen. "Ah, that was delicious," he said, rubbing his stomach with satisfaction. "I'm glad you like my ramen," said the unfamiliar voice coming out of the kitchen. He turns around and sees the person coming out of the kitchen. His smile brightens when he sees this person. This person had beautiful, dark mocha-colored skin, with the bluest eyes you've ever seen. Wearing sleeveless tunics with leather hems and trimmed leggings that show off her womanly curves. Both arms are wearing navy blue armbands. Her hair is in a ponytail. She was giving him this wonderful smile. "Of course, I'll eat your ramen. Korra made it for me," Naruto said happily. Looking at Korra once more, he sees the engagement necklace she gave him. He was the happiest man that day. Naruto walked over to Korra, took her chin in, leaning in slowly. Her lips were soft, warm, and made him want more of her. They both exhaled the oxygen he was holding and closed his eyes, falling as if in a dream. Not wanting to wake up ever, Naruto deepened the kiss. She tasted like cinnamon and chocolate. Naruto's hand traveled to Korra's waist and brought her body closer to his. Korra's hands traveled down his back, drawing imaginary patterns on his back. Naruto felt another body leaning against his back. Arms snaked behind him, and a voice whispered in his ear, "You're going to have so much fun without me. It's your fault, husband." Her eyes widen. She turns around to see it was Asami, wearing her usual black and red jacket and tight pants. She has a teasing smile on her face. But what surprised him was that it was also a water tribe betrothal necklace. Instead of blue, it was red. She tried to look back at Korra and found she wasn't there. End of the dream. When Naruto woke up and saw Asami on top of him, she gave him a morning kiss and he kissed her back. No wonder the kiss felt so real. He completely stopped his action. Asami felt him stop kissing her back, looking at her and smiling. "Good morning, Naru. You slept well," she said with a smile. Naruto was still reeling from what happened this morning. He just nodded. Seeing the kiss had affected his morning. Asami got off Naruto and sat on the edge of the bed. She turned around and faced him. "Go take a shower and meet me downstairs for breakfast," he said as he got out of bed. She swayed her steps as she walked to the door, knowing Naruto was watching her. Naruto, he was told, took a cold shower to calm his nerves. As he got ready to put on his normal Water Tribe clothes, he was thinking about what happened with the dream. Does he have feelings for Asami? Blushing from what happened last night and this morning's activities. How are they supposed to treat each other now? What kind of relationship are they going to have? "Arg," he said, scratching his head in frustration. All he knows is that he still loves Korra with all his heart, but their Asami is making her place in his heart. Afterwards, he got dressed and started walking toward the kitchen. There, he sees Asami sitting at the table waiting for him. The food is already ready. They eat in silence, while he plays some comfortable music. "Asami, I want to talk about what happened last night," Naruto said uncomfortably. Asami looked at him for a few seconds and then sighed. "The topic of knowledge will come up sooner or later. I know I was acting like a completely different person. Hell, I surprised myself," he said in all honesty. "But it felt good." "Wait, what do you mean by that?" he asked in total confusion. "What I mean, Naruto, is that I'm falling in love with you," she said, throwing the bomb at him. "Wow, what a call and awakening," Kyubi said. "Be quiet." When we had our first date, when I felt it for you. Then it grew every time I saw you," she said completely honestly with a small blush on her face. Naruto was completely in shock at what he was hearing right now. He never expected Asami to say those words to him. "I don't know what to say. Someone like that never likes me. Well, this girl does." Before she can continue, the radio cuts out and opens to a new channel. "Good morning, citizens of Republic City. This is Amon. I hope you all enjoyed last night's pro-bending match, because it will be the last. It's time this city stopped hero-worshipping bending athletes. I'm asking the council to shut down the bending arena and cancel the finals. Otherwise, there will be dire consequences. You know she'll be there," Naruto said. There was no doubt in Asami's mind about who he was referring to. "Come on." Asami sighed. After all, he was going to end up there anyway. City Council of the Republic. Upon arriving at City Hall, neither Asami nor Naruto were surprised to find Korra, Bolin, and Mako standing before the City Hall demanding that the arena remain open. Unfortunately, the council wasn't listening, thinking it would be too dangerous to keep the pro-bending tournament going. "I told you she'd be here," Naruto gloated. Asami said nothing, choosing not to respond to the blonde's stupidity. Korra watched the pair walk through the council doors. Happy to see the familiar blonde, she then narrowed her eyes and commented on how Asami wasn't as close to the blonde as she liked. As Tarlok was about to bang his gavel to end the discussion, Lin smashes it to pieces with a metal wire, announcing her presence. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with the Avatar," he said as he entered the chamber. "You do?" Tarlok asked. "Yeah, you do?" Korra repeated, also confused by the chief's support. "I expected this kind of short, runaway response from Tenzin, but the rest of you? Come on, show a little more courage. It's time for the benders of this city to show some strength and unity against these equalists," Lin said. "We must prevent the conflict between benders and non-benders from escalating into all-out war," Tenzin argued. "The council isn't changing its position." "Now, a moment, Tenzin. Let's hear what our esteemed chief of police has in mind," Tarlok said. "If you keep the arena open, my metalbenders and I will provide additional security during the championship match. There's no significant force to deal with the chi blockers. Our armor is impervious to their attacks. Are you saying you'll personally take responsibility for the safety of the spectators in the arena?" The councilman smiled. "I guarantee it," Lin said confidently. "It's hard to argue with Chief Bifong's track record. If she's confident her elite officers can protect the arena, then she has my support. I'm changing my vote. Who else is with me? To Tenzin's frustration, the rest of the council sided with Tarlok. The arena was still open. The fire ferrets cheered loudly, and Korra felt happy for once. Since last night with Mako, she's left her bad mood behind. Naruto has never been here either. When all the fire ferrets gather for morning practice, it was awkward for everyone. But in the end, they talk about it and still become friends, but she distanced herself a bit from Mako. During her small excitement, she hugged Naruto in a tight hug. Not that I'm complaining, but what was that for? The blonde smiled. I'm happy. Korra laughed. This, of course, didn't go unnoticed by Tarlok, who filed this new information away for possible future use. Asami narrowed her eyes from the hug. Where you were last night, you weren't at the air temple, Korra said, still holding Naruto so he couldn't escape her. Can we talk about this when we go to the air temple? Naruto said nervously, still unable to let go of Korra. To which she responded with an, okay. He still intended to get an answer. Mako was about to approach Asami to give her a hug. But Asami reached out to stop him. We need to talk, she said in a serious voice. She is about to leave with Mako and turns around and waves to the people behind her, more specifically Naruto. As the pair left the council chamber, they noticed Lin and Tenzin finishing up what appeared to be a rather heated conversation. Korra approached Lin, hoping to make peace with the woman. Excuse me, Chief Bei Fong, I wanted to thank you for your help. But to Korra's great frustration, Lin simply walked past without even acknowledging her. Ugh! What's your problem? Even when you're on my side, you're against me. She's not that bad, Naruto said. Remember, she agreed to take care of us. You're just saying that because she's nice to you, the Avatar murmured. He really didn't want to admit that they were lucky Lin had taken their case when they first got off the ship. I've known Lin since we were kids. She's always been defiant, Tenzin said. What did your father do to make you hate the Avatar so much? My father and Lin got along very well. I'm afraid their problems lie with me. I probably should have let her down easy, Mr. Heartbreaker. Korra laughed. No way, Naruto gasped. You and Bei Fong and you. You two were a couple. Oh yes, Korra confirmed, much to the airbending master's discomfort. She decided that Tenzin had suffered enough. Air Temple training area, so you want to tell me where you were last night? Korra said with her arms crossed over her chest, standing in front of Naruto. Naruto sighs at this. He then explains the event that took place last night. Minus the Asami confession. Korra's eyes widen at the explanation. She put both arms on Naruto's shoulder to lower herself to his eye level. Listen to me, Naruto. I want to make it absolutely clear. There's nothing going on between Mako and me, the Avatar said frantically. Naruto nodded. I really thought you liked her, he said sincerely but very happy that she was dating. No, crossing your arms in an X formation. Then she realizes she's alone with him at this moment. No one's going to interrupt her. This is her moment to confess. Hey Naruto, I need to tell you. Naruto! The three little airbenders said as they flew towards the blonde, finishing with a tackle on the ground. What no one sees is Korra rubbing her head in frustration, and how unfair her life is right now. Naruto, let's play, said the younger airbender. Airbender got off Naruto, so he could stand up. Naruto looks back at Korra. So Korra, what did you want to tell me? Oh, never mind, he said with the airbenders killing the mood. Republic City Park. As Asami drove into a parking lot, Mako's mind raced to think of all sorts of possibilities as to why Asami had turned her back on her. As they parked, they walked aimlessly, barely able to say a word. The air was so tense it cut like a knife. Mako couldn't bear the silence. So what do you want to talk to me about, Asami? He asked. I know you realize how you treat Korra and you have feelings, right? She said. What? No, I don't have feelings for her. She's my teammate, that's all, the lying firebender said. Asami sighs at this, knowing the whole truth. Listen, I like Korra, you've been keeping the truth from me. What truth? Are you really going to let me say it? Yes, because I don't know what truth you're talking about, said Heat. The Mako kiss. I saw you kiss Korra, not just say I reject you, kid. But you came to me like it was nothing, she said, dropping the bomb on him. Mako expands on the realization. Wait, let me explain, he said desperately. Explain what, Mako? That you went against my back, my trust, she said as Mako stood there listening to her. I can't deny that what she did was right. Listen, Mako, I'm breaking up with you, he said as he walked away, leaving Mako alone with his thoughts, proflexing sand. The arena was packed, and the crowd was lively as everyone eagerly awaited the start of the final round of the tournament. Of course, not everyone was there to have a good time, as Lin was completing the final security checks. How's the security check going? Tenzin asked, approaching Lin with Naruto, who had chosen to watch the finals with the airbending master. Fine, Lin said tersely. Have you looked under the stands? Yeah. And do you have enough officers to cover all the entry points? I've got the skies, the bay, and every corner of this place covered. Now leave me alone and let me do my job, Lin snapped. Relax, Tenzin. The chief's got this, Naruto said, hoping to avoid seeing the police chief turn off Tenzin's lights. Lin, with so much at stake, it would be nice if we could help each other. At least for one night, Tenzin said. Lin's features softened as he remembered their past friendship. Like old times? Just like old times. Okay. I'll try to be less abrasive than usual, Lin offered. I would appreciate it. Introducing the challengers, the fire ferrets of future industries, shouted the announcer, Shiro Shinobi, drawing the crowd's attention as Korra, Mako, and Bolin entered the ring. Go fire ferrets! Naruto cheered. And their opponents, the 3-time defending champions, the White Falls Wolf Bats. Tano's team had gone heavy on the theatrics, entering the ring wearing wolf bat masks and long black capes. They spread their capes open like bat wings as a pyrotechnic display erupted behind them. Not impressed, Korra mocked. The teams met in the center, a determined look on each of their faces. Finally, the bell rang, and the match began. Tano rushed Korra, who recoiled in surprise as he tried to nail her with a water-covered uppercut. Korra did a backflip, but the Wolfbat leader wasn't done yet, as she followed up with a spinning kick, sending an arc of water toward the avatar, knocking her into Zone 2. Oh, let's go to Korra's defense, Naruto comments. Don't lose that little smug, Naruto, Tenzin said warningly, having heard from Katara about the blonde's mouth when he got too nervous. Okay, I'll be good. Bolin sends an earth disc at the opposing firebender, who dodges it and counters with a blast of fire, which the earthbender quickly defends against using 2 earth discs to act as a shield. But what the Wolfbat firebender didn't realize was that Bolin bounced a disc off the arena ropes, catching the bender by surprise as it slammed into the ropes. Nice shot! Mako congratulates him, sending a smile to his brother. Tano looks at his teammates, silently signaling them to follow his example. Blocking an attack from Korra, the Wolfbat leader counterattacks with a blast of water that the Avatar manages to evade. The attention now turns to the 2 waterbenders ferociously attacking him. But in a display of foul play, Tano abandons the trade of quick, light blasts to summon a massive stream of water to shower Bolin, knocking him into the 3rd zone. What the hell, ref? Naruto raged. That's a foul, Naruto, Tenzin chided, though he had the same opinion. But the referee simply signaled them to keep playing. Even the radio announcer was questioning the referee's judgment. Things weren't looking good for the fire ferrets. The match continued with the Wolfbat's earthbender lifting a disc from under Mako's foot, tripping him long enough to receive a blow to the chest. What the hell, ref? Tenzin argued. There was something funny about that last play, Tenzin, Naruto joked, sharing an amused look with Chief Beifong as the blonde called attention to the man's slip-up. I never would have guessed you knew the rules of pro-bending, Lin said timidly. Embarrassed by his outburst, Tenzin coughed and regained his composure. I've been looking over it. That Wolfbat blatantly bent a puck out of his zone. Unfortunately, their mood wasn't about to improve as the Wolfbats continued to use illegal moves against the fire ferrets, making it obvious to everyone that they had paid off the referees. To their credit, the fire ferrets stayed tough and played fair, but ultimately the cheating Wolfbats were named champions. I can't believe this! Naruto seethed. I'm going to beat the shit out of that cheating piece of shit, watch out. In an impressive display of speed, the blonde dashed behind Chief Bei Fong, landing a solid punch to an equalist's jaw before he could strike Lin with what appeared to be an electrified glove. Good work, kid. Lin congratulated, impressed by Naruto's quick reflexes. But the blonde wasn't paying attention, as he could feel his blood boiling as he watched Amon charge onto the arena stage and easily defeat the wolf bats. Taking away their bending, microphone in hand, Amon began addressing the city. I believe I have your attention, benders of Republic City. So, once again, the wolf bats are your pro-bending champions. It seems fitting that you celebrate 3 thugs who cheated their way to victory. For every day they threaten and abuse their fellow citizens who will not bend, just as the wolf bats did to their opponents tonight. Those men were supposedly the best in the world of bending, and yet it only took me moments to cleanse them of their impurity. Let this be a warning to all of you benders, if any of you stand in my way, you will suffer the same fate. Now, to my followers, for years the equalists have been forced to hide in the shadows, but now, we have the numbers and the strength to create a new Republic City. You guys take care of the equalists in the stands. I'll go after Korra, Naruto said, pointing to the unconscious fire ferrets tied up below the stage. Before Lin could protest the idea, Naruto was already on the move, sneaking towards Korra, Mako, and Bolin. Great, lover boy! Lin moaned. As it seemed all of her officers had been eliminated, she and Tenzin got to work reclaiming the sand. How do we get out of here? Mako asked, struggling against her bonds. How about I pull you out? Naruto said, swimming towards them. All right, Naruto! Bolin cheered. The cheers stopped when the entire building was rocked by an explosion as an airship lowered the platforms for Amon and his men. Not wanting to let the masked man get away, Naruto quickly freed the fire ferrets. With plans for Naruto and Korra to go after Amon, Mako and Bolin wished them good luck before leaving to help with the evacuation. Ready? Korra asked. Please, do you even need to ask? Naruto smiled. The avatar then bent a large jet of water, lifting them into the air after the retreating equalists. They were moments away from catching one of them when, to their horror, Korra's jet of water ran out. Just as they were about to fall to their deaths, Lin came to the rescue, swinging on a metal cable and firing a second line, trapping Naruto and Korra. Don't screw this up! Lin orders, throwing the pair off the roof. Knocking some equalists off a platform, Korra and Naruto were prepared to take a ride. Seeing Amon watching them, Korra launches a fire blast toward the equalist leader, but the masked man calmly leans to the side, his cold eyes practically staring right at them before finally turning away. Arg! Looking up at the arena's glass dome, Korra and Naruto were shocked to see that Amon's lieutenant had taken down Chief Bei Fong, a squad of chi blockers already moving to finish her off. Go, I'll help Bei Fong, Korra said, trusting Naruto to handle Amon while she stepped off the platform to help Lin. Knowing Korra and Lin could handle themselves, Naruto turned his attention to Amon's airship. Forcing his chi through his legs, launching himself through the ship's cargo doors, Naruto enters the aircraft, confronting Amon and a small group of chi blockers. Very impressive. You continue to intrigue me, Naruto, Amon said, surprising the blonde who knew his name. Don't be surprised. How could I not want to know the name of such an interesting individual? Yeah, it'll be very interesting when I punch through that mask, Naruto growled. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until our next meeting. After all, I'm sure you care about the Avatar's well-being. A second explosion rocked the arena below, drawing Naruto's attention to the shattered dome and Korra falling to her death. Giving Amon one last glare, the blonde launched himself from the airship, passing Lin in the process. Needing more speed if he was going to catch Korra, Naruto once again forced his legs to rocket toward the screaming avatar. I got you, Naruto said, wrapping his arms around Korra. Cool, but you can't fly, said Korra. Crash landing, she said, her performance forming a protective shell around her as she slammed painfully into the stadium seats. Upon impact, a large puff of smoke landed Korra on top of an exhausted Naruto. Okay, that hurts, Naruto moaned. Idiot, you could have seriously hurt yourself. Please, I'm hard to control. It's okay. Taking Naruto by surprise, Korra kissed him on the cheek. Thanks for the rescue. But don't think I won't be checking in to make sure you're okay? Korra blushed. True, Naruto said with a blush on his cheeks. Ahem. The couple's attention then turned to Chief Beifong, who was standing there and gave them a look that said this is not the time. Naruto and Korra blushed and quickly separated as they looked up at the sky to see Amon's airship flying by. Looks like we lost this one, Lin commented as Tenzin, Mako, and Bolin joined them. I'm glad you're okay, said Mako. Yeah, me too, Bolin said, pulling them all into a big hug. I can't believe Amon did this. I played right into his hands, Lin said. He played with all of us, Tenzin said, placing a comforting hand on Lin's shoulder. Republic City is at war. Chapter 9, Air Temple Island. The aftermath of Amon's attack during the pro-bending tournament finals hit the city hard. The city was in a state of unrest as the police presence increased along with that of Tarlok's task force. The city was truly preparing for war. So, how did things go with the guys? Naruto asked, as he and Korra sat on the roof of the temple. Turns out Asami already invited you to stay with her, Korra said. Naruto didn't miss the hint of disdain in her voice. Are you still not a fan of Asami? Please, who wants to spend time with such a prissy rich girl? The Avatar asked sarcastically. Asami isn't a bad person, Korra. You should try giving her a chance, you'll be surprised, Naruto said. I don't know Naruto. By the way, you'll come with me to the Sato mansion tomorrow, he said, surprising the blonde. Wait, what? The blonde demanded, but Korra just laughed and walked away. What the hell am I supposed to do? I hope she doesn't do anything funny. Sato Estate. The next day, after being safe, Naruto and Korra arrived at the Sato Estate. Once inside, the family butler led them back to the pool where they found Mako relaxing in the water. Avatar Korra and Master Naruto have arrived, the butler announced. Hey Korra, Naruto, Mako said, greeting her friends. I'm glad you made it. Asami smiled. She was walking over to them. She was wearing a black bikini with red trim. Naruto was looking at her longingly, his cheeks flushed with pink. Korra saw this and got very jealous and nudged him. Before either of them could return the greeting, Korra and Naruto were soaked as Bolin fell into the pool. Yes, thanks for the invitation, Naruto said, accepting the towel the butler offered him. Looks like you guys are settled in, Korra said, taking a seat on a couch. Pretty much, except someone forgot to ask their dad if we could stay here, Mako said. Yes, but I worked it out with him, Asami said casually. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. This is the best place in the world, Bolin said excitedly, stepping out of the pool, Pabu riding comfortably on his shoulder. Look at this. Standing regally, the earthbender addressed the butler. Bring me my towel, good sir. Yes, master. Bolin, the butler said neutrally, but Naruto recognized the disdainful look in the man's eyes, making him think that Bolin might have been a little too excited to have access to the mansion staff. Master Bolin. I love this guy. The earthbender laughed. Now pat me dry. The butler was quick to obey and even did the same for Pabu. But Naruto found himself truly feeling sorry for the poor butler when Bolin quickly jumped back into the pool the moment he finished drying the earthbender. So, what do you have planned for us today? Korra asked Asami. Let me guess, shopping, makeovers? I have something a little more exciting in mind, the Sato heiress replied, ignoring the Avatar's condescending tone. Asami had the group move to the property's private race track, where they watched the Satomobiles race around the track at high speed. Okay Asami, you're officially cool, Naruto said, clearly amazed by the machines. Definitely way cooler than a makeover, Korra added, feeling equally impressed. This is where Future Industries tests the Satomobiles, Asami explained. Have you ever been behind the wheel? The only thing I know how to drive is a polar bear dog, said the Avatar. Once the checkered flag waved, the two launched into it. At first, it looked bad. But Asami was clearly the expert as she waited until just the right moment and shifted gears on the straightaway, smiling as she swept past the blonde to take the lead and the win. Korra stepped off the satellite before turning to Asami. I have to admit I mislabeled you. I thought you were a little prissy. No offense, it's okay, Asami laughed. People usually assume I'm daddy's helpless girl, but I can handle myself. I mean, I've been in self-defense classes since I was a kid. My dad made sure I could always protect myself. Smart boy. Upon returning to the mansion, the group witnessed Bolin perform the classic bathroom dance. Emergency! Emergency incoming! Beep, beep! He shouted, running to the nearest bathroom. Is there another bathroom I can use? Korra asks. We have a ladies' room upstairs. First door on the right. Asami replied, thanking Korra and leaving Naruto alone with Asami. Okay, feeling awkward, Naruto thought to himself. Of course, he's alone with a girl who confesses to him. I guess you like my swimsuit, Asami said. She smirked. Naruto was surprised he got caught. Yes, he said. There's no point in denying it. I'm surprised you invited Mako and Bolin. Mako and I are separated. But I'm not going to let a friend live on the streets, she said. Before he could say more, Korra ran in, grabbing his arm as she dragged them towards the door. Sorry, I forgot we're supposed to babysit the airbenders. I mean babysit the airbender children. Korra stammered as an excuse. See you later. So you think Mr. Sato made those gloves for the Equalists and then framed Cabbage Corp? Tenzin asked, after hearing Korra's explanation of why she forced her and Naruto to leave the Sato estate early. That's a bold accusation, but what proof do you have? Lin asked harshly. Well, I don't have proof, exactly, Korra admitted. But I know what I heard. Sato is up to something. Lin took a moment to think about it before turning to Tenzin. He has the means and he has a motive. That's right, the airbending master agreed. Reason? Naruto asked. 12 years ago, the Agni Kai triad robbed Sato's mansion. A firebender killed Sato's wife during the robbery. That's terrible, Korra said sadly. It was tragic. Tenzin agreed. It's possible I've been harboring anti-bending sentiments all along. Maybe we should look at Mr. Sato a little more closely, Lin said. The next day, Korra and Naruto followed Lin and Tenzin to the Sato mansion. The butler from the day before quickly took Tenzin and Lin to Hiroshi's office. Unfortunately, before they could follow Naruto and Korra, they were discovered by Mako and Asami. What's going on? Why are you asking Hiroshi more questions? Mako asked. I heard it on the phone yesterday. Asami, I don't know how to tell you this, but I think your dad might be involved with the Equalists. Korra explained. What? I don't believe this, Asami said indignantly, marching after Lin and Tenzin. Were you spying on Hiroshi? What's your problem? Mako asked the Avatar. Hey, calm down, Mako, Naruto said, standing between Korra and the irate firebender. Everyone's nervous about Amon. Yeah, but I don't go around accusing people, the firebender argued. Clearly Naruto's attempt to keep everyone calm wasn't working. Besides, who are you to pry into other people's private business? Korra herself was debating knocking out the firebender for the attack on Naruto, since she couldn't stand it when people started talking badly about her crush. Fortunately, before things could turn violent, Lin and Tenzin returned, followed by Hiroshi, who had given permission for all of Future Industries to search for evidence. Giving the firebender one last look, Naruto and Korra left to watch the raids. Future Industries. I can't believe Mako said that, Korra snarled, as she and Naruto stood back while the metal-bending officers searched the Future Industries warehouses. Hey, are you okay? She asked, noticing the blonde had been strangely quiet. Yeah, Naruto sighed, but the look on Korra's face told him she didn't believe him. It's been a while since someone stabbed me. I guess I got used to the relative peace. He thought back to his childhood and his past life. Korra frowned at this. Before she could say that, the Avatar felt someone bump into her, leaving a folded piece of paper in her hand. After Tenzin and Lin returned reporting that they found no evidence of Equalist activity, Korra presented the note saying that if they wanted the truth about Hiroshi Sato, they would have to meet with an informant beneath the Silk Road Bridge. Silk Road Bridge. Naruto, Korra, Lin, and Tenzin arrived at the rendezvous point, but their informant was nowhere to be seen. They were about to give up when they heard a whisper. This way, called the shadowy figure of an older man, dressed in a large hat and trench coat, emerging from behind a support beam. Listen. I joined the Equalists because I believed in what Amon said. I thought he could make life better for us non-benders. But I didn't sign up for this war. What do you have on Hiroshi Sato? Lin asked. He made those gloves for the Equalists. I knew it, Korra said. Naruto rolled his eyes as his crush was clearly trying to hide how much she enjoyed having her suspicions vindicated. She's forgetting how this will affect Asami, he reminded her gently, stealing the Avatar's triumphant gaze as she realized how much this would hurt her new friend. And there are rumors he's working on something even bigger. Some new kind of weapon, the insider added. We searched all the future industries and found nothing, Tenzin said. That's because he has a secret factory. Where? Naruto asked. It's right below the Sato mansion, the informant said, causing everyone's eyes to widen in shock. Metalbender blimp. Assaulting the Sato mansion is a risky move with Tarlock breathing down your neck, Tenzin warned. If we screw up. I know, Lin interrupted. I can say goodbye to my job. But protecting Republic City is all that matters to me. We can't let Amon get his hands on this new weapon. Once the aircraft landed, officers moved to secure the grounds as Lin, Tenzin, Naruto, and Korra entered the mansion, finding Asami, Mako, and Bolin sitting around. What are you doing here? Asami demanded. We have reason to believe there's a factory hidden beneath the mansion, Lin replied, maintaining his professional tone. I think I would have noticed if there was a factory under my house. Where is your father? Tenzin asked. In his workshop behind the house, Asami said, sounding much calmer, although it wasn't hard to tell she was fuming inside. Asami led the group to a small shed in her backyard, but once inside they could find no trace of Hiroshi. Boss, the farm is secure. No one has left the workshop since we arrived, an officer reported. Maybe we just couldn't see him leave, Lin said. Walking to the center of the room, Lin lifted her foot, the metal sole of her boot sliding back, exposing her skin, and kicked out, using her seismic sense to scan the area. There's a tunnel beneath the workshop, which runs deep into the mountainside. What? There's no tunnel, Asami argued, growing increasingly annoyed by the continued accusations against her father. Her spirits were crushed once Lin used her metal bending to tear open the floor, exposing a hidden tunnel and an elevator platform. Do you think your dad knows about this tunnel? Bolin whispered loudly. I don't understand. There must be an explanation, Asami argued weakly. Maybe you don't know everything about your father, Korra said gently. I'm sorry. Officers, into the tunnel. Be careful, Lin ordered. Asami, Mako, and Bolin were about to follow them, but Lin stopped them. You three stay here. Officer Song, keep an eye on them, she ordered despite their protests. Hidden factory. The elevator descended deep underground and stopped in a large, well-lit chamber, with two enormous posters bearing Amon's face hanging above its head. It's not your average backyard workshop, Lin joked, as his officers moved to cover all the angels. And I guess those are the new weapons, Naruto said, pointing to a row of large humanoid robots. Hiroshi was lying well, but where is he? Tenzin questioned. Suddenly, a giant metal wall rose from the floor, blocking their exit and plunging the room into darkness. Lin tried to bend the metal structure but, to her frustration, found she couldn't. I'm afraid you won't be able to bend that wall, Chief Beifong, Hiroshi said, his voice coming from an intercom as sickly green lights illuminated the room and the robots began to power up. It's solid platinum. My mecha tanks are platinum too. Not even your famous mother could bend such pure metal. The group soon found themselves surrounded by the mecha tanks. Hiroshi, I knew you were a lying, evil equalist, Korra shouted. Come here and what to do, young avatar? Face the wrath of your bending? No. I think I'll do it from the inside, where my odds are a little more equal. That source was a setup. He lured us here, Lin accused, guilty as charged. Hiroshi then swung a claw at the group, but Korra, Naruto, Lin, and Tenzin were quick to jump out of the way. However, they couldn't relax yet as the mech tanks split up to deal with the four. Dodging the mechanical nightmare's grappling lines, Lin used a ground platform to launch herself into the air, using her meta bending to release the blades from her armor's wrists. Their blades tore through the cockpit's glass screen, forcing the Equalist pilot inside to back into a scaffolding as they tried to avoid the boss's blades. For a moment, it seemed Lin had won, until a second mech tank's grappling hook caught her off guard and slammed her painfully into the ground. Deciding the situation was too dire to hold back, Naruto made full use of his chi in his limbs to make a serious tent of these mechs. wishing he could fold right now. For her part, Korra found herself launching a barrage of fireballs at an approaching mech tank piloted by Hiroshi. To the Avatar's dismay, her attacks didn't seem to be slowing the machine down, but luckily help arrived in the form of Tenzin, blasting Hiroshi with a powerful blast of wind. Hiroshi growls in frustration as the teacher and student push him against the wall. Pushing its control sticks forward, his mech tank fired a grappling cable at Korra, who dodged it with a series of backflips. Using her earthbending to tear a large chunk of stone from the ground, the Avatar prepares for a counterattack only to be caught off guard when the second mech tank slams into her from behind, sending her flying across the room and bouncing painfully off some metal pipes. "Korra!" Tenzin cried in concern for his student as she fell to the ground. He was about to shoot some air underneath the Avatar to slow her descent when, in a blur, Naruto appeared beside him, catching her and carefully placing her on the ground. Turning his attention away from Korra, Naruto saw Tenzin wrapped in wires and electrocuted. Around him, his friends lay defeated on the ground, and it was him. Before anyone knew what happened, the boy disappeared only to reappear when his punch slammed into the cockpit of a mech tank, knocking the pilot from the machine. The Equalist struggled helplessly against Naruto's grip on his neck before the blonde tossed him aside, not caring where he landed as long as it hurt. Having heard the reports of what happened the last time Naruto used his chi on his limbs, it could cause serious damage. None of the mech tank ice axes felt eager to make the first move against this demon. "Amon already warned us about this!" Hiroshi roared, not about to let one kid stop him. This seemed to snap the others out of their frozen states as the mech tanks began moving to surround Naruto, believing they could overwhelm him with numbers. Meanwhile, while Hiroshi and his men were distracted by Naruto, no one noticed a new hole opening in the factory floor, through which Mako and Bolin were peering. "Whoa!" Bolin gasped, watching Naruto make a large tent out of mech tanks, his legs rendering him unable to move. The brothers couldn't believe the kind of power and cruelty their normally laid-back friend was capable of. Mako was certainly glad Naruto didn't use this power on him after shooting the blonde. "Cut off his movement!" Hiroshi ordered, as Naruto's speed made it very difficult for them to locate the boy. To the inventor's credit, the mech tank's thick armor was too tough for Naruto's punches, forcing him to focus his attacks on the cockpit's glass canopy. Unfortunately, Hiroshi had realized this fact, and the instant he saw Naruto attack another mech tank, he fired a metal disc at the boy. As it flew towards Naruto, the metal disc released whip-like tendrils that wrapped around Naruto and electrified him. To Hiroshi's frustration, Naruto would not be stopped by a single disc, but the electricity from the ball disc slowed him down enough for the remaining mech tanks to fire their own discs, resulting in Naruto being covered from head to toe in electrified wires before finally falling. "Well, I'd say it was a near-perfect test," Hiroshi said, getting out of his mech tank. The mad inventor approached the downed Naruto, and was surprised to see he was still conscious. "Amon was right about you. You really are something special, and I can't wait to find out what." The mad inventor smiled sadistically as he watched Naruto struggle to escape his bonds. But Amon had already warned Hiroshi about the boy's abnormal degree of strength, and had rigged each cable to be strong enough to bind a dragon. Turning away from the boy, Hiroshi turned to the other Equalists, and ordered the benders to be moved to trucks and delivered to Amon. This only spurred Naruto to try harder to break his bonds, but his body had begun to go numb from the electrified wires, trying to channel his chi, but he had reached his limit. Hope was beginning to feel lost when he suddenly found himself being moved by Mako. "I'm sorry," the firebender whispered, apologizing for not believing Korra and her attack on Naruto. At this point, the blonde was certainly feeling forgiving as they were led toward Bolin's escape tunnel. "Not so fast, boys," Hiroshi said ominously, blocking their path armed with 2 taser gloves and backed up by the lieutenant. Caught off guard, Bolin dropped Chief Beifong and began gesturing with Tenzin's hands. "Hello, Mr. Sato. Wow. What an impressive and terrifying factory you have here, beneath your giant mansion, sponsoring our team, supporting the Avatar. It was all just a big cover," Mako said angrily, ignoring his brother's stupidity as he glared at Hiroshi. "Yes. And the hardest part was watching my daughter wander around with you teachers." Hiroshi's gloves sparkled as he walked toward the siblings when a voice suddenly rang out. "Dad, stop!" Asami cried, turning her head away from the monster her father had become. "Why? Baby, I wanted to keep you out of this for as long as I could, but now that you know the truth, please forgive me. These people, these benders, they took your mother, the love of my life. They've ruined the world. But with Amon, we can fix it and build a perfect world together." Hiroshi took off one of his gloves and held it out to his daughter. "Join me, Asami." Tension filled the air as everyone waited to see what Asami would do. Asami stared at the gauntlet for what seemed like an eternity when she finally, with tears in her eyes, accepted it, while Korra, Mako, Bolin, and Naruto looked on sadly. "I love you, Dad," Asami said tearfully, closing her eyes as she swung the gauntlet toward Hiroshi and shocked him with a massive jolt of electricity. As Hiroshi fell to the ground, the lieutenant rushed to subdue Asami, closing in on her with a swing of his Kali sticks. Hitting the first attack with a high kick, Asami grabbed the lieutenant's wrist and brought him to his knees before shocking him out. "Let's get out of here!" Mako ordered, grabbing Naruto and heading for the escape tunnel as more mech tanks roared to life behind them. Metalbender blimp. "I'm sorry I didn't believe you, but the fact that Asami's father is an equalist isn't an easy thing to believe, even now," Mako said. "I know. I'm sorry all this happened," Korra said sincerely. "So your offer to live at the Air Temple still stands?" Mako asked, hoping Korra and Naruto would resent her attitude. "Yeah, sure," Naruto said, letting the firebender know he was forgiven. "And Asami is welcome too," Korra added. Asami approaches them. "Hey, how are you feeling?" Naruto asked worriedly. To everyone's surprise, the blonde expected. Asami clung to Naruto and began to cry into his chest. The blonde let her cry into his chest, knowing for a fact that it had been an emotional day for her. Korra just wanted to rip Asami off her chest. But she couldn't bear to see a friend's heartbreak like that. She needed support. That doesn't mean she'll keep an eye on her. She's getting too close to Naruto for her liking, since Korra recently found out she's now single. Across the room, Tenzin and Lin are having a conversation of their own. "My metalbenders are on their way to Amon, and it's all my fault," Lin said weakly. "Tarlock is right, I failed as chief. First thing tomorrow morning, I'm going to hand in my resignation." "No! You can't give up like this," Tenzin said urgently. "I'm not giving up," Lin argued, a fire growing inside her. "I'm going to find my officers and take down Amon. But I'll do it my way, outside the law." Tenzin couldn't even attempt to respond to that, as this was just another sign that things in Republic City were changing. Chapter 10. Air Temple Island. Following the revelation of Hiroshi Sato's allegiance to the Equalists, Sato's properties were searched, but the CEO of Future Industries had disappeared. With the grounds currently closed, Asami had accepted the offer to move to Air Temple Island with Mako and Bolin. When their boat arrived, they saw Korra and the Airbender children waiting for them at the docks. Always a ball of energy, Ikki quickly gave a brief tour of the island and answered any ridiculous questions Bolin came up with. As they approached the main temple building, Mako decided to bring up the subject of his missing friend. "Hey, where's Naruto?" As if in response to the firebender's question, a loud bang could be heard from the other side of the island. "It's there," Ikki said cheerfully, pointing in the direction of the noise. "He's training," Korra explained. "Oh, let's see!" Bolin exclaimed, jumping up and down with excitement. "Sure, but I think we should pack our things first," Mako said, gesturing to the exhausted air acolytes struggling to carry all of Asami's luggage. Apparently, no one taught the girl the meaning of the phrase. "Pack light." With her siblings showing the children their rooms, Jinora and Korra were leading Asami to hers when they heard another loud crash from outside the temple walls. "Naruto, does he usually train this hard?" Asami asked, as she and Jinora looked to Korra for the answer. "Well, he usually leaves on his own," Korra explained. "So, I've never heard him from inside the compound." "Well, it's certainly making itself known now." The heiress smiled. "Well, here's your room," the Avatar said, leading them to an empty room. "I know this is a bit rustic compared to what you're used to. I think it's really lovely, and best of all, nothing here reminds me of my father," Asami said bitterly. "Thank you for your hospitality." "No problem," Korra smiled. Come on, let's check on Naruto. Before that I need to tell you something. Oh okay, whatever, Korra said worriedly, wondering what Asami needs to tell her. Did Naruto tell you what happened to me the other night? He just told me you got off and took you somewhere to eat, drove you home. Also, he stayed at your place because he saw how late it is. Am I missing something? Korra said, wondering why he brought this up. Asami sighed at these figures that Naruto didn't mention to Korra. Well, the whole truth of the story, wait for this little detail, Asami said. And this detail is? Korra said, arms crossed over her chest and an eyebrow raised. She looked to Asami to speak. I told him my feelings for him and I kissed him, Asami said, blushing. For Korra, still frozen, her friend just told her that she loves the same person as her. She honestly debated whether to bury her right now. Why did you have to be difficult, Naruto? She thought. So what now? Korra said. I was thinking we could share it, Asami said, thinking about the pose. Quota? Korra asks. Yeah, share. Listen, Korra, I like you as a friend. Naruto obviously loves us both. He won't choose either of us if it means hurting the other, Asami said. Korra was conflicted about this and knew Asami was right. Sigh, I guess I can live with that, Korra said. Asami was happy that they both agreed to share. I'll be the first, Korra declared with a smile on her face. Asami pouted at the statement. Ah, there it is, Tenzin said, approaching the group. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the island. Thank you for inviting us, Asami replied, bowing to the airbender. After returning the bow, Tenzin turned his attention to Korra. Bifong's replacement, Saikan, will be appointed as the new chief of police later. I think we should both be there. Okay, let's go. Aren't you bringing Naruto? Tenzin questioned, since Korra generally preferred having the blonde around. No, he's busy, Korra replied. She knew how much Naruto cared about her getting stronger and didn't want to interfere. Municipality. Upon arriving at City Hall, Korra and Tenzin watched as the newly appointed police chief Saikan, a bald, middle-aged man, gave his speech to the crowd. It was an honor to serve under Chief Beifong for so many years, and I wish her a speedy recovery. It is with great humility that I take her place as the new chief of police. Republic City faces a threat unlike any the world has ever seen, but there is one man who has been effective against the Amon Revolution. Korra felt a sinking feeling in her stomach as Saikan turned to the town hall. Turns out, his feelings were well placed. Councilman Tarlok! Therefore, for all matters involving the Equalists, I will report directly to you. Korra and Tenzin were shocked and outraged by this revelation as the dirty politician moved to stand next to Saikan. The police department will provide every available resource to the council member and his task force until we defeat this insurgency. What's that weasel snake Tarlok up to now? Korra mused, and she and Tenzin stared as they watched Tarlok work the crowd. Finally, as the crowd dispersed, Tenzin seized the opportunity to confront the rogue councilman. Tarlok, I don't know what you did to get Chief Saikan in your pocket, but I highly doubt it was legal. Oh, Tenzin. Always the conspiracy theorist. Did you ever think that Saikan simply recognizes my talents and wants the best for this city? Tarlok said sarcastically. The councilman then turned his attention to the Avatar. Well, Avatar Korra, long time no see. Now that your little pro-bending distractions are over, I hope you'll return to my task force. Ha, forget it! Korra scoffed. There's no way I'm joining your vanity project again. This wasn't what Tarlok wanted to hear, evident by the way his confident smile fell. That's unfortunate to hear. But I'm sure you'll come to your senses, as you have in the past. He concluded confidently. Don't hold your breath, buddy, Korra said defiantly. You know, Tenzin's been right about you all along. You played me, you played Beifong, and now you're playing the new chief of police too. Well, I've got news for you. You need me, but I don't need you. I'm the Avatar. Tarlok sneered as he began verbally tearing down Korra's confidence. In fact, you're not the Avatar. You're just a half-baked Avatar in training. Which reminds me, how's your airbending coming along? Did you make any significant progress with it? Tarlok took sadistic pleasure in watching Korra buckle under the weight of his words. I don't think so. If you're not going to be part of my task force, then you'd better stay out of my way. Air Temple Island. After Tarlok's harsh words, Korra wasn't exactly feeling so confident, and had chosen to hide away in a remote part of the island. Sitting on a small cliff overlooking the water, she allowed herself to wallow in self-pity. "So this is where you were?" Naruto said, walking over to sit next to her. "Tenzin told me about Tarlok, so you know everything he said was true," Korra said miserably. "How am I supposed to save the city when I can't even learn airbending? I'm a complete failure as an avatar." "Hey! None of that," Naruto ordered, moving his finger against Korra's forehead, much to her annoyance. "Hey, stop it!" he snapped, pushing Naruto's hand away. "Well, I have to blow your mind. Come on, don't let that idiot get to you." "Okay, so you're having trouble with your airbending, big deal. You'll get it eventually." Korra gave a small smile at Naruto's display of faith in her. But that's how it had always been. No matter the challenge, Naruto wouldn't give up. Korra couldn't help but feel it was time to have some faith in her own abilities. "Yeah, you're right," Korra said, feeling a little more confident. She thought back to her conversation with Asami. She was about to ask him to just talk about Naruto, but he interrupted her. "Besides, I'm not the only one who believes in you," Naruto said, gesturing to the approaching forms of Mako, Asami, and Bolin. "You have your own team avatar." "He's right, you know it," Asami said. "We support you," Mako added. "Let's show off, Republic City, the new team avatar," Bolin exclaimed, apparently liking the idea. Sharing the Earthbender's enthusiasm, the teens hurried off to begin their first patrol of the city, Republic City. Although Naga made it very clear that she wasn't going to drive them all, Asami was fortunately able to provide an alternative means of transportation in the form of a sleek black 5-seat Satomobile, and they were soon driving around the city in style. They didn't have to wait long before the car radio picked up a police broadcast announcing that the Equalists had successfully escaped. As fate would have it, the escaping Chi blockers had taken the street in front of them as an escape route, as they spotted 4 Chi blockers on motorcycles guarding a prison bus with hijacks. Asami didn't hesitate to speed the car after the escaping criminals. As they raced through the streets, the Chi blockers cared little for public safety, pushing many vehicles off the road, but so far nothing the Sato heiress couldn't handle. Although the Chi blockers caused a truck to skid into its path, Asami knew it was time for some creative driving assistance. "Korra, Bolin, I need a ramp." Using their earthbending, Bolin and Korra raised the street, forming the ramp just in time for Asami to jump the car over the truck and return to the chase. "Hey, Asami, come here," Naruto said, ducking into the back seat. As Asami brought the car within range, the blonde made a mad leap from the Satomobile to the back of the nearest Chi-blocking motorcycle, throwing him off the bike before he even realized he was there. Naruto took the bike for himself and sped off, swerving out of the way as a pair of Chi-blockers fell back to engage their pursuers. But Naruto wasn't worried when a quick glance over his shoulder showed Asami ironically finishing the pair off with her own Equalist taser glove. With the road now clear, Naruto rode behind the truck, struggling to maintain control as he steered with one hand while forming chi to cover his fist, and quickly slammed his fist into the side of the truck, sending it spiraling out of control as it toppled over. By the time Tarlok and his task force arrived, the Equalists were already tied up and the press was taking photographs. "Avatar Korra, what do you think you're doing?" Tarlok said angrily. "Oh, hello, Tarlok. It's good to have you finally show up," Korra said smugly. "Here, we captured the escaped convicts for you. What you did was destroy the city and prevent the royal authorities from pursuing these criminals." That's funny. I didn't see your little task force or the police the whole time. If it weren't for Team Avatar, they would have gotten away." Frowning, Tarlok turned to leave, but not before issuing an ultimatum. "This is your last warning. Stay out of my way." The following night, Team Avatar patrolled the city once again. Earlier that day, Tenzin had told him that Tarlok had spoken to the city council about declaring a curfew for non-benders, and ever since then, Naruto had a very bad feeling about it. It only got worse when they arrived at the Dragon Flats burrow, and discovered the power had been cut. As it turns out, Naruto was right to be worried, as instead of the reported Equalist rally, they found a large gathering of non-benders being held by Tarlok's task force, demanding their power be restored. "Mommy, look! It's the Avatar!" a boy yelled, pointing at Korra. "Please help us." the boy's mother begged. You're our avatar too. Naruto noticed that Korra wasn't exactly sure how to deal with the situation, but decided to stay quiet as they left to confront Tarlok. Tarlok! You need to turn the power back on and leave these people alone, Korra demanded. Avatar Korra, you and your fellow players have no business being here. The councilman sneered. We're not going anywhere. You have no right to treat these innocent people like criminals. This is an equality rally. There's nothing innocent about it. They're not equalists, Asami argued, taking a step forward. They're normal people who want their rights back. They are the enemy, Tarlok snarled. Because they're not benders, Naruto replied. Is that how the council works now? Or maybe you're the problem. Maybe your little selfish trip didn't work out, so now you're targeting innocent people just so you can save face. I'd be very careful with your words, boy, the councilman mocked. Why, are you mad because I'm not bowing to you? The blonde smiled. Gather all these equalists, Tarlok ordered, stepping away from Naruto. The people in the crowd began to scream as the task force members pressed metal over the barricades to surround them. Their fear grew as the ground below began to rise into the air. Stop! Korra cried, taking control of the earth platforms and lowering them to the ground beneath the barricades, allowing the people to escape to their homes. Enraged by the Avatar's defiance, Tarlok turned his gaze on Asami, capturing her arm with a water whip. Let me go! Asami screamed, struggling against his grip. You're under arrest, Tarlok declared. What? You can't do that, Naruto argued. Actually, I can. She's a no-show after curfew, and her father is a known equalist conspirator. Furious at the injustice, Naruto used his fist to break Tarlok's grip, incurring the corrupted man's specter. Arrest them. As the metalbenders moved to capture Mako and Bolin, Naruto stepped in and took them by surprise with swift, powerful punches to the face, breaking their noses. Stunned by the brazenness of a clear non-bender attacking his men. Arrest them all! Tarlok snarled, unwilling to let Naruto expose himself to fight the task force. Tarlok! Korra roared, lifting 2 large blocks of earth from the ground, a clear threat to the councilman. Let them go! Unless you want to join your friends in prison, I suggest you leave them and return to the Air Temple. Korra, listen to him. He's not worth it. Mako yelled as they were led away. We'll be okay, Bolin promised. Don't worry, I'll get Tenzin. He can get you out, Korra promised. When she and Naruto left to find the men of the Airbender Council, Korra's Hall of the Air Temple, while Korra, Naruto, and Tenzin went to police headquarters to free their friends, Tarlok had the police firmly under his control. Unfortunately, they wait until the next day at the council meeting. Both Korra and Naruto didn't like waiting to free their friends. Korra was lying in her bed feeling very frustrated because she couldn't see that her friends couldn't be freed. She got out of bed and started walking by the window, to see the light of Republic City that is seen at night. Thinking about what she's going to do. Until the knock on her door. Korra, it's me, I can come in, Naruto said from outside the door. Yes, come in, she said. Naruto entered his room. Korra was surprised to see Naruto's new outfit. He was wearing navy blue long sleeves with white piping around the edges with the Southern Water Tribe logo in the center. His pants had also changed to baggy navy blue pants. His haroi were once red and the black cloak had now changed to blue with white flames at the bottom. Wow, I love the new outfit, Korra said, a small blush on her cheeks. Naga, who is lying down in Korra's room, barks in agreement. Thank you. Korra, can we talk for a minute? Naruto said as Korra guided him to sit on the bed to talk. So what do you want to talk about? Curious what he's going to talk about so late. I'm going to see Tarlok tonight. Great, I was thinking the same thing. Just Korra. I'm going alone, he said, which made Korra stop and look at him in confusion. Why? She screamed, not understanding why he was going alone. Naruto took a breath and spoke once more. It'll be best for me to go alone to deal with this. Since the war is brewing, they need you here more than anything. Besides, I don't trust that snake to be anywhere near you, he said, stating the half-truth of his intentions. That doesn't explain why you're going alone, Korra said as she pointed her finger at the blonde. Blonde was a little surprised to be discovered. He sighed at this. Sometimes he forgot he couldn't do things to her. If something happens to you, I won't forgive myself. And why? She said, knowing the answer, but she wanted to hear the blonde say it. He murmurs as his head lowers and he looks down at his feet to provide more interesting information. I'm sorry you have to talk a little longer, he said, waiting for her to explode. Spirit above Korra. I love. That was all he said as Korra latched onto him, kissing him fully on the lips, wrapping her arms around his head to deepen the kiss. He's in shock for a moment. Then instinct took over as he wraps his arms around her body, pulling her closer, never letting go. As she feels Naruto up, strong arms wrap around her tightly. Feeling a little adventurous, she uses her tongue to gain access, to which he requests. It's a full kiss, letting them explore each other's mouths, until air is needed. They take a breath, resting their foreheads against each other, still holding each other with no intention of breaking free. I love you too, and I heard about what happened with Asami. We've both talked and agreed to share, Korra said, blushing now. Rubbing her head against his chest, she sighed in content. She never thought this kiss would be so intense. Even though he kissed, she felt a variety of emotions from him. What stood out the most was his love for her. For Naruto, he was happy that his best friend had returned his feelings. The smile had never left his face. He finally made it until now. I know you're stubborn about this, so I won't fight you. Pawn, please take Naga with you. I can't help but worry for my boyfriend's safety, Korra said, smiling. But clearly there are worries in the voices. Having witnessed love, she can't help but worry for his safety. Naruto was happy to hear this. He let go of her, reaching around her neck to grab her necklace that she always wore since day one, putting the necklace around Korra's neck. Korra was surprised by his sudden action. Naruto never took off his necklace. Why? You never took this off? She asked. Wondering, he put the necklace around her neck. Well, this promise to me will come back to you. I want you to hold on to it until I come back for it, he said. Korra can't be aware of this, giving him a kiss once more, for good luck as she returns the favor by kissing him back. No matter what happens, please come back to me. He nodded, walking over to Naga and rubbing her head. I want to go for a walk with Daddy, he said, and the Pola dog happily barked and laughed at Korra to see her little one interacting. As Naruto and Naga left Korra's room, Korra went to lie down on her bed. Holding the necklace close to her heart, ready to sleep, she couldn't help but feel this feeling that something was going to happen. Municipality. With no other options, Naruto personally chose Tarlock in the hopes that this wouldn't end in a fight. Doubtful, he thought. Entering through his office window, Naruto found the councilman at his desk. As he entered the room, he couldn't help but notice that the dark atmosphere matched the councilman's perfectly, as the only light came from behind a decorative waterfall. We need to talk, Naruto said firmly. Then spit it out, Tarlock said, acting far from calm for Naruto's liking. Don't you see? You're doing exactly what Amon says is wrong with benders. You're using your power to oppress and intimidate people, and you don't? A bending less break into the council, Tarlock asked incredulously. Isn't that what you came here to do? Intimidate me into freeing your friends? See, that's what I admire about you, Naruto. Your willingness to go to extremes to get what you want. It's a quality we both have. Quota, you and I are nothing alike, Naruto denied. But that smug smile never left Tarlock's face. He truly believed he was in control. Look, I'll make you a deal. Do what I say, and I'll let your friends go. Is that why you arrested them? To get to Korra? Naruto said in realization. I need your answer. No. You might be able to manipulate Chief Saikon into following you, but it won't work on Korra. Tarlock stood up from his desk and turned back to his waterfall as if his refusal made Naruto unworthy of a face-to-face conversation. You'll regret that decision, he said sinisterly. You need to be stopped. You're as bad as Amon. Naruto's words hit a nerve with the councilman as his eyes take on a cold, murderous look. I tried to work with you and Korra, but you've made it impossible. Tarlock quickly turned around, throwing a wisp of water at Naruto, catching him off guard as Naruto managed to roll out of the way, literally missing it by a hair. Naruto quickly ran towards Tarlock, surprising Tarlok with his quick recovery. He knocked him into the waterfall. Maintaining the pressure that followed his attack, Tarlok quickly defended himself, surrounding himself with a sphere of water. Seeing that this wasn't working, Naruto stopped his attack and gave Tarlok the opportunity to counterattack, firing ice shards at Naruto. In an impressive display of acrobatics, Naruto spun around, twisting his body in the air to avoid the deadly ice shards. But he soon found himself backed into the back wall, forcing him to resort to martial arts as he shattered several of the ice blades with his bare hands. It turned out there were too many as he felt one of the shards slice into his side. Looking for a distraction, Naruto raised a fist coated in his chi. Slamming it into the ground, it caused a small shockwave that shook the entire room, knocking Tarlok off balance. Naruto used this opportunity to add chi to his run towards Tarlok. Tarlok saw Naruto running towards him. With no time to counter it, he formed a shield of ice. Naruto saw what Tarlok was doing. He quickly formed a small Rasengan that was enough to penetrate his ice shield. The Rasengan completely broke Tarlok's shield, but he still had enough power left. Naruto crashed into Tarlok's stomach, sending Tarlok tumbling to the floor below. It wasn't over yet though. Naruto jumped in after him, enjoying Tarlok's defeated form a bit. "What are you going to do now? You're out of water, buddy!" Desperate, Tarlok backs away from the anger of being beaten by this boy. As Naruto walks toward Tarlok, his body suddenly freezes, as Tarlok stands up, hands outstretched in a bowed posture. Like a dark puppeteer, Tarlok forces Naruto's arms to spin behind his back as he falls to his knees. "You're in my way and you need to be removed," Tarlok said sinisterly. Are you a bloodbender?" Naruto said in surprise. There's no full moon. How are you doing this?" "QB, I need help," he said to the QB Link. "I'm testing the kit. There are many things you don't know about me." Using his now revealed bloodbending, Tarlok lifted Naruto off the ground and threw him against a pillar. Not having time to give Naruto a breath, he ends up throwing him hard into the ceiling, creating cracks around it. To finish, the blonde Tarlok tilted his own downwards. Naruto crashed to the ground hard. He couldn't help but gulp down some blood. His whole body hurt. Just like how Tarlok had finished off the blonde. He walked over to the blonde and pulled out a syringe filled with silver. "Kit, move your ass!" QB shouted, angry that he can't physically repair his friend's body like he used to. Tarlok presses the syringe against Naruto's neck again. Slowly a sliver of liquid substance enters Naruto's body. "What did you do to me?" Naruto demanded, still hurting from whatever Tarlok did. He can't feel the connection to QB. "I've poisoned you with a small dose of mercury. It will eventually kill you, painfully and slowly," Tarlok said with a smile on his face. "Say goodbye to Republic City, you'll never see it again," Tarlok said menacingly, as he knocked the blonde unconscious. Chapter 11. Air Temple Island, tomorrow. Korra was sleeping in her bed, struggling in her sleep. She was having dreams. Vision, or is it memory? She was watching City Hall, looking at the trial being held. Trying to see the people who were recognizable. So far, none of the council members or this one person who was in the trial. She kept searching and finally, there was Avatar Aang in the stands. Aang had connected with her. She was no longer the spirit challenger. As their happy moment was soon gone, she was shocked that this one was able to bend everyone in City Hall, including Aang himself. During the day. That's impossible to do. Bloodbenders without a full moon. As she continued to watch this, Yakwon had run away and hopped into a horse-drawn carriage to drive away. Aang recovered and bent down to chase Yakwon. In the end, Aang took the bending away from Yakwon and the dream ended. Korra woke up, staring up at the ceiling. "I finally got to connect with you, huh?" she said to no one in particular. But it's an open question why she's seeing this specific memory. Is Aang trying to tell her something? Knock, knock, knock. Korra, it's me, Pema. "I'm coming in," Pema said hurriedly, wondering what had set her off. Why was Pema giving her such a worried look? "Pema, what's going on? What's the rush?" she said worriedly. "It's Naruto. He's been kidnapped. You need to hurry. Tenzin is waiting for you outside," she yelled to Korra. Korra didn't ask what happened, she just moved. She jumped out of bed in a hurry, grabbed her fur boots, and ran out the door to meet Tenzin. She didn't bother putting on her armband or even fixing her hair in its ponytail. As she ran through the air temple, her mind kept asking itself, why was this happening now, after they finally confessed to each other? Municipality. Korra followed Tenzin and looked around at the devastation. She saw reporters taking pictures of balls and an equalist gauntlet. She saw Tarlok being treated by a waterbender. They walked towards Tarlok and Tenzin asked, "What happened? What was Naruto doing at City Hall?" To answer your question, he came to discuss the release of his friends. The equalists attacked. We tried to defeat them, but we were outnumbered. I was knocked unconscious. When I came to, the police had arrived and Naruto was nowhere to be seen. I'm so sorry. He then turned to the chief. Chief Saikon, put the entire force on alert for equalists. I want Naruto found. Tenzin nodded and left the room with Korra. We have to find him, Tenzin, Korra said determinedly. Tenzin nodded. I know. That's why we must return to the island. I have favors I can call in. People I can talk to. I can begin my own search for him. Good, and while you're at it, I'll explore the city for answers, Korra added. Tenzin shook his head. No, Korra, the equalists are out there, and we can't risk losing you right now. Korra's voice rose. I have to find him, Tenzin. After everything he's done for me, I won't abandon him like this. Tenzin remained calm. Korra, all I'm saying is that it's dangerous to begin a search without any leads or information to go on. Please give me time. I promise you, we'll both work together to rescue him. Korra gritted her teeth. Korra! If you go after Naruto now, there's a high probability you'll be captured. Do you think Naruto is the kind of person who would want his friend to join him in captivity? Korra sighed sadly. No, I wouldn't. She nodded slowly. I'll wait. Tenzin smiled. I promise you, Korra, that I'll do everything in my power to find him. The couple walked away from City Hall, on the way to the Air Temple. Both Korra and Tenzin remained silent during the return trip. Tenzin decided to speak. Korra, have you been in touch with your past life lately? The airbender said, trying to converse with the girl. I did. This morning, Aang contacted me, the avatar said. Tenzin was surprised by her response. Korra ignored his shocked expression and continued speaking. I only saw his memory of this Yakuan guy, who was able to bend blood during the day. Aang, of course, stopped him and took away his blood bending. That was the end of the dream, she said. Tenzin was rubbing his pointy beard as he pondered over new information. I urged you to meditate on this, hoping you'd get more out of it. Although, as I said, I'll make some contact, he said. Korra's hand landed on his chest when Naruto gave her the necklace last night. Please wait, Naruto, we're coming, she thought, worried for her blonde love. Beifong's room. Beifong was resting in bed when the radio ended. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program for a special report. Last night, the Equalists attacked City Hall. Beifong turned up the volume. Councilman Tarlok was subdued, and a civilian was captured. Beifong turned off the radio and sat down. Her left arm was bothering her. She ignored the pain and walked to the closet, opening it to reveal her police armor. She dressed in pants and a tank top before using her metal bend to put on the suit. She then removed the pin and covered herself with a trench coat before leaving her apartment. Prison cells. Asami lay on the prison bed. Her once beautiful face was now replaced by a worried frown. Ever since last night, when she, Bolin, and Mako were sent to jail last night, she couldn't help but feel worried. Worried about what? She doesn't know. She knows Korra and Naruto are doing their best to free them. But it's a feeling that something is going to happen. Her thought process was interrupted when the door to her prison was folding back, moving to the side to reveal Lin Beifong. I hope you get enough beauty rest. Come on, I'll get you out of here. Thanks, I owe you. Asami is relieved to be leaving. Hoping to see Naruto, Korra, and everyone, Mako and Bolin were playing tic-tac-toe for the 100th time since they were captured, and the novelty had worn off. Mako sighed. 3 X's in a row. I win. Bolin sighed too. Wanna play again? Maybe later? Mako replied. How do you think Naruto and Korra are doing? Bolin asked. Before Mako could respond, Beifong knocked on the cell door and they both stood up. Asami, Bolin said happily. Chief Beifong? Are you going to break us out of jail? Mako asked in confusion. You three, let's go. There's been an attack on the city's call, Beifong revealed, surprising everyone. We have to go then, Bolin declared. The group ran out of the cell and followed Beifong out of the jail area. Cabin. Naruto had been kicking and banging on the door for hours trying to get out, but to no avail. He ignored the pain his body was going through. Every part of his body felt like it was on fire. He could feel it, killing him from the inside out. What Tarlok said was true, so he wouldn't have enough time. He eventually fell onto his butt, his body becoming hard to move and his hand covered in blood from all the punching he did. He looked through the grate above. I'm sorry, he thought before passing out from exhaustion. Tenzin's office. Korra was staring out the window, deep in thought about the vision she had this morning. Tenzin was in the middle of another call. They both turned their attention to Beifong, Mako, Bolin, and Asami, who had just entered the room. Asami walks up to Korra and gives her a big hug. The avatar hugs her back. Asami saw Korra's sad expression and was about to ask her what was wrong. Call me the moment you hear anything, Tenzin said before hanging up the phone and jumping to his feet. Lin, you should be in the hospital. He then pointed at the three teenagers. You three should be in prison, Lin replied. I thought you could use our help, Korra chimed in. That's perfect, Tenzin. We can all go together and find Naruto. What do you mean, find Naruto? Asami asked in confusion. Korra then explained what happened at the town hall. Shocked for all of them. But no worse than Asami felt, feeling like her world was breaking in half. Korra, knowing that feeling Asami was going through, grabs onto Asami's hand to give it a reassuring squeeze. Asami looks up at Korra. She gratefully nodded at the support. What's wrong with Naga? Can't he track Naruto? Asami, Korra replied. Naruto took her with him. I have no idea where she is. She's probably looking for him too. Korra was then looking at Tenzin expectantly. All right, since we have more hands on now, we'll begin our own search for Naruto. I know exactly where we should start, Beifong stated. They're probably hiding underground. In the labyrinth of tunnels beneath the city, underground, like my father's lab, Asami said coldly. She was still smarting from her father's betrayal. Those tunnels are huge. Where would we start looking? Bolin asked. Mako said. The attack is said to have occurred at City Hall, so the entrance to their tunnels might be near there. The only problem with that is I don't see someone like Amon sticking to an area where he's likely to be caught. Beifong noticed a map on the wall. Tenzin, can I use that map to plot some points? It might provide a smaller area to look at. Tenzin nodded. Of course. He tore the map off the wall and began marking various points on it. These are all confirmed incidents between my officers and the Tarlok Task Force. Combine that with a possible hideout while excluding outliers, and the best place to start is here. Beifong had greatly condensed the search area. So what are we waiting for? Let's bring Naruto home, Korra said determinedly as she and the other members of Team Avatar left the room. If this is where he keeps Naruto, then I bet it's also where he keeps my men, Lin declared. Tenzin was determined. Let's bring them all home, Lin. Open patio. Beifong opened the lining of his boot sole. Then he snapped it shut and listened to the earth. There's a tunnel nearby, Beifong said. The group followed her until they found snow marked with vehicle tracks leading to a tunnel covered by a large metal grate. Korra said hopefully. Naruto has to be in there somewhere. Inside the tunnel, the group moved forward until they hit against the wall while Equalist, on Sato cycles, drove up to a wall that opened and let them in. The group ran to the wall, and Beifong bent the metal on the other side to open it. She then opened the door, and the group continued on. They hid and watched the place. The supplies are going to the training camp. A tram took off. The leader approached a stopped tram. Everything was delivered to the prison, sir. That must be where they're keeping Naruto, Tenzin whispered. We have to go down that tunnel, Beifong said before signaling them to follow her. They all got on the tram and headed straight to the prison. A beep sounded, signaling the arrival of a trolley. The Equalist on duty checked it out and found it empty. They were then dragged into the darkness and knocked out by Bolin and Mako. The group then took them back to the prison area by tying them up and propping them against a wall. Korra, Tenzin, and Beifong made their way partway up the stairs. Guys, stay here and watch them, Beifong ordered, along with Mako and Bolin. He then used his seismic sense to gain insight into the prison. My officers are inside. What about Naruto? Korra asked impatiently. Lin simply said, I don't see it yet. Tenzin, Korra, Asami, and Beifong went deeper into the prison only to find two more equalists preparing to throw a ball. Tenzin bent the air and slammed them into a wall. Beifong moved on as Korra ran up to one of the equalists, pushed him against the wall, and asked angrily, Where are you keeping him? I don't know who you're talking about, said the equalist, frightened. Wrong answer, Korra said, slamming her fist into the equalist's stomach. She coughed up a bit of saliva. Korra covered her fist with dirt from the wall and pointed it at the man's head. I'll ask you one more time. Where is he? I don't know who I'm talking about. But we didn't attack City Hall. Tarlok has been lying, the man explained fearfully. Beifong appeared with his guards. I've scanned the entire complex. Naruto isn't here, so Tarlok has Naruto, Asami said, a little surprised by the revelation. We've been tricked, Tenzin added. The alarm started to sound, so the group ran towards the tram. Let's get the people they let out, Bolin declared. They all got on, and Beifong started it. It took a few moments before a tram full of equalists followed them. I have this one, Bolin said as he stepped forward. He lowered his arms, creating a wall that the tram behind them collided with head-on. Up ahead, everyone could see an entire army of equalists led by the Blue Spirit. In response, Beifong leaned against the railing. Wait! The tram ascended, and Korra made a hole in the ceiling that allowed them to climb to the next level. The tram crashed, and everyone, trembling, got out. Beifong then opened a hole for them to climb out. With Naruto. Naruto! Naruto opened his eyes. He looked at the voice that called him, shocked by what he was seeing. It wasn't a cage that Tarlok had put in his cage. No, what he was seeing must be worse. A beast of titanic size, larger than the Kyuubi, with its 10 tails. A single eye, taking up most of its head, blood red in color, with rings around it, with commas in these lines. Spiky protrusions growing out of its back in a shape reminiscent of a conch shell. Its body possessed a grotesque bulbous body with long arms and clawed hands, but no visible hind legs, as well as a wide mouth with multiple rows of sharp teeth and a single spike on its chin. Dark plant-like veins ran along its body, and the ends of its tails resembled leaf buds. A man standing atop this beast. He appears to be controlling this beast. This man wears a high-collared, long-sleeved purple cloak that splits into the lower half. Around his waist is a simple light purple obi and belt. Tied to his back is a gunbai. This man had short black hair. Half of his face has scars. Didn't you say you wouldn't let your friends die? The figure said. What she's seeing around her was a war zone. The broken landscape destroyed bodies, so many bodies on the ground, being impaled by huge wooden stakes. To her shock and horror, she sees Aunt Senna, Uncle Tonrak, Tenzin, Pema, the Airbender children, Lin, Mako, Bolin. They've all been pierced by those same piles. Tears sprang to her eyes at the horror. Where are Korra and Asami? Are they safe? Are they alive? She looked around to see them. Naruto. Naru, he said to the two. His own heart stopped for the moment. When he felt Korra and Asami hugging him from behind, both arms wrapped in a firm grip. He felt relieved that his loves were gone. He didn't know there was a pool of splinter around him. He began to slowly sink it in. He tried to firmly release it. He only found that they were squeezing him tighter. Guys, please let us go. We have to get out of here, he pleaded, only to realize it wasn't them. His eyes were silver with a gleam for them. Who are you? What have you done to them? He said, as if to break away from there. I tried to get out of this puddle. Only from the puddle did he whip himself to hold his ground, gripping his arms and torso firmly. Naruto, how can you say it's me? This is your Korra, he said now that Korra appeared in front of him. His right hand went to gently caress her right cheek. Asami came behind him, wrapping him in a lover's hug. She whispered in his ear, Let it go, Nara, don't fight it. Promise we'll be together, she said as they both slowly sank. Naruto refuses to listen to them, struggling against this hold that has him. Korra saw him trying to fight back. She closes her eyes, sighs at this, then opens them again and returns to her original blue eyes that Naruto loves so much. She appears in front of him, raises both hands to grab his face and look at her. Her struggle remains strong, his eyes looking into hers. Naruto, look at me, you've done enough, you're suffering enough, you don't need to keep fighting anymore, let it go, she said as she kissed him, adding more splinter inside him. Bring it further down to the puddle. Naruto pulled his hand out one last time for one last attempt to break free. Please someone, anyone, he said his last time before his body completely sank into the splinter water. The hand grabbed Naruto's hand and pulled him out of the splinter water. The figure drops Naruto to the ground. Naruto threw the splinter mass out of his lungs, breathing heavily from drowning. Good thing I got here just in time, Databao. Municipality. Team Avatar, Lin, and Tenzin met with 3 of the council members and Saikan. Thank you all for joining us on such short notice, Tenzin said. Lin narrowed his eyes. Boss, Saikan did the same. Lin, any news on Naruto? Tarlok asked as he entered the room. Korra stepped forward angrily. We found an Equalist pocket and learned who took Naruto. She pointed at Tarlok. It was you, that's a ridiculous accusation, Tarlok said, sounding offended. The aide spoke from the second floor. That's true. Everyone turned to him. He took him. I was here when the boy arrived. I was ordered to leave. I was leaving when Tarlok took him to the garage. He told him he'd never see Republic City again and drove off with him in the back of a truck. Korra's anger took over. She punched Tarlok in the stomach, causing the unsuspecting councilman to double over in pain. She then kicked him before Bolin and Mako grabbed her by the arms and held her from behind. You! Naruto probably gave you every chance to end the fight peacefully. You pressured him to keep going, didn't you? Korra yelled angrily, struggling against the men's grasp. Lin looked at the assistant. Why did you keep quiet about this until now? I was afraid to speak until now because Tarlok is a bloodbender, the wizard shouted. Mako and Bolin released Korra as everyone stared in shock. Then all the benders prepared to fight. Tarlok was going berserk as everyone was about to unleash their elements. Tarlok stopped them and subdued them all. Everyone in the room screamed in pain as Tarlok brought them to their knees. You are Yakuan's son, you bloodbend Naruto, said the Avatar, trying to break free from his control. Not only did the blood bend him, but I also had to poison him with mercury. He was a threat to my plans by now. I bet he's lost his mind, or he'll probably kick the bucket, he said with a cruel smile. Everyone was shocked by this revelation. But Korra felt absolute rage at that bastard statement and his smile. Her Naruto is suffering out there, and she needs to help him. You son of a bitch, he said, feeling himself regain some control of his body. Tarlok, feeling himself losing control and slipping, decided to finish quickly. Blood bulged once more, one by one, as everyone fell unconscious. He then ran out of the room, with Naruto. Good thing I got here just in time, Databao. As his savior said this, Naruto opened his eyes to hear the verbal tick. Only one person who has that tick. Looking up from the ground. Standing around 6 feet 2 inches. Wearing a white cloak that has a red flame pattern around the hem, is held together with a red string, and has the kanji for 7th Hokage, written vertically across the back. Underneath this, he wears an orange hoodie with black striped pants and sandals. He wears the traditional Hokage diamond hat. This is the man who brought peace between the 5 nations, the hero and legend of the leaf. Master of the wise arts, heir to Senju Hashirami will, Jinchuriki and partner of Kurama. The 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki extended his hand to Naruto to help him stand, to which the young Naruto accepted his help to get to his feet. As he helped the young Naruto up, Naruto Uzumaki! Obito said angrily. The 10 tails below Obito also roar in agreement. Naruto Uzumaki looks at Obito and then back at young Naruto with a small smile. A noisy fellow, isn't he? He jerked his thumb at Obito and the beast. Let's go somewhere quiet. As he said this, they instantly teleported away. They were gone from the battlefield. Young Naruto looked around. The top standing looked like a statue upside down. He saw trees and buildings larger than Republic City. He finally realized he was in Konoha. Wow, said young Naruto in amazement. I know well. It took me a couple of years to fix it after pain attack. Hokage Naruto said. I don't mean to be rude or anything, but what happened back there, and why am I here, and how did you find me? Said young Naruto, rambling with questions. Hokage Naruto looks at young Naruto with a serious expression on his face. What happened back there wasn't real. It was your imagination of both my past and your present. That pool of splinters you were drowning in was mercury. It was affecting your mind, and if I hadn't pulled you out, well, game over. Hokage Naruto said. Young Naruto was shocked at what was happening to him. I want to thank you, Naruto. He said, a little creepily, saying his own name. Please call me Seventh, but I haven't saved you yet. Seventh said. This confuses Naruto, before he can ask what he meant by that. Seventh continued. I know you're the reason why you can't beat Naruto, having a little identity problem. I don't have an identity problem with what you're talking about, he said, a frown forming on his face. Seventh, seeing that he's stubborn about it, sighed at this. So tell me, Naruto, who are you? Naruto hesitated. He was drawing blanks. Was he really Naruto Uzumaki, his reincarnated, or just Naruto? This is what I'm talking about, said the seventh, who sees the young Naruto confused. He sighs at this. You're still trying to imitate me, said the seventh to get Naruto's attention. What, but am I a little kind of you? Naruto said, confused. You, not me, he said, and pointed at Naruto. You are you. All the things you have accomplished, the things you have experienced, all of that is up to you, not Naruto Uzumaki, he said. You may have abilities, my memories, but you not me. No one can be me. I am a person, like no one can be you. Listen, Naruto, she said as she pointed her finger at Naruto's chest where his heart is. You are you. Remember the things you've accomplished, the things you've experienced. You earned it all on your own. Hell, you've even found love before me. In fact, you have too, haha, she said, laughing as young Naruto blushed at the last comment. After the laughter died down, he began to speak again. The world needs you, but not like Naruto Uzumaki, the savior of the shinobi world, did his part, he said as he raised his right fist in front of Naruto. Let me ask you again. Who are you? While young Naruto brings his own fist to burn with seventh. I am Naruto, born into the Southern Water Tribe, raised by Chief Tonrek and Senna, grandson of Master Katara, lover of Avatar Korra and Asami. And I am the Avatar, he said. His eyes glowed a bright orange. Now the second Avatar has been born. All over the world where statues are made to honor each Avatar, all of their eyes light up in sync as he was saying that they had accepted Naruto as the second Avatar, starting a new cycle of second Avatars. Now show the world what you've got, Avatar Naruto, said the seventh cabin knight. My life is a mess and it's all your fault, Tarlok declared angrily as he opened the door to his cabin only to be confronted by the Equalist standing behind the now unveiled basement door. Between them was Amon. Amon, Tarlok said in surprise. The Equalist behind him, including the lieutenant, prepared to fight. It's time to make you equal, Tarlok regained his confidence. Stupid. You've never had a face as tilted as mine. He knocked out all of Amon's people, but the Equalist's leader remained standing. He then approached Tarlok, surprising the councilman. He focused solely on Amnon, moving his arms downwards. It worked for a few seconds, but Amon quickly overcame it. What are you? What is this? I am the solution, and this was my gift from the spirits, Amon said. He brought Tarlok to his knees and took the councilman's bow, causing him to cry out. Amon's men scrambled back to their feet as Amon lifted the councilman to his feet. This one may have a useful place in our plans. Go find the boy. Don't underestimate him. Electrocute the box before opening it, Amon said before walking outside. Naruto heard this from downstairs. He looked up from the grate above him. He quickly undid his haroi and tied the grate before electrifying himself. Basement. Entering the basement, the lieutenant stood in front of the platinum cage. He and his chi blockers were taking out their Kali sticks, ready to shock the cage. As they shocked the cage, they heard Naruto screaming inside. After a couple of minutes, they stopped shocking and heard a muffled sound. "Open the box," the lieutenant said to one of the chi blockers. Upon opening the box, they could see Naruto on the ground, burned and bruised. The chi blocker came in to grab him, dragging him by his legs. When Naruto felt his body leave the cage, he sprang into action. He delivered a low kick to the lower leg of the chi blocker carrying him. Naruto rolled backward, dodging the incoming chi blocker with his Kali staff about to shock him. He quickly got up to see it was the lieutenant and his other two chi blockers. Naruto was breathing heavily as the mercury still inside him was still hurting his body. As he calmed his breathing, the fight began. Naruto surprises the chi blocker by leaping high into the air and slamming his fist down. The ground turns into ripples, knocking the chi blocker unconscious. He did it. It bends the earth. His happy moment was ruined as he fell to one knee, coughing up blood. The poison hurt despite his bending. It feels like every part of his body is being stabbed by tiny needles. He wipes his face with his sleeve and continues up the stairs slowly. When he leaves the cabin, there, just outside the tarlock load onto a truck, was Amon. Amon turned fully to face him, arm crossed behind his back. "Shit," he thought. "I'm not ready for this fight at all. Not with that mercury in him." "This is a surprising turn of events," Amon said. "Well, I'm full of surprises," Naruto said, getting into his stance. Knowing fully that he can't escape with his conditions. He was right when Amon attacked him. With Amon's acrobatic kick, Naruto dodged his kick, giving Naruto the opportunity to counterattack, starting to beat Amon, only for Amon to block Naruto and counterattack Naruto with a strong kick to the chest, which brought Naruto to the edge of the cliff. Groaning in pain, Naruto got up, seeing once again Amon charging at him. Amon throws his left hook, Naruto ducks under his punch and delivers a low kick to Amon. Amon quickly jumps back to avoid the kick. After Naruto had some room to breathe, he got up, only to fall back to his knees. His entire body hurts. His breathing is out of control, he is sweating profusely. Amon saw this and quickly pounced on him. Naruto ignored the pain in his body. Naruto started to dodge the blows he was receiving, but Naruto was going to dodge them slowly. Amon saw this because his reaction was getting slow. So with a quick punch to the stomach, Naruto staggered back. Amon walked towards him, giving him a look, before kicking Naruto hard in the chest, causing Naruto to fall off the snowy cliff. Unable to control his fall, Naruto tried to slow down, but unfortunately, he hit everything from rocks to branches. His body was forcefully stopped by a tree, which finally rendered him unconscious. Some time later, Naga was sniffing around until she saw Naruto on the ground. The polar bear dog ran up and licked Naruto's face to wake him up. Naruto looked up and saw the polar bear dog. "Naga? You were always good daddy, huh?" He was about to pat the Naga only to now groan in pain. To see where this pain is coming from. He sees there a small wooden spike on the shoulder. Tired of moving it. But he couldn't get it out. Too weak for anything right now. Naga groaned, watching her lover mate filled with pain. With Naga's help, Naruto was able to stand up and climbed onto Naga's chair. "Naga, let me go to mommy," he said, fainting once more. The polar bear dog then began his walk back to the air temple, leaving a small trail of blood behind. Council chamber. Korra was the first to wake up. She groaned in pain as she woke up. Somehow, she felt very different. She didn't understand what had happened to her right now. But she was grateful that it did. She felt a connection to Naruto, knew where he was, but the feeling that connection was weakening with every second. Naruto was fighting to stay alive. He needed to wake everyone up now. One by one, he started waking them all up. When he reached Asami, he shook her slightly. Asami woke up to find Korra waking her up. Still a little dizzy, having never been doubled over in blood and waiting before. "Come on, let our man come back," Korra said with a small smile. Asami nodded. Korra saw Lin walking towards Tenzin. Lin slapped Tenzin. "Wake up!" Everyone was recovering, and Bolin jumped up. "Man, if that guy wasn't so mean, He could have made a killing helping people with insomnia. I'll alert the force to be on the lookout for him, Saikon said. Korra looked toward the door. We have to go now. Naruto needs our help right now. Republic City night. Team Avatar, Beifong and Tenzin mounted Ugi following Korra's instructions. When they heard a howl, Korra perked up. That's Naga. She must have found Naruto. She spotted them. Down there, Ugi landed and Naga faced them, Tenzin said happily. Naruto, thank goodness. Only to realize, oh no. Everyone was shocked by his condition. His wardrobe was completely destroyed, covered in cuts and blood. His once tanned skin looked pale. His hands were cut, with some blood oozing from them. His shoulder was where he was impaled. Korra pushed them aside. Naruto! She then pulled Naruto off Naga and brought him to the ground. She bent the snow around him to make water to heal him. Naruto opened his eyes and looked up to see who was holding him. It was Korra, who had tears coming out of her eyes. She was healing him. Korra, mercury poison, I need Lin, get it out, he said, wanting to get the poison out of him. Korra looks at Lin, to which she nodded. She started being considerate of the metal in Naruto's body. When she got it right, she starts to draw mercury out of his pores. Naruto looked at Lin and nodded his head as a thank you. Let Naruto go back to the air temple so I can heal him properly, Korra said as she carried Naruto while walking back to Ugi's chair. Asami and I were worried about you, Korra said, holding him tightly for fear he would disappear. Sorry. I got a little lost, Naruto replied with a chuckle. I'm glad you're here. There's something I need to tell you. You can tell me later, but right now I need to get back to the air temple to heal you. Naruto nodded and went back to sleep. He snuggled into her chest for extra warmth. Korra placed him in Ugi's chair and ran a hand through his hair. You're safe now. Chapter 12, Air Temple Island, Naruto's room. Next day, Naruto was resting peacefully for once, being healed by Korra while he was physically and mentally exhausted. As he lay there, his upper body was exposed. His torso and arms had been wrapped in bandages by Asami, who had been handing them over. Korra and Asami sat beside his bed. Asami placed a hand on his. This will be the last time I'll leave you, Korra thought. She was shaken to her core to see Naruto in this condition. He fought so poorly. His body was covered in bruises. There's so much blood. She decides to keep him safe. She's not the only one either. She looks at Asami. It broke her heart too to see Naruto like this. Tenzin's room. He entered the room to find his family sleeping in bed. He sat down in the chair and placed a hand on his wife's stomach. Jinora was the first to stand up. Dad, your house? We'll wait for you. Is Naruto okay? Yes, it is, Tenzin assured everyone. It's okay, honey. Ikki walked over and hugged his father. I was scared. I thought he wouldn't come back. I'm sorry you were scared, but everything will be okay now, I promise, Tenzin said. Dining room. Like everyone who eats Pema breakfast, they expect 3 for Naruto, who is still unconscious. Korra and Asami had never left his side. Pema smiled. Well, I'm glad everyone came home together, she said, trying to lighten the mood. I can't believe Tarlok's blood is doubled, Bolin said. Well, he's Yakoni's son. It all makes sense. This is how Tarlok's blood breaks us without a full moon, Lin stated. Tenzin asked Lin to watch Pema and the children as a safety precaution. Lin agrees. Pema is grateful and immediately gives her Milo to bathe. Beifong isn't keen on the idea. Republic City. The other council members are being eliminated by disguised equalists. Tenzin receives the same treatment, but is able to defeat them, becoming the last remaining council member. It is at this moment that Amon attacks the city, and airships appear in the sky with the Equalist logo. War has come to Republic City, Air Temple Island. Lin, the airbender children, saw the destruction in Republic City. All right, kids, it's time for you to come in, Lin ordered. They walked towards the house when Team Avatar came out. We saw the explosion. What's going on? Korra asked. Republic City is under attack, Lin replied. Point at the Team Avatar. You guys have to go find Tenzin and help him. They all nodded at this and started running, only stopping to see that Korra and Asami weren't moving. They hesitate to leave Naruto behind. He still hasn't woken up. Korra and Asami, listen, you two need to help Tenzin. If he falls, Republic City will too, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on him. He reassured them both. Republic City. Team Avatar got off the ship. Where did you say you parked the car? Bolin asks. It's over there. Korra replied and the team ran towards him. What happened to that? Asami asked, seeing that the front was a little broken. You three got arrested and left Naruto and me with the car. I made it very clear that I don't know how to drive. Asami pulled her Equalist gauntlet from the trunk and the team piled into the car, Korra riding shotgun. Police headquarters. Tenzin enters and discovers that things are in disarray. The Force's ships are down, aircraft are leaving the skies, and the police are spread too thin. In the end, he decides to send a message to the United Forces. He takes it out when the Equalist attacks the headquarters, using knockout gas to take out the rest of the police and cut the power. Tenzin saves those in the main hall and gets them out with his air bending. They leave the building only to be confronted by tank mechs outside the headquarters. At that moment, everyone sees Team Avatar. Reinforcements? Saikon questioned. Bolin and Korra then formed a ramp and launched the car after jumping. It crashed into a tank mecha, sending it careening into another. Both were shot down and exploded, leaving a pile of Equalist infantry and 2 tank mecha standing. The battle began. Everyone, work together and take down the Equalist! Korra shouted. The police force and Asami made quick work of the foot soldiers while Korra took out a tank by pouring water into its engines. Tenzin then used his air to send it into the air. The last mecha tank was pulled out of my Bolin Mako. Bolin formed a wall behind the tank and Mako's fire angled towards it, pushing it against the wall and knocking it down. Bolin then bent the earth around him, trapping the suit in place. Are you okay? Korra asked Tenzin worriedly. Tenzin breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine. We all are, thanks to you kids. Saikon approached Korra. Thanks too, kid. I guess that explains how you were able to wipe out the rest of the force. Wait, you mean you're... Korra began. Saikon frowned. We're all that's left of the police force at this point. Guys, not to break this, but look. Mako pointed at the island. Now there was an Equalist ship on the island, Tenzin said worriedly. Oh no. Tenzin, we will join you and help you protect the last airbenders. Saikon replied. Tenzin thought for a moment, but shook his head. No, we lost the battle today, but we have a chance to turn the tide. Saikon, take your men and take care of it for now. The children can come and help me. Saikon nodded. All right, Tenzin. Then he looked from him to the avatars. Whenever any of you are ready to launch a counterattack, we'll be there. Then he turned to his remaining men. Men, it's time to take cover. Let's move, and let's be quick. Air Temple Island. The Equalist attack reaches the first line of defense, the members of the White Lotus. Pema screams as she goes to deliver the baby. Lin tells everyone to go inside. A second ship then appears, this one carrying the lieutenant. Naruto wakes up and hears an explosion outside. He groans in pain as he tries to get up. He needs to help the White Lotus. As he gets up, he reaches for his haroi, puts it on, and runs to help whoever's fighting. Beifong takes out the Equalist with ease, using her ground bending, but the lieutenant's sticks get caught by Lin's wires, and he surprises her as more Equalists appear. The airbender children rush in and clean up, beating everyone up, but it wasn't enough to join forces. They surround them until, hey! Everyone looks to see where the voice came from, only to see Naruto standing outside barefoot, wearing only his sweatpants and haroi. Lin and the airbender children were happy that he was awake, but the situation was still dire. I'm surprised you're still alive, Earthbender, the lieutenant said, surprising Lin, and the airbender kicked. Naruto was crazy. I've been doing that lately, he said. With it, he went to see how the man was doing. Let's give it a try, he thought. As Naruto runs towards the equalizer group, he stomps on the ground to form 3 pillars, the equalizer high in the air. But he wasn't done. Bending the snow, he spins it to make a ring of water around him. With the water around him, he is able to launch a small water bullet to equalize. The lieutenant is getting frustrated with the way this thing is spinning. He orders all his resolutes to run towards him and overpower him. Naruto, seeing this, crouches and spins with his leg raised in the air, producing fire that hits the people around him. The only one standing is the lieutenant. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted angrily. Naruto smirked at this. "You haven't figured it out," he said. As he bent the earth, a small pillar beneath the lieutenant's feet held him up. Naruto quickly struck out, producing a powerful blast that threw the lieutenant from the temple grounds into the water below. "I am the second avatar," he said, the wind blowing through his hairoi to give him a moment of calm. But it was ruined when his stomach rumbled and he began to groan in pain after moving so much and not eating for a couple of days. He still hasn't fully recovered. He walks towards the children and Lin. "Are you guys okay?" he asked with concern. Naruto the Avatar too? When? How?" Ikki said, talking about fast pasta. "How did you do that? Only the Avatar can the elements." Lin said. "I'll tell everyone to come here." "I could sense Korra coming here," he said, not wanting to repeat the whole story twice. "For now I'm starving," he said, his stomach rumbling. Some time later, Ugi lands and the children come running happily. Tenzin jumped up and hugged them in relief. "Oh, thank God you're okay." Milo climbed onto Tenzin's back and said proudly. "We got the bad guys. You let them fight?" Tenzin questioned angrily. "I would have been toast without their help." "You should be proud. You taught them well." He looked at his children. Lin looked at Korra. "Naruto is awake," she said. Both Korra and Asami were happy that Asami was going to ask where he was, only to be interrupted by the children. "Daddy, Naruto is bending now," Jinora said, surprising the group, except people saw him bend. "Naruto bends all the elements, including air." Tenzin, Lin said, confirming the children's story. Eventually, Naruto walks outside to see him ready to greet everyone. "Hey everyone," he couldn't finish his sentence as two people knocked him down. Korra and Asami hugged the blonde. What surprised everyone was Korra jumping for a kiss, shocking the people around her. After she finished, Asami did the same, shocking everyone even more. "We were worried you wouldn't wake up," Asami said. Korra just buried her head deeper into the blonde's warmth. When the group saw this, they decided to let them have a moment and walk over to Pema. "Sorry, I was a little crazy," he said with a smile. As the two of them laugh as well, they climb off him. Helping Naruto to his feet, Korra asks first, "So, how do I feel right now?" "Happy, I'm very happy now. Before anything else, I need to tell you something," he said, drawing both of their attention. "Like Ikki said, I'm also an avatar," he said, showing them to her, folding all the items together. The expression on his face was shocking to both of them. "But how can there be two avatars?" Korra said, still amazed that her blonde lover was able to bend the elements, as she expected air for now. "Well, it's a long story." He stopped talking and saw more airships approaching. "We talk more when we are clear," he said. Tenzin and Pema's room. Tenzin heard the baby's cry and entered the room alone. "Pema." Then he approached his wife. "Tenzin," Pema said happily. He sat down and held her shoulder. "I'm here. This is our new baby," she said, handing the baby to the airbending master. Tenzin looks at the baby and looks at his father. "Hello?" The baby laughed as the children walked in, followed by Lin and Mako. "Children, you've met your new brother Rohan," Tenzin said. "I'm so sorry to interrupt, but there are more airships coming," Korra said. "Everything's going to be okay, right, Daddy?" Ikki asked worriedly. Tenzin looked at his family. Yard, Tenzin, Korra, and Lin joined Naruto, Bolin, and Asami. They all looked up at the sky as 5 equalist airships headed toward the island. "What do you want to do, Tenzin?" Korra asked. Tenzin took a deep breath. "I need to protect my family and keep them away from this conflict. If Amon were to get his hands on my children, I'd hate to even think about it. If you go, then I'll go with you," Lin declared. Tenzin gave her a grateful smile. "Thank you, Lin. Korra and Naruto, I want you two to leave this island and hide away for a bit," Tenzin said. "I'm not giving up," Korra said determinedly. Naruto shook his head. "That's not what you're asking us to do, Korra. We lost this battle, but it's far from over. We need to retreat and gather our thoughts." Tenzin nodded. "That's correct. I've sent a message to the United Forces, and when my family is safe, I'll return. With reinforcements, we can turn the tide and prevent this from spreading to the nations," Korra sighed. In other words, we must be patient. Tenzin placed a hand on Korra's shoulder. You've learned well. Some time later, it was time for them to part ways. Korra and Tenzin shared a hug. Stay safe, Korra. Then she nodded to Naruto. You too, Naruto smiled. Don't worry about us. Just focus on getting your family to safety. I hear Ember Island is quite nice this time of year. Tenzin, if we're leaving, we must do it now. Beifong warned. Tenzin hopped aboard Uchi and left. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be a clean getaway as two ships turned and gave chase. More ships took their place, dropping more Equalists on Team Avatar and the White Lotus. The White Lotus leaped in front of Team Avatar. Get out of here. We'll stop them. Naruto sighed and spoke to himself. I guess now's as good a time as any to test how long I can run with their bending. He then addressed everyone. Let's get moving. Korra, Mako, Bolin, and Asami climbed onto Naga's back and took off. Naruto followed behind to keep up with the polar bear dog. Bolin pointed toward the side of the cliff. It's the guy with the mustache. Naga leaped into the air, knocking the lieutenant into the undergrowth far below them on the other side. What a good girl, Naruto said. They all jumped into the water and Korra folded a sphere around them, keeping the water out as they swam back to Republic City. With Tenzin's group, the Equalists are gaining on them. Beifong spreads a net, using her cables, and grabs onto the rope. She then stands up and looks at Tenzin's family, telling them to continue no matter what happens to him. She jumps off Uchi and staggers toward the blimps. She destroys the ships, knocking them off balance so they can't follow Tenzin. In the process, she is captured and shocked unconscious. Tenzin and his family escape. In a pipe, Korra looks at the island with sadness. Naruto put his arm around her. It may be taken for now, but we'll get everything back. Come on, we should get moving. Team Avatar retreats to the pipeline, Air Temple Island. Beifong is brought before Amon. Tell me where the avatars are. Amon orders. Beifong responds angrily. I won't tell you anything, monster. Amon then remains silent as he walks around Beifong and proceeds to remove the bending. Chapter 13. An abandoned warehouse. Approximately 1/3 of all non-benders in Republic City had gone into hiding, bringing their families with them. This also included a considerable number of benders. A good portion of them were prudent and brought food. There was enough, with proper rationing, to last a large group a week. Shu, along with a group of members of the police force, approached Tenkai. I think we scoured the entire city and found everyone who was hiding. Tenkai smiled. Good work, Shu. I want you to inform everyone of the schedule. We need the people on the list to go out and keep watch. We need to provide the Avatar with all the updated information we can get our hands on. Shu nodded. I'll get started on deploying the right people. So you're the one who organized all these people? Saikon asked. Tenkai smiled. My old boss usually had me organize everything when it came to the pro-bending season. Compared to that, gathering all these people was easy. Saikon nodded. Well, that's pretty impressive. Let us know if there's anything we can do. Tenkai raised a finger. There is. We have plenty of space here, and people who need some training. You're members of the police force, so your experience would be greatly appreciated. Saikon thought about it. How long do you think we have until an attack is launched? The United Forces will be here in 3 days, so I'll have to take over then. Tenkai replied. It's not much, but I guess we can't expect anything less. We'll see what we can do, but we can't turn people into soldiers overnight. Saikon said. Tenkai nodded. Okay. Any training you can give would be appreciated. Saikon addressed his men. All right, we're settling in here. Go to the training groups and start helping them. Municipality. Equalist airships were flying in the sky. A crowd had gathered to hear a speech, and that was what Hiroshi was giving. It is a glorious day, my brothers. Amon has brought down the tyrannical government of bending. He has declared bending illegal and has the Avatar on the run. Our great leader has a vision for the future. One day soon, bending will no longer exist, and we will live in a world that is finally equal. The United Forces are on their way right now to try and stop that dream, but we will prevail. 2 people in the back, dressed in egalitarian outfits, walked away as people cheered. They entered the park, and one of them leaned forward more boldly, revealing a hole they jumped through. Then he jumped back into place. Homeless hideout. Team Avatar had just heard Korra and Naruto's speech. Are the Avatars running away? I'm not running away from anyone. I say we go over there and bash each other in. They'll never know what hit them, Korra said angrily. Naruto said. We have plans in place. Going there would put them in danger. Korra sighed, and Naruto rolled his eyes. Once General Iroh is here, we'll start butting heads all you want. I hope it happens soon. I'm getting tired of all this patient stuff. Korra snorted. Hey, did you learn anything? Asami asked. It's just that Hiroshi likes to run his mouth, Korra said bitterly. Asami couldn't help but look down in shame at the mention of her father. Seeing how her words had hurt the Sato heiress, Korra opened her mouth to apologize, but Asami only raised her hand to silence her. It's okay, Korra, Asami said sadly. The Sato heiress walked away in grief, her heart breaking as Hiroshi fell deeper and deeper into darkness. Worried about one of his girlfriends, Naruto quickly followed. But he immediately passed Korra's hand on his shoulder. Let me do it. I'll talk to her later, but right now she needs to be alone, she said, wanting to apologize to her friend/harem sister. Naruto nodded, leaving Korra to deal with Asami. At that moment Gamu, the vagrant Korra and Naruto met on their first day, appeared, handing everyone a plate of food. Dinner is served, he said as he joined the group. Naruto said. Thanks for letting us hang out with you the past few days, Gamu said happily. It's an honor for me. My associates and I oppose the so-called equalist movement of Amon. After all, we've managed very well to find peace and common ground. We coexist with each other, Naruto smiled. It may not be much, but I'm glad this part of town is how I imagined it. It gives me hope that the rest of the city can find a balance like yours. Bolin was enjoying the food. You know, this is the best tasting street food I've ever had. I pulled it from the best trash cans the city has to offer. Gamma offered. Asami returned, while later, she accepted Gamma's food. After hearing where the food came from, she turned green and put down the bowl. Pao seized his opportunity and ate it. Naruto shrugged as he ate another spoonful. Food is food. Evening, Naruto couldn't sleep. The last few nights he tried to contact Kurama. Unfortunately, nothing happened, and he got frustrated, so he decided to go for a walk in hopes of clearing his mind. He eventually came across Korra and Asami leaning on Naga. Naruto approached them and patted Naga. So you guys couldn't sleep either? No, I just have this pit in my stomach, Korra replied. I'm so nervous about everything that's been happening. Everything is happening so fast, Asami said. Naruto sat in the middle between them. This is crazy. Just a few months ago we were at the South Pole. I was training for my firebending test, and now we're in the middle of an all-out war, Korra replied. Naruto leaned back. I know what you mean. But I'm enjoying the wonderful experience we had here, making wonderful new friends, he said, gesturing to the sleeping Mako and Bolin. Hell, I also became the Avatar, he said as he formed a circle of air in his palm, then fire, water, and earth. But I also found my two beautiful women, whom I'm in love with, he said finally as he wrapped his arms around Korra and Asami's waists, pulling them closer to him. Korra and Asami blushed at his actions. They both decided to kiss Naruto on the cheek, which put a big smile on Naruto's face. Speaking of bending, are you going to tell us how you were able to bend like me, oh Mr. Avatar? Korra said. Naruto explains how it all started when he first meets Kuruma in the spirit world, and explains that the world is getting big and changing. One avatar isn't enough to keep the world balanced. He then also reincarnated from his past life as Naruto Uzumaki. Wait, time out, Asami said, stopping Naruto from his explanation and looking at Asami. You're our Naruto, aren't you not Naruto Uzumaki? She said, a little worried that Naruto had changed. Naruto smiled at her. He explained that he thought that for a long time. But as he neared death, he realized that he wasn't, and that he was his own person. But it's time for him to finish explaining to them. The girls hugged Naruto, listening to him go through the dramatic experience he went through. Naruto yawns. I think it's time to go to bed, 3 said on the way to his room. Both girls never let go of his arm. while Naruto lay down on his bed. Both Korra and Asami lay down with the blonde. With her head on his chest, she listened to his heartbeat. "I love you, Naruto," both Korra and Asami said at the same time. Laughing that they were both on snack, they took turns kissing Naruto on the lips to say goodnight. "I love you too, Korra Asami," he said with a smile, his love right next to them. When the three of them went to sleep, day after, Naruto was still sleeping in his bed with Asami and Korra. Asami, being the early riser of the three, starts getting up and stretching, getting all the sleep out of her system. She turns to see Korra and Naruto are still sleeping, hearing her small snore. Asami started touching Korra's cheek, intending for her to be awake. Korra opens one eye to see it was Asami who woke her up. "Is it time?" Korra said, rubbing the sleep from her eye. "Yes, today is the day the United Forces arrive," she told the Avatar. Korra got off the blonde and out of bed. During her stretch to start the day, Naruto was still sleeping. Korra looked at Asami for a couple of minutes. "Asami, before we wake up Naruto, can you and I have our girl talk?" Korra said, not having the right words to say. Asami looks at Korra strangely, wondering what she wants to talk about. As the two walked out of their small room, "So what do you want to talk about?" Asami asked, letting go of the hug. Curious about what he was going to say, well, she wasn't sure how to process it. "The first thing is I want to apologize for what I said earlier after everything was happening. My emotions got the best of me. I'm sorry." Asami gave Korra a tight hug. Korra is forgiven, happy that she accepted her apology. "What else do you want to talk about?" she asked. "Well, I know Naruto says to be here for us. I mean the same thing, that I'm here too if you need me anytime, because we're Naruto's girlfriends, we share a problem." Korra said sincerely, she wants to be here for Asami, like Naruto is for them, a little embarrassed to say it. Asami was touched by Korra. "Then let me be there for you too," she said with a smile. "Great, now let Naruto wake up, let's go to war," he said with a sigh. "Once the United Forces arrive, we must be ready to assist in any way we can," Korra said. Mako said, "They're here." A fleet of 5 ships sailed towards Republic City. "Wait a minute. There were no large aircraft in the sky yesterday," Bolin declared, looking up at the sky. Mako took the telescope from Bolin and looked around. "I don't see any mecha tanks either." Team Avatar became worried. Explosions began to erupt in the water, and Naruto immediately sprang into action, completely serious, as he glided toward the lead ship at top speed. At the same time, Korra jumped into the water and swam toward the ships. Naruto landed on the ship and looked up at the sky like Korra and Iroh. There was a strange humming sound in the air. "Where does Hiroshi still find the time to invent this stuff?" Bolin exclaimed. The planes flew overhead, dropping bombs on the ships and proceeding to lift one out of the water. The bombs also managed to penetrate the water and destroy another. The ships were being blown up, and the brave United Forces were doing everything they could to bring down the planes. Naruto leaped and landed next to Iroh, launching a fire-powered plan. The two nodded and continued fighting together. Iroh then left Naruto and climbed into the crow's nest. Korra stayed in the water, using it to destroy the planes. She redirected the torpedoes toward the planes and turned the water to ice. General Iroh arrived at the crow's nest and destroyed several planes, but one came close to dropping a bomb. Iroh let out a blast at that moment, causing the bombs to explode in his face. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw this. He saw Iroh sink into the water. No, he jumped into the water and summoned a vortex to carry him through the air. He said nothing as he sliced through the plane's wings and tails using a combination of air, water, and fire. With Korra, Korra had dived underwater immediately after Iroh fell, so she was shocked by what she saw. Naruto was destroying plane after plane, and his eyes were glowing orange. Is that the Avatar state?" she questioned. Iroh managed to look at Naruto. "Avatar state? Since when were there 2 avatars?" He tried to swim on his own, but his arm wouldn't let him. Korra created a floating chunk of ice and placed Iroh on it. "Fine, then I'll do it. I'll send you to land, and my friends will help you from there." Iroh nodded. "Thank you, Avatar Korra, for saving my life." Korra nodded back before boosting the young general onto the ground. She then swam underwater and climbed straight into Naruto's vortex. She reached Naruto, who was searching for more planes but found none. Korra immediately did the first thing that came to mind. She hugged him. Naruto, you can stop now. It's okay, and there are no more planes. We'll all be okay. Naruto's eyes turned blue once more, and he felt like fainting. He stayed awake and slowly lowered the vortex until they were back in the water. Naruto then passed out once he was sure they were both safe. Vagrant hideout. Some time later, Naruto found himself lying against Naga, Korra sleeping on his shoulder, just like that time they staked out the park. This was his first time in the Avatar state. He had the full power of the elements in his hand, but he had no control over them. He was grateful Korra was there. Naruto wasn't sure what to do with this new development. For the moment, he avoided entering the Avatar state. Fortunately, he wouldn't have to spend much time there when Asami and Bolin showed up. Hey, are you two up yet? Asami asked, looking at her two favorite people. Korra slowly opened her eyes to find herself looking at Naruto once again. She yawned and stretched. Yeah, sorry if I worried you guys, Naruto said as he rubbed his head. We're worried, Bolin said excitedly. That was amazing. You decimated those planes like they were nothing. Naruto turned to Asami. Is Iroh okay? Iroh and Mako joined them before Asami could respond. Iroh's sleeve was torn, but his arm seemed fine. I'm fine, Avatar Naruto. Avatar Korra healed my arm. Now that you're awake, we can formulate a proper plan, Iroh said. Please call me Naruto. Avatar, that's Korra's thing. She laughs. Not using people is what calls her Avatar. Everyone gathered and reviewed what happened there. I was prepared to deal with Sato's mecha tanks, but now these new high-speed airships. Iroh finally declared. Korra had recovered now. I know. Every time we think we have an advantage, Amon amazes us. No matter what our plan is, he always has a better one, Bolin declared. Not exactly if the last report we received is anything to go by, Naruto added. Iroh was curious. A report? Not everyone, including non-benders and benders, believes in Amon's equality. There are those who hide us here, Asami began. Then there's a huge warehouse that houses a good number of benders and non-benders alike who managed to escape when things went wrong. Chief Saikon, Tenkai, and Shu, a good guy, have been keeping everyone safe and preparing to move at a moment's notice, Naruto added. Although only the 7 members of the police force and the pro-benders actually have any training, Mako finished. So this fight is far from over. Besides this small force everyone has managed to gather, there are still reinforcements on the way, but I must warn them. Do you still have your way of getting a message across? Iroh asked. I know just the man for the job, Korra said confidently. Communications room. Gamma plugged the system in. And who is the recipient of this top-secret message? Iroh smiled. Commander Bumi of the 2nd Division, Korra asked. Brother Tenzin? Yes, a little wild, but the bravest commander you'll ever meet. Ready, sir, Gamma said. Fleet ambushed and destroyed by Equalist aircraft. Retreat to Red Sand Island until I give the signal. Do not approach the city until you receive the all-clear, Iroh declared when Gamma finished telegraphing him. Some time later, Iroh had placed his hands on a map and spread it out on the table. Now comes the hard part. We need to ground those airships, otherwise Bumi's fleet will never be able to retake the city. Mako pointed at the map. They flew from this direction, so I bet the landing strip is somewhere beyond that mountain range. Everyone get ready. We're leaving at dawn, Iroh said as he and the rest of the team followed. It's time to finish my father off, Asami thought with determination. They had just left the room when Korra said, Wait, getting everyone's attention. I'm sorry, but I won't be going with you tomorrow. Why not? Asami asked. I'm sick and tired of hiding from Amon. It's time I faced him, Korra said determinedly. Iroh replied. That's not a good plan. We should stick together. Korra shook her head. I'm not waiting for him to come after me. My gut tells me it's time to end this, she said determinedly. Korra, this isn't a mission you should handle alone. He won't, Asami said, getting the people's attention. Naruto will be with you. Besides, who else protects the Avatar better than another Avatar? Asami said. Meanwhile, Korra and Naruto looked at her. You want to face him alone, don't you? Naruto said, clearly understanding what Asami's intentions are. Everyone gets a little confused by her statement. Yes, we're leaving. I have no doubt my furthest home will be there. It's something I need to face alone, she said. Naruto nodded in understanding. But he was still worried about her. Iroh thought for a moment. My grandfather always said to trust the Avatar's instincts. Very well, then this will be the end of it. Day after, Korra and Naruto wore matching outfits. All of Team Avatar had gathered to say goodbye and good luck. The only ones left were Korra, Asami, and Naruto. Looks like we'll be splitting up for a bit, Naruto said with a frown, not liking being separated from his girlfriends. Asami sees his frown. She approaches him, wraps her arms around his neck, and kisses him fully on the lips. The entire kiss lasted a few minutes. Don't worry about it, Nero, I promise I'll be safe. Plus you promised to take us on a date, so I can't miss that. Asami smiled with a blush on her cheeks. Naruto smiled and nodded. Then Asami walks up to Korra, gives her a hug, and surprises her with a kiss on the cheek. Good luck and keep going, Naruto, she said, and Korra nodded. Naruto saw this, happy that they were becoming friendlier with each other. Iroh then approached Korra and extended his arm. Here's from you and your fellow Avatar, Korra. Korra smiled and shook his hand. That's double for you. I want to see you all at the celebration. They split up and Iroh's team waited for Naga to head off in a different direction than Naruto and Korra. Outside, the two had woken up with their masks on. Korra used her waterbending to create an air bubble for them. Korra and Naruto were able to sneak onto the island. Disguised as equalists, the pair stealthily approached the air temple. As they approached, they caught a glimpse of Amon boarding an airship. Damn, do you have a new plan? Naruto asked. Korra finished. When he returns, we'll ambush him. Set on their new plan, Naruto and Korra crossed the courtyard, moments after entering the temple when they were suddenly stopped by the lieutenant. What are you two doing here? They turned to find the lieutenant. Naruto remained silent for fear of recognizing his voice. We just got transferred, Korra said. Well, you're being transferred again. Does Amon want additional security at the arena today? The lieutenant said. What do you mean, the sand? Korra asked, waiting for more information. The rally. I should have told you about this. We'll be there, Lord, Korra said, bowing to Amon's second in command. Satisfied for the moment, the lieutenant left to attend to other matters. Afraid of encountering more surprises, Korra and Naruto slipped around the back of the temple, using a secret passage along the wall to enter. Once inside, the couple headed to the attic, believing it was the perfect place to hide and wait for a return. Only they weren't alone as they had expected. Tarlok, Korra said, her voice filled with hatred. Hatred for what he did to her friends, to her Naruto. Naruto flinched slightly at her name, remembering what that man had done to her, something Korra hadn't missed. I take it you're not here to rescue me? Tarlok asked. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill here right now. Threatening Korra. Forming fire coated in his hands. I have information on Amon, he said, hoping that would stop the Avatar in his tracks. Which did stop him in his tracks. I'm listening, she said impatiently. I am Amon's brother, he said, surprising the couple. Tarlok continued. Amon is from the Northern Water Tribe. He's a waterbender and a bloodbender, just like me. You knew all along? Naruto asked. No, not until he captured me, Tarlok said. So how did your brother become Amon? Korra asked. Tarlok continued by telling them about the origins of Amon, whose real name was Noatak. The story began with how the criminal Yak 1 managed to escape from prison and undergo plastic surgery to change his appearance. He subsequently made a living in the Northern Water Tribe. When it was discovered that both sons were waterbenders, the former gangster began training them to use as a tool of revenge against Avatar Aang. Eventually, Yak 1 ordered the brothers to undergo bloodbending, which Tarlok refused. The sight of his father threatening Tarlok was the breaking point for Noatak, leading him to bloodbend Yak 1 in defense of his brother before fleeing into the blizzard. They had assumed Noatak had perished. Well then that's that, Korra said, feeling no sympathy for Tarlok's story. Tarlok nodded. It's fine, she said, about to walk to the cell. She was still threatening to end his life. Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder. She turned to him, looking at him in confusion. Why are you stopping me? Why are you letting him go with everything he did to me, to our friends? Naruto, for God's sake, he almost killed you! She yelled, needing to know why her boyfriend stopped her from killing this man. Since day one, Tarlok has been a pain in the ass to both of them. Naruto shakes his head. He's not worth it, Korra. Killing him won't bring back what he did to us. What's done is done. He can't hurt anyone anymore, he said as he hugged her to calm her down. Korra clung to the hug, burying her head deep in his chest. She let out a frustrated sigh and let go of the hug. She looked back at Tarlok's transport, which brought a smile to her face. I guess this is your lucky day, she said. I still want to end her life. Avatar Korra and Naruto, I'm truly sorry for everything I did to you. I thought I was better than my father, but his ghost still shaped me, Tarlok said. No shit, they thought. I become a soldier of vengeance, just like he wanted me to be. And so does my brother. The revolution may be based on a lie, but I think Amon truly believes bending is the source of all the world's evil. Did he tell you who he was? Naruto asked. No, when he bent me down, the sensation felt familiar. I later recognized it as my brother's blood bending, so he's somehow using blood to bend people. Korra concluded. I don't know how he does it, but then again, I've never encountered a bender as strong as no Atak. Tarlok said. He's probably using his blood to cut off the chi pathways, Naruto said, causing both Korra and Tarlok to look at him in amazement. What? I grew up with the most famous healer in the world. And you forgot I've been using chi my whole life? Still, even if we know how he's doing it, we still don't have a plan to stop him, Korra said. When the light bulb went on. The arena, she said. Naruto looked at her confused. All this time, Amon has been one step ahead of us, but finally, we have the advantage. We know the truth about him. If we expose him as a bender in front of all his followers would see that he is a fake, she said as they headed to arena. As the pair sneak off to the professional bending area, without raising any suspicions, Naruto decides to ask Korra what happened there. Korra, before we go in, I need to ask you, what was that with Tarlok? He said. Korra was acting like a completely different person. A side of her she hadn't seen before. He was worried. You're really asking that now? She said. Look at him. Seeing that he was serious, she sighs at this. Fine, look, Naruto, all the crazy things Tarlok put me through I could handle, but her shoulders started to shake in rage. But when he kidnapped you, a part of me felt lost. Then when we finally found you, me and Asami saw how truly hurt you were seeing you in that state. Tears started to spill out of her eyes as she remembered Naruto's state, how his body wasn't bruised and bloodless. Seeing him like that was heartbreaking for her and Asami. My boyfriend, sniffs, my love, sniffs, stayed there for days, not waking up. She trailed off as Naruto hugged Korra in a tight hug as she buried her head in his chest and let it all out. Letting out the emotion that she buried inside of herself. After a couple minutes of letting out, they released the hug. I guess when I saw Tarlok, I just snapped, and I just want to end his life, for all the pain he's caused you, she said. I'm sorry I put all that on you. He apologized. Korra shook her head. There's nothing for you to apologize for, Naruto. I just bottled up this feeling for too long. She looked down with a sigh. But now you're here with me, and I promise myself I won't let that happen ever again. Naruto lifted her chin and kissed her fully on the lips, sliding his tongue into her mouth, which Korra happily responded to. Naruto pulled back. Come on, we finish the war and after that the three of us go home, he said with a smile. To which she nodded. I'm getting more of this after this is over, she thought, remembering the kiss they had shared. Chapter 14. Aerodrome. Naga ran toward the field as the planes flew overhead. Soon, they stopped at the top of a cliff and looked down at the field. Iroh said, I think we've found our airfield. He looked at the earthbender. Bolin, once we get there, destroy those runways. We can't let those airships take off. Bolin saluted. Yes, General. We'll be moving in 5 minutes, so get ready. Iroh ordered. Mako approached Asami. Are you okay? Asami nodded and said seriously, I am. My father needs to be stopped. The Equalist needs to be stopped. I'm prepared to help stop both of them here, right now, Mako nodded. If you wanted, you could stay here, Asami shook her head. No, Mako raised his hands. All right, no need to say anything else, Pro-flexing sand. Inside the pro-bending arena, guarded by an Equalist airship and mech tanks, Korra and Naruto wear Equalist disguises. They are positioned on a high balcony overlooking the gathered crowd of Equalist supporters. The crowd erupted in applause when their leader finally took the stage. Raising his arm, Amon signaled for the crowd to remain silent. Thank you all. Thank you for joining me on this historic occasion. When I was a child, a firebender wiped out my entire family and left me scarred. That was the tragic thing that started me on my quest to make the world equal. That's a lie, Amon! Korra shouted, drawing everyone's attention to them as they removed their masks, revealing Korra and Naruto. Or should I call you Noatak? Amon has been lying to you, Naruto said, drawing the crowd's attention. The spirit didn't give him the power to make people bow. He uses blood to do it. Amon is a waterbender. The crowd gasps in surprise. Amon's eyes widened as he looked up at the balcony where Korra and Naruto were standing. You're desperate, Avatar. Amon spoke up. Using a known bloodbender and a corrupt politician to make up stories about me is a pathetic last resort. But Amon still acted like he was in control. Korra spoke up this time. Your family wasn't killed by a firebender. His father was Yakwon, and his brother is Councilman Tarlok. A funny story, but I'll show you the truth. He removed his mask to reveal a man with medium-length brown hair, mutton chops, and yellow eyes. He dropped the mask and it broke under his boot. This is what a firebender did to me. The crowd began to anger Naruto, and Korra calling the Avatar a liar, and nothing she said would reach the angry crowd. It's time to go, Korra, Naruto said. We'll catch him another time. But before they could leave, Naruto and Korra found themselves surrounded by chi blockers. I wouldn't leave yet, Avatar. Now for the main event. Oh, and I think the Avatar will find this quite enjoyable, Amon said. Another platform rose revealing Tarlok, Tenzin, Jinora, Ikki and Milo, all tied up. Airfield. The group approached the fence post, and Mako raised his hand. Wait a minute. Don't you find it strange there isn't a fence here? Iroh looked at it more closely and his eyes widened. You're right, Mako. This is an electric fence. If we'd taken a few more steps, we would have been knocked unconscious. Then he looked at the firebender. Can you bend lighting? Mako nodded. Yes. I learned at an early age. Would you mind helping me with this? I see 2 planes heading for the runway, and I'd rather either of them fly. Iroh said. Okay, let's do it, Mako said. They both prepared to bend the lights and touch the fence. They then channeled the electricity and fired at the planes, stopping them in their tracks. Move now! Iroh ordered. Inside the hangar, Hiroshi was ordering the Equalist. We're under attack. I want the rest of those planes in the air. Everyone who isn't a pilot gets into a mecha tank and ensures the safe passage of the planes. The remaining numbers, do what you can to hold off these invaders. Off the perch, the planes began heading towards the runways as Bolin began destroying them. He won't be able to catch them all. Mako, you take over. I'm going to blast those planes out of the sky. Iroh ordered as he changed course for a rapidly taking off plane. Mako yelled to Bolin. Bro, stop focusing on the roads. Destroy the planes as they leave the hangar. The mech tanks began arriving at the field. And help me deal with it. Asami noticed some empty mecha tanks and ran over to one. She jumped in and closed the hatch, turning it on. What does it taste like a Future Industries forklift? Asami said to herself. Iroh reached the plane and ejected the man who was taking a seat. It took a moment, but he was soon flying steadily and on course for the other planes leaving the runway. The battle on the perch had really begun. Sand. No, they got away. We saw them get away, Korra said frantically to Naruto, who glared at Amon. Tonight I will rid the world of airbending forever, Amon announced. You're welcome down here, and try to stop me. If Amon was looking for a fight, Naruto and Korra didn't disappoint. Leaping onto the stage, they stood as a shield between the airbender and Amon and his chi blockers. Naruto launched a fire blast at the Equalists while Korra went to free the airbenders. Where are Pema and the baby? Korra asked. In prison, Tenzin replied. Korra asked. Beifong? Tenzin shook his head. I don't know. Tenzin's hands were free, and he unleashed a massive blast that pushed all the Equalists and Amon off the stage. Korra then freed the 3 children. Follow me, kids, Korra ordered. Everyone left the stage and ran towards the aisle. Tenzin, go find Pema and get everyone out of here. Korra and I will create a distraction, Naruto said. Come on, kids, Tenzin said. They ran down the other hallway, and Naruto sealed it with earth bending. Amon then entered the hallway and ran toward them. Korra directed some fire into the hallway, and she and Naruto ran away from it. They soon entered the same rooms before Amon jumped through the fire and ran down the hallway. The man listened and heard heavy footsteps in the room to his right. He entered that room. Korra was under the table when she saw Amon walk past her. As his face showed concern about being caught, Amon stopped walking in front of her table. Her eyes widen in fear of being discovered. But she soon becomes relieved when Amon continues walking forward. Then, out of nowhere, his body moved on its own as if possessed, his body flying out of its hiding place. Hey! She screamed. As her blood curdled as her body buckled, she floated towards Amon. Let her be, he said as Naruto jumped behind him and launched multiple fire blasts and air blasts towards him, hoping to free her. Amon was unable to defeat Naruto while controlling Korra. He knocked Korra unconscious and let her fall to the ground. With impressive reflex skills, he easily dodges Naruto's incoming attacks. Seeing that this wasn't working, Naruto rushed towards Amon. Amon also rushed towards Naruto. Amon jumped towards him using his left fist to strike first. Naruto deflected Amon's fist that was aiming for his head. Amon wasn't finished. He quickly used his right hand to attack Naruto's open side. Naruto countered his attack by raising his left leg. Seeing that he was being countered, Amon twisted his body to hit Naruto in the head with a flying kick. Amon begins walking toward the unconscious Korra, until he's hit by a gust of wind that knocks him off balance. Looking back, he sees him standing. I could do this all day, Naruto said, injured in his fighting stance. This time Naruto rushed forward with all his might, attacking Amon. Amon threw a quick right jab at Naruto, who quickly deflected it and countered it with his own. Amon blocked it, but Naruto wasn't done. He quickly spun his body around, adding some air to kick Amon hard in the chest and sending him into the wall. Seeing that Amon wasn't buying any time soon, Naruto jogged over to Korra's side. Korra, I need you to get up, he said, waking the girl up. Groaning in pain, Naru, come on, let us get out of here. He was about to pick up the girl until her movements stopped. Amon raised his hand and the blood doubled Naruto over, completely stopping his movements. Since Amon has both avatars under his control, he lifted them both and forced them to land hard. Since both avatars were groaning in pain, Amon decided to walk towards the blonde, bending him to his knees. Brat! You haven't been a pain in the ass since you set foot in Republic City. Hurting my men, threatening my plans. I don't know how you managed to bend, but I'm taking it off. He grabbed Naruto's arm and forced it back so he wouldn't move. He applied his thumb and removed his bend. No! Korra screamed desperately. With Iroha's plane was destroyed, so he used his fire bending to reach another and stole it. He then shot fire at another, knocking out its engine. He then blew out the last one. He then had to bail out when his plane crashed into the mask, removing it from the statue of Aang. Iroh clung to the banner to keep from falling. Bolin was firing large rocks at the approaching mecha tanks after finishing off the last of the planes. 3 of them moved forward quickly and fired their grappling hooks at him. Naga appeared, catching them all and knocking them to the ground in a massive crash. Bolin laughed. That's why you don't play tug-of-war with a polar bear dog. Mako was sending the Equalists left packing. Asami was destroying the planes that hadn't yet left the hangar when Hiroshi came in. What are you doing, Asami? You're helping the same people who took your mother from us. Your hatred of your father blinds you to the differences between those who took Mom and my friends and boyfriend, Asami said defiantly. Insolent boy, Hiroshi declared angrily. He charged at Asami. Asami, in return, fired a cable at her father, but he dodged. He then closed in and hit Asami, slamming her mecha tank into a plane. Hiroshi then advanced on her and began hitting her mecha tank. Now I see there's no chance of saving you, Hiroshi shouted before launching the final blow. He was stopped by Mako firing a large beam of electricity that disabled the tank's functions. Asami remounted his tank mech and ripped off Hiroshi's arm as he judo tossed him to the ground. He then opened the casing before allowing Bolin to hit him in the head with a well-aimed shot that knocked him unconscious. Sand. When Korra saw what Amon had done to Naruto, she stood up and threw a punch. Air shot out of her fist, pushing it away from Naruto. Can I bend air? She clenched her fist. I can bend air! She ran over to him, helping him up. As they escaped into the hallway, Amon was hot on their heels. Korra saw this. She threw air blast after air blast at Amon, and finished him off with a kick that sent him flying out the window. A crowd of Equalist sympathizers gathered to see the Avatar defeat their leader. But to their surprise and horror, Amon emerged from the ocean in a waterspout. When Amon realized his secret was out, he dropped his waterspout and disappeared into the sea. Korra sadly buried her head in Naruto's shoulder. I'm so sorry, Naruto, he said. Korra, don't worry about it. I was born without it. At least you're safe, I'm happy, he said, kissing her on the top of her head. Korra still feels like it's her fault he lost his bending. When the fighting everywhere ended, the Equalist was arrested. Southern Water Tribe compound the next day. Team Avatar, Senna, Korra's mother, and Tonrak, her father, Tenzin and his family, and Beifong were waiting to hear Katara's news. Katara entered the room and stood in front of everyone, causing them all to stand. I tried everything in my power, but I can't restore Naruto's bending. At that moment, Korra walked out of the room and looked at everyone before leaving the house without saying anything. Naruto followed her, closing the door behind him. Korra, wait! Korra stopped. Leave. Naruto looks at her. What are you talking about? Korra said angrily. Just go. Korra, what are you talking about? Then she started to walk away, but Naruto put a hand on her shoulder and managed to stop her. Why are you so angry? I'm sure I lost my fold, but it's not the end of the world, he said, which wasn't a great attitude. Tears fell from Korra's eyes. Naruto, you've been training for so long to bend, and because I lost the spirit asked you to be the Avatar. And you act like it's no big deal. And why aren't you mad at me for this? She yelled at him. She ran toward Naga, but Naruto ran in front of the Naga, stopping her in her tracks. He'd listened to me. Naruto walked over to Korra, pulling her out of the Naga. He grabbed her by the shoulders. Korra, the reason I don't make a big deal out of this is because I was born a non-bender my entire life. Korra, listen to me. If I give up my bending so you can keep you or Asami or anyone I care for safe, then I'll do it in a heartbeat. As he said, Korra continues to cry harder knowing that what he's saying is true. Korra, I could never hate you. Korra, I love you. You're an amazing person. You may be reckless, but you have a big heart. You're beautiful, funny, and smart. Every time you're sad or cry, I should know why. Then he went in for the kiss, and Korra couldn't help but kiss him back. They left. Please, Korra, don't run away, Naruto said as he let go of her. I can't be mad at you when you said things like that, she said, wiping away her tears. Korra placed a hand on Naruto's face and gave him the first real smile Naruto had seen in a couple of days. Korra nodded. Fine, but let me go. I want to find a clear spot and meditate in the hopes of contacting other avatars. Please let me try, she said pleadingly. Naruto let her go. As she said this, Korra approached the cliff to meditate in order to contact her past self. Cliff overlooking the sea. Korra was panting as she found a spot that felt right for her. It was a cliff overlooking the vast ocean. She sat down and began meditating, trying to contact Aang or anyone else about the matter. She soon opened her eyes and found herself in a green field. She saw a tall man dressed in the traditional air nomad robes. He looked a lot like Tenzin, except his beard fit more closely to his face. Korra stood up and walked toward the airbender. You are Avatar Aang, Korra said. The man smiled. Yes, I am, and I'm proud of what you've accomplished, Avatar Korra. Korra nervously rubbed the back of her neck. I really haven't accomplished much, Aang chuckled. Sometimes, it's not obvious the effect you have on the people around you or what happens to a place after you're gone. You haven't contacted me to discuss this. No, you've come seeking the answer to undo what Amon has done, Korra nodded. That's right. Many people have lost their bending. I need you to teach me. I can undo what Amon did. But most importantly, I need Naruto to bend. Aang stroked his beard just like Tenzin. This is a delicate thing you ask. Your will must be absolute, or you risk losing yourself. Your spirit must be unyielding, or you will be corrupted and destroyed. Korra nodded resolutely. I'm completely fine with accepting that can happen. These people have lost something important to them. A piece of their soul. I want to give it back to them. Aang was silent for a few moments before speaking once more. Very well, I will pass on the knowledge of energy bending to you. Use it well. He then placed a hand on Korra's chest and head. Aang's hands glowed for a moment before going out. Then he removed them. Korra looked at her hand in amazement. Wow, remember, Korra, every avatar must walk their own path. No two avatars will embark on the same journey. If you listen to your instincts, then I'm sure your journey will be even greater than mine. Aang replied. Korra bowed. Thank you, Avatar Aang. Behind Aang, all the avatars appeared before they all disappeared. Korra closed her eyes, then opened them to find herself back in the real world, returning to everyone to restore Naruto, and Lin bent. While Korra finishes restoring Naruto, and Lin bends, Lin decides to tire her out by lifting the rocks surrounding them. It was Naruto's turn. He also lifted the stone that Lin made, folded the snow that surrounded him, and made a small ball of water in the palm of his hand. After that, he released his water, and with the same hand the fire lit his palm. Lastly, he let out a quick burst of air. He finally got his bend. After he demonstrated his bend, Korra and Asami clinged to him with a hug. Happy that her boyfriend bent. But with Korra she was a little happy. She kissed Naruto fully on the lips and that shocked her family. Asami would not be left out. She also kissed the blonde, surprising more people. Cough, gaining the couple's attention. Korra, is there something you want to tell your mother and me? Tonrek said with a fake smile, while Senna had a pure smile and was happy that her daughter's affection with Naruto. And please tell me about my fighting senses. Can you tell me if they are good or something I need to change? Chapter 15. Air Temple morning 6 months later. As the morning sun hit Naruto's face, forcing him to wake up from his slumber, Naruto using one of his free arms to rub the sleep out of his eyes. He sees Korra using his chest as a pillow. He could see her loose hair spilling across the bed. Turning to, he could see that she was wearing a white tank top, which showed off a lot of cleavage. He let out a perverted laugh at the sight. As Naruto turns his head to look around the room, he sees that Asami wasn't here. She probably left for work. I'll stop by soon, he thought. Naruto slowly gets out of bed, carefully stepping out of Korra's embrace, or face her wrath. He heard a growl from Korra, missing his lack of warmth. As he walks to the closet they shared, he dressed in his normal Water Tribe clothing, which consisted of his sleeveless navy blue shirt, adorning his waist with his wolf fur, baggy navy blue pants with his fur boots. To finish his look, he wears his blue haori, which has white flames at the hem. After getting dressed, he went to his old room, headed to his drawers, and received a small box. After retrieving said box, he left to go to the training grounds. As Naruto walked, he couldn't help but notice how things had changed over the past 6 months. After Korra defeated Amon and the Equalists, the council has since disbanded and the United Republic elected its first president. Tenzin's brother Bumi had retired and moved to Air Temple Island. Bolin has returned to pro bending, leading the Fire Ferrets, though without Korra and Mako, the team has been having a rough time. Mako has joined the city's police force. Asami has taken over Future Industries, working to rebuild the damage her father's crimes have caused to its reputation. She continued training in ducking. She thanks Korra for that. She would soon master the elements. So far, there is peace within Republic City. The biggest change was her relationship with Korra and Asami. Their relationship had become more intimate than ever. The three decided to live together, specifically in Korra's room at the Air Temple. After she recovered and returned to Republic City, she eventually took Korra and Asami on their own dates. As he made his way to the training camp, he wasn't going to train today. In fact, he took out the box he was carrying and opened it, revealing 2 different types of jewelry. Naruto chose one. His hands began to carve a unique design into it. Naruto focused completely on this jewel to make sure it was perfect. After hours, he finally finished his design on this jewel. This jewel is shaped like a circle with the color blue like the ocean. The jewel's design contains 4 symbols. The 4 symbols represent each of the elements: air, water, earth, and fire. This jewel is for Korra. As they recalled their first date and the night they lost their virginity to each other. Memory. Air Temple Training Camp week after return from the south. As we can see, both Korra and Naruto have an intense fight in the training camp. While Korra was throwing all the elements at Naruto, while he tried to defend himself with only water. The reason for this fight was so Naruto can experience them in a fight, but in this training he uses water to bend only when fighting Korra. With Naruto's acrobatic skill dodging the incoming elements. Quickly Naruto raised his arm and the water around him shot forward, crashing into Korra as she quickly froze, forming a wall between her and Naruto. Korra quickly got up and broke his ice wall with a spear made of earth, running towards him. Deciding that she needed to finish before Naruto, she jumped in the air, releasing a column of fire towards the blonde, while Naruto countered the flames with water evaporating into steam. Using the steam as cover, Naruto created water whips, surprising Korra with the incoming water whips, grabbing Korra's arms and legs, dragging her up into the air and dragging her back down. Before she could even get up, Naruto had already pinned her down with his ice gauntlet-covered arm with a sharp blade sticking out of the front, pointing towards her. Huff, I guess this is my victory. Naruto was breathing heavily as his eyes never left Korra's face. Korra was also breathing heavily. Huff, yeah, it's your win, she said, admitting defeat as she then felt where Naruto's hand was. But you know, if you want to touch them that badly, just ask, she said with a teasing smile on her face with a small blush on her face. The blonde didn't understand what she was saying until he looked down to see that her hand was indeed on her left breast. And unconsciously his hand squeezed, which earned a soft moan from Korra, who reacted quickly by letting go and standing up. Were they always this soft? The blonde thought as he helped Korra up to her feet. Naruto couldn't look at her face because of how embarrassed he was. You're getting better with your waterbending. If you keep this up, you'll soon become a waterbending master, Korra said, getting into the topic of their fight. Naruto nodded at this. Korra, I was wondering if you have time today, to go on a date, Naruto said as he rubbed his head, feeling embarrassed for asking his girlfriend out. Okay, this is going to be Korra's first time. I'll love her too, she said, kissing Naruto on the cheek, while Naruto watched her hips sway as she walked away. When she was out of the clearing, she said yes. She cheered loudly, doing her little happy dance. With Korra, she said yes. She heard Naruto shout as he walked towards her. Did he forget I've been his girlfriend for the past 2 weeks? She thought happily. Even though this will be their first date as a couple. A date he won't forget, she promised herself. That night. So where are we going? Korra asked curiously. Well, I've known about this great noodle place for a while, and I was thinking we could go to the park. I found an awesome place I want to share with you. Korra just giggled at how excited Naruto was for this date. They eventually stopped at a simple-looking restaurant. The sign at the top read Ichiraku. Hey, old man Tucci, Naruto shouted. Naruto, boy, how have you been? I was worried about whether I would see you or not, Tucci said, happy to see the blonde was okay. And what is this, Naruto? I didn't know you were friends with the Avatar. I want to thank you for making this city Avatar, Korra, he said with a bow to Korra. No problem, Korra said. Actually, man, Korra is my girlfriend, we're on our first date, Naruto said, surprising Tucci, then with a big smile on his face. I see, you caught the real guardian, didn't you, Naruto? Tucci said. As he said, the teens blushed at the chef's comment. Ayami, Naruto is here, and he brought his girlfriend with him so you can slice up the best ramen we have, Tucci shouted. Tucci's daughter, a beautiful young woman in her 20s, smiled, rushing off to break up a new pair. Didn't I tell you the food was great? Naruto smiled as he watched Korra devour her bowl of noodles. Yeah, it's delicious. Korra agreed. Man, I didn't realize how much I miss water-tribe food. Tell me about it. I'm glad I found this place. So, how long did you hide this place from me? She asked, pointing her chopsticks in his direction. I always wanted to tell you, but things got a little crazy. Korra sighed at his statement. With her, things happened in the past with airbending training, probing, the Tarlock, and the Civil War. But not tonight. No more distractions, no avatar, it'll just be her and Naruto. When the couple finishes their dinner, they begin walking through the park hand in hand, with Naruto leading her to the park. Whoa, Naruto! At the sight he was seeing, she blushed as he put his arms around her and pulled her body closer to him. That Silk Road Bridge, Naruto, this looks amazing. He chuckled and rested his chin on her shoulder as they stood there, simply watching the night traffic go by, the lights of the bridge twinkling. Beyond the bridge, she could also see the rest of Republic City as a backdrop. It was a very beautiful sight. To her, Republic City had always been a city of light. Naruto, this is… When he kissed her neck, she closed her eyes and leaned into him, feeling the warmth of his body against hers. What was wrong with him, with that body of his that was built like a furnace? Korra felt like she could just lean against him and sleep there in his arms. She turns around and launches herself at Naruto, kissing him with such intensity. The blonde returns the same intensity. They break apart from the lack of air, as their foreheads touch, looking into each other's eyes to see nothing but love and lust for each other. Korra didn't want to stop burning the passion that was building inside her. She wants it, not here, whispering in her ear. Nara, let's get out of here. As she kissed his neck, hoping the message would get through. Naruto wasted no time. He took Korra into his lap, and the water tilted over her feet to vent temple. Korra room, Lemon skipped. She couldn't help but blush as she remembered that special night they shared. When she finished looking at the blonde jewel, she put the jewel back in the box. Then she looked at the second jewel. The second jewel was the complete opposite in color. This jewel was a crimson blood red. The jewel design features the water element. Add the color of gold to the tracing around the water design and the edges of the jewel. This jewel is for Asami, as it commemorates their first night together. Fash Black week after Korra's date. Naruto at the training grounds while practicing his waterbending. Naruto made a simple wave-like motion with his hand and formed a sphere of water in front of him. He began to pour the water out as quickly as he could, and it reformed into a sphere. While concentrating on this task for a while, until someone calls him. Hey Naru, Asami said as she approached him. Hey Asami, he said, dropping the water onto the floor. He walked over to her, gave her a hug, and a quick kiss on the cheek. How's work going? He said with concern, knowing his company was going through a rough patch with everything his father had done. Seeing her frown had given him the answer. Not so good, he said with a frustrated sigh. But then she smiled at him. But your ball is happening tomorrow night. All the investors will be there. I hope you can come with me, she said with hope in her voice. Of course I'll go, he told her, which lightened her mood, giving the blonde a quick kiss on the lips. Great, but you need a suit, not the suit we met, she said, earning a groan from the blonde. Preferably red if possible, she said as Naruto looked at her strangely. Why red? He asked. Well, since we're going together, I want us to pair up. Plus we represent my company and no boyfriend of mine with any color representing another company, she said as she touched his blonde chest. The blonde nodded. He should have known. Great, I'll see you tomorrow night, he said as he kissed her goodbye. Flash black night of the ball. Naruto had arrived at ball at the right time. He looked over his outfit once more to make sure everything was in place. From top to bottom. The blonde is wearing a black suit jacket with a red button-down shirt. Over his shirt, he has a skinny black tie. To finish his look, he wears black straight-leg pants with black dress shoes. He had tried to do something with his hair, but his blonde locks rejected his attempts. While he was deciding whether or not to button up his jacket, until his familiar voices called out to him. You should button up your jacket, Naru, said Asami's familiar voice. Naruto turned towards the direction of the voice. What Naruto had stunned him speechless. a blush on his face. Looking at his, Asami is wearing a beautiful dress that hugs her curves very well, with ruffles on the top of the shoulder neckline with a thigh-high slit in the front, showing off her beautiful long leg. Asami walks towards him, happy to see his expression. Walking over to him, still stunned from seeing her, she buttons up the suit for him. It looks good in red, I should make him wear it more often, she thought as she grabbed his tangled arm with her arm. You look beautiful, Asami, Naruto said, blushing as he felt her breast against his arm. He could feel his heart beating as his beautiful Asami hugged him. Thank you. Naruto looks very handsome, she told him with a slight blush. The pair walked toward the ball, hoping for an investor to help Asami with her company. But they also tried to have fun, some time later. During the dance, unfortunately it was a couples event. For Asami, she did her best to get an investor to invest in her company. Unfortunately, she was denied and the rejections are killing her. She is grateful that Naruto came and gave her his support. For Naruto it wasn't going so well, he had to watch and fight off every man in the ballroom who was approaching his Asami. But also seeing Asami being rejected and seeing her frown made him sad. She should be having fun, with a smile on her beautified face. With that thought, he gently grabs her hand to get her attention. What is it? She asked, trying not to show her teary eyes, but Naruto caught on. He started leading her somewhere. Where are we going, Naru? She asked. Asami, we're leaving, he said, surprising her. But what about the investors? We need them, Naru. There are some people I haven't spoken to yet, she said, trying to stop the blonde. Naruto stops walking and looks at her. Asami, he said, stopping and looking into her eyes. You know, and I know, that we're not going to get anyone to listen tonight, he told her. She flinched at his sincere words. They refuse to see something great, and it will be their loss, he said, confusing her. And what do you mean? She asked. Seeing this night, she had lost all confidence in herself. Don't you see a beautiful, intelligent, and determined woman, who is willing to work herself to the bone to prove that she is nothing like her father? Shocking to the core as he continues. It's other ways of getting money. I don't know how, but we'll figure it out together, he said determinedly. As he finished his piece, he saw that she had her head down and couldn't see her face, but saw tears rolling down her cheeks. He was about to apologize to her, but stopped when she clung to him and gave him a passionate kiss. Thanks, Naru. I guess I need to hear that, he said with a small, grateful smile. The blonde was happy to have made him smile for once. Come on, Naru, let's get out of here, he said as he guided him out of the ball. As the pair took a taxi home in silence, Asami rested her head on his back, listening to her heartbeat like a lullaby. When they finally reached her door, before he could say goodbye, she grabbed him and whispered, I love you, Naru, in his ear, gently biting his ear. They kissed eagerly. Asami removed her cloak, leaving a trail leading to her room. Lemon skipped. While inspecting them, making sure they didn't mess up, he connected them to their own individual choker. A navy blue choker for the blue jewel and a black one for the red one. These jewels represent the two people he fell in love with, Korra and Asami. Naruto couldn't imagine his life without either of them. He wants to follow the customs of the water tribe, so with these hands, he carved a betrothal necklace. He spends weeks hand-carving these jewels. I think it's time to go meet Asami, he thought as he stood up. He puts the necklace back in the box for safekeeping. He puts his roommate back in the drawer and starts walking toward Republic City. Maybe I should get her something to eat, he ponders. He stops by Ichiraku Ramen and orders takeout. Sato Airfield. As Naruto made his way through Sato Airfield, he entered the hangar trying to find his girlfriend. He couldn't find her in the office. He approached the random mechanics. Excuse me, where's Asami? He asked the random mechanic. The mechanic turned around to see who was talking to him. It was Naruto. Mr. Naruto, it's nice to see you again. I see you brought the launch for Ms. Sato. If you're looking for Ms. Sato, she's at the airfield testing the new plane, she said as she pointed in the direction of their location. Naruto nodded in thanks. For the past 6 months, Naruto and Asami had been together. They usually spent some time with her working. Asami wanted to return her company to its former glory. While she felt strongly about his dates, she was always in his work area and always apologized to Naruto for it. Naruto had told her each time that he was fine, and she had his full support. The couple time helped him with paperwork. So, he brings his dates to his work. That's why his employee calls Mr. Naruto. Furthermore, he is also dating Asami. A smile graced his face as he watched the plane perform a series of sharp turns and twists, appearing in perfect order. As the plane made its final barrel roll before landing safely on the runway, he saw his beautiful girlfriend in her brown airplane uniform with gray pants. To complete her look, she wore a white scarf. As she stepped off the plane, he thought, "Why is her hair always the perfect shape?" As he walked, the mechanic approached her. "I think we can say these planes are ready to ship," she said. "I hate to mention the elephant in the room, but since your father was imprisoned, no company will work with us. We're almost bankrupt," the dejected mechanic said. "Don't worry, I'm going to the South Pole to meet with someone who can help us put future industries back on track," Asami said, patting the man's shoulder reassuringly as they passed. But she wasn't as confident as she looked, her face falling as she turned her thoughts to her imprisoned father and the near impossible task ahead. "Hey Asami!" Naruto said with a smile as they held their lunch. "Naruto!" she shouted happily. Asami was surprised to see her boyfriend here. She ran over to him, hugging him. "I hope you don't mind if we have lunch together," he said, holding her lunch. Giving her a quick kiss on the lips. "I'd love to too. Come and let me change out of my uniform, and then we'll eat," he said as he took her hand and led her to the office to change. Entering Asami's office, the room was a modern size that accommodated her large desk and the large chair behind it. In front of the desk were 2 chairs. At the back of the room was a small 2-seater sofa with a coffee table in front of it. In the corner of the back room was her closet. "Sorry for the mess, it's been a crazy morning," she said, slightly embarrassed that her papers and plans were all over the office. Naruto laughed at this. "Don't worry, go change and I'll clean this mess up." As he said, he started working on the mess while Asami changed. After a while, after finishing cleaning the office, Asami came out of the closet in her usual attire. The black and red jacket with yellow cuffs, red tights, and black boots. "I really appreciate you doing this, Naru," he said as he took a bite of his ramen. "Asami, what kind of boyfriend will I be if I don't help my girlfriends?" he said while eating his ramen. They both drank their ramen in silence. "Asami, I heard you're going to the South Pole. To make some kind of deal?" he asked. She nodded. "That's right, I'm going to ask you if you want to come with me. I love it there too. Plus, the Glacier Spirits Festival is happening, so I was hoping we could spend some time together." "3 of us," she said, hoping they'd say yes. "Yeah, I'd love to too. But first I need to make this deal happen and then we'll have some fun," he said with a smirk. "Cool, let's sail together to meet Korra's family first, and then we'll make that deal happen." Later that night, Air Temple. As Naruto got out of the shower, he put on his pajamas, which consisted of sweatpants. While in the room, he wonders where Korra and Asami are. Probably their girls' stuff, he thought. As he gets into bed ready to sleep to take it alone, the door opens to reveal Korra and Asami. He saw them and was shocked by what he was seeing. Korra was wearing her haori with it only wrapping around her, holding up her chest and panties, while Asami was only wearing her red button-down shirt that opened halfway down, showing her red lace bra. "I hope you're ready, Naru, because tonight's going to be a long night," Korra said, smiling as she and Asami approached the bed. Her last thought was that she didn't get any sleep last night. Southern Water Tribe port the next day. Fortunately, the trip to the Southern Water Tribe was uneventful and Katara and her daughter Kia were happily waiting to greet them. "Grandma!" The Airbender children smiled, each giving Katara a loving hug. "Oh, they've all grown so big." Katara smiled at the Airbender children. "We miss you, Aunt Kia," Jinora told her aunt. She happily said, "I've missed you. Your father doesn't visit you enough." She walked over to Tenzin and playfully punched him in the arm. "He's probably afraid I'll hit him like I did when we were kids." "You don't scare me," Tenzin said before rubbing his arm. More, Katara turned her attention to her eldest grandson. And I trust you've stayed out of danger, Naruto. Come on, Grand, it's me. Naruto said cheekily, giving a hug to the woman who hugged him. That's why he asked? Tonrak said, smiling as he and Senna joined them. It's good to see you in better shape. It's good to see you too, uncle. While Naruto was genuinely happy to see Tonrak and Senna again, he hadn't forgotten the conversation they had after he recovered from Amon. The man made it very clear that Naruto would pay the price if things between him and Korra moved too fast. Tonrak couldn't help but laugh as he realized how much he had scared Naruto during their little chat. Unfortunately for him, Senna and Korra didn't miss this. That's enough, Dad, Korra said, holding her boyfriend's hand. Seriously, Tonrak. We're talking about Naruto, Senna said. Okay. Tonrak chuckled, pulling Naruto into a hug to let the boy know he was still welcome and loved. Wow, look at all these people who came to greet us, Bolin said, drawing attention to the large gathering on the pier. No, they came to greet you, Korra said, pointing to what was identified as the Northern Water Tribe royal ship arriving at the port. The great chief of the Northern Water Tribe comes to honor us with his presence, Tonrak said sarcastically. Hurrah! Just relax, Tonrak. He'll be gone soon, Senna assured her husband. The group watched as an escort of guards led Chief Analik and his two sons, teenage twins, each with long hair and a bored, emotionless expression on their faces. The only difference between them was that one of the twins had eyeshadow. Whoa, who are the lovely ladies? Bolin asked. It's Eska and Desna, the chief's children. Desna is a boy, Korra said. Oh no, sure. I knew it. And which one is Desna? It's good to see you again, Avatar Korra, Analik greeted, bowing to the young woman. Nice to see you too, she replied, returning the gesture. Analik then turned his attention to Tonrak. Tonrak, he said coldly. Brother, Tonrak replied just as coldly. As he began to leave the docks, Naruto grabbed Korra's hands to get her attention. Alright, love, I'll meet up with Asami and help make the deal. If it's not too much, we'll meet you at dinner. If not, we'll spend some time at the festival together, he said while Korra nodded as they talked about this after their fun last night. She gave the blonde a quick kiss and wished him good luck. Off a private yacht, currently standing in front of a large, luxurious ship, the two couples and Bolin couldn't help but gasp. Wow, this is a boat, Bolin said, whistling in appreciation for the yacht. You said it. Naruto nodded. I'm glad you came with me to this meeting, Asami said, getting their attention. Varric is one of the richest men in the world and controls the entire global shipping business. So you're my assistants. Stay there and don't say anything. No problem, Pabu and I are natural companions, Bolin said, following Asami toward the ship. Man, this is nice. I have to get into all this. Of course there's no pressure. Naruto muttered nervously. He understood how much this meant to his girlfriend. Upon entering the ship, the trio was met with the strange sight of an entire room of wealthy businessmen focusing on a man with combed black hair and a tiny pointy mustache, wearing a designer Water Tribe suit, sitting on a pillow with his eyes closed. Did you see that levitation? The man exclaimed, his eyes wide open as the crowd began to applaud. I was a foot off the ground. Is that incredible or what? Is that him? Naruto whispered. Yes, that's Varric. Now don't say anything to upset him, Asami said quietly. Unfortunately, Bolin didn't make the memo, as he suddenly announced that Varric hadn't been levitating, leaving the room silent. Looking disgusted, Varric walked over to Bolin and got close to his face. Are you saying he wasn't levitating? No, the earthbender said nervously. Well, why didn't anyone tell me? Now I look like an idiot, Varric exclaimed, taking the room by surprise with his sudden 180. Swami, you're fired, he shouted, pointing at a long-bearded old man, who was now glaring at Bolin. Varric then turned his attention to Bolin, wrapping an arm around the earthbender's shoulder. I like you, kid. You're a real sniper, like me. Miss Sato? Is she with you? The business mogul spoke so quickly that all Asami could do was nod, sighing in relief that it seemed Bolin's straightforward honesty had won the eccentric man over. You brought your tiger shark along to do business, huh? That's Moxie. Varric then had his assistant, a serious-looking woman with dark hair and glasses, clear a space for Asami, Bolin, and Naruto to sit with him. Come here and squat. Shuli, get some tea for my guests. Thank you for meeting with me. As you know, Future Industries is looking for a partner to handle our shipping. Asami began, eager to get down to business. Sure. But first, you have to see my new adventure, moving pictures. Varric interrupted. Shuli, do the thing. You're going to love this. Handing Mako the tea tray, Julie took out a projector, starting the film of a running ostrich horse. Amazing, isn't it? Varric asked, looking at Bolin. Yes, said the earthbender, clearly impressed. Now, forget it. That's the past. Shut up, Julie. Imagine seeing this. Ginger, come here and do your poses. An incredibly beautiful redhead entered the center of the room, removing her fur coat to reveal an elegant black dress. Bolin couldn't help but gasp as Ginger began striking a series of very provocative poses. Asami quickly looked at Naruto to see what his reaction would be. What she saw was Naruto raise an eyebrow at this display, seeming uninterested in them. Which made her smile. You know you and Korra are the only ones for me, Naruto said, knowing his Asami was watching him, giving his girlfriend a kiss on the cheek. Spectacular! And we tell a story. There's romance, action, some fun animal stuff for the kids. You know, whatever. Thanks, Ginger, go rest, Varric said, sending the woman off. How about that, Tiger Shark? We're going to do big business with these engines, as I call them. Fine, but I'm just focusing on getting Future Industries back on track. If we could come to an agreement. Asami began, only to be interrupted. Stop. Look me in the eyes. Varric interrupted, suddenly pressing his face against Asami's, staring intensely into her eyes. Although frightened by the impromptu staring contest, Asami quickly tidied herself up and looked at the madman. We have a deal! Exclaimed the business mogul, ending the staring contest. We'll work out the details at the royal party tonight. Now, who wants a rocket boat ride? Is this how business usually goes? Bolin asked, as Varric led the rest of his guests away. You're a natural assistant, Asami said, happily hugging her friend. What about me? Naruto asked. Asami gave her boyfriend a sympathetic look as if to say, sorry, but today's not your game. He felt like she was stabbing him in the chest with that look she gave him. Outside. That guy was amazing, Bolin declared happily. Thanks again, Bolin. I have to get back to the ship and start compiling a list of all the businesses we'll be sending to, she said. Asami, wouldn't it be better to go out and celebrate instead? Naruto said. Asami frowned. I wish I could, but you heard Varric. We're working on our deal tonight. She saw Naruto frown and gave him a quick kiss. We'll be sure to celebrate later, okay? Naruto gave him a small smile and nodded. Sounds good. He then took off, leaving Naruto and Bolin. Festival of Glacier Spirits. Leaving the docks, the group, now joined by Korra's family, headed to the festival. And while all the lights, games, and sense of fun and good humor would normally make anyone happy, the chief of the Northern Water Tribe was an exception. It's a shame that Southerners have abandoned all connections to the spirits, even during the most sacred times, Analik criticized. I've always loved the Glacier Spirits Festival. It's fun, Korra said. This festival used to be a solemn time of fasting and meditation. Now it's just a chance to watch some asshole try to fit an entire Arctic hen into his mouth. As he said this, everyone looked at Bolin, who was actually trying to fit the entire Arctic hen into his mouth. Traditions change. It's not the end of the world, Tonrak argued. Naruto agreed. He is the second avatar. Tell that to the sailors being attacked by angry spirits in southern waters. Some traditions have a purpose. Unaware that there's another avatar among the group, that certainly caught Korra's attention. Wait, the spirits are attacking ships? I'm surprised the avatar doesn't know about that. Apparently you haven't been given all the information you need. It would be my honor to instruct you in the spiritual ways of the Water Tribe, Analik said. For some reason he couldn't explain, this idea sent chills down Naruto's spine. There was something about Analik he just didn't trust. Tenzin is Korra's instructor. He can give her all the training she needs, Tonrak said fiercely. That's what you said, Analik said coldly. Maybe we should get out of here, Naruto whispered, wanting to leave the bickering brothers behind. Right behind you, Korra said, as the pair walked off to enjoy the festival together. Royal Palace of the Southern Water Tribe. The tribe gathered in the palace banquet hall for the festival feast. The room was decorated with numerous lights and lanterns. Korra and her family sat at the high table. She sees Bolin and Mako sitting at the table. She greets them before joining Katara and her family. "This is a wonderful party in your honor, uncle," Korra said. "This is nothing. When this festival was founded, tribal elders would commune with the spirits. People would watch the brilliant displays of light as the spirits danced in the sky," Analek said, once again finding the festival lacking. "Wow! I've never seen that before. And that's a shame, since the Avatar is the bridge between the material world and the spirits. That's why I want so much to teach you, to help you fulfill your destiny. I thought I made it clear that Tenzin was teaching her," Tonrak said sternly, interrupting his brother's attempt to reach his daughter. "Every Avatar before you traveled the world to learn. It was Tenzin and your father who kept you isolated at the South Pole," Analek continued. "I thought Aang ordered the White Lotus to keep me down here," Korra said, looking to her father for an explanation. "We all did what we thought was best for you," he explained, but Korra wouldn't hear it. "Who I train with should be my decision, Dad, not yours or Tenzin's." Speaking of Tenzin, things were getting pretty awkward for the airbending master at his table next to his brothers. "It seems someone is trying to take your place as the Avatar's mentor," Bumi commented, having noticed Analek's behavior toward Korra. "Bumi, don't mess with Tenzin, you know he's always been sensitive," Kia joked. "I'm not sensitive," Tenzin pouted, earning a laugh from his siblings. All the while, Katara and Naruto watched, the former saddened by the distance between his children. "Are you okay, Gran? Naruto asked, noticing the sad expression on the woman's face. "I'm fine," Katara sighed. "Let's just enjoy the feast." Easier said than done, as Analek had now decided to give his opening address. "As your chief, it is an honor for me to speak at this festival, which was founded to unite our tribes and restore the ancient balance between our world and that of the spirits. But it saddens me to see what it has become. A carnival that celebrates greedy and trivial humans. I fear that the time is fast approaching when the North can no longer stand idly by while our brothers to the South fall into total spiritual decline. Angry spirits are already attacking ships in their waters. I only hope that we are not too late to change course." The audience only murmured quietly as their leader sat down, sapping the evening's fun. Well, Varric's spirits remained high as he then stood up. "Chief Analek, everyone. Always good to have you in town. Now let's have some fun with the wacky wushu dancing otter penguins," he announced, calling over a clown waterbender who began a routine with his 3 dancing penguins. Festival of the Glacial Spirits. That night, wanting to salvage their good spirits, Team Avatar headed to the festival. Mako and Bolin were walking, and Korra, Naruto, and Asami were sharing cotton candy, leaving Mako and Bolin as the best. Bolin's mood quickly improved when he noticed the twins Desna and Eska nearby. "Wish me luck." "Making my move," Bolin said, nudging his brother before going off to talk to Eska. "Those two have always scared me." "They smell like Grandma's attic," Korra said. "Really?" Naruto said, pointing at Bolin and the twins. The 4 friends watched as Bolin's attempts to somehow engage in conversation ended with Eska grabbing him by the neck and dragging him off to win her prizes. After witnessing what could be considered Bolin's kidnapping, Mako split up, leaving Naruto, Korra, and Asami alone to enjoy the festival games. "So, what's been bothering you?" Naruto asked, noticing something was off with Korra as they played a water shooter game. "Analek offered to train me. He says he can teach me about spirits and my connection to them," the Avatar said. "Well, that's good, right? What does Tenzin think?" Asami said, trying to see the problem. "Tenzin thinks I'm his prisoner or one of his children. I'll never finish training with him in charge," Korra complained, using her waterbending to increase the pressure of her water gun, winning the game. Picking out a stuffed bison, the pair continued walking through the festival as Korra tried to explain her situation, including the fact that it was her father and Tenzin, not Aang, who had decided to keep her away from the world during her training. "I mean, you heard what Analek said. The South is spiritually unbalanced, and it's the Avatar's job to fix it. But my dad won't even let me think about Analik teaching me. Okay? She asked, seeking her boyfriend's opinion. Well, I have to admit I feel both ways, Naruto confessed, confusing Korra. Well, you do realize that if you had never moved into the compound, we probably would have never met. Korra grimaced at that, as in her anger at being lied to, she'd forgotten the crucial fact that the compound served not only as a place for her to train. It was also a place for Naruto, who had never seen another child his age until their arrival. On the other hand, though it might give me the creeps, it wouldn't hurt to learn more about dealing with spirits. Naruto finished. All I'm saying is, if you decide to break up with Tenzin, don't be nice to him. He's family, and I trust him. Thank you, Korra said, pulling Naruto in for a kiss. And don't worry, I promise. Later at night, Korra, Asami, and Naruto were fast asleep when Naga came running out of the igloo. Naga, what are you doing? Korra got up and chased after Naga. Naga, you're going to wake everyone up. As Naruto and Asami watched, they got up to see Korra leaving the igloo. Both Naruto and Asami joined them, yawning. Is something wrong with Naga? Asami said, worried about the polar dog. Yeah, he yawns. I've never heard her howl like that. Mako and Bolin had just stepped out of their own igloos, with Bolin yawning. What's wrong? What's that? Korra asked as something appeared in the distance. He sped towards Korra, so Naruto quickly pushed her out of the way, taking the spirit's attack and being pushed against a wall of ice. The spirit was staring at Naruto, but Korra caught its attention with a few fireballs. Leave him alone. It slammed into Korra, sending her over the edge of the small hill. Mako and Bolin leaped forward, breathing fire and bending the earth. The creature closed in and knocked them off with its tail. Korra joined Naruto and they ran together towards the spirit, launching themselves out of the air, and Korra was using water to try to hit the spirit with ice spikes. The spirit charger lunged at them, but they both rolled away and the spirit fell to the ground. Korra! Naruto! Tonrak declared as he rode on ice, circling the spirit and trying to catch it. The alcohol broke the top and grabbed Tonrak and Korra, throwing them away. Tenzin then approached the spirit. Spirit, why have you come to us? What have we done to offend you? Tenzin said before he was crushed. Damn, none of the elements worked, and the peaceful approach was a failure, Naruto thought. As the spirit charged at Korra, he ran and bent the snow around the spirit sphere that trapped her. Korra! He shouted as Korra closed her eyes and made a fist. She then opened her eyes to show that she had entered her avatar state. As she breathed air, she bent down, creating a small tornado underneath to fly towards Naruto. When she saw Naruto catch the spirit with his air dome, she fired a series of fire blasts at the spirit, hopefully hurting it. Unfortunately, the spirits were unfazed, reaching out and grabbing Naruto and Korra and knocking them to the ground. Naruto quickly got up to stand in front of Korra's form. When he was ready, the water bent down around them and Korra protectively as the spirits attacked. He watched the alcohol stop moving as the water swirled around them. He looked around and saw that Analik was the one doing it. He turned to Korra and helped her up, both of them watching in amazement as the water and liquor glowed a bright yellow. Analik then lowered his hands and the water dispersed, leaving the spirit glowing. Go in peace, he said as the spirit walked away before disappearing. Korra and Naruto joined Analik. Are you both okay? Tonrak asked as he joined them. Are you okay? Tenzin asked. Yeah, we're fine, Naruto said, looking suspiciously at Analik. Ignoring her father and teacher's concerns, Korra focused on Analik, wanting to get some answers. How could you control that spirit when no one else could? She asked. As your father could tell you, I've spent my life studying spirits and learning their ways. All this knowledge is lost in the south, but I could teach you everything I know, she told Korra and turned to Naruto. I can also teach you how to do it too, Naruto, since I saw you bend as the avatar. Chief Analik, you clearly have a lot of knowledge, but Korra still has a lot to learn about airbending, and I hope going to the air temples will help her connect with past avatars. Tenzin chimed in, not liking the chief's insistence on being Korra's teacher. The air temples won't teach him anything. Only I can give him the training he needs to become a full avatar, Analik argued. I told you that won't happen, Tonrak said firmly. Hey, I'm here. Anyone want to ask me what I think? Korra snapped. Naruto saw this was getting ugly, so he stepped in before Korra said something she might regret. "Family reunion, all right!" he shouted, drawing everyone's attention. They all looked at him funny. He ignored everyone staring. He turned to Analik. "Can you give us until tomorrow to respond? We obviously need to discuss Korra's training," he said to Analik, who nodded and left. "Okay, everyone go to Uncle Tunrag's cabin. Asami, can you stay with us for now?" he said as everyone walks towards the cabin. Asami was a little surprised at being asked to stay behind. Now it's just Asami, Korra, and Naruto. "Why did you look like that, Asami?" he said, seeing her expression when he called her. "I don't know how I can help with this avatar's things," she said honestly. Naruto shakes his head. "Asami, you're part of our relationship. Your thoughts matter whether she's an avatar or not," he said as Korra nodded. Asami was touched by this. "Sigh. This is going to be a bucking long night," he said to Korra and Asami. "Thank you now for stopping me before I said something I'd regret," she said honestly. "That's why I'm here. Love, before we go in, what do you want to do?" he asked her. "Honestly, I don't know. I was hurt by all the lies my father and Tenzin brought, so Tenzin wants me to learn how to bend air the traditional way," she said, putting her hand in quotes. "But learning how to bend spirits with Analik has some great benefits. Especially what's going to happen tonight," she said, giving him a piece of her mind. "What do you think I should do?" Korra asked them. Asami and Naruto pondered this. "I think there's more going on," he said, drawing attention. They both looked at him with confusion on their faces. "What do you mean?" Asami said. "Well, I think that's one of the reasons the spirits are attacking now. They never attacked before. Analik is so adamant that we learn to master the spirits," he said. "He thinks he should require us to learn it. I agree with that, but why now, why not before?" he said, pointing. "Maybe I'm overthinking this," he said with a smile. "Maybe not, but we should be careful and open-minded," Asami said, somewhat understanding of her boyfriend's assumptions. "But that doesn't help me choose what to do," Korra said, her arm crossed over her chest. "Well, from my perspective, Korra, I think you should learn how to bend air. The way you're talking about the sound of air bending, you're hitting a snag," Asami said, remembering Korra telling her she was having trouble. They looked to Naruto for his opinion. "I agree with Asami on this. Whatever you choose, both Asami and I support you. Also, please be nice to your father and Tenzin. They try to do what they think is best for you," he said. Once they're in agreement, they walk inside the Tanrek hut. Seeing everyone gathered in a circle, the three of them sit down. Korra is the first to speak. "Before I give my answer, I want to say, Dad, Tenzin, I'm sorry for yelling at you, but I lied to myself and it hurt me," said the Avatar, showing his mature side to the group. "Now I think it will benefit Neru and me to train in the forms of spirit bending," she said. "Korra, please listen, you need to learn to bend air," Tenzin pleaded. "I agree with you, Tenzin." Surprising him with that, she replied. "As I'm currently having a bit of an issue with the air, I think I should work on something else to get out of this funk." Before he could respond, Korra pressed on. "But that doesn't mean I'm going to neglect my air curve train. I know you brought some scrolls," she said, though saddened that she wasn't teaching him more, or at least not for the time being. Tenzin could understand Korra's point of view. In doing what they thought was best, they'd forgotten that she wasn't a little girl anymore and deserved to be listened to if this latest display of maturity proved anything. "All right." Tenzin bowed. "I'll be here when you're ready to resume training." In that moment, Korra was glad she'd kept her promise to Naruto. Tenzin, though stiff, had been there for her, and she would have felt bad for hurting him. Unfortunately, forgiving her father would take longer. The next morning, Naruto and Korra watched as Tenzin and his family, along with Kia and Bumi at Katara's insistence, flew out of Ugi to begin their vacation, as Naruto couldn't shake his concern for Analik, but for now he would keep his worries to himself. Chapter 16, Southern Water Tribe Palace. Korra and Naruto woke up early today. Korra was eager to start training with Chief Analik. "You're early," Analik commented, as his niece and Naruto rode on Naga. "What can I say? We're thrilled to know that Analik's spirit is fighting," Korra said. "I'm not here to teach you how to fight spirits. I'm here to help you two begin your spiritual training," the chief clarified. "We're going to one of the most remote places in the world, the long-neglected spiritual center of your tribe, the South Pole. Are you training us at the South Pole? Naruto asks. We will do more than just train. By neglecting the spirits, the people of the South have brought darkness upon themselves, and it now threatens to destroy our tribe. We must put things right. The Southern Water Tribe depends on the two of you. Analik knew exactly what to say as Korra could already feel her blood pumping. A dangerous journey to the South Pole? Count me in. The outskirts of town. With Analik's permission, Korra turned to her friends for support with the mission. Unfortunately, it was Asami and Mako, who was eager to help Asami. But Bolin had joined them. Although Naruto still couldn't shake his bad feeling about the Northern Water Tribe chief. So now Naruto was busy loading Naga with his supplies for the trip while they waited for the late earthbender. I thought Bolin was coming? Naruto asked, tying the last of the supplies to Naga's saddle. It is, I guess they delayed it, Korra said. The sound of an engine soon catches their attention, but instead of Bolin, they're greeted by a different guest, Korra's father, riding a snowmobile. And Analik wasn't happy about it. Tomrak, what do you want? He demanded, not feeling up to dealing with his brother. I heard you're taking Korra to the South Pole. I'm coming, said the protective father. Absolutely not, Analik snapped. You're a distraction to her and an obstacle to what needs to be done. My daughter won't leave without me. She needs someone to take care of her, Tomrak argued. I don't count anymore? Naruto muttered, but no one seemed to hear him. Tired of his interference, Korra, with Naruto sitting behind her with his arms around her waist, approached Naga, stopping between her father and uncle. Dad, why do you always think you know what's best for me? She asked, frustrated by his overprotectiveness. Because he's wrong. The sad truth is that men like your father have thrown the spirit world out of balance. He's ignored my warnings in the past and hasn't learned since. Analik chimed in. What happened in the past? Korra asked. It doesn't matter, Tomrak said, his tone making it clear the subject was closed. What matters is storm ever. Do you ever storm? Naruto asked, wondering if he hadn't been paying attention during a possible lesson from Great-Great Katara. It's a massive blizzard that's been raging at the South Pole for decades, Tomrak explained, before looking at his brother. I'm going unless you think you can stop me. Analik didn't hesitate to meet his brother's gaze, and for a moment it seemed things were about to get violent. Suddenly, the sound of approaching snowmobiles broke the tension as Bolin climbed aboard, the earthbender's vehicle equipped with a sidecar. Sorry I'm late. Bolin apologized. Apparently he was delayed in getting his supplies. Look, we're traveling in style. Bolin smiled, leaning over the steering wheel, causing his phone to move forward. Whoa! Okay, sorry I'm still getting used to that gas pedal. Where did you get the stuff? Naruto asked, referring to the snowmobiles, and what he now noticed was Bolin's new snowsuit. Varric. It's amazing. He also gave me this fancy snowsuit. It's inflatable with an internal heater, an emergency beacon, and a food ration bag. I mean, if I get lost, I can survive in this for like a month. As if to make his point, Bolin pulled some cucumber slices from inside his suit. Who wants freeze-dried cucumber quats? He asked, but no one took any interest. That's when he seemed to notice the tension in the air. Did I interrupt a conversation? No, the conversation's over, Korra said. Dad, come if you want. Just don't interfere with my training and Naruto's training. As they rode away on Naga, Naruto saw something he couldn't help but laugh at. What? Korra asked, curious as to what made the blonde so angry. Look, Casanova, Naruto said, pointing to where Bolin was clumsily driving his snowmobile with Desna and Eska sitting in the sidecar. Now that brought a smile to Korra's face as she and Naruto shared a laugh at their friend's failed attempt to get Eska alone with him. Tundra. Night had fallen as the group moved quickly across the frozen wasteland, and with every inch closer to reaching the South Pole, Naruto's bad feelings seemed to worsen. It probably didn't help that Analik never explained what he wanted them to do. Fortunately, Korra was just as curious as her boyfriend. So, once we get to the South Pole, what happens? He asked, riding alongside Analik's mount. You will open an ancient spirit portal, Analik said, as if that was supposed to mean something. Sorry, what now? Korra asked. Clearly both she and Naruto were confused. At the South Pole, there is a portal that connects our world to the spirit world, But it has been closed for a long time. Naruto perked up at this. He'd be lying if he said he'd never been curious. If the spirit portal is open, it might be okay, Kurama. And that's why the evil spirits are attacking? Korra asked. There are no evil spirits. There is light and darkness in all of them, Alex said. But when they are out of balance, the darkness takes over. If you can open the portal in time, balance will be restored. What's with the time limit? Naruto asked. Is something special happening? There's a reason the Glacier Spirit Festival ends on the winter solstice. That's when the spirit world and the physical world merge. Only then can the Avatar open the portal. Alex explained. That's tomorrow, Korra said, realizing how little time they had. Exactly. And we can't afford to wait another year. Something about this doesn't seem right, Naruto thought to himself. But before he could voice his concerns, Naga began howling at the Everstorm in front of them. Easy, Naga, Korra said, petting her animal companion. I think that's what scared her, Naruto said, pointing at the shadows hidden by the blizzard. What are those? Bolin asked. Dark spirits, Korra said darkly, as the spirits faded into the storm as if they had never been there. Let's keep moving, we have to find a safe place to set up camp, Tonrak said, revving the engine of his snowmobile. After some searching, the group was able to find a cave to set up camp. As they gathered around the campfire, Korra couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Uncle, why do you think dark spirits are following us? She asked. Can't we talk about dark spirits, please? Bolin cringed, now clinging to Eska's arm. Sorry, Bolin doesn't like ghost stories, Naruto explained. Don't worry. I'll protect you, my weak turtle duck, Eska said. Sadly, this isn't a ghost story. The spirits are angry that he's here, Alex said, pointing accusingly at his brother. Have you never wondered how your father ended up at the South Pole? Why he never took you to visit his homeland in the north? Now is not an Alex time, Tonrak said, unwilling to talk about the past. You're right. You should have told him a long time ago. You told me what? Korra demanded. I left the North Pole because… Tonrak sighed, gathering his courage to make this painful confession. I was banished. Her father was banished. Korra couldn't believe it. Tonrak had always acted like a very responsible and caring man. She couldn't believe her father would commit any crime, much less one severe enough to warrant banishment. Why? Korra asked, pleading with her father to explain. Because I almost destroyed the entire tribe, Tonrak said, his voice filled with regret. 20 years ago, I was a general of the Northern Water Tribe, sworn to protect my people. One day, we were attacked by a horde of barbarians. I led our forces against them and managed to drive them back into the frozen tundra. But you didn't stop, did you? Naruto asked. You're right, I didn't stop there. I wanted to be sure they would never be able to threaten our tribe again. We tracked them deep into an ancient forest. Many believed this forest was the home of spirits, and the barbarians retreated there because they thought we wouldn't attack on such sacred grounds. They thought wrong. We captured the barbarians but in the process destroyed the forest. I guess the spirits didn't like that, Naruto said. No, they didn't. By destroying the forest, I unknowingly unleashed angry spirits. They threatened to destroy everything. The entire city. Alex was able to guide the spirits back into the forest. But by then, the damage had been done. For being the cause of so much devastation, my father banished me from the Northern Water Tribe in shame. It was then that I came south and started a new life. The cave fell silent as everyone processed Tonrak's story. That was until Bolin decided to open his big mouth. Whoa. So you were supposed to be the boss, then he became boss. No wonder you don't like each other, the Earthbender said, earning a pat on the head from Naruto. What? Isn't that what happened? Just shut up, Naruto hissed. I can't believe you kept this from me, Korra said angrily. I was protecting you from the shame I brought to the family, Tonrak reasoned. But Korra had enough of secrets and unwanted protection. Why do you keep hiding things from me and then telling me it's for my own protection? I'm tired of you protecting me. Korra stormed out of the cave, ignoring her father's calls and preferring to be alone to deal with her feelings of anger and betrayal. Tonrak said. Korra, wait. Naruto stood up and went after her, hoping Korra would be willing to listen. with Korra and Naruto. They had gotten a long way from the cave before Korra decided to speak. Why does my own father keep secrets from me? She buried her head in his chest in frustration. Naruto hugged her, patting her back as he let out all his frustration. Why won't he open up to me? Korra asked angrily. Why are you keeping so many things from me? As she asked those questions, she's grateful that her boyfriend is here, holding her in his warm embrace. Naruto sighed. I honestly don't know, Korra. How do I know your father is trying to protect you? He said. Yes, he made a mistake, but he's a human being like any of us. I'm still mad at him. Korra said. You're just like everyone else, so you have the right to be angry. Just remember, he's your father, and he loves you very much. He's willing to go through a lot to protect you. So please be careful with him, okay? Korra pouted. I'll never be able to win an argument against you, will I? No, but it makes you look cute every time you pout like that, he said as he kissed her on the cheek. She blushed once more and angrily pushed Naruto down. Idiot, I'm trying to stay angry. Before Naruto could get up, Korra straddled him, rubbing her groin against his. Naruto looked at her. Really, right now here? Lemon skipped. I really love you, Korra, he said as he looked into her eyes with nothing but love in them. I love you too, Naruto, she said with the same passion in her eyes. They kissed once more before helping each other clean up and walking back to the group. The following afternoon, the group hiked through the mountains. But the icy terrain wasn't the only problem. Tonrak as he rode alongside Korra and Naruto. Korra, you have every right to be angry with me, Tonrak said. But I don't want you to make the same mistake I made. I never should have entered that forest. And we shouldn't go to the South Pole now. The spirits and the physical world should remain separate. You know very well we can't back out of this. Naruto and I are the bridges between the spirits and man. Korra replied, calming down, still upset about her father, but willing to listen. For now, I'm just saying, spirits can be dangerous. You don't even know if what an Alex says is true. You want proof? Look at the sky. Where I'm from, the spirits are at peace and illuminate the darkness. The northern lights? Korra asked. Admittedly, Naruto was curious about that as well, wanting to hear at least one positive thing about the spirits. Yes, Analik confirmed. There used to be lights in the south as well, but during the 100-Year War, the south became unbalanced and the lights disappeared. When the war ended, the north helped rebuild you physically as a nation, but we haven't rebuilt you spiritually. Now the spirits no longer dance in your skies. Instead, they wreak havoc in the Everstorm. I think we're here, Bolin announced, as they reached the top of the mountain. That's a storm, Naruto said. Before them was the Everstorm. Lightning cracked the sky and winds howled, racing fast enough to create a dome-like blizzard effect wrapped around the South Pole. Having come this far, the group had no choice but to pull up their hoods and force themselves through the storm. For a moment, it seemed the chaotic weather would be their only concern when they suddenly heard a familiar cry on the wind. Is it what I think it is? Bolin asked fearfully. We must keep moving, Analik urged, as a second, more ferocious roar was heard. Oh man, I really don't like this. Bolin, stay calm. There's no reason to panic. Naruto tries to calm his friend, but the dark spirit appeared, scaring Naga, throwing Korra and Naruto to the ground, while Naga ran away in a panic. Stunned, the pair didn't notice a third spirit launching itself at them from above. Fortunately, Tonrak did, folding a wall of ice between them and the spirit. The protective father then struck it with a wave of water. Then another spirit appeared, charging at Korra from behind, taking the form of a small dinosaur. Korra, look out! Tonrak yelled, about to bend another wall of ice. But Naruto, back on his feet, leaped in front of the charging spirit, unleashing a quick blast of fire. Another small dark spirit appeared on top of Bolin's snowmobile. But before the earthbender could do anything, it phased into the vehicle. It's in the engine! Bolin panicked as the spirit tore his snowmobile from the inside out, causing it to go berserk, spinning out of control from the fight, while Desna and Eska just sat back calmly, as if they were in no real danger. While Bolin was busy dealing with engine trouble, Korra and Naruto found themselves surrounded by dark spirits. The two benders do their best to hold them off as Korra unleashes her fire blast on them, while Naruto uses air to slice through them. However, the dark spirits weren't making things easy for them as a large spirit monster rose up beneath them, breaking their formation and separating Korra from Naruto. With no other options, Korra attempted to use Analec's waterbending technique, but her careless and erratic movements only caused the spirit to attack, knocking the avatar aside with its monstrous fist. "Korra!" Naruto shouted, catching her in midair. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine," Korra said. Standing side by side, Korra and Naruto prepared to confront the spirit when suddenly its body was engulfed in a golden light, as Analec calmed the spirit, ending the battle. "Is everyone okay?" Tonrek asked, dusting himself off. Everyone was fine for the most part, but they'd lost track of Bolin. That was until they heard the Earthbender's screams as his out-of-control snowmobile continued to spin wildly. "I can't stop him!" he shouted. Then Desna and Eska stood up in the sidecar, each grabbing one of Bolin's arms. "I'll save you," Eska said in her usual monotone, as they jumped off the snowmobile, leaving it to crash against the mountainside. Releasing Bolin into the air, the twins created ice boots for themselves and skied down to join the group, while the Earthbender's snowsuit inflated, turning him into a human snowball as he rolled down the mountainside, stopping at Naruto's feet. Can someone deflate me, please?" Bolin asked, prompting Eska to blast his suit with an ice spike. "Thanks. Looks like they got our supplies," Naruto said, pointing at the ruined remains of his equipment, caused by the dark spirits. "Now what are we supposed to do?" Bolin questioned. "There's only one thing left to do," Tonrak said. "We have to go back." "No. The solstice is tonight, we're so close," Analec argued. "This mission is too dangerous, we're leaving." "No, Dad," Korra said sternly, still angry at her father, but with her talk with Naruto, she wouldn't rush into it. "We're not leaving. If you want to leave, then go. No one's going to stop you." Korra wouldn't be swayed no matter what she said. Tonrak had no choice but to accept his daughter's choice. "Don't worry, Uncle," Naruto said, approaching Tonrak. "When you get to Korra, don't worry about it. I wouldn't let anything happen to her." Tonrak smiled at her. "I know you do, Naruto," he said, placing a hand on the blonde's shoulder. "You always do." Korra watched as her father and her boyfriend held hands. "Let's open this portal and get your father and the entire Southern Water Tribe in the right direction," Analec said, riding alongside his niece. "We don't have much time, so what are we waiting for?" Korra said, urging Naga to march forward. "We have arrived," said Analec, as they stopped in front of a strange, glowing crystal cave. "Trees frozen in ice," Korra marveled, pointing out the structures protruding from the crystal surface. "It's like the sacred forest that Tonrak destroyed in the north." Naruto hated to admit it, but Analec was right, the place was filled with spiritual energy. In fact, just being near the cave made him feel like he just drunk a gallon of cactus juice. "So what are Naruto and I supposed to do?" Korra asked. "You must find the way to the heart of the forest where the dormant spirit portal lies," Analec explained. "From here, the avatars must go alone." "What?" "And she'll go alone. Tonrak, overprotective of his daughter, will take control." "Dad, I'm not going alone. I have Naruto with me," Korra said as the blonde nodded. She approached her uncle. "We have no connection with the spirits," Korra said. Naruto put his arm around Korra. "I'm sure the two of us can think of something," he reassured his girlfriend. "Remember, all past avatars live within you too. Let them guide you. They will show you the light in the darkness." The couple then walked into the woods, ancient forest. The two avatars walked with nothing but the wind and their shoes on the snow-covered ground. They continued to look around them. Suddenly, they stopped and turned around as two spirit-like snakes followed them. "Run!" Naruto said quickly. They took off toward the center. Then they jumped through a hole in the ice, and Korra closed it, forcing the spirits to find another way out. They had entered a small canopy that was the source of light. "This must be it," Korra said. Korra activated her avatar state, her eyes flashing white, and placed her hand over the portal only to find that it had no effect other than making the glow brighter. She removed her hand and the glow went out. Korra stepped back, coming out of the avatar state. "Naruto, try pudding." The ceiling above them began to crack and quickly gave way as a mess of those snake spirits approached them. Korra repelled them, keeping them away from Naruto. "Naruto, touch the portal, now! Naruto ran to the portal and did as Korra said, slamming his hand into it. His eyes glowed much like Korra's, except they were orange. Immediately, there was a backlash as a blinding light sent Naruto and Korra flying into a nearby wall, dissipating the spirits. The light continued all the way up into the sky, dispersing the darkness and the Everstorm, replacing it with the southern lights and calm. Naruto and Korra stared up at the sky in awe. Korra hugged Naruto and laughed. That's it! You can open the portal, Naru! You opened the portal! Naruto was also laughing happily. Southern Air Temple. Jinora watched in amazement as the statue glowed. Word of spirit. It was pure darkness inside the cave. Then, the red eyes opened with a slit in them. It's finally time to meet once more, Naruto, said the stranger. Back with Naruto and Korra. Korra and Naruto happily walked out of the forest back to the group. You two are back, Bolin said happily as he ran over to the two avatars and gave them a hug. Tonrak approached them and gave them a big hug. You really did it. Analik joined them. Looks like it was a success. Everything you said was true, Korra replied. This was an important first step toward restoring balance to the south and soon to the entire world, Analik happily said. Cliff overlooking the Southern Water Tribe. Some time later, the group looked down and found a whole fleet of Northern Water Tribe ships arriving at the port. What is this? Naruto demanded, looking at Analik. Just what's necessary, said the Northern Chief. What are all your Northern troops doing here? Korra asked, taking a calmer approach than her boyfriend. Brother, why? Tonrak said. Opening the spirit portal was only the first step in returning the Southern Water Tribe to its righteous path. There is more difficult work to be done before our two tribes are truly united. Korra didn't look sure about that as she turned back to the large fleet docking in the harbor. Naruto, on the other hand, looked ready to punch Analik. This all seemed like an invasion to him. Little did he know he wasn't going to be the only one to feel that way. And please enjoy and review. Chapter 17. Naruto and Korra stood with Analik on the balcony. They could see people being pushed aside by water bending and the port closing. Analik, why did you bring your troops from the north? Naruto questioned angrily at what he was seeing. Analik calmly replied. The spirit portal needs to be protected from those who would cause harm to the spirits. We can protect him, Korra replied. No, I need you two for a more important task. The portal at the North Pole must be opened as the next step to ensuring balance, Analik replied. Naruto's gut didn't feel right about this. But in the process of taking people's freedom, he said, pointing at it. Korra stepped between the two, playing peacemaker. If both portals were open, then the southern and northern tribes would unite, Korra reasoned with him. The world will be reunited. Naruto crossed his arms and looked at his girlfriend. I don't know about this, Korra. On one hand, this seems wrong with people being pushed aside and the port closing. On the other hand, relationships between humans and spirits are important too. He sighed, but I think his other ways of doing it. He walked away and Korra smiled at her uncle. I should probably go with him. A few days later, Tonrak and Senna's home. The Southerners didn't exactly respond well to the North's invasion of their tribe, much less to their heavy-handed approach to forcing their rule over the tribe. As the recognized voice of the Southern Water Tribe, they had chosen to meet at Tonrak and Senna's home in the hopes of finding a solution to their problem. Naruto stood by the door as Korra sat with the others. Varrick was eating. Naruto still didn't know what to do and hoped hearing from the Southern members would help. Thank you all for coming. I know these past few days have been stressful, Tonrak said calmly, trying to ease the tension in everyone present. Varrick interrupted, clearly angry at what Analik was doing. The worrying thing is when I get that itchy rash that won't go away, and Julie isn't around to scratch it. He stomped his foot. This is shocking. No, disgusting. Then she looked at the single cookie in her hand as she dropped the plate. Kale cookies opposite. She looked at Julie. Remind me to get the recipe later. Julie nodded. Tonrak asked. What's your point, Varrick? Varrick began grabbing more food. My point is, Analik has already kicked our chiefs out of their palaces. He waved his hand, sending the food flying. How long before he tells us what kind of biscuits we can eat? Probably a couple of days. Julie replied clearly. Rhetorical question, Julie. You need to keep up. Not to mention I have a freighter full of halibut rotting away thanks to the port closure. Who wants to buy a boatload of stinky fish? Varric asked as he looked around expectantly. Seriously, it's not rhetorical. I need to sell these fish. Naruto shrugged. Sell them to the fishermen. Analik hasn't banned fishing, and strong-smelling fish tend to be good for attracting bigger fish. Varric smiled. I like it. Korra stood in front of everyone. Chief Analik is here to help the South. He wants to show us how to restore balance with the spirits, so they'll stop attacking. I'm not going to argue that the South is unbalanced, but should it really be at the expense of the people's freedom? He's acting like Amon when he took over the city, Naruto said. Naruto didn't like seeing the look of betrayal on Korra's face, but he felt he had to say it. They didn't know if this continued, then war would happen and neither he nor Korra would be able to stop it. This isn't the same, Korra snapped. Amon was a madman looking to commit genocide. Analik is just trying to help, so is Amon, and since you said he was a madman, Amon's main goal was to find equality for all in Republic City. He was wrong about that, Naruto argued. This guy makes a lot of sense. I say if Analik doesn't lead us, we should fight for our freedom, Varric declared to everyone. The people cheered. No, he yelled at them. Going to war won't solve anything. It will cause more hardship, regret, and pain, Naruto said firmly. Look, let's all calm down. Tonrak looked from Naruto to Korra. Analik started this, not us. I'm sorry. Maybe you could talk to your uncle. Tell him how frustrated we all are. He'll listen to what the avatars have to say. Will you do it for me? Fine, but I'm only doing it for the tribe, Korra said angrily. Naruto left the house and Korra soon followed him, away from Tonrek and Senna home. Naruto, stop, Korra said angrily. Naruto stopped in his tracks and sighed. Yeah, Korra took a deep breath. Are you unhappy with the way I'm handling things? Are we fighting over this? It doesn't mean what you think it does. We both just have different ideas about how to help our people in the tribe. It's just, I'm following my instincts, and it tells me something is wrong here. Naruto sighed. Do you still love me? Korra had to ask, worried that this would tear them apart. Naruto smiled and placed a loving hand on Korra's face, while Korra leaned into his hand. Korra, you and I always knew we were going to have different points of view on things, and that's not a terrible thing. It will make us more effective avatars if we can discuss problems like this. You, me, and Asami may have our fights, but at the end of the day I still love you both. Nothing in this world would change that. Korra smiled at his words. I love you. Naruto then kissed Korra passionately. Her lips were soft, warm, and made him want more, making him become addicted to her lips with a soft touch. As Korra wrapped her hands around the blonde's head to deepen the kiss. Now come on, you need to talk to Analik, he said. Korra still has her hands around his head without letting go. Give me another kiss and then I'll go, he said with a smile. You and Asami are so spoiled, he said with a smile as he went for a kiss while Korra happily kissed him back. When they part ways, Korra starts walking towards the places to talk to her uncle. Knowing Naruto is watching her, she adds a little sway to her hips, while seeing that Korra was completely out of place. She walks back to Tonrek and Senna's house. By the time she got there, the people had already left. When finally inside the house, only Tonrek and Senna were sitting on the floor while Tonrek had his eyes closed thinking about today's meeting while Senna poured some tea for her and her husband. Senna saw him. Oh, Naruto. I thought you were going with Korra to meet Analik. Naruto shakes his head as he stands by the door. No, I think Analik will hear Korra if I'm not around. It's okay for me to stay here for a while. I have a feeling Korra and Asami won't be home for a while, he said, a little nervous in his voice. Of course, you can stay here. This is your house too, Senna said as Naruto left his spot and sat on the floor with them. Senna served him tea, which he happily accepted. Are you two fighting? I know this has been difficult for you two these past few days, Tonrek said worriedly. Even though he's been overprotective of his daughter, he sees Naruto as a son. No, we're not fighting or anything. We may have our differences, but that won't change how we feel about each other. But speaking of which, he said. While the parents were confused about what he was doing, Naruto took out a small box and gave it to them. Confused by her actions, they open the box to see what's inside. They are shocked by what they see. They take out the necklace with the beautiful blue jewel. As they look at the craftsman, they see all the elements in this jewel. Then it struck them, what they were holding was no ordinary necklace. This was a betrothal necklace. This is for Korra that is based on color and elements. Naruto was asking their permission to marry their daughter. Senna covered her mouth. Tears began to flow from her eyes of pure happiness. Tonrek was shocked but couldn't be happy. He knows Naruto will give Korra the happiness she deserves. As they turn their heads to Naruto, who has his head on the ground. Please let me marry Korra! He begged with all his heart, hoping they would give him permission to marry Korra. Naruto, we raised you as our own. We watched you grow into a fine man. When we found out you were dating our daughter, we were so happy. We saw in your eyes the love you two have for each other. Naruto, you didn't need to ask our permission. You've always had our blessing. Tonrek said as Senna nodded her head, not trusting her voice. Naruto lifted his head from the ground. He looked at them in shock. He saw Tonrek give him a proud smile, while Senna couldn't hold back her tears and gave the blonde a fierce hug. Please call me Mom from now on, she said, as Tonrek walked over to give her a hug. Call me Dad too, he said as Naruto's tears sprang to his own eyes, happy to give him that blessing. Thanks, Mom, Dad. With Bolin on the streets, Bolin was forced to drag both Eska and Desna through the village. I'll hate to leave this quantum tribe, Eska said. Desna asked. Is that true, Eska? Of course, not Desna. I won't miss it all. I have a huge dislike for the South, Eska replied. Then she started laughing and Desna joined her. Bolin, laugh at my joke, Eska ordered. Yes, dear. Bolin fake laughed. Very funny. Mako sighed as he pulled his brother out of the rickshaw and stopped him in his tracks. Pabu jumped onto Bolin's shoulder, but the twins went flying and landed in the snow. Stop treating my brother like a slave, Mako said clearly. The twins stood up and dusted themselves off. Eska simply said, He's not a slave. He's my boyfriend. He didn't look very happy pulling you two around all day, Mako said. Bolin, tell your brother how happy you are, Eska ordered. I'm not happy. I've been the opposite of happy since I asked you out. We haven't spent any time together, just the two of us, and you scare me, Bolin declared, feeling much more confident. I see, so this relationship is over. Come on, Desna, this experiment is a failure for now, Eska said. Then the twins walked away, and Bolin cried tears of joy as he hugged his brother. Thanks, Mako. I'd hate to think where that would have gone if you weren't there. Mako patted his brother's back. No problem. If you're not happy or they don't like who you are, then she's not the right girl for you. Simple as that. Someday, you'll find the right one. Bolin pulled away and smiled. I feel like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. I really owe you one for this. With Korra's Southern Water Tribe Palace, Korra entered the throne room to find Alex sitting on a throne. Our next training session isn't until tomorrow. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is about our conversation this morning. Korra began. Yes, Alex said. I understand why you brought your troops here, but I'm afraid it's sending the wrong message. Korra finished. Has your father been talking to you? Alex questioned. It's not just me, Naruto and Varric too, she said. There was a meeting at my parents' house. Many Southerners feel their tribe is being invaded. Alex shook his head. I am their chief. I am here to unite, not invade. If the water tribes were at war, the other nations would take sides. Dark spirits would thrive on this negative energy, and the world would be thrown into a contest between spirits and humans. That would be catastrophic. How do we stop him? Korra asked. Us? No, Korra, the chief said, rising from his throne. This is a war only the Avatar can prevent. I'm usually the one who starts the fights, Korra said as Alex walked toward her. I don't know how to stop them from happening. As the Avatar, you must remain neutral in this conflict, Alex said. You will naturally want to help your people, but showing favoritism will not help the tribes find unity. Maybe Tenzin was right, she said, looking down. Maybe I'm not ready to be the Avatar. Tenzin had no faith in you, he said, placing his hand on Korra's shoulder. But I have no doubt that you will become the most admired avatar the world has ever known. I must think about everything you've presented to me tonight. Please leave me and come back tomorrow, so we can discuss this further. Analik asked. Okay, Korra said. Korra walked away, leaving Analik alone. With that boy running around, it's not as easy to get her to fall in line as I thought. If the spirits want to take back the world, he'll have to be dealt with. Analik thought he had a plan for dealing with him tonight. Send a message to my generals, have your platoon ready for tonight. He orders his servant. Later in the day on the street, the northern soldiers walked through the streets while the men watched them. Some children had climbed onto the roof and thrown snowballs at them just for fun. This angered the northern soldiers. They threw the children off the roof. You thugs think you're tough, huh? Asked the tin soldier. One of the southerners said. Choose a water bender of your own size. The soldiers turned around to find 3 southerners with water ready to fight. The soldiers prepared to fight themselves by bringing their own water. Naruto was alone and saw the group. He immediately ran into their midst. Let's calm down. This doesn't have to result in violence. Tell me what happened, one of the southerners said. There were some children on the roof throwing snowballs. They hit one of the soldiers, so he bent down and threatened the children. Everything they said is correct, however, they attacked us. We were just instilling respect, the northerner declared. Naruto sighed. They're just kids having fun. It's not just that. These thugs need to go back north, said one southerner. The soldier said. These southerners need to stay in line. Everyone, is this really what you want? Do you want to start a war? Just go back to your homes, Naruto said. The men hesitantly returned the water and left, but Naruto noticed them glancing at each other. Naruto sighed and wiped his face. As he walked back to his house, it seems like war is inevitable at this point, he thought. Both the North and South won't compromise. He's getting frustrated, no matter what he's done to ease their tension, or Korra complains to her uncle about it. As he headed home, he wasn't surprised that no one was home. He went to the couch to get some sleep, until his door opened. He opened his eyes to see who it was, happiness crossing his face when his beautiful Asami walked in. Upon closer inspection, he saw that she wasn't having a good day either, with that frown on her face. With that look on your face, I'll say you're having a rough day too, he told her. Sigh, you have no idea, dealing with Varric is pain, he said, rubbing his forehead in frustration. I don't know how his assistant does it. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful with things related to the tribe, he said with a frown. Asami saw his frown and walked over to him, sitting on the edge of the couch, giving him a tender kiss. It's going to be okay. I know you and Korra will fix this before it gets worse, she told him to reassure him. I have something to give you. I think it will make you happy. First you have to close your eyes, she said, as he moved from his lying position to a sitting position. Closing his eyes, he tried to look. Don't look at Mr. He said. He treated him like a child who had his hands caught in a kitchen jar. He felt Asami was wrapping something around his neck, but he couldn't identify what she was doing. You can open your eyes now, she told him. He opened his eyes and saw that long red scarf around his neck. Lemon skipped. I love you, Asami. I love you, Naru, she said, resting her head on his chest while her body was pressed against his for warmth. As they had both fallen asleep, they hugged each other. Later that night, he and Asami were still asleep in their bed when he heard a knock at the door. Avatar Naruto, Chief Analik requests your presence for a special training session. Avatar Korra is already on her way. Naruto raised an eyebrow. That's strange, Korra usually waits for me. He sighed. He got out of bed, gathering his clothes that were all over the floor. Putting on his fur coat, Haori, and his new scarf, he said, Okay, I'll be right there. Before leaving, he gave the sleeping Asami a kiss on the cheek. It brought a smile to her face. She has a cute sleeping face. He left his igloo to find one of the northern soldiers standing there impassively. What's going on? Analik told me we'd be training tomorrow, the man nodded. He informed me and told me to tell you that he wanted to break the ice that seemed to have formed between him and you. He's devised a special lesson outside the village. Naruto doesn't like where this is going, so he goes along with it. Fine, lead the way. with Korra. Korra returned to her own personal igloo to find her mother waiting for her. Mom? Korra said suspiciously. Did Dad send you to talk to me? He asked. Your father doesn't know I'm here, Senna said. Korra, what's going on between you two? Asked Dad. Korra grumbled, joining her mother on the couch. I've tried, but he doesn't want to talk about it. Honey, it breaks my heart to see our family torn apart like this. You want to know what's been going on? I found out Dad's been lying to me my whole life. Analik told me everything, how Dad and Tenzin kept me trapped here while I trained. How Dad was banished from the north, so the truth is out, Senna said sadly. You knew, Korra said, surprised by her mother's confession. And you never said anything. We were trying to keep our family together, to give you a normal childhood. I never wanted a normal childhood. All I ever wanted to be was the Avatar, but everyone keeps holding me back, even my own parents. Asami and Naruto are the only ones who believe in me. Senna turned to her daughter. That's not true, Korra, she said sternly. No? Korra scoffed. Then why is everyone in the South turning against me, when all I'm trying to do is help them? The problem between North and South began long before you were born. You can't hope to undo it in a day, so should I just sit back and let the water tribes go to war? Korra asked. No, but therefore the situation could be beyond your control, Senna said. Varric has been planning a rebellion against Analik. He asked your father to join in. Is Dad part of the rebellion? Korra said in shock. I don't know, but I don't want you to get caught in the middle of this, Senna said. I'm already in the middle. Before running away. Korra! Senna runs after her, but her daughter was already gone. Later that night with Korra, she arrived at the palace to find the northern soldiers knocked out. She ran to a higher floor and found her uncle being kidnapped by masked southerners. One of them resembled her father. She questioned him, asking why he would do this. Another tells her to turn around. She tries to reason with them, telling them to leave Analik, and she'll cover them. They can still avoid a war, but it seems that's no longer an option. The group then attacks Korra, blocking her and attempting to escape. Korra chases after them, trying to stop them with her air and water bending. The woman who looks like her father comes out the door, and she stops him to rescue Analik. She unmasks the appearance and discovers that it is not her father. The boy then explains that he would not help them. Analik wakes up, and the men are taken away. Varric, the mastermind behind this attempt, is nowhere to be found. Korra convinces Analik to let the men stand trial. With this emotional day, she wants nothing more than to go to bed to sleep with Asami or Naruto or both. When she finally catches up with her, Asami and Naruto are returning home. She sees that it is a mess with Asami's clothes on the floor. She arrives at her room. There is a faint smell of hex in the air, meaning they did it without her. She pouts at the thought. She sees Asami on the side of the bed, but wonders where Naruto is. He's probably out for a walk or something, she tells herself, as if related to his life force, saying that he isn't in danger or dying. As she approaches the bed, she takes off her fur coat, pants, and boots. Leaving her in a tank top and panties, Korra climbed onto the bed, crawling over to Asami. She got under the covers, wrapping her arm around Asami's naked form, pulling her close. She buried her head in the back of Asami's neck. Korra inhaled the scent of Asami and Naruto that calmed her, placing a couple of kisses on Asami's neck. Like exhaustion had finally taken over. At the same time as Naruto in the desert, Naruto continued to follow the soldier into the desert away from the city. So, what is this training you want to give me? Chief Analik wishes to help you and Korra properly learn his way of fighting spirits, and plans to go over, step by step, how he does it. The soldier replied. Naruto nodded and looked out at the tundra before turning to face forward. Almost immediately after doing so, ice spikes were fired at him. Naruto dodged to the right, but one of the spikes slid down his side, ripping his clothes and injuring him. The soldier in front of him turned around and fired a blast of water at Naruto's stomach, freezing it on impact and trapping Naruto in place as more ice came at him. Naruto ignited his hands with flame that melted the ice and jumped to the right, but the water came at him, cutting a line across his chest. He got to his feet and prepared to fight as 10 soldiers surrounded him. So, Analik was planning to kill me, Naruto said, while looking around. Yes, our boss had given us the order to kill or capture the Avatar, a northerner declared coldly. I find it hard to believe that's what Analek wants. If the Avatar is dead and gone, then the world would be unbalanced, he said, trying to figure out why. The men opened a huge hole in the frozen ground. Naruto was surprised, but he used his fire and propelled himself out of the hole to gain some distance. The men sent more spikes piercing his leg and sending him crashing to the ground. Naruto leaped to his feet in front of the soldiers running toward him. Korra isn't an idiot, nor are my friends. They'll connect the pieces, Naruto said as he began using air blasts. Two men approached, using their water whips to steady him. Naruto had turned the whip into his own ice whips, freezing the men. He used his strength to throw them at his companions before running. As he runs, his body aches, calling for him to stop moving. Even harder to ignore the blood gushing from them, Naruto began to sway and weave as ice and water were thrown at him. He then turned around and unleashed a torrent of fire that spread to the men, melting the ice and forming water. This had the added benefit of tripling the number of soldiers. He quickly prepared 2 fingers and concentrated before creating columns of water ice that struck the unfortunate soldier. The smarter soldiers used the water to push them away, but 5 soldiers were knocked unconscious. Half of you down, and half of you. Naruto stopped as more soldiers appeared around him. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. He looked at the soldiers as they moved him. Suddenly, the soldiers used water to bend towards him, creating a large wave coming at him from all sides. Quickly thinking to stand up, Naruto spun his body around, letting out a dome of fire protecting himself, as the water and fire connected, letting out a shockwave in the area, creating smoke around the area. Did we make it? The soldier said as smoke billowed from their push-ups. Here it comes! Another soldier said as he saw Naruto's shadow figure, but also saw the number of fire blasts hitting a couple of his comrades. Naruto was in front of him, punching him in the stomach, saliva flying out of his mouth. But Naruto wasn't done. He quickly used his air bending and threw it at the rest of the comrade. Naruto ran toward the city, pursued by the rest of the soldiers. He formed a wall with the ice, only for the men to immediately break it and hit Naruto with the ice fragments, scraping him in several places. Damn! Where's some dirt when you need it? Naruto questioned while breathing heavily. The men surrounded him once more. You can just step back and let me go. He hesitates, but you never know until you try. The men attacked him mercilessly, so Naruto did the only thing he could. He rose into a vortex of air. The ice beneath him and the soldiers churned and crumbled. Naruto sent out a much stronger blast of air before pushing the soldiers away from him. It melted a large chunk of ice and shot out columns, knocking all the soldiers away. Naruto then landed and increased his speed with air. He moved from one man to the other as they stood up, and slammed his fist into their stomachs, knocking the wind out of them. Once he was done, he ran from the scene only to see the ground crack beneath him in a wide radius. He looked around and saw 20 more soldiers before he fell through the hole. The ground sealed above him, and the soldiers waited to see if he would rise. They saw red beneath them. The soldier who was fast enough to dodge the incoming fire, some unlucky enough to escape quickly enough. Naruto leaned out of the hole. No, I'm not done, he said as he wiped the blood from his mouth. As his eyes grew harder, he held no more back. This enraged the soldiers as all this time the blonde was holding back against them. With the shouted war roar, they let out volley bursts and ice shards towards the blonde. As Naruto saw this incoming, he incepted them, doing so accordingly, forming a wave as he rode it towards the soldiers with the incoming speed. As he jumps in the middle of the soldiers as the waves crash down on them, knocking some of them down. Naruto uses the leftover water, forming a ring around himself. As he dodges the incoming attacks. With the ring around him, he was able to unleash a fast and sharp ice shard towards them, either hitting or killing them. With the last soldier standing, he tried to make him run. Naruto bent his feet in the air, propelling him high into the air. As he approached, he delivered a swift kick to the soldier's head, knocking him unconscious. I think, Jester. The last one, he said breathlessly. But unfortunately, luck was not on his side. When he saw more soldiers on top of the mountain, charging towards him. Naruto had his eyes closed. He took a deep breath and exhaled, fire coming out of his nostrils. His mind shows flashes of Korra and Asami. There is a beautiful smile, reminding him that they are waiting for him to come home. He opens his eyes with resolve and determination. He looks towards them. He started with a trot, then soon after he sprinted. He jumps quickly, with his arms behind him letting fire come out of both his hands and feet. He was heading straight towards them with no intention of stopping. "I'm not going to die here tonight," his last thought as he roars towards the soldiers. With Korra, the next day, by that time it was morning, she couldn't find Naruto when she was awake. I guess he was going to train. Asami was with her, this time with clothes on. Korra and Asami took Naga to her parents' house. Asami asked if she wanted to help her with this. Korra smiled at her concern for her. She gently kisses Asami on the lips, as a thank you, but she needs to do it on her own. Asami waited by the door with Naga while Korra hesitantly opened the door to find her parents sitting at the table having breakfast. "Is it okay if I come in?" Korra asked, afraid of being turned away. "Of course," Senna said, smiling at their daughter. "We heard what happened. Are you okay?" This was all it took to break Korra, as she tearfully ran into her father's arms, seeking comfort, just as she would when she was a child. "I'm so glad you weren't there," Korra practically sobbed. "I don't know what I would have done. I had no idea how far Varric was willing to go," Tonrek said. "My brother and I have our differences, but I would never attack him. I'm sorry to think you had anything to do with the rebels and for all the pain I've caused you and Mom. I'm the one who should apologize. After I saw the Southern Lights return, I was so proud of you. I never should have held you back. When your father and I met, all we wanted was to live a simple life and start a family," Senna said. "But then we discovered you were the Avatar, and the simple thing was over. We need you. One day the world will need you, and you won't need us anymore. Mom, Dad, of course I still need you." The small family shared a group hug, all forgiven. The moment ended abruptly with the sudden arrival of Unalak and his soldiers. "We weren't expecting you," said a confused Tonrek. The northern soldier then entered the room, taking positions around the family. "Tonrak, Senna, you are under arrest and you will follow the trail," said Unalak. "Trail? What for?" "For conspiring to assassinate me." Korra, Senna, and Tonrak could only stare in shock as the soldier moved to arrest them. At the same time, somewhere else in the mountains, if one can see what happened to this landscape once it was filled with snow, it had become nothing more than a battlefield. The land had been shattered, the bodies of the Northern Water Tribe soldiers scattered across the battlefield, most unconscious, but some dead. In the middle of the battlefield, Naruto lay on his back, breathing heavily, still conscious. His body battered, bruised, and bloody from the fight of his life, his clothes in tatters. In his right hand, he tightly held a small cloth from the once long, beautiful scarf Asami had given him. When he stood up, he groaned in pain. He began to walk away from the battlefield, heading towards the city. After a couple of minutes of walking, exhaustion took hold of him, and he was about to collapse. He closed his eyes against the incoming pain, until someone caught him. "You know how hard it is to maintain my fur kit," said Kuruma. When Naruto's eyes opened to see, he was on top of Kuruma. He let the grace of a smile spread across his face. "What took you so long?" he said, burying his hand against her fur. "I have a lot to tell you. Things got hectic in the spirit world," she said as she made sure Naruto didn't fall while running back to the spirit world. And please enjoy and review. I may also review it in my bending/fighting sense. Chapter 18. House of Tonrak and Senna. Tonrak and Senna were dragged from their home in chains and loaded into the back of a police van, while Unalak, Asami, and Korra looked on. While the chief showed no signs of emotional distress at all, the Avatar felt the world crumble around her. "You're making a mistake," Korra said. "She's heartbroken that the van took her parents away. I wish it hadn't come to this," Unalak said calmly. "But your parents met with the rebels, right here in their home. I can't believe you're doing this to your own family. Rest assured, I have appointed Judge Hoda to oversee the trial. He is the most fair and honorable man I know. Uncle, my parents had nothing to do with the men who attacked you. I'm sure you're right, so we shouldn't have anything to worry about." Korra looked away, an uncertain expression on her face. Asami held Korra's hand reassuringly, but it wasn't enough. Korra, I'm going to find Bolin and Mako, they'll help me find Naruto. You should head back home to see if he's there, we'll all meet back at the house, okay? Asami told Korra, who then got on Naga and headed to the house. While Asami searches for her friend for the blonde, with Korra at Naruto home, Korra approached the house they all shared. Naruto, are you here? She heard nothing as she walked inside, hoping he was still around. Unfortunately, the house was empty as she'd left it. Where are you? She focused on her connection to him. She only senses him, not an immediate danger, which is good, but she can't pinpoint his location. It feels like he's so far, far away. Panic and worry had formed in her heart. Bolin and I checked all the places he'd been training and we couldn't find him, Mako said as she walked into her house. Mako sighed. We even checked some of the places we thought he'd frequent around here, but no one's seen him. Damn it, Korra said, frustration in her voice. We have to find. She pauses. No, my parents. What about your parents? Mako asked. Korra explains everything to them. The trial will begin at noon. Mako was surprised that this was happening. Does Asami know? He asked, concerned about the unique relationship those three have and build. Korra nodded. As they head off to the trial, hoping they'll find the blonde on their way. Where are you, Naru? I need you here, she thought sadly. Later at courthouse, Korra stood next to Unalaq as she debated whether to find Naruto or stay. She easily spotted her girlfriend and friends as they sat in the stands. We're good to go. I gave all the money to some guys over there. I told them to take care of it, and then I winked at them, Bolin said, taking a seat next to Asami. I'm pretty sure they got the message. Following where Bolin was pointing, Mako and Asami spot two ridiculous-looking Water Tribe members counting a large stack of bills. Noticing them staring at the men, they smile and give Bolin a thumbs up, and the Earthbender does the same, failing to notice Asami facepalm in frustration. What are you talking about? Mako asked. Varric gave Bolin money to bribe him, Asami explained exasperatedly, as a gavel signaled the start of the trial. This trial will now come to order. Judge Hoda is presiding, the bailiff announced, as a stern-looking old man settled himself into the judge's chair. Man! I should have paid him, Bolin said. Yeah, you think? Asami snapped. Asami and Mako thought the bribe was a good idea, since they wouldn't let Unalaq get away with rigging the trial. Too bad Bolin couldn't see that the judge was the one who made the final decision. I was asleep in my quarters when the rebels attacked. They overpowered me, and the next thing I remember was waking up in the snow after Avatar Korra saved me, Unalaq said, finishing his testimony. Hoda nodded. Avatar Korra, I need to ask you a few questions. Korra looked at her parents before doing what they asked. According to Unalaq's testimony, he attended a meeting where Varric attempted to incite a civil war. Is that true? Judge Hoda asked, turning his attention to Korra. Korra lowered her head and said quietly, Yes. And these men were present at that meeting? The judge pressed, pointing to the rebels he had captured. Korra nervously replied, Well, yes, but, and where exactly did this meeting take place? Objection! Bolin shouted from the bench. Unfortunately, all he managed to do was annoy the judge. Silence down there! Hoda demanded, forcing Bolin back into his seat. I'll ask you one more time. Where did the meeting take place? My parents' house, Korra replied quietly. And who led this meeting? Bolin tried to come to Korra's aid once again. Your Honor, if I may. Can you what? The judge caused him to get angry at Bolin. Can I declare a mistrial? Bolin said weakly, his hands over his heart. The judge has just ordered Bolin to return to his seat. Varric and your father led the meeting, didn't they? Hoda said, at this point, seeming to have already made his decision. My parents are innocent, Korra yelled. I've heard everything I need to. I'll be back shortly with my decision. Hoda stands up to leave. Korra looks down, looking defeated. All defendants are before Judge Hoda as he has finished making his decision. Senna, I have found you innocent. You are free to go, Hoda declared. The moment the handcuffs were removed, Senna rushed to her daughter's side, hugging her. The judge then turned to Tonrak and the rebels. On the charge of treason, all are found guilty. The punishment for this crime is death. The crowd gasped as Korra and Senna's eyes widened in horror at the thought of Tonrak's execution. You can't do this! Korra cried as Hoda stood up to leave. You take their lives, and I'll take yours. Hoda turned to the Avatar, his eyes wide in a mixture of shock and fear. Korra, calm down. I'll talk to him, Alex said before addressing the judge. I know I promised to respect whatever decision you made, but I must ask you to reconsider. Show mercy to these men and my brother. Hoda was quick to convince them. Instead, he sentenced them all to live out the rest of their lives in prison. Perhaps it was because of Korra's threat. Korra couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something else had convinced the judge. Southern Water Tribe prison later. Tonrak's cell when the door opens and Korra and Senna rush to hug him. Honey, are you okay? Senna asked, concerned for her husband. I'm fine, he replied to his wife. Okay, let's get you out of here right now, she said, ready to get her father out of jail. Korra, no, Tonrak said sternly, stopping his daughter from causing more trouble. Saving me would start a war. If fighting broke out, the North would crush the South. I'll be fine. Just promise me you won't do anything rash. Fine, I promise, Korra said reluctantly as Senna and Korra left. Shortly after, Tonrak and Senna's igloo. Senna, crying on the kitchen counter as Korra watches from the doorway. She walks slowly behind Senna, hugging her mother from behind, reassuring her. It's okay, Mom. Trying to comfort her mother. I hate feeling so helpless. Senna wipes away tears. I know, Korra said, her face sad. Where is Naruto? He should be here, she asked her daughter, who now started crying. I don't sniff. Where he is, sniff. I can't find him. Even with our connection. I even tried to reach as far as I could. I can't find him, she said as she hugged her mother tighter, as did Senna, hugging her daughter closer, knowing this was difficult for her. Korra had explained to her that both she and Naruto have a unique connection, a spiritual connection. It's heartbreaking to see her daughter suffering like this, and not being able to do anything to help her. Then Korra stops crying and her face becomes angrier and more determined. Mom, I'll be back, she said as she stormed off. Where are you going? He said as he watched his daughter walk away in a rage. I'm going to fix this my way. Somewhere on the snowy slope, car driving down a snowy hillside road. Cut to the interior of the car, with Justice Hoda driving. He looks in his rearview mirror. A close-up of the mirror reveals Korra riding Naga behind Hoda's car and closing in quickly. Hoda hits the gas as the car's tires squeal and spin faster. The car rounds a corner at reckless speed, tipping dangerously close to the cliff. Naga rushes behind the car and jumps in the air, sending the car careening off course. Hoda tries to steer the car straight ahead. The vehicle veers toward the cliff side of the road, then skids and crashes into the snow and rocks on the opposite side. Before he can jump away from his window, Naga roars at him from outside and rips the door off with a swipe of his claws. Hoda backs away, more terrified. Korra glares at him maliciously, with Naga snarling behind her. Reaching into the car, he pulls the judge by his coat and pushes him against the side of the car, leaning over him intimidatingly. What do you want? He said angrily. It's not what I want, it's what Naga wants. Hoda looks at Naga fearfully. I like that you're letting my father out of jail. As Naga tiptoes toward him, still snarling, Hoda leans to the other side and raises his arm defensively. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do, I'm just following Analec's orders. Korra's eyes widened in rage. What are you talking about? I said too much. Korra grabbed Hoda by his coat again and shoved him back into Naga's gaping, snarling maw, her teeth threatening to press down on Hoda's head. Unless you want a Naga sandwich, you'd better keep talking. Hoda started whining. I've worked with your uncles for years. He said he needed everyone to think the trial was fair, so Analec told you what to say. Yes, every word. Why did he make you release my mother and change her sentence? He's trying to keep you on his side. But he also wants his father and the other avatar out of the way. That's why he had you banished farther away and sent a good number of soldiers to capture or kill him, the judge said. Shock was all over Korra's face at his confession. What do you mean he banished my father, and where is Naruto? Does Analec have him? She said, her eyes promising pain if he didn't answer her right now. Nothing. I said too much. Analec will kill me. Naga's ear. he said as Naga did as he was told and bit off Hota's ear. Hota screamed in pain as his ear was ripped from his head. Next up is the arm, so if you want to keep both arms intact, I advise you to keep talking. Korra growled menacingly. Varric's office later. At that moment the door slammed open and Korra stormed in. Analik is a liar and a traitor. I've been trying to tell you that all along, Varric said from his hiding place. What happened? Mako asked. I spoke with Hota about getting my dad out of prison, Korra said. I discovered the truth about my father's banishment. Analik hired the barbarians to attack his tribe. He then told them to hide in the spirit woods, knowing my father would come after them. Analik wanted your father to step aside so he could become chief. It was a trap, but that's not all. He sent Naruto to the desert for spirit training, saying I was there. But he was prepared. He sent a small army of soldiers to capture or kill Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto wasn't there, just injured or dead, she said, launching herself to bombard everyone. If he survives, then why wouldn't he come home? Asami said, wondering why her boyfriend didn't come home. I don't know, Asami. There are too many unknown people. The only thing I know for sure is that he's still alive and Analik doesn't have him. My main concern is why I can't pinpoint his location, Korra told them. Then she continues, I'm going to get my father and the rebels out of jail. I need your help. If you do this, there's no turning back, Mako said, reminding them of the threat of civil war. The war has already begun, Mako, Korra said. You'll either help me or you won't. Of course, I'll help you, Bolin said. Me too, Asami said. Count me in, said Varric. Further ahead, South Water Tribe Street. Bolin heads for the ship while Varric, on a leash, walks on all fours. They are confronted by Northern Water Tribe soldiers. Varric then tells Julie to do it. She pushes the money and the crowd crowds them, allowing Bolin and Varric to reach the ship. Varric, still on his bear, starts the ship. Southern Water Tribe prison at the same time. Breaking into the prison was a simple task. A bit of subtle earthbending from Korra followed by a blow from Asami's shock gauntlet was enough to take out the guards. Once the coast was clear, Korra and Asami rushed to Tamrak's cell, only to find it empty. It doesn't even look like he's been here, Asami said. The cell was simply too clean. So where is he? Korra wondered. But then, a very unwelcome guest spoke up to answer the avatar. I'm sorry, Korra, Analik said, falling in behind them. You'll never see your father again. Where is my father? The avatar demanded. On a ship bound for the Northern Tribe. There he will serve his sentence. Bring him back or I'll take you, and the rest of your army. You know I can wipe out the rest of your army. You send a good number of them to Naruto, you're running out of men. Remember who you are. As the avatar, you may not threaten war. You must remain neutral, or our tribes will never find unity. You don't want unity, you want power. You've always been jealous of my father, haven't you? You banished him so you could become chief. And I bet it killed you to know he was the Avatar's father. No wonder you keep trying to take him away from me. All I want is to help you fulfill your destiny. Well, I don't want your help anymore. If you start a war, the dark spirits will annihilate the South and even I will be powerless to stop them. I'm done being manipulated by you. You're going to bring my father back, then you and your troops will return north. Korra backed away from her uncle, confident she had the advantage, as she and her friends began to walk away. But the mad chieftain wasn't done yet. And why would he do that? Analik asked coldly. Because you still need one of us to open the northern portal, Korra said just as coldly. No, I don't know. You've served your purpose. Shocked and enraged by the man's deception, Korra spun around and launched a fire blast at Analik. But the chieftain came prepared, carrying a water bladder, using his lean to block Korra's fire blast. Using the resulting steam as cover, Asami closed the distance between them, surprising Analik with a left hook to the jaw. Asami moved to follow up with a right, but Analik had already recovered and blasted her back with a spray of water. Noticing movement out of the corner of his eye, Analik followed up with a water whip aimed at Korra, forcing his knees to halt her approach. Korra backflipped over the water whip and countered with a blast of air that surprised Analik and sent him tumbling down the hallway, hitting the far wall. If we get to Varric's ship, we can still save your dad, Mako said. As much as Korra wanted to finish off Analik on Earth, it was more important to save her father and the rebels. She didn't want to imagine what would happen if they made it north. Let's go! Korra said, leading the way as they ran out of the prison, leaving Analik behind. They would deal with him later. Varric's yacht. Where's your dad? Bolin asked, as Korra, Asami, and Mako entered the ship's bridge. On a ship heading north, Korra said. I think we can catch him. Looking at Varric. Sure, once they get past our friends to the north, said Varric the bear, pointing out to see where the northern ships have formed a blockade around the harbor. If only we had a plane to get close to those ships. I could blow them off course. A plane? Well, why didn't you say so? To his amazement, Varric flipped a switch that caused a platform carrying a biplane to rise from below the main deck. Why do you have a plane on your ship? Mako asked. In case the ship sinks, of course, Varric said, sounding as if it should have been obvious. But there's no runway, Asami pointed out. How are we supposed to take off? Varric had to admit he was right. Julie, take note. Build a landing strip. Yes, sir, Julie said, her voice muffled from inside Ping Ping. Seriously, how much does he pay her? Everyone wondered. I have an idea, Korra said. The plan was simple. Using Mako and Korra's firebending, they would provide enough speed for the plane to take off. It went smoothly. Asami was able to position the plane close enough to the blockade, allowing Korra's avatar state-enhanced waterbending to break through it, clearing the way for Varric's yacht to pass. Korra's face as she looks around, then sees a ship in the distance. There! My dad is on that boat! She shouted. The plane flies out of frame, then reappears heading towards the distant ship. Mako, Asami, and Korra jump from the plane into the water. The plane tumbles into the water for a few turns before exploding. Guards on board watch as the plane exploded into the water. Korra, Asami, and Mako swim underwater. With a massive air pocket, Korra tilts around their heads. Korra tilts them toward the ships above the water, as a massive whirlpool of water erupts and over the deck, dropping the trio onto the ship. Korra runs forward with water tentacles sprouting from her arms. Korra runs after them, leaps into a spinning motion, and lashes out with her tentacles, knocking them overboard. To her right, Korra spots a fleeing guard. She curves in his direction, freezing him in a splatter of ice against the wall. She struggles against the ice that confined everything below her neck, just like Korra. Where are the prisoners? He asked as the man's face twisted in terror. Korra and the others were leading Tonrak and the defendants in the trial, all in prison uniforms now, down a hallway. Korra looked for an exit. Korra, this is crazy. You promised me you wouldn't do anything rash, Tonrak said. I had to do it. I'll explain later. Korra and company ride on a plank that extends toward Varric's approaching ship. Mako defends herself from the water attacks with fire blasts as everyone jumps onto the deck of Varric's ship. Mako and Korra are the last to jump. Korra sends one last fire blast in the direction of the guards. Varric's ship turns tail and moves away from the ship of the north. So once I knew the truth, I couldn't just sit back and do nothing, Korra said, explaining what they had learned about Analik. My own brother betrayed me, Tonrak said, a silent rage burning inside him. And our entire tribe. But what about Naruto? Where did he go? He told her to worry about her future son-in-law. I don't know where he is. I can't find him. I tried to find him. All I know is that he's alive somewhere, and Analik doesn't have him, she said, tears threatening to spill out of her eyes. Tonrak hugged his daughter. He'll come back. He'll come back, he told her confidently, as she nodded. So what's our next move? One of the water masters asked. I've been running from my past for too long. It's time I put my brother in his place. You have our support, Chief Tonrak, said the rebel leader, as he and the others placed their fists over their hearts, pledging their loyalty. Mine too, Korra said, doing the same. I'll be proud to fight alongside you, Dad. No, Tonrak said. Korra's face widened in disappointment. But you said the South doesn't stand a chance against Analik's forces. Naruto took almost half of their reinforcements, and with me fighting you we can easily win. The best way to help is to put the President of the United Republic on our side. The South can put up a good fight against Analik for a while, but we'll need the united forces to win this war. But Dad, Naruto is here in the South, we have to find him. she said, trying to convince him once again to let her stay. I know, we'll look for him while you go to Republic City, he said. Korra looks down sadly, then looks up at her father with firm determination. Okay, I'll get you all the help you need. She gave her father another hug. I love you, Dad. I love you too. They then left the ship and sailed toward land on ice. Once they disappeared over land, Varric turned the ship toward Republic City. Varric and Team Avatar watched from the ship as Tonrak and the rebels split up to return south and begin the war against Unalak. Looks like we have company, Varric shouted, peering out to see through a spyglass. And not the fun kind! Team Avatar gathered around Varric and watched as something shot through the water toward them. What's that? Mako asked. Bolin took the spyglass from Varric, jumping back in fear as he identified the rapidly approaching object. That would be my ex. Is this fast enough to get me away from my crazy waterbending ex-girlfriend? Why do you think I built this thing? Varric smirked, sending the ship speeding away from Eska, leaving Ms. Crazy behind. Animated world. Naruto woke up and heard small whispers around him. That's Avatar. I thought the Avatar was a girl, haven't you heard? There are 2 avatars now. 2 Avatar. Sure, he's trying to sleep. Won't you shut me up? I wouldn't shut you up if you weren't so loud. Now our Avatar needs to sleep, he's still hurt. Naruto opens his eyes to see that he's surrounded by all kinds of spirits. He tries to sit up, but he'll have difficulty until a certain meerkat helps him. Thank you, said the meerkat, who just nodded. Hello? He said uncertainly to the rest of the spirits in front of him. Hello, Avatar Naruto, how are you feeling? Said the butterfly. Naruto tried to move his body once more, only to feel immense pain. Ah! He cried. The spirits soon came to his aid, surrounding him with questions and concerns. Thanks for your concern, but I'll be fine with a little rest. He told them to try to ease their concern. They didn't seem convinced, but they'd accept it. Do I have a couple of questions? He said to them, as they nodded their little heads. So which one tried to heal me? He asked as he looked down at his body, which was a leaf covered in blood, meaning it was some kind of healing. Oh, that was me, Avatar Naruto, the meerkat said. Naruto gently stroked her head, earning soft purrs. Thank you, she said, looking back at the rest of the spirits. How do you know I was the Avatar? Haven't I announced it to the world yet? He asked. The people of the Republic don't know his status. Only the highest ranking do. He had traveled to the spirit world before, failing to counteract any of the spirits during his time. I know you were an Avatar because I saw you when you were younger and you were training with Kurama, said one of the spirits. Do any of you know where Kamara is? He asked. I'm here, Kurama said to get their attention. Thank you for watching the boy for me, he said to the spirits. Ace nodded and they left, leaving Kurama and Naruto alone. Kuruma in her chibi form, walking towards him and jumping into his lap. Thanks for helping me, Kurama, he said gratefully, scratching behind his ears. He tried to sit up, but his whole body ached. But he was forced to lie down by Kurama's tails. Keep lying down, you won't fully heal, Kurama said, forcing his tails into his partner's chest to keep him lying down. I can't. I need to get back to the material world. I need my people to know what's going on. He tried to get back up, only for Kurama to force his tails into his chest to keep him down. There's more going on here in the spirit world. Leave your girlfriend in the material world, sigh. Where have you been, Kurama? I tried to contact you for 7 months. 7 months, why couldn't I connect with you? He argues to the fox. The reason for this is because when Mercury entered your body it completely severed our connection. I was going to come find you but the 7th approached me. So I know you were okay, he said as Naruto nodded so far. So the dark spirits had been appearing a lot in the spirit world. Because the dark spirits appeared, they had corrupted parts of the spirit world. So, I had been keeping them back for a bit, making sure they didn't come to the human world. But the spirit world needs its avatar. Sigh, I understand, Naruto said, understanding the situation he was in. Opening the portal was a bad idea too, Kurama said. What do you mean? He asked, confused. He thought they were balancing the world. Have you heard the story of Rava and Vata? Said Kurama. Read, review and enjoy. Chapter 19. Republic City Docks. Team Avatar, Varric, and Julie disembarked the ship and found Beifong arresting some Northern Water citizens. He saw them and approached the group. Lin walked in front of the group and put her arms on her hips. "Welcome home, Avatar. Thank you for starting a war," Lin stated firmly. "Wow, news travels fast," Asami noted as they stepped off the boat. "I didn't start a war," Korra argued defensively, receiving a glare from Lin. "Okay, I did. But it's more complicated than you're making it out to be." Lin pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration, deciding she really didn't want to hear the crazy story the Avatar was going on about. Lin looked at the group once more, saw that the blonde Avatar wasn't with them. "Where's Naruto?" "We don't know," Korra said with a dejected expression on her face. Lin didn't ask any more questions and looked at Mako. "Mako, I want you back in the groove," he told the firebender. "Tonight there's going to be a Southern Water Tribe peace march. I need you there to make sure things don't get out of hand." "I'm all yours," said Mako. "I'll go too. The people of the South need to see that the Avatar is on their side," Korra said. "Great. That should calm them down," Lin said sarcastically, walking away from the teens. "Maybe you should sit down," Mako said once Lin was out of earshot. "Excuse me," he said with his arms crossed over his chest. "I just think having you there blatantly supporting one side will only make things worse. You could at least try to appear neutral." "I'm not neutral. The North is invading Naruto and my home," Korra protested. "The only reason I'm here is to get troops for the South." Varric approached the group. "Julie has already scheduled a meeting with President Reiko for tomorrow. We'll bring him on board," he said confidently. "Whatever." Mako shrugged, walking away. "I have to get to work, and I'd better check out my factory," Asami said and looked at Korra, who gave her a hug. "Please stay safe, Korra," as she gave her a good luck kiss on the cheek. "Thanks, I need all the luck I can get." As Korra looks at Asami heading towards her factory. "Well, I'm going to find out about this peace march," Korra said to the last two people in the group, as she walked off with Naga hot on her trail. With all his friends off doing something, Bolin ran into Varric. "Tell me, kid, have you ever seen Republic City at night?" he asked. "Sure, I live here," Bolin said. "Have you really seen him?" Varric asked in a more mysterious tone. "Why no," the Earthbender said uncertainly. "That's what I thought." Varric smiled. "Let's go!" At the same time at the Southern Water Tribe Palace, Analik and his northern general were in a room looking at a map of the South. The general pointed to a spot on the map. "Tonrak and his rebels are here. They've made several attacks against our men, and it's been confirmed that Master Katara is among them, keeping the men safe. They're a minor threat. I want security around the spirit portal increased. Keeping it secure is our #1 priority," Analik ordered. "But sir," he couldn't finish as his boss stared at him, daring him to say anything else. The general nervously placed his fist on his chest and bowed. "As you wish." Then he walked to the door and slipped around the twins. Then they went inside. "I need you two to go after Korra. She's the only one who can open the portal," Analik said. Desna asked. "But father, what about the other Avatar? I thought I could capture him and force him to open the northern portal. But then I thought he intended to be an efficient Avatar." Analik clenches his fist tightly at the report he received that night. To think that boy could fight the soldiers on his train. He won't make that careless mistake again. He'll be careful with his next step in his plans if he wants the spirits to take charge. From the reports I've received, he's not with Korra at all. So I'm assuming he's missing. In the meantime, he's not a threat, so why do I need you to get Korra? Right now she's not in the right state of mind, what with things going on. You two should be able to capture her no problem," Analik replied. "But father, you told Korra dash," but was interrupted by his father. "I told Korra what I thought she needed to hear." "Very well, father," Eska said. Republic City, Southern Cultural Center, night, Republic City, and we see up close a statue of Sokka holding his boomerang aloft with the Southern Water Tribe Cultural Center behind him. A massive crowd has gathered in front of the building. Lin, with her arms crossed, standing with a line of police officers behind her near the Sokka statue. In the background, we can see that the police have cordoned off the area with police tape, and the officers are behind the tape at regular intervals. The crowd continues to chatter. Protests march when we see most of the protesters holding candles in their hands and a small group of people with signs. The signs read, "Freedom, Peace," and "Southern Independence." The protesters continue walking solemnly. Like Korra atop Naga, she led the Southerners' peace march, protesting unalike. She could sense that tensions were high. In response, the Northerners in the city had come out to support their leader, jeering at the crowd as they passed. The peaceful protest soon came to a violent end when the cultural center suddenly burst into flames. People watched in horror as the explosions ripped through the building. Reeling from the shock, Korra manipulated the water from the center's fountain to try to put out the flames, but to no avail. They would have to wait for the fire trucks to arrive. Mako approaches her. "The Northern Water Tribe is out of control," Korra argued. "I'm not so sure the North is behind this," Mako said. "I saw a firebender running out of the building just before the explosion." But Korra wouldn't listen, stubbornly insisting that it had to have been the work of the Northern Water Tribe. As they continued to argue, the fire trucks arrived, and she left to help extinguish the flames, leaving Mako alone to ponder the mystery while examining a detonator recovered from the crime scene. Korra's room at the Air Temple later that night. When Asami arrived at Korra's room, she saw Korra in her usual nightgown of a tank top and panties, sitting in the middle of the bed, meditating. Where the hell are you, Nero?" he said with much frustration in his voice as he lay back, not noticing Asami had entered. "I heard what happened at the cultural center. Was anyone hurt?" Asami asked worriedly as she removed her outfit. "Yeah, everyone's okay. No one was hurt waiting for the building. The North is getting out of hand, especially with this attack," she said in a tired voice. Asami lay down beside her. Korra quickly grabbed Asami in a hug, while burying her head in Asami's chest. Asami was surprised by her sudden action. She feels Korra's tears run down her chest as she instantly begins to rub her back. She's been holding this in for so long, she thought. Sometimes she forgets she's dating two powerful avatars, but they're just like anyone else who has fears and doubts. Asami gently lifted Korra's chin, looking into her eyes. Using her thumbs, she stroked her cheek to wipe away the tears. She could see the fear and worry in Korra's blue eyes. "It's going to be okay, Korra. We'll get through this," she said, as she slowly leaned in, taking her lips. Korra deepened the kiss, causing Asami to moan softly against the avatar's lips. As they broke the kiss, Asami rested her forehead on Korra's. "Thank you, Asami, I really need this. I'm so grateful to have you and Naruto in my life," she said to her girlfriend. "Me too, let's go to sleep. You have a big meeting with the president tomorrow," she said with a last kiss on the lips for a good night. Pro-bending arena at the same time. A golden exploration arena can be seen at night, with spotlights moving in the background. A limousine sits in front of the building, and we can hear cheers from passers-by. The entrance reveals crowds of people held behind a barricade, cheering and taking pictures of Bolin and Varric, who had just gotten out of the vehicle thanks to Julie opening the door. Bolin and Varric in formal attire. Bolin is visually amazed, and Varric has one arm outstretched toward the crowd in a greeting pose. "Wow, normally when I see flashing lights like this it's because I got hit in the head with a rock," Bolin said, seeing all the flashing lights. "Being famous is like getting hit with a rock all the time," Varric said, waving to the crowd and smiling broadly. The couple entered the arena to sit in the private seats, only for people to recognize him and start chanting his name. Shiro announced, "Folks, that cheer you're hearing is for a local favorite, Bolin of the Fire Ferrets." Bolin hunches over and flexes into another pose. "Let's see if we can get a quick interview." "Bolin!" Bolin soon sat down next to Shiro. "Bolin, the Fire Ferrets are out of season. How have you been spending your time lately?" "Well, I took a trip south for the Glacier Spirits Festival, briefly dated a princess, then suffered a breakup there, and was accidentally involved in a civil war." He pauses awkwardly and looks at the audience as the camera cuts to a small section of the crowd looking at him with shocked expressions on their faces. A cough can be heard from the audience. Bolin covers up his gaffe and continues speaking. "But there's nowhere I'd rather be." Bolin stands up and grabs the microphone as he groans. "Been pro-bending night in Republic City. Am I right, people?" The audience cheers. "Republic City," Bolin walks over to Varric and the older man places a hand on the earthbender's shoulder. Look how these people love you, kid. They're eating that cornball spiel out of your hand. Bolin turns to Varric. The trick is, whenever I get confused, I just say, Republic City or fans, and then everyone claps. Varric with a knowing look on his face. I think I just discovered your true calling. City Hall the next day, Korra and Varric headed to Reiko's office. I hope President Reiko listens to us, Korra said. You have nothing to worry about. I was a big contributor to his election campaign. Varric thought about it later. Him and that other guy. You have to hedge your bets. The president's secretary let them into the office where President Reiko was waiting for them. Hello, Mr. President, Korra said, shaking the president's hand. Sir, the Southern Water Tribe. Just a second. Keep smiling, Reiko said. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. She thought as she never felt so comfortable with publicity shoots. Varric helped by punching her in the arm, which caused a very awkward smile. Now, how may I help the Avatar and my most generous collaborator? Reiko asked. Analec's troops have invaded the south. We need you to send the united forces to help, Korra replied. Reiko said. I'm very concerned about what happened there, but I don't think it's the Republic's place to interfere in internal affairs. Analec isn't even the rightful ruler of the Water Tribe, Korra argued. He lied his way to the Northern Throne. Mr. President, the Republic is already involved in this conflict. The North attacked the cultural center last night, Varric argued. Believe me, we are doing everything possible to bring those responsible to justice. The people responsible? Who else would they be but the Northerners? Korra said, raising her voice. Now I know that when you're young, it's hard to keep things in perspective. Reiko's passive attitude was really starting to get on Korra's nerves. You, the one who lost perspective. I'm trying to save my tribe and you're here taking pictures, Korra said with anger in her voice. Sending troops is not something I can do at this time, but I promise I will work with Analec and South for a diplomatic solution, President Reiko said. Sir, Analec lied and deceived his way to the Northern Throne. He will not listen to a diplomatic solution, Korra said, trying to make him understand. I'm sorry, but I have a decision. This meeting is over. My family is going to be destroyed, and it's going to be your head for not doing anything about it, she said as she and Varric left the office. Out of the office, Korra was angry. I can't believe the president isn't doing anything. He doesn't even care. In her rage, she punched the wall. Varric's sweat dropped when he saw the damage she had caused to the wall. Sorry about that, Snort. Thanks for your help, she said calmly as she left the town hall, needing to clear her head, leaving Varric alone with Korra at Sato Factory. After the failed meeting with Reiko, Korra needs another plan of attack, so she decides to see if Asami has any ideas. If not, she should go see what Varric has up his sleeves. But right now, she's lost in the Asami factory. Excuse me, do you know where I can find Asami Sato? Korra asked politely. Is Miss Sato waiting for you? She said, not bothering to look at Korra at all and continuing to work. Can I see my girlfriend? She said impatiently. When she looked up and saw it was the Avatar, her eyes widened as she realized everyone at work knew about Miss Sato's special relationship status. I'm sorry, ma'am. He just missed you. He went to the docks to see Mr. Varric, the clerk said. Thank you. As he heads toward Varric's yacht, with Naruto in the spirit world, Naruto lay down, thinking about what Kurama had told him, about how the Tree of Time is an ancient tree in the spirit world. The roots of the Tree of Time link the two worlds and are a source of great spiritual energy. The ancients used to commune in the hollow of the tree to connect with the great cosmic energy of the universe, before Vato was imprisoned in the tree. The Tree of Time is centered between the two spirit portals that lead to the north and south poles of the mortal realm. He then goes on to explain the two elder spirits, Rava and Vata. Rava is the spirit of peace and light, and after merging with Wan, becomes the Avatar spirit. She is one of the oldest known spirits, having existed over 10,000 lifetimes before the appearance of the first humans. She and Vatu, the spirit of darkness and chaos, spent much of their existence warring against each other, at least since the harmonic convergence, with neither able to fully defeat the other. Even if Rava were to destroy Vatu and usher in a new era of peace, The little darkness that existed within Rava would be magnified until Vato was reborn and erupted, beginning the cycle anew. The opposite would happen to Vato if he achieved victory over Rava. Now, the harmonic convergence is coming soon. Kurama, getting the attention of the fox that was taking a nap on his torso, said Kurama, as he perked one of his ears to listen to Naruto. Do you know where the Tree of Time is? He asked Naruto. Yeah, I know where it is, he asked, wondering what his blonde companion was thinking. Naruto nodded. After I heal a bit, I'm going to deal with that dark spirit you mentioned, then I'm going to meet Vato. But is harmonic convergence coming? What are you going to tell him anyway? I was hoping I could convince him to become an avatar spirit like Rava did with Wan. Ha 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 ha. As Kurama rolled down Naruto's chest upon hearing what his blonde companion had said. After he finished laughing, he looked at Naruto, who had a serious face. Oh, you're not joking. Well, you know he won't agree and will fight you. Oh, I have no doubt he's going to fight. He's been sealed for 10,000 years. He's going to fight for his newfound freedom, but he's still going to lose, he said with confidence in his voice. You're pretty confident. I'm just saying what's going to happen. I'm confident in my bending. If I somehow lose, then I have no doubt that Korra will take care of it. I just want to end the cycle of rivalry between Rava and Vato. The two of them could do a lot together if they worked together. Naruto yawns because this conversation is putting him to sleep. To go back to sleep and rest his body. Kurama, when I wake up, we're going to deal with those dark spirits. Then we're heading to Vato, he said as he closed himself off ready for sleep to take him. He feels Kurama snuggle up to his chest ready to sleep with him. I hope you're okay, Asami. Korra. With Korra at Varrick's docks, Korra finally found Asami at the dock. Hey, how was the meeting with Reiko? Asami asked. Bad, Korra said. I came to see you at your factory, but I found out you were coming to see Varrick. Yes, I need ships with these mechanical tanks so I can make a sail. Walking towards the upper levels of the ship, they were greeted by the strange sight of Bolin and Julie watching as Varrick attempted archery while blindfolded. Look out! Korra pulled Asami back just in time, barely missing Varrick's arrow as it hit the side of a target. Hey! Korra shouted, alerting them to her presence. Oh, hi! Varrick said, removing his blindfold. See? I told you I could do it, he said, pushing Bolin. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, the earthbender said. We can't wait for the president to act, Korra said, wanting to get back to the matter at hand. We need those troops now, and my company is about to go under, Asami said. I have to find a way to make some sales. Good. All right. Understood. Brainstorm, Varrick shouted. Get the supplies, he told his assistant. Julie returned with a mobile rack with a single bar on the top rung, hooked shin guards, and a plate of chilies. You're about to get an inside look at how Varrick Global Industries stays at the forefront of imagination and innovation, or imagination. That's the trademark, my friend. Explaining that the peppers were to increase cerebral circulation, Varrick ate a whole one and hung upside down by his shins. I'm pretty sure that's not healthy, Korra thought, remembering what she had learned from Master Katara. Okay, here come the ideas, fast and furious. Pink mint and lemon tea. Pet radio. Hand shoes. Hold a twitch. Varrick's eyes snapped open in sudden realization. We don't need the president going south. We just need the troops. Let's go straight to them. If there's one thing I know about troops, it's that they love to fight. I know General Iroh. He might be willing to help us, Korra said, a man on the inside. Perfect, the businessman said, now turning his attention to Asami. And you need to sell some mecha tanks. I know some people who need them. We'll send them south. That's perfect, Korra approved. You can earn money for your company and help defeat Unalak. Yeah, if you can't make money during a war, you just can't make money, Varrick said. It's dangerous out at sea right now, but I'm willing to try if you're up for it. Asami smiled. It'll be crazy risky, but I love crazy risky. End of the storm. In a stunning display of gymnastics, Varrick stepped off the bar and landed the dismount. Julie, take those other ideas to R&D. I want prototypes by next week. I don't understand why it's so hard to get Republic City to support the South, Korra said. Don't worry, I'm already working on it. As soon as people see this, they'll line up to fight Alec. Shuli, do the other thing. Shuli rolled in and turned on a projector. It played images of the invasion of the South by Northern soldiers and a shot of Eska. Ah! Bolin yells, then realizes he's being stared at. Sorry, we're going to cut this footage along with the scenes we filmed of our superstar Bolin here playing a Southern Water Tribe hero fighting the evil Alec. Varric explained. No one will root for the North after seeing the adventures of Nuktuk, hero of the South. I'm Nuktuk, Bolin said excitedly. What do you think? While Korra and Asami exchanged uncertain glances. In Mako's apartment, where the young firebender is flipping through a book of criminal faces. Oh man, you should have seen Varric today, Bolin said, stepping out of the shower with a towel wrapped around his waist. That guy's a genius. Yes, Mako said, without looking up from her book. They'll help Asami sell her mecha tanks to the south, and Varric came up with this great idea for Korra to get General Iroh to fight an Alec without President Reiko knowing. What? Mako said, looking up again. That's a terrible idea, and they're going to put me in the engines like this hero, Nuktuk, Bolin said, puffing out his chest. He's a man of action, but he has a heart of gold. He was born on the tundra. Look, I'm trying to do something that's really important here, Mako said, turning back to his book. Something doesn't make sense about this bombardment. I just don't think the Northern Water Tribe was behind it, he explained, turning a page. Wait a second. That's him. That's the guy who attacked the center. I have to show this to Beifong. I'm glad I could help, Bolin said. Police station, at the police headquarters, where Reiko was angrily yelling at Beifong in her office. How did this attack on the cultural center happen right under your nose? He said to Beifong. And why haven't you arrested the Northerners responsible? We're working on it, sir, Beifong said calmly. Well, work harder, said the president, pointing at her. If you don't get any results soon, I'm going to find someone who can. Mako entered the workspace outside Beifong's office, holding a file. I got a break on the bombing case, he said to two detectives. I identified the guy I saw at the scene. That's great, Mako, said the tall, thin detective. Yes, you'd better execute him in Beifong right now, said the short, fat man. You think? Mako said in surprise. Sure. You're going to be a hero. Mako looks at the photo for a second and then walks towards Lin's office. Lu and Gang share a secret victory handshake when Mako knocks on the door, and we can hear it open shortly after. Lu and Gang turn their attention to the chief, waiting for the drama. What makes a rookie cop think he can interrupt my meeting with the president? Beifong said, rapping on the table. Sorry, I just found out something about the bombing, Mako said, holding up her file. Well, give it to Lu and Gang, you idiot, Beifong said. Now get lost. Sorry. Was I busy? Lu said with a mock apology. This is the guy I saw sneaking out of the building just before the explosions, Mako explained, taking a photo of the file. He's a member of the Agni Kais. Someone must have hired him to make it look like the Northerners attacked the cultural center. Gang takes the photo before dropping it into a drawer. Did you learn anything about that remote control I found at the scene? He continued. That should be the key to figuring out who's really responsible. Listen, kid, it was the Northern Water Tribe, okay? Lu said. Yeah, give him a break, Super Cop, Gang added. Mako returns to the desk as President Reiko leaves Beifong's office and walks over to Mako's desk. I've heard good things about you, the president said. You've made some big changes to the triad for a rookie. Thank you, sir, Mako said. Reiko continued. You're good friends from the Avatar, aren't you? I'm worried I might be getting bad advice from Varric. I wouldn't know if they were plotting anything that might compromise the security of Republic City, would I, officer? Let me remind you, you've sworn an oath. You're a man of the law before anything else. Mako's eyes widened slightly, looking a little uneasy. Reluctantly, after a sigh, he says, There's something you should know. Republic City port with Korra, leaving Varric and Bolin to their moving project. Asami returned to her factory and Korra went to visit the United Forces fleet. Thank you for having me, General Iroh, Korra said. It wasn't a problem, Iroh said. What can I do? The South needs military support before Unalak completely eliminates them. But the president refuses to give the order. So I decided to come to you directly. I see. Well, let's say I were to take the fleet south on some routine training maneuvers. And let's say we accidentally stumbled upon a hostile northern blockade. Korra couldn't help but smile when she understood what the general was planning. We'd have no choice but to defend ourselves, wouldn't we? I guess you wouldn't, Korra said. Exchanging old war stories? Said an unwelcome voice. Korra turned to see President Reiko. Mr. President, Iroh greeted. I hope you're not planning to take any military action without an order from your commander-in-chief, Reiko said. She obviously knew what they were doing. Of course not, sir. Good, because if a single ship leaves this port without my permission, you'll be court-martialed. Am I clear? Crystal, sir. Satisfied that the general would remain under control, Reiko turned to address Korra. Your activities here border on insurrection. The Avatar is not in command of the Republic military. Don't go behind my back again. Reiko then walked away feeling proud of his little power play. I hate that guy, Korra said with anger in her voice. Sorry, my hands are officially tied, Iroh said apologetically. I understand, Korra said. Thanks anyway, but you should talk to the Fire Lord. My mother and grandfather have always been good friends of the Avatar and the Southern Water Tribe. I'm sure they'd be willing to help. Thank you, General. As Korra walked back to the port where Naga was waiting for her. Who warned Reiko? He wonders as he saddles up. No one knew except me, Asami, and Bolin. As he continued riding aimlessly. Maybe no, I wouldn't, Korra growled, leading Naga toward the police station. Police station that night, inside the police office, where an agitated Korra kicks open the door. Did you rat me out to the president? He said, stalking toward Mako, who was sitting at his desk. Korra, let me explain, Mako said calmly. Explain why my friend stabbed me in the back? She growled angrily. Look, the president of the Republic asked me a direct question, Mako said. What was I supposed to do? How about you keep your mouth shut? Or you could lie. The bottom line is, you betrayed me and my family, Korra said angrily and accusingly, kicking her desk aside with airbending. Enough! Look, I have a job to do, he finally snapped. I can't be constantly worrying about keeping you from making another big mistake. Well, that's not your job, Korra responded angrily. Yes, then who is the one who will keep you out of trouble? He said. Naruto, he said instantly. Yes, and where is it? Oh, that's what's missing. How dare you say that? He said in a low voice that only Mako could hear. Then rage flooded his body. He grabbed Mako by the collar of his uniform and lifted him off the ground. You know very well what's wrong with him. An Alex sent a small army of trains at him, just him alone, no help, and you're the only police officer, catching thugs every day, and you have the guts to say that to my face. He raged, a tear rolling down his cheek. Mako instantly regretted what he said. Listen, Korra, No, I don't want to hear it, he said, dropping it on the floor and walking away. Later that night in Korra's room, Korra stared at the ceiling waiting for Asami to come home. Asami walked into the room. Asami saw Korra with a frown on her face. I guess things didn't go as planned. Nope, Mako ratted me out to the president. What? Why? Asami was surprised that her ex had ratted Korra out. Korra explains why she did it, and what she said to him. Asami felt angry that he did it. How could he have said that? He said in frustration, and then looked back at Korra. So now what? How are you going to help the South? She asked worriedly. Well, General Iroh gave me some advice, and that's going to talk to the Fire Lord. I hope she can help, and I plan to leave tonight. Oh, Asami said sadly, not wanting her girlfriend to leave her. But she understands the situation, picking up on Asami's sadness in her voice. Asami, I'll be gone for a few days and then I'll come back with you, then we'll find Naruto together and kick his ass for being gone for so long, she said with both of them laughing. Word of spirit. While Naruto was sleeping until he felt a chill creeping all over his spine. What the hell was that? He thought. He couldn't help but feel that doom was about to befall him. Back with Asami and Korra. I'll see you later, he said with a goodbye kiss on Asami's lips, as he walked off to find Varric, hoping he could lend him a speedboat. Sigh, I miss you already, Asami said to herself as she lay down on the bed in the now empty room. Off the coast of the United Republic, so, after securing a speedboat from Varric, the pair set sail for the Fire Nation. Korra hoped that the Fire Nation could provide the aid the South needed. Korra is abruptly interrupted by turbulence at the back of the boat and turns around to reveal massive currents of water aiming for the boat, but Korra dodges them. We can see Desna and Eska chasing Korra from behind. Eska raises her hand to send a wave of water toward Korra's boat. In front of the boat, Korra stands up and sends a stream of water at the twins, destroying their jet skis. The siblings jump to avoid the attack and land in the water effortlessly, folding water sleds around their feet to continue the chase. The twins flank both sides of the vehicle. Eska's back is turned as she leaps forward, sending a jet of water crashing down onto Korra's boat, violently splitting it in half. The Avatar is thrown from the ship. Ah! She cries as she dives, looking at the wreckage of the vehicle as Korra begins to swim. Korra surfaces with a spray of water around her legs and continues moving backward. Korra breathes fire towards Eska and the princess dodges. Desna bends towards Korra, but the Avatar moves to the side in time and attacks her cousin, but like Eska, she successfully avoids the attack. Korra breathes fire towards Eska and the girl dodges. Desna dodges back to Eska and the latter waterbends at Korra. Korra places her hands protectively in front of her, and the water crashes against her palms. The force throws the Avatar backward, but she creates an air bubble to stabilize herself before waterbending a column of water to stand on it. The tower of liquid grows larger as the twin enters the frame. Korra turns the column into a massive vortex to engulf her cousins. Eska holds her hands out in front of her to prepare. Her eyes dart downward, and she appears surprised. A mysterious green glow glimmers underwater. Eska looks at her brother in uncertainty. Korra is caught in the vortex and the whirlpool decreases in size. Korra watches her cousins slow down and retreat as the water spout shrinks, and Korra gently lowers herself to the surface. Why did they back off? She thought. Then, suddenly, a gigantic dark spirit with glowing green eyes appears out of the water behind Korra. Now I know why. Avatar looking at the spirit as the dark spirit roars and opens its arms. It swipes a tendril towards Korra. Korra jumps and dodges the attack before increasing the length of the water spout to make it higher. One of the tendrils hits the water column and Korra is left hanging in the air. Underwater as the Avatar falls hard into the water. A split second later, her eyes glow indicating that she has activated the Avatar state. Korra stands up with a bubble of water beneath her feet as she waves her arms, and a helix of water forms around the dark spirit in an attempt to calm it. The helix begins to glow green. The spirit slowly sinks into the water, and the green energy nearly covers its head before it snaps out of its trance, stands up, and roars. Dark spirit as it growls and opens its mouth before diving down. Korra as she brings her knuckles together before launching fire bending towards the monster. The spirit is undeterred by the flames and seemingly swallows Korra whole before quickly disappearing into the ocean. A large wave of water forms on the surface as a result of the force. Chapter 20. Asami Sato's office, morning. Asami felt like a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Last night, Varric had shipped many Future Industries items to multiple locations around the world. If things went well, Future Industries would be back on top. At that moment, someone knocked on her office door, bringing Asami out of her thoughts. Yeah? One of his advisors entered with a worried look. Miss Sato, the news isn't good. Varric's ships were attacked last night. They took everything. Asami froze at the terrible news. No. This couldn't be happening. She'd spent weeks planning and making arrangements, only for them to go down the drain like nothing. All her hard work, all her pleading and meetings to prove she was nothing like her father, was simply for nothing. The ship captains are currently at the police station giving their account of what happened. Varric has not yet been informed, the counselor said. I'm heading there right now. You're still trying to reach Varric, Asami said dazedly as she stood up. With shaking hands, she fought back tears as she quickly made her way to the police station. Police station. Asami nearly burst into the interrogation room, where she found Mako watching the interrogation. Panting, she managed to blurt out, "Is that true?" Mako sighed wearily. "I'm sorry, Asami. All the completed shipments were stolen last night. I don't know how much longer I can keep my company running. It took me forever to get these deals. What am I supposed to do?" Asami said worriedly. Don't worry, I'll find whoever is responsible. Chief Beifong is about to question the ship's captain. Mako then pressed a button on the speaker in front of them, allowing them to hear what was happening inside the room. I know it's been a long day, but tell me what happened, Beifong asked. We were ambushed about 30 kilometers outside the port. We never heard them coming, the captain replied. That's the third attack this week in roughly the same location, Beifong said, and in Republic City's jurisdiction, which means another problem for us, Lu said, sighing as he stroked his mustache. All this stress is going to turn the old Black Beauty gray. It has to be the Northern Water Tribe, Gang said contemptuously. They're trying to stop the supply lines to the south. I agree, Beifong said, turning to the captain. Is there anything else you remember about the attack? Anything unusual? At this, the captain's tired eyes seemed to light up a little. There is one thing. The bombs exploded in a way I've never seen before. They had no fuses. It was as if they were being detonated remotely, the captain explained. Mako's eyes widened at the captain's statement. That sounds like the bombs at the cultural center. Wait, where are you going? Asami asked Mako, who was already heading for the door. Mako looked at her. I need to get some evidence. Almost as if on cue, the door opened before Mako could grasp the handle, revealing Varric, who seemed surprised by Mako's hurried manner. The two glanced at each other before continuing on their way. Asami, I just got the news. I can't believe they took my fifth favorite ship in the Varric Industries fleet. They named it after my mother. Rest in peace, Rocky Bottom. He finished with an exaggerated prayer motion. I've been doing everything I can to get Future Industries back to its best, but without the money from that shipment, I don't know what I can do. Future Industries is almost bankrupt, Asami said sadly. At that moment, Mako entered the interrogation room, holding a small tray. Chief, I think there may be a connection between these attacks and the events at the cultural center. What do you think you're doing? Beifong asked. Solving this case. Did any of the people who attacked you have one of these in their hands? He asked, showing the contents of the tray, which consisted of a mugshot of the suspect, as well as the remote control thrown from the cultural center bombing. I think it's a remote detonator. It was too dark to see anything, the captain said. Mako! Beifong said sharply. Chief, I don't think the people who attacked were from the Northern Water Tribe. Mako argued her case. Of course they were from the Northern Water Tribe, Gang mocked. They were waterbending. Was this one of the guys who attacked? Mako ignored the man questioning the captain, pushing the remote aside to show the photo. No, I don't recognize him. The captain shook his head. Oh, that's embarrassing. Nice try, rookie. Mako, go now, Beifong said sharply. Good work, everyone. Varric suddenly announced, entering the room with Asami behind him. Another open and shut case for the dynamic mustachio duo. Wait, I think Mako might have something. Asami defended him after a moment of contemplative silence. Relieved that someone was on his side, Mako continued. Chief, I know it's a long shot, but I have an idea how we can catch these guys. Yeah, let's all listen to the rookie. Lu chimed in sarcastically. He's doing a better job than you. Asami snapped, quickly tiring of his behavior. Who are you hungry? Varric said suddenly, trying to destroy the rising mood. Enough! Beifong stomped his foot, silencing everyone. I don't want to hear your silly rookie ideas. You're a cop, not a detective. Now get out there and do your job. Asami and Mako left the headquarters. Mako had a hard time not setting the floor on fire in irritation, feeling quite humiliated and angry at the way he'd been treated. Lu and Gang are idiots. I hate them and their stupid mustaches. The firebender growled. Forget them. What's this idea of yours? Asami asked. A covert operation. I was thinking of setting up a bait boat, taking it out to sea, and capturing whoever attacked it. Let's do this, Asami said excitedly, equally eager as Mako to find the thieves. It's not that easy. For the plan to work, we need the police, and Beifong has already said no. We can make it work, just the two of us, she said confidently. I don't know. I don't want to go behind Beifong's back. If she finds out, I could be kicked off the force. Mako, I need your help, Asami argued. My mom's gone. My dad's in jail. Future Industries is all I have left of my family. Mako grimaced at that. Knowing full well what it's like to lose your parents, she couldn't help but understand her decision to try and save their company, despite its dark history with the Equalists. Plus, the fact that Asami chose to fight the Equalists instead of joining them made Mako respect her even more. I want to help, I really do. But this is more than a two-person job, he stated. First, we need a boat. Then a third voice joined the conversation. Do you need a boat? I have a boat. I want to be in on whatever you're talking about. I love being in on the plans. You need a ship? A third voice shouted, making them jump in fear. Somehow, Varric managed to get so close to their faces without them noticing. I have a ship. I want in on whatever you're talking about. I love being in on the plans. The less you know, the better, Asami said, placing her hand over her beating heart. Perfect. I love not knowing things, Varric said happily. Okay, I'm in. Let's go find these guys, Mako said, smiling. Whir. Hiss. In Republic City's harbor lay Varric's ship, which had delivered Asami and Mako to their secret covert operation. On the ship, Future Industries mecha tanks, the giant machines once used as weapons for the Equalists, were now used to close, lift, and move large blue crates filled with nothing, all ships loaded with the fake crates. Let's get this covert operation underway, Asami said. Not yet. We need more manpower, we need Korra on this. There's no better muscle than the Avatar. Asami shook her head at that. Yeah, about that. Korra left last night. What? Where did he go? Mako asked curiously. Besides the fact that they had just lost their best muscle to this operation, Mako was also distraught over his sudden disappearance, as he wanted to apologize to Korra for what he said last night. If he and his brother had anything in common, it was that they both sucked at expressing their emotions properly, which was why it took him so long to work up the courage to apologize to his friend. Korra left to get help from the Fire Nation. I mean, after all, you kind of gave the president a lecture about her plan, so she had to improvise. Mako shuddered at that, remembering all too well the next argument that followed after Korra discovered who ruined her plan. Tell me, where is Bolin? Asami asked. He's probably home right now, Mako said before running off to his apartment, silently grateful that he'd been able to leave the conversation before it got any more awkward. Mako and Bolin's apartment. Darkness. It was dark when Mako arrived at her apartment. After taking a moment to breathe, she took out her keys and opened the door. Mako took only a few steps and felt a blast of heat hit him in the face. Blinking in surprise, Mako found Bolin sitting in a hot tub, surrounded by expensive new items. Somewhere, a radio was playing an upbeat tune, which Mako somehow hadn't noticed until now. Meanwhile, Pablo lay on the edge of the wooden hot tub, dipping his left feet and the tip of his tail into the warm water. Hey Mako, what do you think? I did a little redecorating. Turns out one of the perks of being a star is that you get a lot of cash, he said with a lazy nod to his brother. Mako looked at a statue of Bolin as Nuktuk. Is this a marble statue of you? It's a coat rack too, Bolin said with excitement in his voice. We don't even have hats, Mako pointed out. That's because we've never had a coat rack. And now we do. Bolin then frowned for a second, finally noticing Mako's irritation. Mako, you seem stressed. I think you need to take a dip, he said, lightly patting the water. Mako stomped toward the hot tub, causing Pablo to sprint away. I don't have time to take a dip, okay? I'm trying to catch whoever's been attacking the shipments, and I need your help. Do you need my help? I don't know, I'm a little busy. You're sitting in a jacuzzi, Mako said sarcastically. I keep my instrument. As an actor, my body is my instrument. Are you going to help or not? Mako asked once again, fed up with his brother's new behavior. Bolin then stood up, before walking over to Mako. You know, I remember a time when I needed your help and you told me to get a life, so that's a no. What am I supposed to do now? I don't know, Mako. Figure it out. Bolin moved closer to his brother, and Mako had to resist the urge to slap his annoyed brother. Remember? That's what you told me. It hurts, doesn't it? The two stared at each other for a moment before Mako turned to leave. Bolin turned around and sank back into the water, but just as he did, Mako launched a blast of fire at the heater used to warm the hot tub. The hot tub glowed red for a moment before the water burst into steam. "Ow! My instrument!" Bolin yelled. Mako admitted she enjoyed hearing him scream in pain as she slammed the door. City Street, night. The night was growing darker, as evidenced by the shadows creeping through the alleyways and the growing brightness of the city. To those naive and new to the city, it seemed like the natural beauty of the urban environment. Mako and Asami, however, were either, and they were well aware of the dangers that lurked in the night. They passed by some thugs, who eyed them with suspicion and greed. Some recognized Asami and glared at her. Fortunately, Mako's reputation as a seasoned probender and officer of the law kept them from doing anything stupid. It was also thanks to Mako's experience on the streets that he learned to keep a straight yet tough face, putting on a mask of confident indifference that said, "I'm strong enough to let my guard down. Try me." Yet despite his mask, deep down Mako was nervous. It seemed like an eternity before Mako and Asami reached their destination. They stood in front of a building with double doors. To anyone else, it was just an ordinary building, but to the city's dregs, it was one of the many hideouts of the triple threat triads. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Asami said, clearly uncomfortable with this idea. "No, but it's our last resort." Mako sighed. "Wow, that was so comforting," she thought with a grimace. Mako's hand reached for the door and knocked on it a couple of times. The thin viewing window on the door opened, revealing the eyes of the triple threat guard. "Hey, Mako. Whatever you think we didn't do it. I'm not here on police business. I'm running an off-the-books operation, and I thought the triple threats might want a piece of the action." "How big is a piece?" he asked, interest oozing from his voice. Asami and Mako were led to sit at a table and surrounded by gangsters. Asami and Mako soon found themselves at the triple threat triad headquarters. Asami did her best not to swallow in fear as she was surrounded by dangerous criminals, many of them staring at her. Some glared at her, likely due to her father's ties to the Equalists. She knew some of them had lost their control because of Amon, but now that the Equalists were gone, she became the next target of their hatred. Asami looked around, and it took everything she had to resist a shudder as she recognized the other gaze some of them had on her. One of them even licked his lips when their eyes briefly met, and Asami had to stop herself from running out the door. "So, Mr. Law and Order needs our help, huh? What about the triple threats?" Viper asked. Asami almost sighed in relief when the conversation finally began. "Well, for starters, I'm a personal friend of the Avatar. I might be able to convince her to give Shady Shin her back." Mako tossed the offer on the table, which was immediately considered. Asami's eyes shifted to Mako and narrowed dangerously, as she didn't like how he was using her girlfriend as part of the deal. "Sounds good to me, boss." Viper shot Shin a small glare, effectively silencing him as she pouted sadly. Viper then looked at Asami and gave her that look. "So, what about Miss Eris here? What does she have to offer the rest of us?" The way he looked at her, as if she were a piece of meat, made her uncomfortable. Regardless, she maintained her composure and opened her mouth to speak. "I have vehicles, all new and top of the line. They can be yours if you help me." She finished with an icy glare to show these gangsters that she wasn't intimidated. "I'm definitely adding defective parts to them," she thought to herself. "I think we have a deal," Viper said with a smile. She stood with Asami and Mako before removing her white glove. She then extended her bare hand to Mako, who removed her fingerless gloves in return before shaking her hand. "Okay," Ippa looked at Asami, before reaching out her hand to her. Asami gulped, and before she could change her mind, she took his hand. "Good," Viper said slowly, her voice rising in his throat as they shook hands. This time, Asami couldn't help but flinch as Viper slowly withdrew her hand, feeling her soft skin against his rough fingertips. Viper and the others laughed at her reaction before they began to prepare themselves. Cargo ship. Approximately 1 hour later. It took me a while to set up the operation. Sure, the fake crates were already in place, but they had to sneak in the triple threat members as future industries workers. After a careful 45 minutes of infiltrating the members onto their ship, they were sailing away from the port. The moment they were a safe distance away, the gang members removed their disguises, claiming it was uncomfortable. Mako and Asami simply shrugged and let them be. After all, by the time the robbers boarded, it would be too late for them to realize it was a sting. Asami, Mako, and Ping chose to hang out by the rails on the lower deck. The others took up positions elsewhere in the ship's areas where they were stationed. This is right around the area where the attacks occurred. So keep your eyes peeled and stay quiet. Mako looked sternly at Ping. Ping dismissed him dismissively, and closed his eyes to show he wasn't the least bit concerned. I agree. Shut up, keep your mouth shut, don't say a word. That's the best thing you can do when you're trying to ambush someone, which is what we're doing here. Asami rolls her eyes. And it's basically what I'm always doing. I mean, I am a gangster, after all, and dash. Two-toed Ping, please. Mako interrupted. Mako went and stood where Asami was. They both sat in silence until Two-toed Ping spoke again. Oh, right. So what's it like dating the Avatar? Ping asked Asami, trying to get some juicy details. Asami sighed irritably and looked away, ignoring him. Come on, Sato, I have to know. Two-fingered Ping asked again. Ping, stay focused! Mako growled. The fire-bending gangster looked at Mako. What? I'm just asking for one of the hottest couples in Republic City. If I was dating the Avatar, I'd say everything about her. First of all, I'll never tell you or anyone else about my private life. Asami responded angrily, her finger jabbing at his chest. Secondly, I want you to do the job you were hired to do. So scram. Ping took the hint and left them alone, grumbling childishly as she stared at the water. After a few minutes of awkward silence, Asami finally turned to Mako. So Korra told me what happened last night. Mako froze at that statement. Would you mind telling me what's going on? Mako's face looked like she just swallowed a sharp rock. Unable to meet Asami's eyes, she stared out at the ocean. I don't want to talk about it. Mako hoped she dropped the subject. Unfortunately for him, Asami's stern glare turned into a glare. Fine then, I'll talk. You know what this means for Korra. The United Forces was the only option to help her people. On top of that, the South could have suffered from mech tanks, and at the same time, the United Forces could help protect my shipments. But no, the President asked you a direct question, and you could have lied to him. And here we are, on a covert operation with the triple threats as our muscle and protection. You were so willing to go against Bifong's orders, but you couldn't tell the President? On top of that, you used my girlfriend as a bargaining chip. Asami had to pause for a minute to catch her breath and calm herself, otherwise she would have exploded. Listen, Mako, Asami continued, this time in a much gentler tone. I'm really grateful that you're helping me. I am. But do I need to know why you suddenly changed your mind? She stood in front of Mako now and looked him in the eye, knowing there was no escaping this time. Mako, however, was either unwilling or unable to say anything, her face looking more pained and uncertain than ever. Unable to cope with her emotions, Mako quickly turned and walked away from her. Asami frowned at her refusal to speak, wondering what exactly had happened to her. So, you want to know why they call me Two-Toed Ping? No. As Mako walked along the railings of the ship's deck, she heard Shin and Viper talking. Suspicious, Mako hid under the stairs and held her breath, peering through the steps at Shin and Viper on the upper deck. So, how long do we have to stay here? Shady Shin asked, feeling quite bored. I told you, it'll be a few hours. What, do you have a hot date? Viper asked back. Actually, I do. And I want to look my best. I have to shower and shave. I have a whole routine, okay? Well, your date will have to wait. She's not going to be happy about that. Too bad. We were paid to keep Mako and that lady distracted for a few hours, so that's what we're going to do. Mako's eyes widened at the involuntary confession, before narrowing in anger. Hearing enough, Mako silently turned away. She had to warn Asami, and that's why they call me Two-Toed Ping. Ping smiled, showing Asami her abnormal feet, which had an extra toe on each one. That, and there was already a 12-toed Ping in the southern part of Republic City. Right. That's good, Asami said with obvious disgust. Ping didn't seem to notice, as she simply wiggled all her toes before putting them down. Ping started cleaning between her toes with her fingers, and Asami had enough. She turned around and walked away when she suddenly noticed Mako sneaking around the corner. The second Mako noticed her, she quickly beckoned before retreating behind the corner. Asami looked around and quickly caught up with Mako. I just heard from Shady Shin and Viper. They've betrayed us. We need to get off this ship. Asami's eyes widened at this news before she nodded. The two of them hurried away, no longer concerned with stealth. They turned a corner, only to come face to face with Viper, Shin, and two other gangsters. Where do you think you're going? Mako snarls before launching an uppercut at them, unleashing a wave of fire that knocks the gangsters back. Asami and Mako jump onto a nearby hovering speedboat. Get them! Viper shouted. With a spinning roundhouse kick, Mako bent an arc of fire that passed through the ropes and suspended the speedboat. It fell into the water below, and Mako and Asami quickly moved away. They didn't have a moment to breathe a sigh of relief, as they heard the sound of another speedboat behind them. Mako got to her feet and began firebending against the gangsters. Fwum! 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 Mako growled as each fireball left his fists. None of them were hitting their target, as the gangsters dodged each blow. It didn't matter though, as they weren't getting any closer to them at the moment. Shit! Asami cursed, before suddenly turning the boat around. Mako looked behind him and saw a column of ice shoot out of the ocean. Turning to face his enemy, he realized that Viper was standing at the front of the boat, waterbending over the ice pillars to try and knock them down. Chipodio! Ah! Asami and Mako screamed as their boat was hit. A geyser of water had hit the bottom of their boat, sending it flying through the air. Asami gritted her teeth as she held on for dear life. Coo! The boat finally hit the water after what seemed like an eternity, and Asami was thankful she'd kept her mouth shut, otherwise she might have bitten her tongue. Shock! Mako fell from the sky as she landed painfully on the seats. Fortunately, Asami had designed them for her comfort, so the cotton cushioned her fall a bit. Wasting no time checking for injuries, Asami continued driving the boat, but it was too late. The two speedboats pursuing them had already gotten dangerously close. They're getting closer! Mako shouted. Not for long! Asami grunted as he turned left. In front of them were other ships and boats. While Asami regretted putting them in the line of fire, they had no choice if they wanted to put some distance behind themselves and the gangsters. Mako let out a strangled gasp as she suddenly realized where they were headed. In front of them were two large metal ships sailing perpendicular to them. The two crossed on a parallel line, meaning that if Asami wasn't careful, watch out! We won't make it! Mako shouted. Asami ignored him as she braked. Turning the wheel, she swerved the boat to stop its course, barely missing the ship by a foot, before continuing to steer the boat, making a right turn to avoid the one they had just avoided colliding with. The first boat, however, wasn't so lucky. While they avoided colliding with the large ship, they lost their balance in the process, and all three fell overboard when the boat capsized. One down, one to go. Mako smiled. Their celebration was short-lived, as the other speedboat suddenly accelerated in front of them, forcing Asami to swerve. Her boat spun until she was facing the city and the other boat. Asami pressed the pedal, only to find that her boat had stopped working. We're stuck! Asami warned Mako, and he climbed aboard to defend them as the triads began to accelerate. Fwum! Choke! Just as Mako fired a fire blast at the triads slammed into their boat, knocking Mako off her feet. Hissing, Mako looked up to see Viper leaping toward them with a windmill kick, bending an arc of water toward Mako, who rolled out of the way in time. The two began the clash of elements, as water and fire danced around each other, trying to strike the opponent. For the moment, Viper and Mako were evenly matched, as they both had the unlimited supply of ammunition for their element, as well as the same amount of skill with it. They glared at each other as they traded blows, jets of water and fire missing each other or stopping short, causing steam to burst into the cold air. Arg! Mako made the mistake of charging at Viper. The gang leader dodged with a grin, before pushing Mako onto his boat with a stream of water. Mako, grab onto something! Asami warned, the boat finally coming to life as the engines started up again. Asami then made a sharp turn just as they reached the edge of the city, sending Viper and her boat flying into the sewers. What was that all about? Asami asked as they sped away. Someone paid for the triple threats to keep us distracted. Distracted? By what? His eyes widened as he finally figured out what was going on. Oh no, Future Industries warehouse. Kerchunk! Asami pulled the lever, which turned on the lights. Each row of lights began to light up, revealing nothing. The warehouse, once filled with mechanical tanks and other Future Industries vehicles, was now empty. Whoever paid the triple threat stole everything. Mako concluded grimly. I'm ruined, Asami said blankly. Her knees wobbled as she tried her hardest not to fall on them. My company is over. Mako rubbed his chin thoughtfully. We need to search the place for evidence. If we can find a clue, Mako, it's an empty room, it doesn't matter anymore. I can handle this, Mako said, trying to reassure her. Just stop. It's over. I give up, Asami said as she walked away, tears in her eyes. She just wanted to go home, hoping to wake up from this nightmare. Well, I'm not going to give up on you. Mako grabbed her arm, preventing her from leaving. Asami looked at Mako with tears in her eyes. Mako, please let me go. I just want to go home. Mako said nothing and quickly leaned in, kissing Asami on the lips. Surprised, Asami quickly pulled away, before slapping him across the face. Why did you do that? Asami demanded, her despair temporarily forgotten, fury replacing her emotions. I still have feelings for you, Asami, Mako said, rubbing her cheek. While she knew that showing your true feelings for someone can be painful, she didn't know it would be this painful. Mako, what are you talking about? Asami yelled at her, quickly becoming hysterical. It's just like I said, Mako explained, suddenly wondering if this was a bad idea. I still have feelings for you, Mako. Asami said her name with such anger that Mako had to back away, fearing another blow. To her relief, she took a few deep breaths to calm herself. Mako. Not only am I going through a major crisis involving the fate of my company, but I'm currently in a relationship right now. What the hell made you think this was a good idea? Mako took a deep breath. Part of him screamed to abort the mission and try to stop while the damage wasn't too severe. But no, Mako was done running from his feelings. Besides, he was already halfway across the bridge. He might as well finish crossing it. Asami, I know I made a mistake in the past, Mako said with a wince, remembering how he impulsively kissed Korra in front of Asami. But I want us to be together again. I get jealous when you're with them. Every time I see you being affectionate with them, I can't help but remember all the times we were together. Asami's eyes widened at his confession. Now it all makes sense. Why Mako was acting strangely and why he would go to such lengths for her. He did it for her, which was undoubtedly a very sweet way to apologize, which is why his next sentence was also quite painful. Listen, Mako, Asami said after a minute of silence. What we had before was nice, but we made our choices. I'm sorry, Mako, I really am. I really appreciate everything you've done for me. I'm gone, but I've moved on and I'm happy where I am. You have to accept that, just as I have. Asami then turned around and walked away from Mako, leaving the poor firebender alone and heartbroken. Varric Global Industries moving production studio. Despite the events that occurred last night, Mako was secretly ecstatic. No, Asami wasn't back with him, but he had an idea who might have hired the triple triads. Plus, he managed to beat up Ping a bit, so that was a stress reliever. Getting past the security guards, Mako began asking about his brother. He eventually found the production room and saw Bolin sitting, still in his Nuktuk costume, eating a bowl of popcorn. Bolin, have you seen Varric around? Mako asked. To his annoyance, Bolin didn't even acknowledge his presence. Bolin! Bolin still ignored him, and Mako let out a sigh. Nuktuk. Yeah? Oh, hi, Mako. I didn't see you there. Letting out another sigh, Mako asked. Where's Varric? I need to ask him something. I can't say I've seen it. But I've been a little busy, you know, rehearsing for my big scene. There's going to be some crazy pyrotechnics. That's moving talk about explosions. We need Nuktuk on set. Executing the explosion scene. The assistant director called Bolin. Or sometimes we just call them explosions. Anyway, I wish I could stay here and chat, but you know, I have to go film my big scene. Bolin then stood up, before bravely walking away when the bell rang. Having nothing better to do, Mako decided to stand there and watch from the side. Okay, the set is clear. The camera is rolling. And action! Ginger, stay down! I'm coming for you! Bolin, or rather, Nuktuk, yelled before running off. Mako watched his brother run across the stage with a determined look in his eyes, as if he was really going to save his princess. Just thinking about Bolin and his girl made his heart ache a little, remembering his failed relationship with Asami and Korra. Mako jumped back in surprise as explosions erupted behind Bolin. It took him a second to realize he was part of the scene, remembering the last conversation he'd had with his brother. Wait a minute. Mako's brain began to process the explosions. It wasn't random and haphazard like any random explosion. No, these were timed. Intentional. Intentional without even waiting to see the end of the shot. Mako quickly began searching around for the pyrotechnician. He eventually found him backstage, loading more explosives into interconnected tubes. How did you set up those explosions to go off like that? He asked the man, who was stuffing dynamite into one of the tubes. Cool, huh? It's a Varric Industries exclusive. Here, take a look. The pyrotechnician handed him the remote for the explosions, and Mako's eyes widened. The explosions use a remote detonator, Varric. Mako growled as his fingers tightened around the remote. The remote detonator he held in his hands was identical to the one he left at the police station. Without a second to waste, he took off. He had to tell Asami. Future Industries Company, Asami office. Mako approaches Asami's office, still feeling terrible about what he did last night. But right now he needs to put his feelings aside as he opens the door, ready to tell her the news he found. Mako ran as fast as he could to Asami's office. Despite his eagerness to tell Asami the news, he couldn't help but grow more and more anxious as he got closer to her office. After all, he still felt terrible about what he did to her, especially last night. No, I can't think about that now. Mako shook his head. He needed to put his feelings aside for now. There was no time to waste. He couldn't afford to wait any longer because of his feelings. No, he had to act now, otherwise Varric might beat him to it. Asami, I think I know who set us up, Mako said, finally reaching her office. Then she froze in horror when she realized she wasn't alone. Asami looked up as she finished signing a paper, as someone sat down in a high-backed chair across from her. Hearing Mako's statement, the chair slowly turned around, revealing a rather smug Varric. Hey, Mako, Varric said a little too calmly. It actually unsettled Mako to hear Varric's calm, serious tone instead of his usual goofy one. This tone didn't scream eccentric innovator. No, this one screamed, I won. What are you going to do about it? Honestly, it reminded him of the old days when he first started working for the Triple Triads, and how the bosses made sure to make an example of those who disobeyed them. What are you doing here? Mako managed to ask. He just saved my company. Varric bought a majority stake in Future Industries. Isn't that great? Asami said with relief. Despite the gravity of the situation, Mako couldn't help but feel a spark of joy for Asami, who, for the first time in months, sounded much happier and more alive. Yeah, I like to think I'm always there to defend the little guy. Especially if that little guy can help this boy grow into a big man. Varric jumped up excitedly, pulling Asami into a side hug. The hidden, sneaky monster was gone, his mask back on in a matter of seconds. Asami slowly pulled away from Varric and turned to Mako. She couldn't meet his gaze. She was still feeling quite uneasy about what happened last night. So, what were you saying, Mako? You think you know who hired Triple Threats? Yes, and I'm very close to proving it. Mako's gaze turned to Varric, who smiled at her. I'll fill you in later. Mako turned and left. The moment she closed the door, her fists balled in fury. Spirits, damn it! It was a warm, bright day at the beach. Seagulls called in the air as the waves rolled in and out of the shore. Nothing was out of place, except for an unconscious woman from the water tribe, who had washed ashore. The young woman began to move just as the sound of footsteps approached her. Despite her eyelids feeling like heavy lead, She managed to open them and saw 3 strangers dressed in red. Panicking, the brunette screamed, "Get away from me!" Months of training began as she immediately flipped onto her back, sending a gust of wind at the 3 strangers. The young woman tried to run, only for her momentary adrenaline rush to wear off, and she fell to her hands and knees, feeling quite exhausted. "It's okay, we're here to help you, Avatar Korra," one of the Banthi tribe members said softly. Who is Avatar Korra?" the stunned woman asked in confusion. The wise elder looked at her with concern, then at his comrades, who shared the same worried look. "What happened to you? How did you end up on our island?" "I don't know. I can't remember anything." Korra groans in exhaustion, before collapsing to the ground. "Rago," was her last thought, before darkness took over. The sages bent down to lift her up, determined to help their avatar.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.